bison and a female cow, or a male bull and a female bison?
Turns out it barely works at all.
Oh. Do they do it artificially, or do they have them party together?
No, they just lied.
Oh,
Yes.
it's fake.
It's not real.
Oh my goodness.
So I've spent a lot of time being interested in this admixture history, and so I was interested in brown bears and polar bears and humans and Neanderthals, and what is it that suddenly makes a species not able to breed with another species? What is it that causes that sort of last wall to go up,
Right.
and then suddenly you're the biological species? But yeah, what exactly is it? Can we figure it out? And so I wanted to look at these different species pairs, and we knew about beefalo because people have beefalo ranches that there's a beefalo of the week. You should look that up because this is going to be like there's beefalo of the week competition where you see these animals. Anyway, so people in the early 20th century decided that they wanted to make hybrid cattle and bison because they wanted animals that were as robust in the North American prairies as bison, but as tame and easy to deal with as cattle. So they started breeding them together, and we're just like, this isn't working. This is really hard. When we get the S1s, the first generation hybrids, often it's only the females and they're not reproductive. There's problems here. We can't do this. And because so then people kept trying to do it because they really wanted to do this. And then there was this guy called I can't remember the name of the person who actually did it. Who claimed that he had been able to create this animal that was 3/8 bison and 5/8 cattle. And he sold his animal to a guy called Bud Basolo in California, who created this herd of 5,000 beefalo. And it was announced with great fanfare, like front pages of newspapers. He sold one animal to a farmer in Canada for $2.5 million $1975. It's still the most expensive single animal that has ever been sold, right? $2.5 million $1975 for this animal. And so we have this thing. I was like, we're going to sample them. We were working with collaborators from the USDA. We were reaching out to people, reaching out to ranches and saying, can we have pieces, some of your stuff? And they were like, not sure about research on this. And so we started buying tongues, because if you buy steak, you just get the same animal over and over again, but they all have one tongue. So you just buy tongues, and then you get lots of different animals, and we sequence their genomes. And then we got from the USDA their expired sperm straws that they have for the animals that they can wait to start your beef with, and we sequence their genomes as well, including this $2.5 million $1975 individual. And we've done a lot of work on bison and cattle throughout the last 30 years of my life. And so we have this big plot that shows bison on one side and cattle on the other. And we had made a hybrid so we could sequence their genome. It wasn't born, it was an aborted animal because it's very hard to make a hybrid. He fell right in between them, in the middle, where you expect him to be. So now we know exactly where we think our beefalo should be. 5/8 cattle, 3/8 bison. Beefalo closer to cattle, but still up here. So plot them, and they're all just cattle.
100%. It was fake. So did they use like Highland cattle or something like that that have those crazy furs?
There's some evidence that they used zebu. So that's a different type of cattle. It's the one that came from Asia. They have it in Brazil because they have a hump, so it makes it look a little bit more like bison.
Oh,
But if you look at the pictures of the beefalo of the week, you look at them and you're like, yeah, those are cattle.
And beefalo of the beefalo of the week was weird pass. Oh boy, wrong websites. No, it didn't seem like I was on the same path. When was this all discovered that these are just cattle?
Oh, just look up beefalo, and then you look at historic beefalo. You can see the pictures of historic beefalo. Yeah. When was it discovered?
That these are just cattle.
We just published the paper like a few months ago.
Oh no! So this poor dude from 1975 that spent $2 million.
Yeah, I mean, he sold it back to Basolo for some of the money getting back. I mean, I think there was a thing going on there.
So these people are out here still selling beefalo like it's real. Like this is a website.
They're hybrid with something. They're mixed with a little bit of zebu. Some of them have a little bit of bison in them, but this is
they're just cows. Interesting.
I talked to Steve Vernella about this. I know that he was like, that's hilarious.
It is hilarious. It's very funny. It does look different than a regular cow, though.
A little bit. they were trying to do that, right? And
Right.
we can engineer everything. It doesn't.
That's not what
I
they
mean,
did.
that Chihuahua looks different from a Great Dane, but their DNA is a lot the same.
So in 1975, how much of an understanding of this stuff did we have? Did these people think that they were doing this, or was it just a scam?
I think this is me speculating at this point.
Yes.
I think he had to know, right?
Yeah.
And there was, at one point, there was a test, a blood test that they had done where they were looking for markers in the blood, and there were 5 different markers, and they tested about 150 different animals, and they published a paper saying, oh, look, we tested all these animals. None of them have all of the markers. One of them has one of the markers, and we just think the test is bad.
Oh.
No, just,
Boy.
yeah, but anyway, I digress. I don't remember what we were talking about.
Well, we're just talking about a bunch of different animals that used to exist. You know, we were talking about Gigantopithecus at one point in time. You said it's really old. Was it 100,000 years ago? They
I think
speculate the age of them?
Older.
Older?
Yeah, I don't know. Maybe.
So,
2 million to approximately 300 to 200,000 years ago.
okay. So, as recently as 200,000 years ago. So you like kind of, the Homo sapiens are like 300, 400,000 years?
Diverged from Neanderthals.
So like around that time?
Yeah.
So it is possible that at one point, and so this is just a very limited amount of bones, right?
It's just limited, just like everything else in paleontology.
So it's possible that they existed later than that. We just haven't found those samples yet.
Maybe.
But it's just
There was a
speculation.
really cool, this is just about how we don't know anything. We can actually get DNA directly from sediments. And this has been a relatively recent revelation. It's super cool because it means that you can take a plug of dirt from the inside of a lake and you can reconstruct the whole ecosystem as it changes over time. Super cool, right?
Wow.
But recently there was a paper that was published by some colleagues of mine that had done this for sites in Canada. They found mammoth DNA and horse DNA in Canada, in these really well-preserved parts of the world where we've been working, that date to probably around 4,000, 5,000 years ago.
Horse DNA.
Yes, in
That's weird, right? Because they're supposed to be extinct in North America when? 10,000?
around the last, but you know, there are a lot of Native American cultures who believe that they have a long history of the horse and that the horses survived, and it's just dismissed because we don't have evidence for it.
Right.
But until we find DNA directly in dirt, I mean, this is just showing us how much we don't know, how
Right.
much we have to be really willing to, you know, obviously we have a model of the way the world works, and we don't just throw away the model with new data, but we have to incorporate the new data.
Right, you can't be arrogant about the model. So the model is, if you correct me if I'm wrong, that horses evolved in North America, but it went to other continents, but then eventually died off in North America.
But survived elsewhere. Yeah, Eohippus, the very first horses, are from 50 million years ago. They're found in Wyoming. We have the fossil deposits in Wyoming. Those are the little house cat-sized horses.
House cat-sized horses.
Yeah, but you know, this is early horses, around the same time as we have the first primates and the first of the other things that we know.
God, that's so fascinating.
It's so cool.
So fascinating.
Yeah.
We were talking about this the other day, the big debate that happened with Clovis first, that they used to think that human beings, they came over here at a very specific time, and then they found those footprints in White Sands, New Mexico, and they're like, okay, we got to rethink this, and we're being forced to rethink this. And there was another time where archaeologists were horrible to each other. These scientists were horrible to each other because they attacked the guy who made the discovery. They said, this is nonsense, this is impossible, we know, we're very clear. Just this arrogance.
Yeah, they did that to Jacques Saint-Claude, who discovered the bones in Alaska and northern Canada that had cut marks on them that were older than the accepted time of when humans could be there. And you know, now everybody accepts that. It's true. We know that.
Yeah. It's so gross. It's so gross, and they keep doing it over and over and over again. So then the question is, okay, if we have 22,000-year-old footprints, how many thousands of years were they here before that? Like, have they always been here? How'd they get here? Like, what's the earliest known humans, you know? We know that there's no Neanderthals here so far. So far, there's no Denisovans, but imagine they found a different kind of human. Wasn't there something that came up where they found some human that lived, oh, God, I want to say 6,000 years ago, and its DNA is different. This is like very recent. Different than anybody that they've ever discovered before. So they're like, okay.
Well, that'd be.
I think this is like super recent, like yesterday or the day before.
Make it easier right now. Cardio for $6, 10% off. Just go to cardio.com. That's KARDIA.com or Amazon. 10 6L George. Text the number 10 6L George to get 10% off cardio 6L and then.
Global tensions are escalating fast. Threats aren't just overseas. Experts are warning about sleeper cells already inside the U.S. Homeland attacks, cyber sabotage, grid takedowns. The lights go out. Grocery stores run. Help isn't coming. The only ones who don't have are the ones who prepared ahead of time. That's why My Patriot Supply created the Independence Day Preparedness Fund. It includes a massive 1-year emergency food supply, plus over $1,200 in gifts. 1 full year of so I ended up getting a huge discount with lightning fast free shipping. To mypatriotsupply.com/radio. That's mypatriotsupply.com/radio. Happy Independence Day bundle while you still can. This is more than a great deal. Maybe your last chance to make sure your family is ready. Grab your Independence Day bundle now at mypatriotsupply.com/radio.
So, in retrospect, I got what I deserved, somewhat, some of this stuff is just crazy. But, I've been, like I said, I've been
Welcome back to Jordan Local Property Development. Our spaces stored in this website is behindtheblack.com, coasttocoastair.com. Jeff Bezos, Blue Origin, the arrival of Elon Musk, Robert that would say he could be, but he hasn't. One of the greatest disappointments I've watched in the last decade and a half. He proposed a new plan on rocket that was reusable.
well, I was nothing against cops.
At about the
So I
same
put
time,
semi-football, trip on acid,
that's almost the same example. At the same time, he
played
also
football,
proposed
tripping on
a
acid.
Kuiper constellation of satellites that would be comparable to the Starlink constellation satellites provided
Every
today.
time I was about to do
Anywhere in the world, anyone who wants to buy a terminal,
which
and he
in
also proposed
retrospect,
that
in
at
hindsight,
the same
it's
time
good
as
that
Elon Musk proposed to close Starlink.
a lot more.
SpaceX has launched something like 500 Falcon 9 rockets and reused its first stages in the range of 3 to 400 times, reducing the cost of launch the Dolphin. The Gemini rocket from Blue Origin has launched once. And they only did it January of this year, and we're still waiting for the second. Who came first, SpaceX or Ford? They both came about the same time. And in terms of Starlink, hyperconstellation, SpaceX in the interim last decade had launched something like 7,000
I know what got trouble. I got kicked out of prison. So I knew that society was. I knew they were kind of right about the space program. I didn't know. Because I wasn't malicious. I wasn't trying to hurt anybody. I was just trying to care about what I was
So, here's Bezos who admitted that he's a millionaire within the space. Really doesn't want to do this. He's always said this. But his company has not produced. And it's a very big disappointment because I want nothing different. I'm rating how much I love it what SpaceX is doing.
So that's, I didn't really big picture.
We all be better off because there was real competition here from both companies achieving things independent and again, competing with each other, producing new things. So we really need the best of the nation and the world. So it's very disappointing. So is he president?
The way they don't think of the whole.
He could be.
They're not willing to work.
There are hints very close now that he might finally be getting the new rocket going and the Kuiper constellation going. But it's incredibly disappointing that it's taken so long. They're both changes. Yes, it's an interesting thing. He looked at over Bezos when it comes to space. Is that
Somebody
it
wants to
appears
get right.
Musk as an engineering type mind. So he can understand the engineering problem and get to the heart.
Yeah, they want a clear head.
Sometimes even his own engineers work with the Bezos is not that kind of engineer. His person with providing money business and making good businesses where there's a need. Amazon, for example, that he figured out a way to make a web business that could sell world efficiently and at low cost. And it's not a simple thing. Doing the press conference, he started selling books out of his garage. Started the books. But he was very brilliant. Very easy. You have to buy a lot of stuff. Wear out. You can do it on 5 minutes. The cost would be low.
Yeah, it's hard to do, right?
How do you figure out? They got bands. He's brilliant at the distribution thing.
Yeah, they're on like
Once again,
fucking
you have that
patterns,
engineering
like
knowledge,
self-destruction or destroying around
he's
how
not
do you know
in
this
a
person
not
taking out this path? Are they unhealthy?
Oh, nobody's beyond help. And I know that. The very name, motto of his company,
But if the person's not willing, so here's the thing, I identified I've experienced many of those beginning where they were going. So when I talk to them, they say,
and he's
same thoughts, you didn't do it, you're all the time. Something like that.
I want
I said, well, this is
he has the potential to do the nuclear rocket.
now, if they say, I hear you, they know I'm talking the truth. They feel it, they know it's true. But I do let it go. It takes the courage to get up and go.
And so there has
And the whole time I don't, I always hope that when I focus on the profit going away from us. Because I don't know why I say that. I know that's going on. So like playing around.
going on between government and private enterprise.
Just joking around and being disrespectful. Some guys get cut up. That doesn't happen all the time.
Right now, as a national program, that's right. They need work. We must move on.
And I've seen it happen. But it's not so easy. But eventually,
without much delay in the overall schedule, they hope to land someone on the moon before the end of this decade. And then go eventually to the lunar base. That's going to be a lot more difficult than not like that.
yeah, read the room. Yeah.
Russia, Europe, India, and there's that.
Having a bad day.
And they're in competition with the private enterprise in the United States.
So I think
IQ, freedom, and individual capitalism. And it's not just in the U.S. In Europe and in India, there is a very strong movement within those governments to emulate what the United States has done in the last decade, to pull back from the government program, not as the government agency run
finally get back on track, start to get on the right path, they achieve some success, and then they intentionally sabotage. They sabotage themselves. Everything's going like great trajectory. Well, it's going great right. That's what I'm right. That's a big difference. That's what I was talking about. See your friend. He's getting great money. He's finally got his own place. And like, he drives his car fucking great. Yeah. I see it all the time. It's right. The people say, going off the self, even though everybody benefits, the person is not passionate what you're doing. You're better off.
Because the government top-down control is relatively for innovation or creativity, where they do things
Talking your stuff out and saying, yeah, I hear you think I'm doing good.
The startup rocket companies in China who are ultimately to build.
And then get real honest, and even though they can't take the action, say they're doing something.
Some of them are doing vertical
Right. You're tracking building something that they are, or water substances get transmitted.
But in terms of innovation, there's less under So that's the overall the world in space. And I would say right now, China is the nation, and Elon Musk is space as a private nation. And between the two of them, it's not sure.
They don't really want to do the work.
Hard to believe. Just a few weeks.
And part of that is
56 years since we landed on the
Yeah. One of the disappointments of my life,
like they don't get that kind of
that almost all the space
That's what they
beginning. The dysfunction of my life is that when I was a kid in the 60s, I thought by 2001, we have space stations in the base. We have we exploring the solar system, we'd be acetylene it, we'd be colonizing it, and that none of that happened. We stopped. Well, we stopped because we copied this. I wrote about this at length in my first book, Genesis, the start of Apollo 8. So Apollo 8 is the moment.
you get a guy like me that do all that stuff.
I discovered without that program that was disturbed, which was
You'll find them.
we were a Kennedy nation. We weren't
But it's just these things keep finding new stuff. Here it is, 6,000-year-old skeletons with never before seen DNA rewrites human history. Yeah, so this is just June 7th.
Yeah, I don't know anything about
Yeah, they uncovered 6,000 in Colombia that belonged to this group of people that could rewrite human history.
it. Doesn't match any of the other.
Wild. Their genetic signature reveals now extinct lineage that may have descended from the earliest humans to reach South America, one that diverged early and remained genetically isolated for thousands of years.
Yeah, this is, I mean, I have no doubt that this is true. I mean, how many of these human settlements are gone now? And so we don't have any evidence of them. And they're all lineages that they all go back to humans originating in Africa at some point, but we haven't seen all of the pattern. We don't know even what questions we should be asking.
You know what you guys really need to try to bring back? Those little tridactyl skeletons they find in Peru. That's like when we had Luke Caverns on and Jesse, when we had Jesse Michaels on the other day. It was an amazing YouTube show. Both of them great guys. They were showing us these skeletons that they found in Peru that are very bizarre. And people initially thought they were a hoax, but then they found these newer ones that they've discovered that they have 3 fingers and 3 toes. They've done CAT scans on these things, and they seem to be human or human-like, these things.
Yeah, I've seen these. They're
Yeah,
amazing.
like I thought 100% horseshit when I first saw them, because I think some of them are horseshit. But then when they've done, like, look at that image below, they do like x-rays of them. Like, come on, like, what the hell is that? Like, what is that? There's no way. Again, I'll say it again, but if that's art, let me buy it.
Yeah.
Like, if somebody made that.
So those X-rays are from the things themselves. I think I've seen some of these.
The CAT scans are even weirder.
Are they?
Because the CAT scans, when they show, like, the 3D CAT scan of the body, you're seeing all the areas where the cartilage is, and it just but it doesn't look totally human, because this is it. So they have 3 fingers and 3 toes. It's really weird stuff. Like, there's layers of them as they go. You have to go through a CAT scan.
And how old are they? I did
Look at
hear.
this.
I've seen some of the reports. This is the thing that was presented to the Mexican government at some point.
This is Peru. The Mexican ones seem to be horseshit.
Okay.
It seems like, and the guy who discovered them, air quotes, seems to have a history of finding silly things. But this seems real. This seems very real. Like, look at this thing.
What's that on the neck?
Exactly. What is that on the neck? Who the hell knows? Like, who the hell knows? Why does it have so many ribs? Like, look at it. Go back to that image where it shows the back, Jamie, where it was like, yeah, like, when you see this thing, this guy's not, like, showing you the full body in this particular image. Whatever the hell that thing is on the back of its head is weird. The shape of its head is very weird, but it looks real. Like, whatever, if you guys can find that that's real, I know you won't bring back Neanderthals, but why don't you bring back one of them little 3-toed alien people?
I don't know. I mean, you would still have to ask their permission. It still looks like a person.
Talk to them.
Bring them
If
back.
they say
ask them
no,
their
shoot them in the head.
Right. Easy.
I don't know what to tell you, but bring them back. Like, some things you just have to do. Like, if we find out that thing was a real thing, like, what is that?
Yeah.
What's that thing in the back of its head?
Have people tried to do DNA work or protein work on these things?
I think there's a small select group of people that are even taking it seriously, but more people are taking it seriously now because of the CAT scans. Because I think initially, you've seen the original ones, the ones that look super fake.
Yes.
The ones that look super fake, they look like something you'd buy in like a roadside stand.
Yeah.
They look totally bullshit. But then I was going back and forth with Jesse Michaels and Luke Caverns, and they were sending me these images of, I think it was 800 BC. This is how old these drawings are in these tapestries that show these weird three-toed, three-fingered things that look like a little one of those things. Like, so was this another type of human that lived with us at some point in time?
It's interesting. There are the three-toed and three-fingered thing is interesting. I wonder if there's a genetic mutation that would lead to that. You've seen the tribe, the isolated tribe.
Ostrich feet.
The two,
Yeah, very weird. Yeah.
But that,
So maybe that was that. Maybe that's what that was.
it'd be fascinating to see if there's any DNA that could be recovered in proteins. Yeah.
Yeah. So why don't you guys get down to Peru?
Yeah. I'll run it by Ben. See what he thinks.
He would be in. Ben seems like he'd be like, let's go. Like if you could find Gigantopithecus DNA, I think Ben would want to bring back Bigfoot.
Yes, probably. Let's not tell him.
I think that's what Bigfoot is, don't you think?
Gigantopithecus?
Yeah.
Was it in Asia though? Like Bigfoot is supposed to be in North America.
They found the bones in China.
Yeah, so it could have come across.
It's make sure that story's right that I said. I'm pretty sure it's true. Gigantopithecus bones found in the apothecary shop in China.
Yeah, I just didn't want to bring it up. That's a guy named Ralph. It was 1935. They're still dragon bones. They bought a bunch of stuff, and then they started looking at them and found out that that's not what they were.
So it's 35.
In China. That was super interesting. And I wonder, if these populations were there at the same time as Denisovans were there, Neanderthals were there, they could have hybridized with humans.
Jeez.
Who knows?
Yeah.
We know so little.
Well, it seems to like have coexisted with Homo sapiens. So, I mean, but when did it start existing? Right? How long was it? I mean, we know that Neanderthals were around for 300,000 years or so, which is kind of crazy when you think that people, really learned a lot of things for a small period of time.
I don't know who added this.
Closely allied with orangutans.
One's thought to be a hominin. Now thought to be closely allied with the
So once thought to be a member of the human line.
Well, it was thought for a long time that orangutans were our closest living.
Have you ever seen them spearfishing?
No.
Yeah, they've learned how to spearfish. They don't know whether it's from observing people, that's what they assume. But there's this crazy photograph of this orangutan. He's hanging out to his branch. He's got a long stick in his hand, and he's like leaning into the river, stabbing a fish. You gotta see it, because it's so crazy.
Did they learn from us?
We don't not necessarily
Oh, that's
know.
so cool.
Isn't that crazy? Really crazy. Like he's figured out how to catch fish. Really? Oh, it says after observing locals, which totally makes sense, right?
Smart.
Yeah, I mean, he's seen people catch a fish, and he's like, "Whoa, how did you do that?" Which is probably how people learn. Like some really smart ape guy was like, I think I can hit that bird with a rock.
Yeah. Learning and being able to communicate is one of the ways that we got the advantage over everything else, right? Because I don't have to evolve the ability to cook dinner. I can learn from my
Right. Well, that's what's so fascinating about living today is you don't have to even learn from someone who's anywhere near you. You're learning from things on your phone instantaneously, on your laptop.
You don't have to learn because there's DoorDash.
Right. Stay alive for AIDS. That's true too. But it's just, when AI gets involved in this stuff, when we have AI that you can use to try to, figure out what the consequences of bringing certain species back, and whether or not it'll be a pro or a con. Like, that's where things get weird. Like, if we decide, okay, let's bring back the salmon. Okay, what's going to be the negative impact of bringing this to So, humans will make decisions based on biased evidence. We'll make decisions based on our potential for financial windfall. We'll gaslight people and think things are really a good idea. And it's a criminal. And we'll do things if we know that we're wrong. Whereas if you have AI that's completely objective and its only mission is to analyze the outcome.
that world. We're actually working with to put together the rewilding plan. That's sort of the outreach of the different species. We're not planning to drop it down. We still have doctors to put together a plan of what the potential impacts would be. We literally keep that outside and hire people to put this together for us. And we haven't delivered this yet.
What animals, obviously you guys are working with the red wolves, which are animals, which is a good idea, give them a healthy population. And that's the best argument, because a lot of people say, oh, this work could be used for conservation. That's so infuriating about some of the neighbors. They don't bother looking it up, or they don't care, because they just want attention, and they just want to be negative, and that's the best way to get them. They want to claim, and the best way to get that clip is to want yeah, but they have to be themselves. That's the part that the life chose. Just want to be this bitchy person. Congratulations, you get a lot of attention. It's been super negative all the time. But if you had to look at their argument, so the argument of not doing this, and that you're not really creating a dire wolf, this is just taking dire wolf genes and adding them to gray wolves. Have you ever had conversations with these people where they want to tell you what you're doing is wrong, and what is your response to this?
I think that this idea that the technology that we are developing is something that we should be developing because it's wrong. It's we're somehow playing God. Yes, people have been playing God for as long as we've been first by making species become extinct as we spread around the world, not intentionally, but change the habitat. Then we figured out that we didn't have to make a species go extinct in order to feed our families, and so we evolved domestication. We figured out how to only take the males or leave the juveniles or some way of maintaining that population so that you knew you could go back to the hunt the next year and they would be there again. But we domesticated things. And then we transformed to really authority over everything. When we protect a species, people who think about conservation often think of this as super hands-off. Like, I'm not doing anything. Everything just gets to evolve the way that it should be. That's bullshit. Like, we decide how many animals live, where they get to live, what they get to eat, how many they get to eat. We cull them when we want to, protect them if we want to, we don't if we want to. We are as gods, as Stuart Brand wrote in the Whole Earth Catalog, right? And we just better get good at it. These technologies are not exactly the same as the technologies that our ancestors had, because we are directly changing DNA sequences, but they are technologies that we can deploy to hopefully try to fix some of the things that we have fucked up already. Right? And I think the biggest challenge that I have is to show people that deciding not to allow ourselves the space that we need to figure out what we can do with these technologies, we're still operating within regulatory frameworks. We're still operating within the bounds of biological reality. There's a long way to go here. But if we decide that that's too scary, that we don't trust ourselves, that we're always going to make the worst decision, first of all, it's that attitude of negativity, right? It's the I don't want to do it because it's too scary because I'm going to bet. Second of all, it's a decision. And to think that that decision has no consequences is naive. We know what the consequences are. The rate of extinction today is thousands to tens of thousands times higher than it is across the history of the fossil record. And a lot of that is because of us. But we have the capacity to slow that rate. We have the capacity to help species that are alive today adapt to the rapid changes in their habitat. What if we could make Hawaiian honey creepers resistant to avian malaria, which we introduced by introducing mosquitoes into their habitat and save them from becoming extinct, or figure out how to transfer resistance to bleaching to corals around the world, or anything that would save some of these habitats that we know are in trouble because of this combination of people expanding and natural change in the ecosystem that we just don't like. And we don't want to see spruce forests disappearing because it's getting drier, and that means that they can't make enough resin to fight off the beetles.
Right. Yeah.
We have the capacity to use these, develop and deploy these tools to have a future that is both fulfilled and biodiverse.
I think what people are concerned with is the crude application of these techniques and this science when it's in its infancy. And if you just take that and draw it out to its natural conclusion with improvements over time and innovation over time, it could be something that's of enormous benefit to not just animal species, but humans, to everyone. It's kind of like a test run. Like, we can make a dire wolf, can we make a super person? You know what I mean? Like, it's probably the future. I mean, having regular children, like just rolling the dice on seeing what your kid turns out to be super novel, like 100 years from now.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to think about, right? And I think we're getting gradually more accustomed to using these technologies to cure genetic diseases. Maybe that was in the news in the last couple of months. Baby KJ, this boy who was born with an just had a genetic change, a single mutation, and he couldn't digest protein. And people came together and mounted this incredible, collaborative effort to find a cure using the tools of genome engineering for this child. And went home from the hospital last week with CRISPR editing having gone into his body to cure this particular disease. Now, it's amazing. And it was a rush, and it's a really great example of personalized medicine that right now, obviously, this is slow. But we start somewhere, and we always have to start somewhere. Like, yes, it took 6 months, and it's one baby, and it took a lot of people to do this. How we can use these tools to cure your cancer, to figure out how we can engineer a fix for a baby who's born with cystic fibrosis, or if you get blood cancer, can we edit the blood cells to make that cancer mutation just go away? This is the beginning of these tools, and for de-extinction and conservation, this is also just the beginning. We figured out how to learn the past and actually transform that into an animal that's bigger than a gray wolf and it's more muscular than a gray wolf. We've made dire wolves using dire wolf DNA and these amazing tools that we will have the potential to use to stop other species from becoming extinct. I love it. I think it is, obviously there are risks associated with using technologies that we don't fully understand, but we're not taking those risks. We're very carefully evaluating every single one of the inputs that we make. We are, in every case, interested in making the fewest number of changes possible to still bring those animals back.
What other animals are you going to bring back?
Well,
what's the plan? What's the plan, Beth?
Well, we have announced, obviously, the mammoth and the thylacine, that's the Tasmanian tiger, and the dodo, which is your favorite.
Oh, that's cool.
But we have DNA from lots of different animals, so you never know.
So, but is there so you've announced the woolly mammoth?
That's right.
And where will that be?
Where are we going to put it?
Yes. Are you going to reintroduce them into areas?
Eventually, that is the goal, to have animals that live in wild habitats, but this will be a very long process.
Dire wolves.
No, we won't be reintroducing dire wolves.
Okay, so not predators, but you would
Well, not
consider...
dire wolves.
Oh, so you weren't joking about the cheetah?
Well, I mean, we don't currently have any plans to bring cheetahs or saber-toothed cats back to me.
But you might. I don't like how you said that. But if you did that, that would be where it would get sketchy. If you reintroduce an animal that can run 60 miles an hour to the plains, those poor antelopes who've been living it up, because they evolved. You know that pronghorn antelopes, the reason why they're so fast, they evolved to get away from these cheetahs that don't exist anymore.
It's true, but we know also from looking at the cheetahs that we have that they didn't only eat pronghorns; they were eating lots of things in their habitat. So we found
pronghorns are fast.
they had to eat something else, otherwise they would die. Right?
They had to eat some slow stuff because the pronghorns are like, let's get out of here.
Yeah. I mean, for every species, there will be different work that has to be done to figure out whether and where is a good idea to reintroduce them. And for each of the species that we're working with, we have councils that we've put together in the part of the world where we would bring them back together to have conversations about where they should go whether they should go, how many there should be, and who is willing to be the long-term stewards for these animals.
Now, I know that they've talked about releasing woolly mammoths if they ever do make them in Siberia, right?
Well, right now we're not focusing on Russia because issues,
Obviously.
right? So probably it would be somewhere in North
Maybe
America
that's why Trump wants to
for mammoths. Ice, I mean, mammoths really need a lot of lush, maybe not, yeah. But there's plenty of space in Alaska or Canada or even the Northern Plains. Mammoths live through warm periods and cold periods because they're cold adapted because they're big and furry.
Alaska would be cool, right? Because it's like the size of 1/3 of the United States, and they live there.
Right.
And,
Right. And I'm not worried about the mammoth population getting out of control. I mean, these are animals that take 10 to 14 years to reach reproductive maturity. They have a 2-year pregnancy. It's not like they're suddenly going to be 1,000 mammoths. This will be a very slow and deliberate and careful process. And like with the dire wolves, there will be staging between the first half being born and understanding how they're able to thrive in whatever habitat they're in. These are really important parts of the de-extinction process.
I was blown away when I heard that mammoths lived up until about 4,000 years ago on an island.
Yes, Wrangel Island off the coast of Siberia, but now maybe even in mainland North America based on that environmental DNA data. Isn't that crazy?
That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Well, I did
Well, the horses were 4,000 years, right? And that data
Horses and mammoths,
that was
yeah.
4,000 years old too.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right, because we're not going to find the last fossils of something.
Well, of course, because fossils are so difficult to make.
Right.
Most of the things don't leave fossils when they die.
That's right.
Like, what percentage of the entire fossil record, bad pun, bad word to use there, but in record of animals have been fossilized?
It's really hard to know, right? And because the taphonomy, which means like how things are going to preserve, differs so much depending on where you are in the world. Like when things die in Alaska and you have this glacial silt that preserves things really quickly, we're probably finding a lot of things, right? But we've never found woolly rhinos in North America, so the hypothesis is they never made it across. The Bering, when the sea level was lower, the Bering Strait was not a sea level. Instead, they called Beringia, it was a land bridge. Animals walked across that land bridge, including people walked across the land bridge to come into.
Which brings me to the short-faced bear. I don't like how you giggle. You're just gonna try to bring that thing back?
I don't know. We do have its DNA. I love the short-faced bear. You know what I like the most about it is because I think it's so dumb that it's called the short-faced bear. Like, why? Who's giving it that common name? That they're like, oh, here's a bear that if it stands up, it's 12 feet tall. I'm gonna call it the short-faced bear.
Right, it's such an innocuous name for such a terrifying animal.
Right. Yeah.
One of my favorite photos on the internet is a photo of the short-faced bear standing up next to these scientists that are standing there, and you realize the size, but you're like, that one.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell?
Have you seen the longhorn bison? This bison that lived 150,000 years ago?
I think I have.
There's a great photo that's somewhere on the internet of a skull on the ground and a scientist like saying that one there.
Yeah, that's crazy.
We have DNA from him.
Might bring that back?
Yeah, wouldn't that be cool?
What about the Irish elk?
Yeah, we could do that one. We have DNA from the
That thing's
monsters.
nuts. When did that thing go extinct?
I think that's also the end of the Ice Age. It wasn't in North America.
Right.
Yeah, super cool.
That thing's nuts.
Yeah.
It's like a moose/elk
I love it.
looking thing.
There were also camels in North America. There's a camel called Camelops. That was pretty cool. Yeah. And a giant beaver, like a 5-foot tall beaver, which.
Oh, that's right. I forgot about the giant beaver. Beavers scare me.
Especially a 5-foot beaver.
A 5-foot beaver? Think about what a little beaver can do with its teeth. They
People
chew.
have found logs that have been chewed on by this thing. Like, just imagine.
When did that die out in the Ice Age as well?
Yes, yeah.
So that's like 65% of all the megafauna in North America, right?
So many big things. We lost so many big things.
Thomas Jefferson thought he had discovered a giant lion.
Yeah, but it was a sloth. Yeah.
Giant sloth.
There were
Just
different
bones?
species of
It's
giant
named
sloths.
after Megalonyx jeffersoni.
Wow. Well, when you look at its face, it kind of looks like it could be a cat if you don't know that much. Like if you don't know what we know now.
From the
look at
fossil,
bones,
yeah.
that bone right there. Make that the head, like, look at that thing. It looks like some
So
crazy cat.
strange.
Oh, what a weird animal.
Sloth. I wonder if they moved as slowly as the small ones did. I can't imagine that they could have, or they would have been really easily eaten by the giant short-faced bear.
Right.
Right.
Maybe that's why
Or
they're
the
not
American
around.
cheetah, or the Smilodon.
Well,
That's
the cheetah's probably too little. You know, it gets smashed.
Yeah, but if that thing was moving super slowly, you could just hack at it for a while.
Well, have you ever seen sloths, even little slow-moving ones, swing at leopards or jaguars?
No.
Rather? Yeah, there's a video of a sloth, a regular one, that is crawling on this vine, and this jaguar is trying to get at it. And it's swinging at it pretty fast. I was like, wow, I didn't know they could swing that fast. But it moves really slow, which is like,
I wonder if it
why does nature want you to die so easily?
Don't they move so slowly that stuff grows on them?
Yes, mold grows on them. There's a rescue place. So this, see, look at that. Look how beautiful those jaguars are. God, they're so beautiful.
Big cats, yeah? So would you want the big cats that were here to come back?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It's like the jaguars are re-emerging in the Southwest, right? They've spotted at least a couple of them in Arizona, which I think is great. I mean, I think they're awesome, but I wouldn't want to run into one. You know what I mean? Like if you're out there camping and you see a jaguar, you're in a lot of trouble. That's a giant mountain lion.
Yeah. And I think about mountain lions too. When I go running, in the woods, in the redwoods, I live in Santa Cruz, I go running, I'm thinking, mountain lions, bring my dog, right?
I guess.
I think they're afraid of dogs.
A little bit. Yeah, it depends on the dog. They eat a lot of dogs.
I have a 75-pound Labrador Retriever. He would probably want to be its friend.
Yeah, that's like my dog, my golden retriever. He
Oh,
like,
friend, can we play?
or he would just like tuck his tail and run and just leave me there to defend myself. But you know, they know that like the ones that they get, the ones that are problem cats in Northern California, when they found them and they do these depredation tags, they found that 50% of their diet is dogs and cats.
Wow.
50%. That's nuts. That's nuts. They're just eating people's dogs and cats.
Yikes. Yeah.
I don't know. They're spooky. They're cool, but they're spooky. You know, I don't know how many you found.
And there are a lot of cats. Maybe it's because we don't have any of the other predators that used to be there. I mean, the California golden bear. That's another one that Hearst. I think Hearst collected one of the last ones of the California golden bear in Southern California, had it shipped up to San Francisco, and he became the bear that's the inspiration for the flag.
Oh, really?
His name is Monarch. We actually sequenced his genome too.
The last guy that got killed by a grizzly bear, or brown bear, whatever it was, in California, they have a town named after him, Lebec, California.
It's named after the guy.
Yeah, named after the last guy to get killed by a bear.
I wonder if it's worth it to his
Nope. Nope. It's kind of funny, though, that the bear is on the flag and then they kill all of them. There's none of them.
Yeah, well, by the time I think it was on the flag, it was already on there.
Yeah, probably. Well, people are probably wanting to bring them back, too, you know?
We showed recently using DNA that they're really closely related to the bears that are in Yellowstone right now. So sure, if you want bears in California, you can just
Don't do it, people. Because the thing about it is, once you have them in your area, you can't manage them, because then people have decided that they're precious. So once they become problems, and once they become overpopulated, like Montana has a bit of an issue with that now. They would like to list them.
With
so
bears?
People, yes, with grizzly bears. They would like people to be able to hunt them. They put a smile on his face. Hi guys, only you can prevent forest fires.
Monarch had a miserable life, though. He was mostly in a cage. He was being fed the wrong diet for a brown bear, just mostly meat. And yeah, so right now he's on display. He's not on display, actually. He is in the basement in a fridge at the Cal Academy of Sciences in San Francisco. But his post-cranial skeleton, everything except his head, is at Berkeley at the museum. We've sampled it for DNA.
So his diet should have been fruit and vegetables and meat.
But they were just giving him meat. I imagine he was just really uncomfortable all the time.
Oh, really?
Imagine if you just ate only meat.
That's all I eat. Mostly just meat. I'm not uncomfortable at all. I think meat is...
Eat a little bit of fiber to help your digestion.
But I bet if you had like a plate, well, actually, not true. A was like saying if you had a plate of meat and a plate of fruit, the bear would eat the meat, but the bear would probably eat the fruit too.
They eat everything.
Eat everything. They eat this.
No, I mean,
When I lived in Colorado,
just like people, not us, like they're involved in the world of scarcity where you eat the stuff that's in front of you.
also they really have to get fat because they're gonna chill out and just take naps for 3 months.
I love the Fat Bear Week competition. I love that. Do you know that?
No, what's that?
It's like it's around the time when they come out there, they're eating all the salmon because they're gonna get. They have a competition between which fat bear, and you get to vote for them.
Oh, that's
the
cool.
fat bear that is.
Yeah. To me, that's the most fascinating species of bears. It's the bears that live on those salmon rivers because they don't care about people at all. Like there's this crazy video of this guy that's sitting in a lawn chair and this bear comes up beside him, and this bear, it's not in the lawn chair, right? It's beside the lawn chair, but the lawn chair is great for perspective when you see how big the bear is. This bear is huge. It's like 10, 11 feet tall, long, whatever, and it doesn't care about the person at all. It just has been eating salmon. So this is it. Look at this.
And salmon are so
Look
much
at this.
better.
Look at the size of that thing. Imagine, give me some volume so you hear this guy talking. It's so crazy. Bear's not interested in them. There's meat right. He just lays down, chill.
Humans probably make a terrible snack though, right? I mean, we're bony, we're more fatty. That salmon is absolutely a delicious source of protein.
Also, it's, just flopping around in there. It's easy to catch. And he's probably full, which is also why they're so big, right?
He looks full. I like him. Looks chill. That's the bear that I would want to run into in the field. He's crazy. Like it's a dog. Like, get out of here.
Hey man, this is my space. Don't invade it. Yeah. All those Kodiak bears, that's why they're so huge. They get so much protein.
I've never been out there.
Oh, I want to watch them. I want to watch them eat salmon with a high-powered rifle right next to me. And maybe in a giant bulletproof hamster wheel or something. I'm so scared of those things. Have you seen the documentary Grizzly Man?
Yes. Oh.
Another great Werner Herzog film.
Okay. I have to look at the.
Werner's actually in that film, and he's interviewing the people in that film, which is one of the best unintentional comedies. It's a really funny movie. Like I don't even think it's unintentional because Werner Herzog's a genius. I think he made it funny on purpose because there's some like smash cuts where he's like, "Oh my god," we're just laughing, and the guy was so nuts, and he just decided to. I think, in my eyes, I think it was like suicide by bear. I think he just decided to stay long enough where eventually they just got him. He was like super depressed and wanted to be an actor, and he never made it, so he decided he was going to save the bears. And the bears like didn't even care that he was like alive. Like they're not used to people being around at all. They didn't even know what he was. And then one of them eventually decided to eat him.
I can't imagine that is a good way to go.
It's not a good way to go, but if you're completely obsessed with bears and
Yeah. There's a woman who's worked in my lab for a long time. She works on mountain lions, mountain lion genetics, and she said when it's her time, she wants to go.
Oh God, lady, don't say that. Don't say that. The one thing better about getting killed by a cat than a bear is a cat will kill you and then eat you. A bear will just hold you down
And eat you while you're still alive.
Yeah, they don't care at all.
Die of shock.
Before and after photos of these bears before they got fat. Like that one was wild. They're skinny like a dog.
Yeah, well, they look real weird when they get skinny. They look really long-legged. That's one of the things that freaks hunters out, is when they see them skinned and they're hanging, they look like humans. It's like very weird.
Bigfoot.
No. Well, that's probably what Bigfoot is, honestly. When people are seeing Bigfoot, have you ever seen a bear walk on two legs before?
No.
They walk on two legs all the time.
Yeah.
All the time. They walk on two legs to present themselves as larger, to scare the other males. And sometimes they have injuries. Like there was a famous bear in New Jersey that was missing a paw. And so he always walked on two legs.
It just looked like a man. Like a man.
It's just like a Bigfoot. Like if you see him through the woods, right? If it's dusk and you're going on a hike and you're already like heightened senses, you're a little weirded out already, and you see this thing, it's a black bear that's walking on two legs through the woods, like, you would be convinced that you saw Bigfoot. Don't you think?
Yeah. There was a paper that was published maybe a decade ago or so where people had done niche modeling, environmental niche modeling based on
There he is.
Bigfoot
Look at him.
sightings.
Isn't that crazy?
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Isn't that nuts? So if you saw that walking through the woods, 100% you'd think it's Bigfoot.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I found him. He's real. He's real.
If that picture was just a little bit blurrier, it would be Bigfoot.
Right, yeah. A little blurrier and then a little more distance in between trees. I talked to a lady once we did this television show.
Look at him. That's amazing.
I know, it's nuts. And that's a small one. We did this television show a long time ago. Me and my friend Duncan, we went to go look for Bigfoot. It was part of the show. It's called Joe Rogan Questions Everything. And we went to and I met this one lady who was so convincing. And she told me she saw Bigfoot. She's in the Pacific Northwest where we were at, outside of Seattle, like up in those mountains. It's so dense because it's a rainforest. And it's like, the way I describe it, it's like a box of Q-tips. That's what the trees are like. You know, you get a box of Q-tips, you can't see in between those Q-tips. Super dense. And she said she saw something that was like 100 yards away that was moving through the trees, and she is sure was it just, she was, I saw a giant ape. And I was like, what is that, an ape? I'm like, oh my God, it's Bigfoot. And the brain was going, I think it was a bear.
Well, that's what this niche modeling or environmental modeling study found, is they looked at all the reported sightings of Bigfoot and then created what would be the environmental niche for Bigfoot, and it pretty much just overlapped the niche for bears, for brown bears.
Yeah. Of course, and it's the only thing that makes sense. But what the weird thing about this, because Native Americans have a name for that creature, and they have many names for different tribes. So it's not like an isolated thing, but they don't have a lot of mythical animals. They don't have fake animals other than Sasquatch. It is weird, because if Beringa, is that what it's called, the Bering Land Bridge? Beringia existed, and we know that it did, and we know that people during that time made their way across. If Gigantopithecus lived alongside people, we don't know if it did, but it could have. And if it did, it would be in the same area. It would be in the same area of Asia, and perhaps it would
I have to come really far north, though, to get across the Bering Land Bridge, because that was really far.
Right.
That was all glaciated and cold, so it would have to be something that was it's like where it's found by. It's not like a week of a walk.
You don't find primates in cold climates like that,
No.
other than humans.
Yeah, you have to have the ability to keep yourself warm.
Like, let's just keep walking north. We gotta get away from these other
Yeah,
assholes.
really love mosquitoes. I think this is what I'm going for. Like, more mosquitoes, the better.
I think they're probably just chasing animals, right?
Yeah,
That's probably what they were doing.
bison mostly.
Following the herds.
Yeah.
And eventually they had to learn to adapt to these colder climates.
Yeah, it's funny we talk about it as like people are moving deliberately through this landscape, where clearly they weren't. You know, they're just trying to find food, like the old people. But they're going to places where there's still grass that their reindeer can graze on.
Yeah, they just want to eat. And it's just so weird to think that, you know, we live in houses and we have internet and we drive an electric car to work and live in this sophisticated world. But not all the people are living in this world, and there's indigenous people that are living the same way they've lived but that now they have a snowmobile, now they have a rifle,
Right.
but they're still like, if you had to live there, you'd be like, oh my God, what am I doing? Where is Starbucks?
Right.
Like,
But somehow they're happier than us.
that's so weird. It's really weird. Out of all the animals that you guys might potentially, what's the word? Rebirth. What's the word?
I mean, people have used the word de-extinction, which I kind of hate because I can't figure out how to conjugate it in a way that doesn't make me cringe.
Right.
If you've done it successfully, do you say you de-extincted
Right.
something?
So what would be the word? Do we need a new word? Because this never happened before,
Bring
right?
back, resurrect.
Resurrect. I think resurrect's better, but that has biblical
Right,
implications.
so that's why we try to stay away from that.
But you're kind of playing God, so let's go with that.
Okay, cool. I'm in.
Is there one that gives you pause? Like maybe a short-faced bear?
Pause?
Maybe this isn't the best idea. The Haas eagle.
Well, humans. I've already had pause in this. Like Neanderthals and Denisovans, they were people, and so I feel like that's not really the thing. That's not somewhere we should go. Paused eagle, that's a cool one.
That's a cool
Right?
one.
That's a really the giant eagle that ate, which was a bird.
Ate people too. No, they think that they found the markings on human skulls there that indicate talons of raptors.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
Right. Which makes sense that that's how they went extinct. Like the New Zealanders are like, enough of this shit.
Yeah, well, the moa went extinct, and so they couldn't
Oh, is that
use
what it
moa
was?
anymore. But maybe
so
it was
they
both,
evolved,
right? I mean,
right.
why did short-faced bears go extinct? Probably because nobody wanted a bear that stood 12 feet high.
What are you gonna do about it though? Like,
Kill it.
would you imagine the daunting task of getting a group of guys together with spears to go after a short-faced bear when you know at least 4 or 5 of you are getting whacked before you even get a spear tip into one of
Maybe,
them?
doesn't it depend? I mean, maybe what they were doing is, they would ambush mammoths and things like that. So you hide around bluffs and you can have a group of people in different places and hit them all at once. Maybe you wait until that bear is eating something else, right?
Oh, sure.
And then it's paused and you have time to...
I mean, how much did they even understand the wind back then? Like,
They probably understood it really well, right? Because these are people who relied on that. They probably understand it better than people who aren't hunters today, right? So
they probably knew that these animals had a greater sense of smell than we do. They probably had a greater sense of smell than we do.
or more
Right.
attuned.
Well, yeah, for sure. They probably could smell it because you can smell certain animals. If you go into the elk woods, you 100% can smell elk.
And is that something that you've been able to develop?
Well, I was taught it. I would smell something, and then like the guys that I'd be hunting with, like you smell that, like that's
Right.
elk. Because they urinate everywhere, and you get this sense. They have like this really musty smell during the rut too, and you can smell them.
Could you smell the dire wolves?
Well, they were sticky. I don't think you guys are bathing them.
Why would we bathe a dire wolf?
I know. My wife would be like, take him to the groomer. Because she hates when my dog gets stinky. She hates when I take him out into the dirt and play around with him, and he comes back covered in burrs and stink. You gotta brush him down.
Do they smell different?
Yeah, they did smell different. But I don't smell a lot of dogs that are never bathed, right? Most of the dogs that I
Sorry, dogs.
yeah, right, sorry. But which is really weird. The other conversation we had, that they all come from wolves. Like, even Jamie, a French bulldog, he's adorable. That's a wolf at one point in time, and
We don't know which wolf.
right.
So, I mean, I think dog domestication is one of those places where both we come to terms with what we don't know and the opportunity to discover new things. The very first scientific paper that said when dogs were domesticated looked at a type of DNA that's only inherited from your mom called mitochondrial DNA. Our cells have a nucleus that has the DNA in our chromosomes that make us look and act the way we do, and then it has little cells that were once bacteria that we co-opted that make energy. And you're only inherited from your mom, and there's a ton of them. Like, there's thousands of mitochondrial genomes in every cell, and only one of your nuclear genomes. So in ancient DNA, because there's way more, we started just with that. It was the only thing we could recover. And the first dog mitochondrial genomes that were recovered, people were like, dogs were domesticated in Asia 150,000 years ago, which is clearly wrong, right? But there weren't human populations, societies, which is kind of what you need for dog domestication, because they're attracted to the garbage or the living around where people were. So you need communities of people that are staying in place together for some time before you can have dog domestication.
Do we know for sure there weren't human populations like that 150,000 years ago?
We don't, but we do know now that dogs probably aren't that old.
I think what I read was 36.
I think it changes all the time, which is because we don't know everything.
Right.
And also probably because the first dogs were in warm parts of the world, and so we don't have the fossils. We don't have the DNA, and then the fossils just didn't preserve. I think right now what people are happiest with is that it was probably sometime after the peak of the last ice age, sometime 15 to 20,000 years ago. And not sure where, because again, probably in a warmer spot. There's been lots of gene flow, lots of hybridization between domestic dogs and wolves that have made this a really hard problem.
Like you're talking about with the black wolves.
Right, exactly like that. What's cool about this date, 15 to 20,000 years ago, is that most of these people are like, yeah, that's probably the date for dogs. Which means if dogs only form when there are human communities that are together, groups of people that are living together in the same place for a long time, they were around 15 to 20,000 years ago. That is not what archaeologists think, right? So these two weights of evidence are saying, we still don't know.
Sort of, right? But they do believe hunter-gatherers existed in small tribes 15,000 years ago.
And maybe that was enough, but if you think of domestication, and scientists like to have names. They like to have ways of classifying things. And so there was recently, a couple of friends of mine have published a paper in which they've redefined how you consider something domestic. And they say a domestic population is something that can only survive within a human environment, within a human niche. And if you think of that as what our dogs are, right, they can only really survive and breed as dogs within this human niche, then you need a lot of humans around, and you need a steady stream of the crap that humans produce to do this. And kind of early, like it's still, yeah, maybe there were hunter-gatherer populations that were more established somewhere in the south where we don't have dogwoods.
Right. That's
stuff we don't know.
Right. And then wolves are most wolves from warmer climates? No, right? They're from colder climates.
All over the place.
All over the place.
They're wolves.
Well, Mexican wolves, right? There's Mexican wolves.
Mexican wolves. But we think that the closest living relative of dogs is gray wolves. It's this gray wolf lineage. But we don't know if dogs are outside of the Persian gray wolf, so it's an extinct type of gray wolf that was the progenitor of dogs, or if they fall within the diversity of all the lineages of gray wolves that are around. And that's just because there's been so much movement of DNA around that part of the tree. I think it's a fascinating story that as we get more information, we're going to learn more about people as well.
Yeah. Well, dogs are the most fascinating to me because it's so obvious that there's manipulation. So obvious that through selective breeding and also getting these animals to get accustomed to people, getting close to the fire, feeding them so they don't have to hunt anymore, and then they bark when intruders come, and they, we develop this sort of relationship where we work together. That it's so interesting that we see the genes change into a poodle. We see this weirdness, or now it's a border collie. Like, what? And
well, all of those too are probably Victorian, right? All of the breeds that we think of today, whether it's cattle or bison, they're within the last couple hundred years. That is really fast selection by humans. So we are manipulating the DNA of the species that we surround ourselves with, and we have been for 15 to 20,000 years, and probably longer.
Just not in a laboratory.
Just not in a laboratory. But, is our backyard a laboratory? If I say, I like the way that dog looks, but I like the way that one can swim in water, I bet if I breed them together, I can make one that has this double layer coat so they can go get in that frozen water, but they'll still have that, cute look or something.
That's interesting, right? Because we're thinking about science as only being done in a laboratory, or manipulation only being done in a laboratory. It was clearly done with food. It was done with plants forever.
Right.
Selective breeding of plants, splicing two plants together.
Right.
Yeah.
When we graft plants together, that is like all of the vineyards in France, which are grafted onto American rootstocks because of the introduction of phylloxera, this aphid that came from North America that was going to completely devastate the wine industry. Now they're all spliced onto American rootstocks that can survive this aphid.
Yeah, wild.
Yeah.
I talked to a rancher in California, and they were telling me that I think it was either the avocado trees were spliced onto the pistachio trees or vice versa.
It's amazing that the plants can survive that they don't go like, yo, that's not me.
Right. We can't do that. We can't take a pig liver and shove it in your... Yeah, your body would fight it off. Your immune system would fight it off.
Well, we're trying. Again, that's another cool thing that we can do with this gene editing technology is we can turn off the genes that would cause that rejection to happen. So maybe we can use pig organs if it's safe.
Just re-engineer a new version of your organs.
Yeah, so that is really cool science. This thing called organoids, where you can actually grow in a dish in a lab a version of a little brain, something that approximates a brain, or that approximates a heart or a kidney or something else. We're using this at Colossal, for example, to test about what changes we make to bring about, to resurrect, to de-extinct the types that we're interested in. If we grow an organoid that grows hair, can we see what that hair looks like without having to make a mammoth in order to see what that change is going to do? But it has really amazing potential for personalized medicine. So I can take some of your cells, if you get a tumor, I can grow them in this dish, and I can challenge those cells with different drug cocktails to see what works before I put them in you. This technology is so cool and really just beginning.
Well, it's amazing when you think about this technology and you think about what we had just a few hundred years ago. and then you push a few hundred years from now, and you think, what are the possibilities? And find out is to do experiments like what you guys are doing. And so that's one of the reasons why some of this pushback is so silly. Like, would you rather no one ever do this work? Or would you like to be the one who does the work? Or is it just that you think the work should never be done? Like, what is the thought process?
Again, I think it's this negativity and it's this scarcity mindset that if they do this, then we can't do this, which is just, it's not the way we innovate. It's not the way we make progress.
But it's just, is this the nature of academia? Where, because it's very gatekeeped, even inside of academia, right? You work for a university and you have to get the approval of all the other people, and you have to be politically aligned with them, and everyone has to say the right things on Twitter. It's like there's a lot of weirdness, a lot of groupthink that comes along with all that stuff. And then you have to play politics in order to get funding. You can't be ostracized. If you're ostracized, even if you have tenure, when you see this with certain scientists that have very outside the box ideas, they get pushed out and they can't get funding anymore. Or if they don't agree with a certain narrative, whether it's public health or the environment or anything, they get ostracized, even about real data and science.
Yeah, I think, we can agree that it's a mess, right? It's a hot mess. But there is genuine, real science that comes out of the university system, of the academic system that we need. All the technology that led to MRIs, the early technology that gave us CRISPR, this gene editing platform, was developed using, funding from the government in scientific labs by people who are willing to take risks and step outside of that box. And then it's taken outside of there, it's turned into all of these cool things. I mean, there has to be a place where we get both of these things, because there's some things that no one is ever going to build a business around until it exists, and we need this public system in order to do that.
Yeah, and that's what's so scary about what's going on with politics and funding and research. It's because it's like as soon as you stop defunding research, you start making it more scarce, and then making people.
It's just going to get worse.
Right.
It's going to get harder, and we're going to fall behind, and we are going to lose the place that we have had as innovators, and by we, I mean lose the place we have as had innovators and innovators in physics, innovators in all these technologies, because we've had such a robust system. It's a balance. We clearly need both of these things, and right now it's broken.
And there's a lot of weirdness that's going on with biology in general in the world right now. And one of them is, I think there was a third scientist that was arrested for trying to bring in toxic mold from China. We know that this one scientist was arrested, and then I think there's been 2 more. So they're trying to introduce this toxic mold into our food supply.
The same toxic mold?
I think so. It might have been a different one, but I know it's the same kind of thing. See if you can find it, Jim.
When I heard this the first time, and I've only heard about the first one, my first thought was, is this deliberate, or is this super naivete on the part of
China? That scares the shit out of me. Because if China wanted to cripple America's food supply, that'd be a great way to compromise basically everything.
There is a country that is investing in science.
Oh my God. Yeah, just their drone technology is off the charts. I was watching a documentary yesterday on the autonomous production of coal. And so they have these coal mines now that are done entirely with electric trucks, and everything's done with AI, and humans aren't involved at all. So these trucks go, they dig, they mine, they fill the trucks, they bring the coal back, and then when they're low on batteries, they charge themselves. Yeah, and they're running 24 hours a day around the clock.
Yeah, and
we don't have anything like that.
no.
We're not even close to doing that.
And we're fighting about the amount of money that we should invest into very basic infrastructure.
Exactly.
It's terrifying.
It is terrifying. It's terrifying because we always hope that with every administration there will be positive changes, and it just never seems to be the case. It's just like more and more of the same, and more short-sightedness.
Is it also this scarcity mindset? I can't person because they once said this thing. I mean, why
There's a
why
lot of
can't we
that.
have just a conversation like you and I are having right now?
Well, I think it's because it's kind of engineered into our social media structure that human beings are going to fight with each other. The algorithm favors you looking and interacting with things that upset you. You know, this is just natural human nature. If you look at like some of the people that we were talking about earlier, negative scientists, you see them online. They're tweeting negative things like all day long. Like
it's probably because they don't have any funding, so they can't actually do any science.
Chinese scientist was arrested while arriving in the U.S. at Detroit Airport. A second case in days involved with the alleged smuggling of biological material.
But is it the same biological?
No, different stuff. What is this stuff?
Worms. Described as worms.
Certain worms require a government permit. I had heard that there was a third one.
This is the third.
This is the third, so there's a second one.
This one happened.
Oh, second case in days.
I will say they were going to the same place.
Oh boy.
That's
Another Chinese scientist also going to Michigan. Boy, that's also really crazy because the thing about China and their scientists that come over to America is they all have to check in with CCP. Like if you are a Chinese scientist, you're from China, you're working in America, you got to check in. Which means like how much of this research is just getting shared in China. It's all weird.
And we're something else. We're focused on
They play a very long game, and I think their game involves raptors and T-Rexes and all the stuff you won't do.
I've seen that movie.
I wonder, like, I worry about that, like, your information, the stuff that you guys are working on, if that stuff can be compromised, if someone can get a hold of it, and then they start doing that stuff over there.
The thing is the foundation for what we're doing, all of the stuff from sequencing ancient DNA to gene editing technologies to learning how we link certain DNA sequence changes to the way something looks. This stuff is all out there anyway, right? Like CRISPR technology exists. We're not working on humans, but other companies are openly, right? It's not like
well, you know, the story from China where the one trouble wanted to go to jail because they supposedly inoculated these babies from HIV, but they, in fact, were making them more intelligent.
I think maybe that was two separate stories because I know the story about Jiang Ke. Jiang Ke was the name of that scientist, and he went to jail for 3 years. He actually did some training in the U.S. because his name is He. But he was trying to use gene editing tools to make these babies have a particular mutation that we know is protective against HIV. It's the one that stops the HIV from entering the cells where it then kills the cells. And I think this was a story that was broken by a guy at MIT Tech Review a couple of days before it was announced, but he thought that he was going to be able to announce this to great fanfare in front of a community that was going to celebrate him for having done this. And the story broke a few days early, but he had set this up, a whole PR thing. He had like YouTube videos that were ready to go to explain what he had done. He wasn't trying to do it in secret. He thought he was going to be a hero, right? But people were like, holy shit, dude, what the fuck? Like, no, we're not editing human germlines. It's the cells that will be passed on to the next generation. There's still a moratorium against doing that work. The baby that was just born, for example, they didn't edit any of his cells that would get passed on to the next generation. It's only the cells in his body, so those edits will only ever live in him. There's a difference between doing that, and it's the second one that we're uncomfortable with.
I thought they were editing it to make the children have a potential for higher intelligence.
I think
that's maybe an unintended consequence of the gene that they were editing, because in mice it did something like that. So I think they just assume they're going to be smart, but I don't think that they're old enough to test them.
Interesting. But if they knew that,
it didn't end up even being the right.
Because is HIV a real issue today? It's not really.
So the reason that he got whatever ethical permission he did in China to do this is because they were children that were born by IVF because the dad had AIDS. And so what he claimed he was trying to do was create an environment where they would never accidentally get it. I guess if there's blood.
And it also makes them smarter.
They knew that at the time. I mean,
China's playing a long game. It definitely affected their brains, so they just keep saying this article.
Yeah, but they don't know because they haven't been able to measure anything with these. I mean, they're guessing that would have affected their brains at this point.
Well,
These
when
science.
they're the leaders of the world for 20 years, we'll know.
Well, no, for sure.
We'll know.
Yeah. No, this is what makes us smart. It's been a thing that people have been trying to solve for a long time, and we're always looking for like the one or two genes that figure out. So very few traits are encoded by one or two genes. There are some hair traits, whether your earlobes are attached or not. That's one gene that you can.
But it is quite fascinating to think that in the future, dumb people will not exist.
I doubt that's true.
Why? It may be relatively dumb compared to everyone else that's alive then, but maybe far more intelligent than people that are alive today.
Do you know what's interesting about the efforts that have gone on to try to figure out genes that make people smart is that they can find associations between what we're classifying as smart. This is hard. Like when you're saying smart, do you mean somebody who can have a conversation with another person and shut up so that you're actually the other person? Do you mean somebody who could solve a shitload of math problems and be a physicist or whatever?
And be awkward socially.
Do you mean somebody who's just really fucking good looking, right? I mean, what do you mean when you say is this thing? And so you have to define that first. And then once it's defined, if you look for associations between genes at high frequency with people who rank high on whatever your thing is that you're ranking them on, it's different depending on which human population you're studying. So and this makes total evolutionary sense. Different things were under selection in different habitats at different times, and that made different people smarter in different ways for whatever that was. I actually think this is not how we start editing ourselves, because that's not how evolution works. As soon as we edit everybody to be smart in that particular way and to be 5'10", blonde, blue eyes, perfect, never going to have diabetes, the most attractive thing out there is going to be the opposite.
Right.
So there will be, I just don't think, people are always thinking about we're going to get super, but they have a specific picture in their mind of what that means. That's not the same picture that the Chinese government has in mind. It's not the same picture that I have in mind, right? And that's why I don't fear it as much, I think, just because that's not how it's going to happen. How it will happen is there will be some massive pandemic and we discover that there is a particular mutation that means you're going to die. And then suddenly this most unethical thing that is like completely abhorrent and you absolutely can't do it will be the only ethical solution. That is how we get there.
Wow.
In my imagination.
Wow. Well, I would love to have you back on when you get more information and more breakthroughs and more stuff that you're doing. I really, really enjoyed
You should
our
come to the
conversation.
lab. I know you got to
I
see.
would love to come to the lab. I will definitely do that. I promise you.
Yeah.
I promise. Thank you so much for being here. It was really great. Really, really enjoyed it. And your book, Life as We Made It, how 50,000 years of human innovation refined and redefined nature. Best Shapiro.
I think the rest of my Siberia stories in there, including the part at the end where
Did you do an audiobook?
I did. I read the audiobook for that. Yes.
Yes, I love it. I'm so glad you read it. I hate when other people have to read people's work.
Well, I asked if I could read it because my first book, How to Clone a Mammoth, I didn't read, and I heard the audiobook, and I write in first person, and I tell stories, and I try to make it funny, and I was like, that's not how it should be read. So I wrote to them, and I said, can I read this book? And they said, oh, you're gonna have to audition. And I was like,
Audition for your own book.
what if I am not good enough to read my own audiobook?
Well, you clearly are.
Luckily,
You're a great talker. Thank you so much. Thank you really for being here. I really appreciate it. It's really fun. Thank you.
You're interesting as fuck.
Amazing time. He was wonderful.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
And we're up, my friend. How are you? Good to see you. Long time no talk. Yeah, brother. Yeah. How you doing? Good?
He's a really wonderful guy. Very good. live in English and get really come down to help me get these stories written well and with a lot of good information.
For a little while before that, I'm picking the guy up.
Yeah, so that's pretty amazing. And you, I love you. Thank you.
Did the Russian Soviets lose Mr.
They lost
Now all of a sudden,
their first game. They also lost one on the first I saw you after the first one. Those losses they had, they might have had along the way that I'm not aware of. They did not lose any astronauts in space that were secret. This is one of those stories that constantly appears.
I didn't help them at all.
There's no evidence of that. I think the source of that story comes from the very first unmanned test flight.
And to be able to do it in those circumstances. Second, this guy's been sheltered.
They also sent it up with AK-4 and trained
Probably doesn't have
the person to go. And the reason they did that was not to try to fool anyone, but to add the communication system. They wanted to work so that when the person was up there, they would be able to communicate with her. But the problem is that they didn't talk to anybody else. We have a lot of observers in the West. The Cold War was listening to this, and they heard
But it was their fault. It was Trump guys on both sides.
on one of those missions, the retro rock people worked perfectly. So
The other guy was taking all the
notice in a higher office. And so the last years were, they lost a guy who was stuck in space. But that's not true. That never happened. Mike, you know, somebody's guy, Mike,
They went to jail. I bailed them out.
Robert, great show. Robert, I can tell you a fact of this. I don't believe it now. So there's where I don't believe.
Yeah, he didn't kill anybody. It was an accident. You know, and it was their fault.
Almost every day, but working on
Alphabet. We were just tripping on acid. And he tried to do the right thing.
What I want to know, one of the questions is,
But to kill yourself, you gotta have a lot of fear.
Like, yeah, the reason why I know this is it's considered down winter. We have cases for government, and I've got to go in now and find information on the elevator. There's not a lot of it.
That's the pressure.
And I can't find any information about that. I'm wondering, that's all classified. And then I want to know, I want to know what I saw over LA. The flying wings, the holes in the wings, frame of thought, a flying wings, with plasma running through it, and it disappeared without being one second.
All right, well, the second question, I would say you would be using the term literally,
What's the percentage?
I may want to do, I don't know, off my head, I could speculate two things. You might have seen the big one, these templates, before they, I don't know when you saw it, I would say I have my own story. I saw it.
Yeah.
I lived in Brooklyn as a teenager. Lights around the
Hey, find that. You want to name that burn house? Just look up Epstein autopsy. It'll be the first one.
When they zip advertising thing around the side. So that's all I can say is at best, sort of thing like flying object, and I'll give you some speculation on one. As to the other stuff you talk about, it's classified.
So they would cut their throat open and stick them down.
And I suppose that doesn't mean it. has not come across anything into it. It's probably probably still classified as unreachable. Robert, once again, thank you for being on the program. Keep in touch. My pleasure.
Looks like an average Joe.
Robert Zimmerman, space historian. His website is behindtheblack.com. Linked up at coasttocoastnation.com, especially this book is called Conscious Choice. In a moment, Mark Nelson joins us, the psychic medium. We made some good deeds in the last hour. Get ready for that.
Highway button, okay. So it's supposed to
Coast
hold
Insiders, the new version of the Coast to
just
Coast
got the
AM app,
autopsy
is now
report
available for
indicates
iPhone
that
and
various
now
bones
Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com, download it today.
News is sure to add more controversy, conspiracy theories, jailhouse death, and such breaks can occur in those who hang themselves, particularly if they're older, according to forensic experts. But they are more common in victims of homicide by strangulation.
Presented by Capital One is back in Vegas Arena, September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 Tickets now at AXS.com. Escape to poolside paradise in MGM Resorts in Las Vegas. Sip on a refreshing cocktail, lounge in a luxury cabana, earn a non-stop fun with MGM Rewards. Book a sizzling summer escape today. Visit MGMRewards.com for details.
The trash is piling up in Philly as a strike by the city's largest workers union enters the strike went into effect Tuesday morning after the two sides failed to reach an agreement on a new contract. The union represents about 9,000 city workers employed in sanitation, street maintenance, airport services, and other departments. The Trump administration is withholding about $7 billion that had been set aside for schools in the U.S. like the past report.
The federal money allocated by Congress was to help pay for things like summer school, after-school programs, Sunday school, stargazing, and other services. Schools were expecting the money on Tuesday, but he didn't pay on Monday. The Education Department notified state agencies that it would not be paid, and that funds were under review. It's likely to challenge the report by critics who point out that the money had been appropriated by Congress.
Qantas Airlines says a cyber attack has exposed the data of 6 million of its customers.
These guys provide reality so
The
long.
Australian airline says it detected unusual activity Monday on a platform that stored millions of names, phone numbers, email addresses, and birth dates. Qantas says it's still investigating the full extent of the breach, but that it expects a significant amount of data was stolen. The airline claims that no personal financial data, like passport and credit card numbers, was accessed. The attack came just days after the FBI issued an alert, saying that airlines are being targeted by a cyber crime group called Scattered Spider. That's the good news. The number of job openings unexpectedly jumped again.
Doing good is not.
The Labor Department said 7.2 million jobs were created, which is up from 7.4
Well, it's not
economists had expected the number of available jobs to dip slightly after April's balance. According to the jobs report, restaurants and hotel postings, followed by the finance and insurance industry. Meanwhile, with the example job openings fell in May.
President Trump venturing into the fragrance industry with a new business. He launched a collectible line of fragrances for men and women with prices starting at $199. I'm Monica Nelson. Consumer and business news. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore like this. You ever wonder if your pen is lying to you? Mine's my camera. I go like she's eating my lunch. Is it real?
You use this legislation in order to enhance your cognitive control.
Look inside. My lunch could be the
Yeah,
consequence of the
think about it when you're a kid. You know, you eventually get to that. But at first, you're just like,
Always wanted to know the answer to.
there's no
Space, our
relentless,
brains, and our bodies. Give your self-provision a science.
but there's mercy somewhere.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
You know those arguments you have with your friends at the shop about who is the best shooter, who has the best handle on something. Now imagine one of your buddies is a left-year veteran who has not only played against the next best,
has a backstory about it.
And then eventually,
I'm Seth Curry, guard for the Charlotte Hornets. Our new podcast is called GOTE, G-O-T-E, the greatest of their era. I'm Trevon Evans. Join the discussion with me, Seth, and some special guests. We'll break down who is the greatest of their era and all the categories that you care about, like clutch shooter, lockdown defender, and one-on-one scorer. Listen to GOTE, G-O-T, greatest of their era on the iHeart Radio app.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires of the town lies the South River
guys
Forest.
that had
In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country.
very, very, they didn't talk in the
Gathered to stop nearby construction of a massive draining
joke about
nicknamed Cops.
responsibilities or something.
There, in the forest, they built a different community.
The forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other.
Until one day, everything shatters.
They didn't really talk about like
Approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was moving to various suburbs of the property, an individual without warning shot George
I don't know why. But
What I heard was
yeah,
that
they really did good.
it was just like a
Yeah,
whole
I don't-
mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From Wondery, Inside Media, to Microphone TV,
See it because
this
you know
is
you
Into
are
the Forest.
intimidated.
About 150 with John.
I'm Matthew Shear.
Is it true that you actually
Into the Forest.
died?
Yeah, I had the doctors.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart.
But they changed over time.
Welcome to American Top 40. My name is Casey Kasem, and here comes our special year-end survey.
It's every year in countdown in order and commercials. The very first AT40 show from July 1970.
I'm Casey Kasem.
Just open the free iHeart app, search classic AT40, and make it preset now.
Help the planet with a tip from iHeartRadio Earth. Spending time outdoors can improve overall health and wellness. Celebrate Earth Day and take advantage of nature's health benefits by visiting a local park. Recreate responsibly to protect yourself and others, and to make the outdoors safe and welcoming for people of all identities and abilities. Brought to you by iHeartRadio Earth and the National Environmental Education Foundation. To find more tips for smarter, sustainable living, or to take action in your own community, go to iHeartRadio.com/earth.
Separate the life force.
The free iHeartRadio app is known for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds and thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Creator of the Brain Sessions, Young Adults.
Now, I've seen many times that you do your own little mystery solving, but this is a serious investigation.
We need to figure this out.
Sorry, we don't lost my curiosity. Lying to me, and we're
So
right.
if this guy's moving the
Join
so
Nancy
fast.
Miles as she tries to solve a big case in her small town.
About an hour ago, we discovered that Riley Stevens has gone missing.
You think if you are going to find Riley before the sheriff and community watch does, you're too low.
And I brought this up a couple times.
It might all be over too.
I mean, you're acting like this is entirely your problem to fix. It's not even a problem you can't fix.
Yeah,
I don't find suicide much more so happen.
so quality.
Pay close attention to the clues, because when it's time to solve the case, it's unknown to you.
They're all a bunch of murderers. Whether the guy deserves it or
Miles on
not.
iHeartRadio
That
app.
is their
You get your shows.
The iHeartRadio app, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in
took
one
care of the
app.
bad guy. The next generation.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. If you've got a Roku TV, then you've got iHeartRadio right there in your living room or bedroom. iHeartRadio is available on every Roku TV, Roku smart soundbar speaker, or Roku players. And with Roku's voice search, you can easily access your favorite artists or radio stations with simple voice request. Your iHeartRadio music, radio stations, and podcasts now on your big screen TV. With Roku, get out for free now.
I know. Yeah. Wow, man, it's a real curse because I got to go back and tell them. Not really. It went right over my head. Yeah. So, and it's not like I'm tricking them. There is something. There's an intelligent life force.
Listen to the Stephen J. Griffin podcast wherever you get your podcasts.
So I don't play with it. You know, I just kind of static away.
More stimulating.
My mom was working on this. It's so hard. And it's like everybody I know that's intelligent. That was a great book. And I tried to read it again. I'm like, that was murder or something. What the fuck? It's manifesting. But it's like the thing about this. Yeah, because I don't have just there's also.
This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Psychic media Mark Christopher Nelson back with us on Coast to Coast with the eyes of a psychic. He's next on Coast to Coast today.
My transformation, whatever. If you guys are both starting from zero, and you guys are receiving the same person, you guys do
So how can you manage your heart health at home on summer vacation or between doctors?
Yeah, that's probably where
you can with the most advanced personal EKG on the market. Cardiologist 6L. The world's first FDA-cleared 6-lead personal EKG. Can detect up to 6 of the most common arrhythmias, including leading cause of stroke. It gives you 6 times the data of any smartwatch at a fraction of the cost. Now you may think it would be hard to use, but it's not. It's so simple. Records right to your phone anytime, anywhere. To make it even easier, right now, Cardiologist 6L is 10% off. Just go to cardia.com, that's KARDIA.com, or Amazon and use code 10-6L-George.
Yeah,
That's the number 10-6L-George to get 10% off the Cardiologist 6L.
the drugs.
When it comes to your health,
Well,
it's not an option.
Is that why you
Disaster strikes.
Oh yeah, I did a bunch of heroin.
heroin.
I shot a bunch.
Medication shortage. My geez, the truth is, you
And I
cannot
was in the
rely on a system that might fail you when you need it most. You should never be at the mercy of empty pharmaceuticals or overwhelming your system. Your health isn't too important for that, but there is a solution. The Chase case. Antibiotics, so you can have them before you need them. No more crossing your fingers during a crisis. A Chase, you're ready. It's fast, it's affordable, and it could be life-saving. Just head to Chase.com, enter any questions, and a licensed doctor reviews your info in minutes. If approved, your meds ship directly to your door. Act now before the emergency hits. Use code RADIO. That's RADIO at Chase.com. That's JASE.com to get a discount on your Chase case. Be ready, be protected, be in control.
So they fly me over there. They go to the doctor, fix the first back. I remember coming back. I was stuck.
And we're back. And I
was like, all right, I'm going to remember when I came back also.
The Travel Channel, Ghost Adventures, and much more. Mark, welcome back. I'll be back.
So big.
Today that you planted a reincarnate. What do you think of that?
Well, I'm for being insane.
How did you get your ability?
Relaxed.
It's like I was a little kid, my own business, and then I started to see people. It really started.
it's a tragedy. My dad died very suddenly. I love him. And
I felt really good for the first time.
my mom said, "Go back to leave." So I never experienced nothing from yours. I didn't have New Jersey. And all of a sudden, I felt like someone looking at me, and it was my dad. It was a singular identity. I think she had to say, I don't even have nothing until.
So I don't know how to describe it.
It was pretty shocking.
Back, it was like hostile, pissed off,
my dad
and I stared at him.
They were good advice.
Nice guy, brought me back to that.
And been surprised me beside his wife. They're all alive.
Oh,
It's trademark for this episode with your father enhance your psychic skills. And put it on like
bullets, you know.
and it's like I think it brings up my heart. So he was 6 different things that other people weren't. Which is how I think it's structured.
Yeah, he was just very, he's a good guy. Saved my life. Because I just kind of was pissed. I really wanted to stay where I was at. I didn't know that
myself was that as an adult, I went back and I told my mom about things that made sense to her.
Like doing things that I know are unusual would give my love to, you know, I would love to care about television shows
All of them. No, I was very fortunate that I had haunted history and then those adventures, those
identify those
I actually did a little bit of really good work on that.
Yeah, because
There's one to know the place that's
and good at
and it really did.
introducing you to society and keep
I
doing
can't
it
think
without,
of
I mean, you're doing right.
then there's pilots. And then a pilot for Fox TV. It was a Sunday channel. And it was more expressive. And I answered a cow call for 3-second videos. And wasn't that an interesting
There's so much missing.
we had 3 episodes, and then I went through a series of interviews. And in those series, you only get until I was down to the 6th of the show.
We get one person.
It was diagnosed with it. So quite an experience.
How do you weed out the site?
The problem is you try to predict who else is going to do it or whatever. So that's kind of long.
Well, the first thing I noticed is if I see someone wearing a turban with a big blue lock on the front, I usually kind of dismiss those guys. No, I'm kidding, but I mean, I find that the people that are for real, and I know there are a lot of great talented people out there. I listen to what they're saying. I try to see their people that were good people reads. There are people that want to do something, but I try to listen to.
I've heard that. And I've never experienced that. I've done a lot of stuff. I've never got that. You know what I mean? Not to that level. That was so awesome. That was so comforting. And it's kind of another thing that I don't think
I've had clients. I mean, I used to live in LA and now in North Carolina.
Yeah. So it's my own little person thing. I don't just bring it up. It's just something that happens. That's double that tells me I give everything you got. With anything. Live to your potential. It's all fine.
Because I can see what's coming
Yeah, or you can take it
very often. Other people spiritual shows and they take over the
What
session.
do you say to kids?
For not only their purpose, but they're funny. What I find is that it's absolutely consciousness survives the body. Consciousness survives the body. And what that means is that
anything great. So kind of shit weapons or
just to work the past, still cares about it. They still want to be there.
anything that
Anything different. There's no contradiction. It's been really great.
Are most people scared of the afterlife?
I think so. They don't know what it is. And so once this world is done, it's done. But I can tell you countless experiences
So don't let that deter you.
there's so much activity.
It's so much harder.
I
don't know. I don't know. I've just been using that for like 10 years now.
And so,
And it works great.
Yeah, you have to act smart.
No,
Act dumb, you learn more.
And I used to just keep my mouth shut. Right? So, I'm afraid to ask.
it's like,
I was just stuff
trying to sell a house.
And a lot of them are faking. But here's the thing: if you're a kid growing up,
They go to sell a house, and the house doesn't sell.
you got people around you, I think that
Scares people off. So I actually did like to help
stuff like that.
with karma, see who's there and why are they there. You know, if consciousness survives the body, that means that there are people making.
So you're kind of walking
I know. They make
as a kid.
choices in certain places. Well, that will continue on the other side. Where it's like, you're here because of what? Okay, let's talk.
So as a person who's not,
Are you more psychically inclined or more
it doesn't mean you have to conform to everything. As far as like,
I also
so
like
like
on the
kid,
far right,
I
that is your top. I can compose.
oh, I couldn't.
It's funny, I have a phone meeting, and she sends to me.
I had, there was always some person, I didn't even know they were. And something new, I've heard some all of us about that. So, I got a good one. So I decided to bring back, show up and say, what they were doing was trying to help them. Look, I got I realized they really got this guy's it's okay to and so that gets tricky because like all the here they show
So I guess I'm leaning more on the
put their kids
to check out the state of work.
so just like help them learn stuff like kind of like you guys did so if they have a person like that, it doesn't matter who they are.
Why are they here? Someone shared their experience. Why? I would say for everyone who wants to develop their own this consciousness that it's yes, there's schools out there. I also recommend. I did do what I went to
today
early on. This is huge, but I know I would recommend that if someone wants to develop it, like they want to, it's almost like going out and playing tennis with people who are better than you. So I recommend that. I think that you do a little online search between if you look up online,
the reason
go to
being
Facebook, development groups, but that's the way I do it.
I don't think it's just
I get clients all pretty close because you have pretty cool
I can tell if somebody is lying.
I have some clients who are fairly consistent.
so you got a guy like that, I think
Once every 6 months. It's almost like it causes me to look past what I thought of. But it pushes me. Also, that said, it's like I feel like
so
and it goes, and it's like
I didn't know it was terminal.
people always say,
So here's the
"Oh,
thing,
you told me this," and I said
Like,
that. I'm glad I met you. You know, I don't know. I don't think being a channel, is real. And then with that, I'd like the information posted. If I had to all my head would explode.
So it's not, I'm not telling you.
Look like everything.
That was
I was so admired. In fact, I learned from people from his organization. Very much.
But I found out that that's not true. That was a little bit. I know why I could always
as a writer and a bit about medical topics. And so having this medical language at my fingertips is very useful to do readings for people related to health. And in fact, that has become strong over the years, being able to listen, hear what they have, and make a suggestion. I also say too, it's like, I'm not a doctor, I don't intend to be a doctor. These are messages I'm getting. Please use this information. When you go to see a church and see how this is dovetailed.
Always in Southwest Florida, I got tons of people, but if I experienced anything like a certain
I have my own guides. Very often, like I said, it's going to be my client, my sitters, my clients, family, loved ones. Sometimes it's mine, sometimes it's their guides. I really on the other side
yeah, and that's all I really care about.
I never show up with advice. Specifically, clients I'm sitting for, or sitting for me, they're not.
I mean, you probably do. From my description, I can't figure out what exactly
there
you
are
are.
some demonic presences out there that are really good.
So I don't know what they call that.
But
it's inspiration.
Yeah.
It wasn't possession, but it was oppression.
Yeah, there's a lot of
brings of this. And
what I hear the
oppression
most
can be alarming.
That's what I'll
Behave inappropriately or
turn their life
not
around.
like themselves.
If they can realize their solution.
What has been the most frightening?
One of those ones I said, can't get out of the
That's a good point. I would say,
right. You get what I mean? Yeah. So if you can get open mind enough to say, you know what? Okay, if I was there, I felt like I was here. That lines up.
This is a weird show where these are motorcycle gang members of a resident stadium.
Thanks again for doing this. It was fascinating, and I really enjoyed it.
All
right. Goodbye, everybody.
And they just, it was a kitchen sink of all things. So, but when I went to this house, I got the photos over, and we did a walkthrough with some equipment. And we went by an old refrigerator, which can kick off a lot of EMF meters. And so I'm holding this EMF meter, and then
Back to dogs, welcome back. It's been a long time. It's been years. How did you survive? How did you do it? How did you weather the storm? Hurricane? Like you were saying,
I didn't think, even when it said it was headed towards Tampa, it was just like kind of north of Tampa. I mean, it said south, it was going to hit south of Tampa. And I thought, well, like 30 minutes drive, maybe 40 minute drive from Tampa. So, like, and I mean, yeah, we're 30 miles in, like, the coast, like, it's going to dissipate pretty rapidly. So I wasn't I wasn't concerned. But then I saw what happened to Fort Myers. Yeah, I really thought, I thought about there everywhere. You know, but they always overreact. And you see it, you're like,
really, every day, like,
yeah.
Yeah, it looked bumped up. We got so lucky it didn't hit us. We would have been especially Tampa and St. Pete. Yeah. We also got saved by the cold water because the counterclockwise, when the storm rotates counterclockwise, it sucked all the water out of the bay and out of. Did you see the pictures of the Hillsborough River? It's like all I remember, I was watching TikToks and YouTube and stuff. There's people walking in oceans and they're walking. It's hundreds of years out there walking around. Yeah, they say we're guarded by the sacred Indians. Yeah, apparently there's he's not from here. Oh, you are from here? Apparently been here since the 80s. Apparently there's some sacred Indian burial grounds all around. A lot of that's East Los Angeles.
There's no other logical explanation.
Did you guys lose power at all? That's always the worst part. Especially obviously Fort Myers is a lot worse. Especially back in 2017. There was like a lot of trees down, a lot of shit got ripped up, but because we had power, my neighborhood for like 7 or 8 days. Where were you at?
Coleman.
That's probably one of the safest places to be during the day.
Yeah. You never lose power there, do you?
I don't know. No, they didn't lose power, but what's funny is, I was getting these emails more than system. You're going to be okay.
You're in a fortress.
Exactly. I'm in a bunker. I'm going to be fine. They serve, they don't let you leave with the person. What is it? Other prisons, it's but yeah, I've heard of this. They'll move whole their prison. They'll put everybody on the lane.
That's what I was thinking. Like, will they take you out?
They will.
They'll put you on air and get you out.
Yeah. Another perfect value out of state. Stack you up 8 people in a cell and eventually they'd be there to listen. They don't think they're pretty much each other. Unless you're sick and you're worth money to them.
For people that there's probably going to be some new listeners that we've had since you've been on. We've acquired quite a few subscribers and listeners to the podcast. Now north of 500,000 subscribers. And so tell people out there who don't know who you are, give them our elevator.
A minute?
Give me a 60-second pitch of your background in that context.
Real estate schemes and started dating borrowing millions of dollars and I was caught. I was on the run for 3 years. Eventually I got caught by the Secret Service and they gave me 26 years in prison. I did 13 years. Got out
Thanks to the breakfast page with thousands of members. It's great for show updates and connecting.
Tell the story about how you reached out.
Locked up. I written a bunch of for a while. And so after I wrote my book, other guys kind of like start saying, hey, well, you ought to write this guy's story, you ought to write that guy's story. So I ended up writing, and then I got a bunch of guys in Rolling Stone magazine, and I auctioned the film rights to some of my stories, and I wrote some other stories, and started talking to reporters, and when I got out, I wanted to start a true crime podcast, which I kind of decided to kind of, so I wanted to do true crime, and I thought, I'll do that. And so when I was in prison, I was in my house, a buddy of mine said, you need to reach out to this guy. He runs this YouTube channel called Concrete, and he's in the area. I was like, well, why?
Every year at downtown quarter and commercial free, plus the very first
And he said, yeah, well, you just go talk to him because he can tell your story, or he can help you with
just open the free iHeart app.
get
I
its
thought,
classic
okay, well, I'll
1840
my
and
call
make it a
because
preset now.
nobody else had it. So
We're in the halfway house.
it didn't
Hey
happen.
everybody,
So I talked to
it's me,
Danny a
Kate
few times,
Holland.
and
I
I
talked
sent
to
him
you
an email,
about
called me
a
30.
new
The
podcast
race time to call
called
him,
Casuals,
30 minutes.
starting January
Then
21st.
another time I
It's a
talked to him
sports
again, and another time I
podcast,
talked
but
to
for
him again,
people
and
who
he kept
don't
saying, you need to come on the
necessarily
podcast.
consider themselves as
And I was
listeners
like, okay.
of sports podcasts.
So I'm in the halfway
It's just
house.
regular people.
So what ended up happening when I finally got out of the halfway house, I did out of the halfway house.
I mean, we might scream, but it's going to be
And
about
Danny called me
something
up and
very
said, listen,
silly.
I had a
Not
guest fall through.
about
I had
something
another guy fall
this
through.
serious. We're just not going to take it seriously. It's just making sense. You guys kind of get the vibe.
You
Tuesdays
said
and
you would
Thursdays.
come on the podcast. I was like, I don't know, man. You said I answered your questions.
You can always
you're
find
competitive.
it.
You
So
come
I
on.
get it.
And I was like,
But if you click it now, you'll never miss an
when I came
episode.
on the podcast,
And that's ideal because it's going to be good. Ooh, it's going to be good.
told my story. You said, yeah, how long did it take? I said, I got 15 minute version, 45 minute version, 2 hour version. What do you want? 2 hours. I talked for 2 hours, and it ended up getting like
When's the last time you took a chat?
a million. And since it just got 700 miles, so it's like a 1.7.
Yeah, that was the rise of me. For full episodes at like 2 million, 20 million.
I'm Francesca
What's
Street,
another one? It's got like
CNN
1.5
travel
million.
journalist,
But
and
that's
this
over
is
there.
Chance Encounters, a
Well,
podcast about
and then I
the
came back.
incredible connections we make while
I've got other
traveling.
ones that came out with I don't think anything ever got.
Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and
The
heartwarming
algorithms
real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades-spanning
Now I come on
friendship,
here and he said, Danny just said, she's like, look, we're gonna talk a little bit about you first.
Join us wherever you get your podcasts. Just search for Chance Encounters.
He just said that to me. I walked in. Like I just drove across the bridge. I walked in. He goes, bro, you should vlog. You just invited me to come. His mean spirit.
America's #1 podcast.
Tough.
Open the free
I got my girlfriend giving me shit about coming to you.
Is she really? Well, oh, by the way, she's no longer your girlfriend. Congrats,
Fiance.
Congrats.
I definitely put it on work, bro.
And we've actually kind of seen that whole saga from the beginning, from the on to the off, from the on to back.
And this is kind of what I say. And I get them and he'll put this out in a week and then she'll go home. I'll be like, hey, what's going on? She'll go,
Podcast.
what's she watching? Oh, yeah. Really? I listen, she goes through all my comments. Like, I really genuinely always felt like she was paying attention. Yeah. She didn't care. She doesn't. And now I realize she actually does go through all my stuff. And I'm like, you know, she'll go,
Welcome to How We Made Your Mother, which I think we're calling
you know, this guy said this, do this. I'm
I
like,
say, let's check this our new podcast. I watched 208 episodes of
no.
How I Made Your Mother. I'm Josh Sander, and I spent 10 months behind
That's like,
and I'm thrilled to be joined by Greg Thomas, who co-created the show along with our release. Well, if you're a super fan, we're going to get into all the secrets, theories, Easter eggs, all that to find out.
I am though.
But he's got some con, man.
I was gonna say, I am like she's like, you know,
He is a big con.
Yeah, we got dates like a couple months. I think that gets me 6 months.
And it buys you another 6.
Yeah.
Are you gonna be? Are we gonna be invited to the wedding?
Yeah, I mean, I honestly gotta go.
What kind of wedding can that cost?
It's gotta be big.
You gotta have a good idea.
We gotta rent somewhere sick.
You know, Dan Juan, they call him Art Out Dan. And he was saying, wedding. You gotta bring cameras, you gotta do something.
Oh, yeah. The homestead's wedding. So it's like right there. Maybe that was Bubba.
I felt
Hope was the best band. Bubba's wedding. Bubba loves it.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that
was
did
the
not
best
turn out
band,
too well. No, Hope was Bubba's.
Oh, Hulk was Bubba's best man. Yes, you're right. You're right. You know what else is right? You know what else is crazy?
That did not go too well.
You know what the craziest thing about the Bubba Hulk picture was? Like, he trusted him so much. Hulk wouldn't think he was doing surgery on his hip surgery. Nothing. They put him on family conference. He gave Bubba the offer to watch the golf course.
They were best buds.
like because he's such a high profile person. Because of that, I guess he had to make sure the surgeon was doing it right. So the real reason that he loved it in there was to make sure they were naked, right, dick, balls, whatever. Yeah, like that. Because the children, like they just out, and they're like taking selfies with her, and she died on the table. Oh no. So those photos on the internet, sure. Austin's definitely red.
Thank you so much.
It was a big deal. They were like maybe if you were more concerned about Asian, less concerned about Asian, but he died. Yeah, that's what they said.
Joan Rivers. Instead of trying to get pictures of fucking Joan Rivers' tits, why don't you try to save her life?
So anyway, Matt Potts' wedding. Where are we gonna have? We gotta call the doctor. The doctor will fund it. The doctor will.
Doctor, oh, he loves that. He loves being out there.
Yeah. He'll set us up somewhere nice.
Yeah, that's
The doctor will be the best. Shout out to the doctor. I think the doctor will be the best.
Listen, I know when he's busy. Like he'll have he'll have like a slow day or something. Like, yeah.
Where does he live again? Isn't he live down Fort Myers?
No. He did live in Fort Myers. He lived like Venice.
No, Venice is
Where's the little island down there? Like
Sanibel got totally.
Yeah, like Sanibel Island.
Sanibel got like the
Sanibel was right in the middle of that.
That's not funny. So they got.
He was there, then he moved, he did where he lived in now.
Oh, really? Interesting. He does not have like a dedicated practice, like hospital like
He's a very mysterious.
He is a very mysterious. I don't even know. To be honest, like I know his name. I'm not even sure it's his real name. I don't even know if I know his real name.
So do you know anyone who got fucked up by that hurricane?
Jess has a friend. Jess bought a house. Underwater, the roof got ripped off. It's got all the drywalls, the drywall.
Dude, our beach right across the beach is almost. So like right over the bridge here was shut down for like 3 days. The cops were like sitting there, like 6 cop cars or something. We were going over. Grandma has so we were going over every single day to check the marsh. Never really got that free. Like that boat you sent me, all my kids on the beach. Yeah. A couple hours, like running around.
Like, are you gonna be okay? You need anything? And he's like, yeah, we're writing it down. You're off the beach with the kids. I'm like, well, he's not worried at all.
No, it's not. We got lucky. We didn't hurt. With Irma, we did the same thing with Irma. We were like right on the beach, right? Irma was projected to hit us up until maybe like 4 hours before it really hurt. Right. Good luck, yeah. For some reason, knock on wood. They said they have another devastating direct hit over here in a second.
You know, that's scary, right? The club kind of lost its tickers.
Look at the shape of it. It looks like fucking thousands out there. But it's shaped like and it's because like I wonder if eventually due to whatever kind of weather events or climate change climate change he did.
Oh, the guy who's screaming.
So there's a video.
This guy's loud.
There's a video.
So that's if he was rich and old.
There's a video of this lady, this guy, I don't know what Dave's story is. He's some sort of like, I think he lives in the UK. Yeah, he lives in the UK. He's some sort of really big real estate millionaire, I guess. And some lady at a conference asked him a question about climate change. This lady apart. He actually made a really good point, an interesting point about real estate. He goes, all these fucking beachfront condos and beachfront homes in Miami and all up and down the East Coast, and everywhere you go, the banks would loan money if they thought these places were underwater in 10, 20, 30 years. Typical mortgages in these places are 40, how long? 40, 50 year mortgages? 30, 40. Yeah. So they're saying that these banks thought that climate change and the elevation of the oceans rising were going to take out these properties they wouldn't invest in. But I don't know. What they might, because if you look at the history of banks, they don't really give a fuck about the long term. They just care about short term. Look at the housing crash and all the other shit, like the shit you were involved in the 2006 crash. The banks clearly weren't that competent to like look deep into the loans and the mortgages.
Well, yeah, it was just their belief that it could be pressures. They just
Well, bankers aren't like economists, right? Bankers aren't
almost none of the economists saw it. You know, like it was amazing. Like so few people saw it coming, and some of those people are now like they release their fortune telling.
Yeah, what's the guy's name again?
So that's such a good movie.
It's great. It's a great movie. It's a great movie because, like, I was talking about it today. Is that if you watch Too Big to Fail, like action is in like just the top, like what's happening. You don't understand it on a very small level, like on what's it is. Right, like you're looking at like hey, bad things are happening. Here's why. You never really get a sense. Well, sure, take you in. This is the problem. This one guy, this one girl, this like these brokers because of saying like they should be the whole thing. Yeah, start to go. Right, and then you're like, that enough. What it is if you start acting seriously? It's massive upside down pyramid, just collapse.
He's that king of diamonds in Miami, getting a lap dance in the strip club, telling them all the
Yeah. And he's like, how many do you have? He's like, I thought you just had one. And she's like, no, I have 7.
Red flag. Hey, pull up that Dan Payne video. I'm sure that's a map. Part of this brief interruption, but I want to take a minute and talk about the incredible supplement that over a year now, after recommended to me by scientists, Dr. Dominic D'Agostino on this podcast. I take down advice when it comes to anything related to nutrition, diet, and longevity. That is why I started using Versa. Versa was a company that's dedicated to translating scientific breakthroughs into products that hold the potential to increase longevity. I take Cellbean, right here, which contains nicotinamide mononucleotide or NMN-based supplement, naturally derived, micronized, resveratrol, and TMG. These two chemicals are actually precursors to what's called nicotinamide adenine diamine, NAD is essentially a precursor to energy, cell repair, and longevity. If you ever try fasting, you've got super high energy, body active genes, actually longevity. The downside is, when I found out I could naturally increase my body's activation, that's where I would naturally activate my body's activation. And it's so much more important for you in NAD. Head on over to er.so and use the coupon code CONCRETE at checkout to save 50% on your entire order. That's KONCRETE at checkout. and get 15% off your entire order. Go to ber.so/KONCRET.
I interviewed a guy today. Foreclosure attorney.
Yeah.
He's a foreclosure, and he was doing foreclosure when I was in New York City, running scams. And so he's like, I don't know if I foreclosed on any of the properties that you were involved in. But I did a whole podcast with him.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah. He said he didn't have it, but it was just interesting to talk to him. Like I could have talked to the guy. Yeah, I don't know if anybody ever watched the video. He was doing it at the same time. Yeah, he was for the banks. He was foreclosing on people for the banks, and he's like, so we started, just talking about the different. And he'd read my book. I actually went to a podcast meeting, and he was there. And it's funny because like I was leaving. I said, oh, I can't tell you're an attorney. And I was like, yeah, I run like a channel here. If you're ever interested in coming in, I said, it's true crime. He goes, and I was like, and he goes, and I went, I started laughing. I looked at Jess, and I go, and I'm looking at him, and totally serious.
Still really?
Yeah, and I was like, yeah, well, yeah, definitely, I was like, yeah, if you're interested, he goes, but then a month or two went by in contact. He came on. I said the things like this. He just initially I was like, yeah, he didn't seem like yeah. I said, like we're cool. So we'll start.
I'm interested to hear your take on this. Let's watch it. Well, first of all, second of all, in Miami, even on the beaches here in Florida, all throughout the Carolinas, if you want to build any kind of new construction on the beach or anywhere near the beach in the barrier island, you have to have the first full bucket of like 20 feet of the building, solid concrete, unhabitable space, like parking garages and shit. So that's definitely.
They don't say it's for insurance. It could be for insurance, flooding. It could be for hurricanes. It could be
For sure, that's the reason why. For floods, water. That's basically the same thing. Same with the sea level rises. They would invest in these construction building giants. Try to rise. Not one motherfucker.
The problem with my view is that much like Dan Payne, although I'd like to think my picture is way better, is that it's similar to this, only because there are so many people making money at it that it's just like COVID. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, so it's like they put themselves in a position to make a bunch of money, and they create a crisis that they are able to profit from. And
No way.
COVID, like, it's the same thing. Like, we're hundreds of thousands of people, millions or half people that died from COVID. I mean, people died. It was a really bad cold. Yeah. But 40 to 60,000 people a year died from the cold, and 200,000 or 300,000 died from COVID. Okay, well, you're right. It's double, triple. But we're one of millions of countries that didn't do the same things that we did. They didn't come from. You know what I'm saying? Like, there are other countries that just didn't shut down at all. They're like, yeah, we're done wearing masks, but we're just going to keep going. And the whole country's still there. They have some bad. It's the same thing. To me, global warming is like, is the planet, is it warming? Yeah. Would it do it without us? Yeah. Are we contributing to it? Probably. But the problem is like padding a file, right? So if I investigate, there's a murder, 5 or 6 of us, and the police believe that Danny did it, then what they do is they interview enough people, and the people that all agree that Danny has said something bad about half-rat, that there have been bad blood, we talk about it, heard him say something, this and that, those are the ones that they write everything out. The other guys that say, well, there were some issues between the two of them. They go, okay, but you know, well, no, I don't think that he did wrong. I know he did. I think he did something. Okay, so you don't really know. No. Well, no, I don't. Okay, so then they go, well, I talked to you. This is not a song, right? People that support their theories. So when you're done, you have 150 people that were engaged, and you've got 40 people that 100% say that Danny killed Frank. So the other people were all like, yeah, he didn't see anything, he didn't have anything conclusive, he didn't really have anything. So they really only focus on people that support them. And before you know it, all of you got is people that say that you murdered him. And it could have been anybody else. There were other people that had stronger motives. And then if you go to trial, they just put those bullets in, because the prosecution can't do it. Investigation, the police can't. And it's the same thing. Like, so if I'm saying, hey, I want to come up with do a whole investigation into global warming. I need money from the government to support my scientific endeavor, my experiments or whatever. They go, okay, they give, it's for global warming. Okay, so you think there's global warming? Yeah, I absolutely believe there is, and I think this will help prove it here. Now, if you say, no, actually, the data I've covered so far doesn't prove that there is global warming. I need a grant. They go, yeah, we're not going to work. Now, if that same guy came back and said, listen, I'm saying, found something, there's definitely global warming. They go, but before you know it, all you have is scientists that are out there that are in support of global warming. They get to talk about CNN, they get to talk about all these platforms, they get funded. People that are saying that it's not really a thing. Like, is there contribution to it? So the people that are saying, no, I have proof, you don't get funding, they don't fail. You can prove anything with enough money. They to tell people that cigarettes were good for their lungs. And there was science behind it. Like, it was funny, we got 400 people, and basically that, the capacity of it was strong. Are you serious? Like, it's, the same things that we think. And by the way, when I was growing up, and the concept, like, they had this concept came up in like 5 or something like that. I was hearing about it when I was in school. In like 4th and 5th grade, there were textbooks that were talking about global warming. But, and by the way, so within 30 years, like, half of Florida was supposed to be gone. Yeah. There's tons of countries out there that aren't even concerned with any of this. Like, China's not that bad. Yeah. So, right. But you have to pay money in if you put out this much of a carbon footprint on this factory. You have to pay this money and this money. Why are we paying all this money? Other countries are paying what? Like, how do we really, I just want to see it. It's like, oh, well, the proof, the proof now is 6 months or 6 years or 50 years. Listen, 100 years from now, people might be laughing at us.
They were warming the fucking planet.
As much as we laugh about people, healing you by putting leeches on you and sucking the bad blood out. It's like,
we try to make it into something way more than people like that lady who's in the stands talking to Danny.
My children. What are you gonna do? The same thing with like the vaccine.
People they make it a part of their fucking being. It's like political people, like hardcore Trump supporters. That's part of their identity, right? Who they are.
It's the same thing on the other side. People get
both sides.
Yeah, both sides. Like, I just kill you and like you and I can't be friends because you believe this and I believe it. So if you believe that, okay, that's fine. I'm sure there's lots of things that we disagree.
Yeah.
Why should we?
Right.
Like, because you want to build housing funded by the government that supports pedophiles and child molesters. Exactly. Why would you do that? You want a wall. You want a wall. That's wrong.
Biden. I just heard Maybe you can Google this, but it just like did something to fund some giant part of the wall, like fixing. You put a bunch of money into like filling in a gap of the wall in Texas. You know, it's nobody covers it. It's not anywhere on CNN.
Well, did you see who was it? There was some mall shooting on a few weeks ago. I saw a few weeks ago. They were in like a mall or something. Some guy pulled out a gun and started shooting people. Some other guy who had a carry permit pulled his gun out and shot him from like 200 feet away and just killed him. Executed him. Nobody covers it. Nope. And then why? He legally had a gun and he killed the guy.
It saved people.
The guy who saved it, who shot the bad guy, he was illegally carrying a gun. He was legally carrying, right? Legally carrying a gun.
I mean, there's lots of John Henry or stuff like that. I just know there's like about 2 names. And so, it's the Andrew Tate thing with me and these people in Los Angeles.
Okay, those are basic validations, and then the notion of saying, yes, we know that this guy was here, he died, and then we got.
So I was
underground, next to home,
I
lived in God.
I partnered with a company that I was doing a true crime series on me being in prison, interviewing these guys, writing their stories. So this guy is for a company, a little everything. It's a podcast company. I listen to some of their stuff. Like I've actually gone to Los Angeles and the guy's name was Dan, and he was really nice. Like it was people I met that were super nice. And so I meet them, and we talked on and off, and eventually we end up, kind of where there should be a podcast on it. So, honestly, like an hour. I'll wrap it up. Basically, we started doing this series about the first. There was going to be several different stories. I think, right? Like I think it was going to be a market,
Like a TV series?
it was just a podcast, like an audio podcast, and they sell theirs to like these big time podcasts. Like they have a bunch of super cool podcasts.
It's like the nice serials, like the produced podcast.
Yes, heavily produced, like amazing, like great, great.
The audio documentary.
Exactly. They did one on all different types of schemes, like level of marketing scams and stuff. Really good. So we met, we talked, we negotiated for however long. Dan, super nice guy, and initially when we met, it was going to happen right away. Like, soon as we're done, we're going to start. So we eventually come to an agreement, and we're going to do like market shrink. Then we were going to do, then we were going to do like Carrie story. Then we were going to Carrie Lee, sorry, another story. We were going to do pain. We were going to do
45 years
atonement. Like we had like 3 or 4 stories.
and
So
we
we
celebrate
started recording one story.
It's a great way for people to learn.
2 hours a year, 3 hours a year, 4 hours a year. It's really right. I was doing like the whole thing is all going through another. So we did this whole thing. I thought it was really coming out really good. Dan was doing it, and then suddenly he got another project. He had to do this, go do that. He kept dragging. Like half the stuff they said was going to happen on the time frame was going to happen. But that's fine. Like I was glad to, be like they were. It was going to be a real thing, right? Like this thing literally feel like over a year where they were going to have it done very quickly. So yeah, they dragged it over a year.
A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration Project Yellow Light.
And he said, here's the thing, we just got hooked up with another big production. I don't know if it was sample or this other podcast type thing was, right? It was not a platform, like I don't know who it was, like it was like Apple or somebody exactly. They just got
Totally different.
like a student do a great job. And I thought it was good. And he said the problem is you and I became much more friendly towards the end, joking around, getting to know each other, having fun with it than we did the initially. So would it bother you if you read history podcast American history well, or something? Well, so whatever. I was like, you know, but I'm gonna do it before. No problem, bro. I want the best result possible. Keep in mind too, like the deal we worked out was great. Not great, but a good solid deal. Like I'm getting so much per episode. I didn't pay them. Like we're supposed to be every episode. Then once they sell the series, all else I was going to get a portion of the revenue created from either the sale of the show or and the fact that like if it was sometimes they put it up as like add revenue. Sometimes the place just buy it. Either way, I got a portion of that. So I'm looking at a chunk of it out and have a good version of my story. And on those stories, I get a portion of the intellectual property. So a lot of people they have something like that. And we're being trusted. Each week I'll be sitting down with some of the most hilarious actors and writers. We start doing it again. We get about halfway through the whole thing. And now they've hired a girl named Joy. Joy is a what do you call that? Together we're gonna puzzle our way through the most wild stories of all time. Joy, what should you do? Yeah, so Joy is
Under the desk.
Tie a rope around the fish's neck and use it to like water ski across the boat.
So we'd love whatever. She's like a producer, video producer in history. So Joy, and I think I pretty much talked to everybody there. Who's that? So anyway, yeah, that's Dave. So yeah, he was on band, a big time Christian band or something.
One man searches
Is it not as mouth?
The thing is that I didn't actually use the every time I opened it, I got this wave of nausea and then my heart started to do like
super nice guy. Joy seemed nice. We started redoing all the things again. Redoing it again. Halfway, actually almost done. Because we were at the point where like Shrieker was like had like jumped out of the airplane, you know, that kind of stuff, right? And
the perfect man walks into
at one point when we were sitting there, I was talking about the financial crisis. We got this to the point where the financial crisis had happened, and basically Bernie Madoff had gotten arrested. And that kind of covered Marcus Shrieker's stand where he was running a pump. That ended up, I said, as a result of that, people started wanting their money back. He wants to know where their money was, and now he very quickly unraveled and was running a pump himself. And so as we're talking about it, all of a sudden Joy kind of just starts shaking her head. Because I'm on like StreamYard or something.
Yo, what's happening, you beautiful savages? Uncle Joey here with my main man Lee Sayat for another episode of the Church New Testament. It's July the 1st. The rent is due. Wash your muffler and let's get out there and make it a beautiful day to be alive. Hey, what's going on?
Joy says,
next Wednesday.
well, it just got Netflix reality competition show. This whole government in general.
Yo, what's happening, you beautiful savages? Uncle Joey here with my main man Lee Sayat for another episode of the Church New Testament. It's July the 1st. The rent is due. Wash your muffler and let's get out there and make it a beautiful day to be alive. Hey, what's going on? Uncle Joey here. Listen, it's 4th of July weekend. If you think it's malfunctioning, it's time for some Blue Chew, Jack. Blue Chew is the brand you know and love for offering chewable tablets for better sex. Now they want you something to read. Blue Chew Max combines the active ingredients of Viagra and Cialis into one chewable. You're about to be unstoppable. Listen, if you thought Blue Chew was good, wait till you get the Blue Chew Max. You get started even without leaving the couch. Sign up at BlueChew.com. Chat with one of the licensed medical providers, and if you're approved, you'll get a prescription within days delivered to your house. Nobody knows nothing, not even the mailman. And get ready to polish that helmet and swing it, Jack. Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options
at BlueChew.com. If you want a medium hard, hard, or fucking bang my head off the stove hard, Blue Chew got you covered. And we got a special deal for our listeners. Try your first Blue Chew free. You're sitting there, Joey, listen. I want to bang my head on the pipe one. And you should get it for free. When you press it, promo code Joey. Joey. Just pay a fin for shipping. That's $5. That's it. Nobody knows that. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Like don't eat two of them because you might sink the fucking shit. You know what I'm saying? You have to drive on the 4th of July. Shit's hanging out. You don't want to do that. But anyway, that's a complete different type of party. I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast and for giving this tremendous offer. So that's promo code Joey when you visit BlueChew.com. Right now, go look at yourself in the mirror and go, beep, beep, beep. I'm ready to sling some dick. Have a great 4th of July. We're back. Don't forget Blue Chew. It's the summertime. If you're going to sling dick, don't forget Blue Chew. That's all I can think. It is Blue Chew, right? Absolutely.
Are you fucking serious?
Dude, R.I.P. the stairs. This is the last month of the stairs.
That's it.
That's it.
One more month.
That's it.
What are you gonna do with the stuff you got burning?
I'm gonna try to sell it. Who knows?
Who's gonna walk up those steps?
I don't know. Nobody, right? I'm gonna give some stuff to my mom. I'll burn some of it. Who knows? That's the fucking biggest waste of goddamn money. No, I love living here. It was just
you said it got you in.
Yeah.
It got you in. And your first apartment, nobody moves in. Could have trumped out the first time.
No.
You're gonna have rats shit you didn't see. Because when you're excited, they eat them.
Right.
Like, I didn't know that's what happened to you. Like, yeah, I'm moving over here. 4 steps. I can do this shit every day. Fuck you. When you told me, I was like, this motherfucker out is perfect. Well, this never walks no steps. I was correct.
Well, you were correct, but this has been the craziest year of my life. Like, I don't know. It's a year anniversary of me breaking up with my last relationship. What I do?
Just torturing and shit.
I feel like I'm walking into a conversation that's already going on. There we go. What do you mean? I don't know. And it was. I moved to New York thinking like, oh, I'm gonna get that's the apartment that I had like an outdoor space. It was nice. I thought I was gonna get pussy, and then I meet someone 2 weeks in.
That's what happened.
And then so it's fucking crazy.
It's great.
Oh, it's amazing.
She can bake.
Oh,
she's pretty. You know, she smells good.
Thank you.
She's got a nice apartment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That is my first apartment in New York. Dude, New York with money is a completely different. Like they spin the rotating door for you at her place. That's someone's job.
Anywhere they take care of you. You know, can you imagine living in New York and struggling right now? Like, you know, sneak people in a 4-bedroom apartment, 2 of them on the couch, you got 1.5 bathroom. That means at all times all your bathrooms stink like shit.
Oh my God.
You know, your bathroom's always going to smell like fucking Billy Goat. Unless somebody sleeps at their girlfriend's or boyfriend's house, struggling in New York. What about that, right?
Dude, I have a friend who I met in LA. He's a comic. He surprised out here because he's a golf caddy during the day, and they give him a free place to live, like the Caddy Shack house. He got home last year. His ceiling was just raining in his fucking room. Like all the pipes burst. You know, in New York. Like the house that they give him. I met him when we lived in LA. He moved here to do comedy, and he's a caddy. He's a great comic, doing great in the city. But he survives because he has a free place to live because he's a caddy. But everything just burst. Like it's
in the caddy?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, you live for free for a year. I think I call a break. We'll go to a hotel, live by the week. Tell 6 to sign you up in days.
Yeah, for fucking $8 million.
No, you tell me it's a weekly
The
rate.
bad actors are welcome.
Welcome to another episode of the Beta Podcast. I am Bill Santos, Mayor, Chief of Beta and EF Talks.
What the fuck with you? crazy? I don't know.
To another episode of Maybe Get Podcast. I'm Michael Saltis, editor-in-chief of Maybe Get, and we have talked about the podcast, the death of social media, and the rise.
That's gonna be something to watch.
Listen, there's no fucking shortcuts. LA, both of those cities struck. I still remember having to shoplift cigarettes and fucking, take a soda from the gas station and shit. Yeah, that's what I used to get. The checks would come out at 5 at the comedy store. I'd be there at 4:30. Like, whistling and shit. Like, can't wait to get that $75 check. I'm gonna go to Wendy's and then get the fuck.
Yeah, I don't think you knew what time the checks came out.
Yeah, the checks were there up to 2 to 5. And the mailman came every day at 12:35. I was out there at attention at 12:20 in case he got lost or somebody tried to kidnap me.
Oh my God. Did they start to expect you?
Oh my God, I became, when I lived on Gardner or Schrader, I don't know where Ralphie lived, that same building.
Gardner.
The mailman was my first name. If I got a check, the mailman wouldn't just put it in my box. He knocked on Ralphie's door. To save Joey the suspense.
You were getting mail at Ralphie's house?
No, because I was getting mail there. At somebody's house, somebody in that building was getting my mail there.
Right.
For the longest time. For years, I was getting my mail. I can't remember whose box it was. It was either Celine's, Gavin's, fucking Jody's, it could have been Ralphie's. Right. So I would be there. I knew the man. He was Filipino. So I knew his schedule.
That's amazing.
You can fucking
This guy's still at it?
when he was going to be there.
You're absolutely right.
Like I'm going on vacation. I wouldn't be here. So the other guy come late. So just to let you know. But I'd be fucking waiting.
That's cool, man.
And people would say to me, "You getting the check?" I don't know.
Thanks, baby.
If you're not out here, you won't
Double
get
shag.
right or wrong. If I didn't get a check, then I had to go hustle. Then I had to go put the day together. Well, I got $8 for at least get a Chinese lunch. I was waiting for 35. And dog, I'm gonna be honest with you guys. A lot of times you get the check, and the check would come from something
What the fuck?
I didn't even expect.
How bad does that feel when you get a surprise check?
Oh my God. I used to be broke and I had to get a plane ticket. And I went downstairs and I guarantee Terry didn't check the mail. This one, me and Terry lived together, was getting mail at the place for a long time. And I'll never forget going downstairs. And we had just gotten married. We were moving to the valley. And I needed money. And I went
Slut.
Then when the Sopranos stopped.
Come on, you little bitch.
2009, HBO put a box set out. And in the front, they put the Mad TV sketch. So they paid me for that. And I'll never forget going downstairs expecting a big day and opening up my thing and it was like a check for $2,400. Oh shit, are you fucking kidding me? Like at 9:30, no, I was clean then. I was clean, spotless clean. But I still remember just going to Celine's after the comedy store at 10 o'clock at night. And still trying to no money and Celine going, Joey, go over there, you got a check in the mail. No, you got something in the mail. And I went over and there was a letter that was already open. And it was that dude that became a comedian. They took all his movies away. He used to have a reality show on Fox. And I did the first episode 4. I played a pizza guy. Yes, Jamie Kennedy Experiment.
Oh shit, okay.
I did episode 4 or 5 or some stupid shit.
That must have been a while ago. I remember that show.
That was 2001 or 2.
Jesus.
The show was a hit, right? But they couldn't shoot the episodes faster. So they kept it. Nice. And I'll never forget it. 10 o'clock at night, I'm like, man, the night's done. It looks like I'm going home. Celine's like, go over there. There's something over here that came open. I remember going in there with 2 checks for $650 a day's pay. And I ran the fucking check cashing place on my old house in Hollywood, right? I basically ran up there. Because I thought they closed. They were open 24 hours. I was pissed. taking a hell yeah, because I don't deal it. He closed that once, so I ran over there. When I got my check cash. But that's great, you know, even now, like, I have a schedule checks, like, when I look at my wife doesn't deposit one anymore. She waits till I get 10 of them, okay, and she deposits all 10 of them. And I wish I could read you guys the amounts I get. You would die. Like, it starts like at 1 penny, 3 pennies, 18 cents, $92. Then it goes back to $4.21, $5.18, $320, 28 cents, 22 cents. So 10 checks come, 2 will be worth catching. There's 3 of them that my wife will sit there and look at it and go, why would they send you a check for this fucking amount?
I was gonna have like the stamp makes it more.
Sluttiest horn in history, right? Plus, MILF lover. Come on. Come on, work, you bitch.
30 fucking years ago. Now they air it in Japan. And they send me, like, those are the good ones. When you get the white envelope with the red paperwork, that's when you're like, oh shit, it's the red paperwork. The red paperwork is international and shit. Great Poupon and shit.
Do they pay you even though you're not talking? Like, do they dump over you?
Yeah, they dump over you, but they show
still pay you?
Those checks are 21 cents. When I open those up, I'm like, what, bitches? You open them up, 21. You're there. I'm like, yeah. I'm not lying to you. I must have got 9 checks. My wife deposited them one day last week. Because I just put them on the thing when I get them. Right? And I go to sag.org. You go to sagafter.org, and they'll tell you what's coming, the date is coming, and what's in process. So, when I had nothing, I lived on that website. Just hitting refresh all day. Every Sunday at 6 o'clock, they refreshed it. Okay, so they would start on Sunday at 6 o'clock, and they would tell you when your checks were going to be there, when they were going to get mailed out. So on those days, I already had that money spent. George, I'm coming over. I wanted to pick up the maze. Let's go get some Chinese at 1. All right, then we'll go to, what's his name? We got Nathan Weed. Then we'll go to Ricky Cruz, pick him up and get high.
Do you have it on your calendar? Like, check for $5.
You don't put nothing in your account. That's all the code.
It's all there.
But in those days, the checks were heavy.
Right.
Those checks were like 333, 682, because it was the top of the team 20 years ago. Right. So I'd be just parked out there like a child. And when he would come, I'd be like, oh shit. And when I went in there, if that check wasn't there for some reason, there was one check that didn't come for fucking like a week. I was pissed. I was on the phone with SAG every day. And because of that, till this day, I still have the number you call when you're missing a check. I never got rid of that number. That number's been in his phone since 2002 because I lost a check for like $500. I had like 9 checks sent to me. That's the funny thing about that. That week was my biggest payoff ever at that time. I had like 9 checks sent to me. All the checks were over $50. But the one I was waiting for was that. In my world, I got every check except the $500 one. And I had to wait 30 days to file a fucking complaint. Oh, no. And then when you file the complaint, it takes another 20 days to process. So get that check at $5. Well, a lot of people don't know how to drop it on you right now. If you live in, especially if you live in Hollywood, because those motherfuckers are treacherous. Once a year, I would drive down to SAG after SAG. I would go to SAG first, go upstairs and say, can I please get the box of checks that got returned? Oh my God. Oh my God.
It was just checks that never got sent to you or delivered?
We got sent to my fucking address. But for some reason, they didn't deliver them. We don't live here no more shit like that when they put the arrow backwards on your shit. Yeah, and I would go, what the fuck? I live there. And then they would have like an address in like Jersey. Like they went online for that and they come up with, like, why would you send this to Fairview, New Jersey? So yeah, no, you didn't. I live in LA. Why would I put fucking a Bergen address? That's what they would do to me. So you go down there and come up with like 800. What? Oh, God. Well, you had to wait once a year. Like you had to because if you went every other week, you look like a fucking pauper.
Well, I was going to say.
But the after department always Those motherfuckers, what they do? They always got the address to bill you, correct? All that bills always come back on the hand. Everything else came back. Then another motherfucker dig for the computer and look for your old address and send them there on purpose. So, because after 90 days, to check that no one.
You think it's a scam? Dude, I wouldn't be surprised.
Who do you think it did for Troy Bananas? I finally had to figure when you're broke, right, for that type of shit out. You're like, how come they didn't lose money on the check for my big one? Right, for 120 fucking days. Maybe the production company, who the fuck is, but the production company has to send check to SAG. SAG recuts the check and sends it. Are you serious? Yeah. Very seldom do you get a check from the production. Every once in a while. Those are the mistakes I would get. Checks from production companies that would send them to you. And no, when you're broke, you know all the protocol. So when you do a commercial, you get a check within 30 days. It's something. But if you do a TV or a film, you should be getting 10 days. So now you sign the paperwork and you gave the control of your agency to take that check. Guess what they're going to do? They're going to deposit it and tell you they never got dick. I would have the producers on the other line. Listen, before you say what you're going to say, I want you to think about what you're going to say. You better think about what you're going to say. I got, what's your name? Liam. I got Liam from Partners, whatever that's a new company. They just came to New Jersey. Entertainment Partners. Liam, tell my manager when he sent the check. June 1st. It's July fucking 1st. Why don't I have my check? Well, we never got it. Liam, did they get it? They got it. You should see how many people I caught that. And that was, then I thought that it was in 3 days. Like if you shot it and you caught the fucking paper, right? If you shot it on Tuesday, you got to check on Friday. Your agent was sitting for a month and a half. Listen, I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll give you an extra 2%. Just be able to check when I get it, because I'm over here starving. 2%? Yeah, whatever. Why you have a lot of percent? What are they going to make on $600? Yeah, that's $600 check. That's scale.
Yeah, but what about, if you think they're doing this with you, I was just thinking about
Hello? And you have 200 fucking clients.
what about the people who are on, like, doing shows that are on for 10, 20 years? If you're getting these kind of checks, they must be getting 50 checks a day. Like those people who are on movies or shows forever. Holy
It's a
shit.
fucking scam. It's a fucking scam. There was a part 19 years ago where I went to this casino. One day, I would sit on SAG every fucking Sunday. 6 o'clock, I don't give a fuck what's going on. You got a computer? Yeah, okay. So while I'm on SAG, I would see like 20 checks came. Right? And I'm like, hey, you need address. You sent those checks to people. I haven't got one of them. They're like, hold on. And they were like, no, we sent them to your agent. And I go, why would you do that? They go, because they have a release. I ran to that agent. I go, where's my money? And they're like, what money? They go, let's go to the computer, this money. They're like, oh, yeah, we take that. We take 10%. And I go, you didn't book that. Oh, no, you didn't book that. I'll take you to fucking court right now. You better undo this. Well, you signed the agreement. I don't give a fuck what I signed. How can you take commission on a job? You never fucking booked.
How do they even get a check for something they didn't book? That's crazy.
They took that thing like signed down with them.
Right.
Whatever I was signing, they sent it to fucking SAG.
Jesus.
And I called my lawyer. He goes, no. They put that in after the paper. Because I always wanted that shit by my lawyer at the time. Always. The guy from Goonies. Fucking Ralphie's lawyer.
Oh, they added something to your contract after you signed it?
They sent out.
Look at this ellipticism. A to the T to the H to the L to the E to the T to the I to the C.
Jane and Dan and Joy, they had to get together and have a discussion. And I'm like, about what? Just about what? Because you don't understand that. He said, all of our priorities, all of our values, And I was like, yeah, all right. I said, well, let me know what's going on. So listen, when it's all said and done, like I'm thinking, he's gonna call me up and say, okay, well, we're just gonna keep going. Problem. Instead, he calls me up and he says, Matt, we had a discussion, and I want to let you know that I chose not to move forward with this project. You wasted over a year of my time, hours and hours. You tied up all of. Do you know how many people approached me about doing something with that intellectual property that they tied up for over a year? How many opportunities I didn't take because of what they did? It's like I'm like at this point, and he goes, and you know the problem is that it's not religious. So I wasn't outraged because and here's the thing that comical about this. Do you realize that I was in prison for 13 years? I was going to be in prison until 2030, and I'm supposed to take your little crusade seriously. Like I have serious problems. Like I know it's serious problems. This is like a guy going to Iraq and being shot at, and then coming home and wanting to argue over, gender studies or something. It's like, what are you doing, bro? Like I was in prison. Guys are getting stabbed and trying to raping each other, and I'm looking at doing 20 some odd years in prison, and I get out now, and you're upset because I think that pretty girls get further than unattractive girls, and they've turned that into. Dan was like, all the women that I know have had to struggle to get to where they are. And he said, like, Jane would love to give you a piece of her mind. It's like, I never said that Jane or any women have to do something like this. In their mind, they turned me into the most evil person. If you're a pretty 22-year-old, and you play your cards right, you could probably end up marrying some guy and get a chunk of money. And that happens all the time. Johnny Carson's wife got something like $40 million or something. They were married like 3 years. Like, how many guys marry some chick and 5 years later they walk away with $20 million they'd never see? It's like, oh no, they didn't do that on purpose. Like, that does happen. I'm not saying it's everywhere. I'm saying that what I said makes sense. Like, I probably have the same values that they have, and I didn't say it correctly.
This kind of brings us back to a conversation we've had.
We're going to go back and just start discussion about something. Take final phone calls on our website.
Trying to rely on other entities sell some project, put all your eggs in your basket. You're raising that community to their ideas, their business.
Don't forget to watch our TV show, Beyond Belief, with George Norrie.
Like you fuck
Simply go to beyondbelief.com.
Opportunities by hoping that they're going to do something.
Well, listen, I'm not looking at hoping. I have a contract. Like we have an agreement here. I do this, you do this. Instead, along the line, they decided that I was a racist, misogynistic, I don't even know what the other thing they think I am. Like, it was like, you guys went so left field on this thing. There was nothing I could do to back that. I wasn't super trying. I wasn't trying hard because it seemed so silly to me. Like given what I think is truly serious. And the way they would behave, because I did it in their world, it's a big deal. Because they haven't faced the thing. So to them, that's huge.
Streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stay. Visit us now at AXS.com. Capital One is the proud presenting partner of
So that never got paid. No, you know what they did? What they paid me initially, I was initially told that we were going to do like one story was going to span 2 or 3 episodes. There were 12 episodes, and we would do like 3 stories throughout the summer. Instead, they suddenly turned one of my stories into what would probably be the whole series. And suddenly I ended up getting paid like one time when I was done telling the one story. Like it wasn't really at all. And at the time, this was only a few weeks ago. And you know, what happened was he told me, Dan said, look, we're going to go ahead and we're going to release you from the contract. He said, I'm going to have our lawyer write something out and just let you know that you're being released from the contract. He's like, not that I have to.
Starts with J4. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at GetVaccineAnswers.org.
Like, it's up to you. So, and so he says all that, and he goes, he said, yeah, he said, you know, but I want to let you know that, you know, I that I wanted to let you know that, you know, I still a friend. Danny, I haven't fucked over any of my friends, you know, like I don't fuck over friends. Like, what are you talking about? Like he clearly doesn't think that he fucked me over, or that he like in their mind they laid awake that night and thought they'd done a good thing because I said pretty girls get hurt. Like, it's like I said, one thing now that I guess they think I have a soul like rifle, and then I'm out there, you know, hunting down, you know, people, and I don't know what they think I'm doing, or who they think I am, but it's, you know, there's been a whole discussion between Jane and Dan.
Areas like Minnesota and Wisconsin remain cooler and drier.
Like Joy had already turned me into a racist. She'd already said misogynistic. She'd already said that all women are in danger. And it was the most bizarre thing I've ever been a part of.
It's similar to like the Andrew Tate thing, right? They don't like what Andrew Tate's saying. Now they want to fucking label him with sex trafficking. Like, well, because he's a sex trafficker. But now, Matt Cotton said all these things that don't sound good. He agreed with Andrew Tate.
I said one thing.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, guess what? Andrew Tate also believes that, like, the Muslim religion is the best religion out there.
Does he really?
Yeah, because he said, he made some comment, like, if you said had wore a t-shirt that said something negative about tried to walk that they kill you. He said if you could say something about Jesus,
So
they would do anything. It's like that's why Muslims are like that. It's like you're an idiot. You know, like I could literally pick 95% of stuff that he said.
There's a lot of dumb shit. He also
Yeah, they would fight like oh, this motherfucker, you gotta watch your paper, like motherfucker. People think it's just and you see Jay-Z jumping up and down in Paris. Even that guy never watches his motherfucker. Yeah, I don't care what level of entertainment you are or whatever. You have to watch your fucking paper.
sluttiest whore in the history of human
For a guy like this, hoping one day to have an agent,
sluttiest whore in the history of humankind. Who is this? Who is this? Slutty whore. Oh man, that's so funny.
Like you're talking about paying their regular bills. I don't understand that at all. How hard is it to set auto
so fucking tied up as an entertainer. There's a lot of people who are in comedy or acting or music that listen to this. There's a level that you get to $60,000 a year. People are trying to rob you at every, you know, it's like I feel bad for like, one of the guy caught it was my apple guy. That was the missing hand. This motherfucker, no wonder he had a missing hand. Somebody cut it off from stealing.
Oh no.
We had to take it to court. You don't have, what he settled for was like, it was just, but I could feel it because when we didn't have the podcast, the numbers were great. And all of a sudden, the podcast booming, everything's selling except my CDs. Are you fucking stupid? And we kept asking, oh, no. Sales have been down. I know Rogan, I remember those days. That first album I did live at fucking the Three Aces.
Yeah, Three Clubs.
I remember nobody even fucking talked to me back then. I done no longer sure I just do talk me into doing a CD for his company. I put that thing on Apple. I think I sold 3 of them in 5 years. I swear to God. One night I'm having dinner in Vegas. And my text goes, and it's that guy. He goes, send me a check for $1,900. I fucking got him. What are you talking about? And the checks are always $9. I don't know. You did something like you see me sold out or something. Well, I've gone on road. Oh, okay. We come earlier on those shows. So after that, I went on road 25,000 times. He's told me, oh, you just sold 3 CDs. So I signed with that dude, and I said, look into that. This motherfucker came by your dog. This motherfucker. No wonder he's got a missing hand. I would never have brought up. Because I could tell we got a date, a young girl. And when I met him, he had like a shitty car. And when I met him the second time, I got a convertible Audi.
Don't go from a shitty car to an
Audi. Don't go from a shitty car to a convertible Audi. So I knew something was not right. And then the chick broke his heart.
What is this? Shortest whore in the history of humankind, plus MILF lover. What?
Was he stealing the money to pay for stuff for the girl?
I think he was just stealing the money over restaurant trouble. And you're gonna get that a lot. I was with an agency once that he didn't rob me, but there was an agent that seemed very nice. There, and they took a lot of that with handcuffs. There's 1,000 ways to rob a client.
And what do you think? Do you think it's just so easy for them that they're never gonna notice? It's just too much temptation.
You sign with a man,
right?
And the guy sells you. We take care of everything. We get you plane tickets, hotels, rental cars. You give me a card. 3 years, nothing ever happened. Then we're going to get an assistant.
Yeah, okay.
Now you got access to your cards. Now you're seeing bowling, $89. You haven't bowled since high school. Like shit like that. That's how it starts. And if they get away with bowling once or twice, then they'll take it for dinner. Then they'll take it for another dinner. And then next thing you know, you're financing plane tickets to Alaska. It's never happened to me. But it's happened to 3 or 4 comics I know.
Well, is that because you have your wife, to help you in a lot of ways that maybe some other comics don't?
That taught me that I would book my own plane tickets. Even
today,
I still look at my own plane tickets. Even today, I do all that shit.
And obviously
I can't. I don't have the heart to go. Please do me a favor, get me a plane, and you have to call me back. And go, well, there's a 7:30, a 9:30, and 11:30. All right, what time do we get back? Sunday, and then you call me back. Well, the 7:30 is not a bet. I can't do that for you. That's right. That's just stupidity. That's just stupidity. I can't do that. Go back and forth. Fucking stupid.
It takes longer.
It takes a lot longer.
And
it takes too much of my time. That's why people say to me, how come you never got the system? Because by the time I taught you the method, you might have a fucking heart attack, right? Because there's no method. It's just hustling. It's just get on the computer, do this. You look at dates. You got to check the hotel to see if they got a midnight room service. That's the first thing I look at. You got to have something for me to eat. How many times you go back to a hotel? You're starving. They got potato chips.
They know for everything. Even nice hotels have nothing.
Forget it. I want to see the menu. I want to see the late night menu. It's always going to have a stupid fucking cheeseburger. You know that. They're always going to have a warm chocolate chip cookie, which I don't know why. I would just get one cookie. Tell me I got a bag of chips on for this small 20. Bring it up. Bring it up. Why you know what I'm saying? Wait till somebody opens up one of those hotels. And you fucking pick your own midnight menu, like a prison menu. You send them at 11. You look at your remote, what's coming out? The Twilight Zone, fucking Eyes Wide Shut, right up till 4, fucking, okay, let me get a salami sandwich with bologna and fucking American cheese, lettuce, mustard. Put the mayonnaise under the fucking whatever, because I want the mustard on the salami. You know, and you sit there like North eating fucking that. You know what, guys? I swear to my mercy, 9 out of 10 times, I don't eat. I just want to know, if I can't sleep, I roll a joint, I get up there at 2 in the morning, when I go out to smoke that joint, I'm thinking about that. I already know what I'm going to order. This is just kicking out those taste buds. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, you haven't been on the road that much in the last year or so. But I've been out, and like not shitty hotels. Even if they have restaurants, they're not usually open all night. There's almost nothing.
That's what I'm fucking saying to you. That's why I'd rather pick a hotel that has a late night.
I know.
What am I talking to my fucking self?
No, I know that's what you want, but I don't know how many you're gonna find. Plus,
you're not gonna find the
over top
the W, Four Seasons,
right?
Maybe a Marriott. But you gotta look at the fine print with the other hotels because they'll throw curveballs at you. It's like frozen pizza, shit like that. We have pizza, we have burritos. You're like, oh, then you get that. Let me tell you something. If there's anything I miss from LA. It's a lot of food, but I could go for 2 of those frozen burritos. 2 of those bean and cheese motherfuckers.
You mean 7-Eleven? What are you talking about?
Not 7-Eleven, like one of those Mexican places that had those little frozen burritos.
I didn't know they had those.
Fuck yeah, even the fucking fruit, like the little, beef. Oh, fucking, I'm gonna do the pork, I ain't gonna lie to you, but it's so crazy how, as a comic and entertainer, you think, wow, once I get out there, my life's gonna ease up. Fuck you! You gotta work harder. You gotta keep your eyes more open. You gotta watch more shit, and that's where the mental stress comes from. It's not just writing jokes anymore, right? You know, when that agent calls you, says, hey, stuff like that. Listen, I got a great day for the kids. July 24th, 25th, 26th. And you're like, okay. And you take it, and you get there, and it's like, man, you should have been here last weekend. People were everywhere. This is Black Biker and Midget Parade weekend. You know,
no one comes out
now saying, why did I come here? And then you don't know, so you don't even go, hold on 1 second. Let me see if they have a direct flight.
Right.
You don't know. You say, yeah, ready. They sign the thing, and all of a sudden you're like, direct flight. You got to fly to Mongolia, and then back to fucking Newark, and then up to Gambler. You know, you don't know these things. Right. You get burned like 4 or 5 times. Like, I'm not saying yes, ever. I'll call you back in 5 minutes. I'm at the computer. I'm checking the hotels. I'm checking the late night menu. I'm checking the fucking Ubers. You have to check everything because then they'll get you okay, and then you get there. It's an hour from the hotel. They're only paying you $500. Right. It just costs you $75 each way. That's $150 out of $500. You don't know this shit. So there comes a time you have to check everything you learn. Then one day you make a checklist. Fuck it. I'll call you back in 10 minutes. Right? Why? Because I got to cover my bases too. I got to check to see if it's a mission funeral or some shit before I go to the market. Because if not, that's what they keep saying that shit to you. Last week, the helicopters were dropping people off. There was people everywhere coming to the shows. And, you know, you have 10 people at your show or something. You got 8 people. One of them's a half a bitch.
Yeah, it's because you were talking about like managers doing it for you, and like I know you were busy, and I know there's people who are very busy. But do you really think there's someone you're that busy that you can't book a flight? Like that doesn't make sense to me. Like that I couldn't in the back of an Uber. And I know it's like I can, but I don't want to. But that doesn't make sense.
Am I a control freak for doing that, or do I just want to know what I'm walking into? I don't know what I'm walking into. What if all this shit? If we go back and forth for 2 hours, I get up, I go to Newark, and you're like, no. It was LaGuardia.
Right. Yeah.
Do you follow all this shit? That's why I'm like, you want to do business? You call me. You want to show me your titties? Text me. Okay? You want to say good morning? Text me. Anything business-wise, jump on the fucking call. So there's no misunderstandings. Get on the fucking call. Get on the call.
But then, do you ever worry people are gonna like say that you said something you didn't, or they're gonna say they
they didn't say something?
Write it down. You have to take notes when you talk to these people. We'll have a hotel note first, okay? How far from the airport going to take? Oh, it's about 2 hours. Is somebody going to pick me up? No, don't even ask. Just assume. What time is the car manager going to pick me up? Oh, we don't do that. No. Oh, shit, you don't? Okay. I got to take out and you because you want the gig. Right, don't keep doing that. At the end of the work gets out, now you're half a fag. Now you're driving from airport to airport. So these are things I learned. And I didn't care because I did comedy for 9 years.
Sluttiest whore in the history of human consciousness.
Once I got to the comedy store, listen.
Is that a lesbian? You got a kid.
I'll take the cheap payment, but you gotta take a little fucking care of me. Right.
Sluttiest whore in the history of humankind. Plus MILF lover. Did I stutter? Yo, pimp.
If not, you can sit at home and do the comedy show. Right. Or stand, or gobble, or whatever you want. Once you're confident, you're like, what am I losing all these idiots for?
Was it hard to make the jump from like doing comedy and then like making it a business, like to change that mindset?
Because how many times can you get fucked in the ass?
A lot.
You've been jealous.
Yes.
Okay, how old were you when you were jealous?
Constantly.
Still till today?
Yeah.
As a Spanish kid, when I was like in the 6th or 7th grade, I used to get so jealous. I'd light curtains on fire and stupid shit like that.
Okay. I never lit anything on fire, but then
I got that Cuban machismo to me. And I knew that wouldn't work in the real world. Like I just knew it. So I had to lose those type of emotions for me to move forward as a man. You know? With comedy, you never really know. You never really know. But then again, I've always been a savage. I became a super savage when I got off the cocaine. And I started looking at life at what the fuck are we doing? What is the most important thing at my age? What is it doing this? Is it doing that? No, it's trying to become a person, trying to get some money. Everybody has money in the bank. At 45, I had no money in the bank. I had $21 one day and we had $112 the next. Then I jump it up again to $38.50 because I have to deposit my SAG checks in there. And then one day, my wife, it was about 5 years in, my wife asked me to look at my schedule. She goes, let me see your schedule. And she goes, why are you doing that game? That one. She goes, I want you to cancel that. You're just killing yourself. It's not worth it. You have the comedy store. You always have the comedy store. You're doing these gigs. Some of them you make money, but you're losing money. Right. Between the gas, your time, your drive, the tolls, you're losing money. And then I just applied it to everything. Movies, TV, life.
When did you start doing it?
It's a fucking discipline in a way where what's the most important thing to you? To me at the time was becoming a great comic. So when you asked me to go to do something stupid, I don't have time for that.
You mean stupid like people are
wasting my time compared to what I could be doing at night. My daytime, I don't give a fuck what you. I'll do whatever you want in the daytime. But if it's between me getting on stage or me going to something that you and your friends are going to waste time, even though you're a comic. And then I just wait for you to come to me one day and go, man, my career, but you had the time to go to a Yankee game and jump up and down 3 nights in a row for the World Series. Who gives a fuck? You could have watched it at home and done your spots. These guys were there that night, watching the crowd. Now they're not, you know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying the Yankees. I mean anything.
No, I totally get it.
Anything. Like that was, like it becomes a business. You know, I see these comics that think that they're going to go on stage and say something so disgusting or so off-color. They're going to piss the audience off and walk out. Okay, again, what's that expression? You won the war, but you lost the battle.
By the way, Arnold.
You won the battle, but you lost the war. That's what you just did. This is a business. Why am I going there and trying to piss my audience off? Right.
It's crazy when people do that.
Okay, so there's all these things that you start looking at things and going, I'm getting too old for this dumb shit. Hold on, let me cut my beard off and leave side chops and cut my eyebrow off. You could just be funny and write a joke. Right? So after a while, you just learn how to trim the fat off, and then you trim it off for life. And that's when it gets fucking really fun. That's when it gets really fun. Why? Because 2 nights ago, I was talking with George. I sweated my mother's grave. On the way home, I go, I did this show on the 27th. And today's the 29th. I'm 62 years old. I'm like, the rent is due. 62.
Everybody.
I didn't pay rent. But in my mind, in my fucking mentality, it's Saturday night. The rent is due. I swear to God, between me watching the UFC, that's how my mentality is. Like I got time to watch this shit. And I'm like, yeah, I got paid last night. You know what I'm saying? But in my mind today, I'm like, tomorrow the rent is due. Chop, chop, motherfucker. Because Friday's the 4th. And what do you eat? That means it's a double bang. It's like Christmas and New Year's. You ain't got time. You ain't got time to bleed, bitch. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's true. And George is talking to me about something. Rent is due on Tuesday, George, right? And the conversation ended. That's it. That's all we need to talk about. The rent is due. You got the Yankees or not? You got the Red Sox, you got the over, because everything else is nonsense. Everything else is nonsense.
But I'm not saying I disagree with you. But when you say that to people, I know people will say to you, yeah, but you gotta live life. You gotta go to a game.
Yeah, good. Let me know. Let me know when you're paying your minimum payment on your credit card. You could have been doing something. Because there's nothing worse. I'm dealing with someone who had a huge opportunity to do a ton of things. You know, and he's crying. He's crying a lot because he wasted time. And there's nothing like wasting fucking time. Okay, there's nothing worse than being my age and going, fuck, I should have took that job in 92. Right now I'm starving because I didn't take that job in 92. I made a mistake 30 years ago that I'm suffering for right now. And we all think we're cute. Yeah, I got a couple thousand. I'm gonna take a couple of days off. Buy some drinks, get a hat, make believe I'm somebody I'm fucking not. You come back and what happens? Your car explodes. Your fucking car explodes. Or you lose the job. There goes and you lost your job because you can't get to your fucking, you can't get there unless you got a fucking Chinese guy. You're gonna whip in a rickshaw. Do you know what I'm saying? So now you're like, that shit, bro. I still think this shit. That's why I take these fucking gigs. Because I don't want to be 65 and first you can't have a bicycle. And I'm like, fuck. They offered me Atlantic City, but I had an ego. There ain't no ego when you got a kid. Right. There ain't no ego.
You'd have to fuck up pretty bad for mercy not to go to
How many times you go to a strip club and have those women's are fucking moms? They got a stretch mark, they got a half a titty, the drug dealer father, dad. They're there, selling that ass. Do you think that's what they want to do? No, they grew up in 18 and got going, I don't want to go to college, I want to be a stripper. Have some chubby guy named Joey stab me in the ass. You know, suck dick. No, but they had a kid, they made a mistake, and now they have to make 2 mistakes. God, you already fucked up the kid. You let some guy ratio, you know, and now he's nowhere to be found. This little fuck. You know what I'm saying? He went back to Saudi Arabia, whatever the fuck.
Horatius from Saudi Arabia?
ICE took him. I don't fucking know. When you're luck, ICE will take you. You know, you fall in love and everything is great. You beat the Hudson County Park, you eat corn. was like, ICE is selling shit over there.
Dude, you have a whole like life invented for this couple.
That's ICE selling corn over in Hudson County right now. I drove by, they got a little net. Their hips. Last time I was hired in there, it was when Bernard King was playing basketball at the courts. You can see them. They even have the sign now that says, come get the corn. That means that ICE is by that corn machine. They're in that fucking junk lake over there like Rambo in part 2 when he came out of the mud and he stabbed the Russian in her neck.
ICE is hiding in the mud.
No, you want to make a bonus, that's all you got to do is call ICE. They go to Hudson County Park on Sunday. They're all up there playing soccer. Just bring the big bus. Bring the big bus and shit. No, they don't play no more bocce. They took the court down. It's over. They don't play bocce no more. It was on Berlin. They took it off. Yeah, fucking 15 years ago. Where you been? Across the street from Jan Michael Vincent. From Vincent Bicycles. Get it together, George. Come on. We're here today. We're live. It's fucking wherever the fuck we are. But yeah, that's it. They're hiding out in Canada. I saw them today. They had some trees.
Yeah,
they got the Subaru style on the headquarters.
Why were you hiding in the park? Huh? Why were you hiding in the park?
Different purposes.
Oh, I can't believe you're driving around just like I'm reminiscing about. Oh, I was hiding in that.
I don't want to go to jail, but I've been driving around looking for ICE. I said, I'm going to be this week. You're going to be down by me, so I went for a little ride today looking for
Why are you texting ICE?
I'm not texting them.
No, testing.
I want to see them in action. I want to see how they do it.
What if they pulled you over?
I got a beard, a funny disguise, and a driver's license.
Look at this, folks. Folks, I'm going to be honest with y'all.
Oh my God. That's crazy.
You're about to see someone most athletic. Athleticism we've ever seen. Have you folks ever seen a gymnasium? Sometimes they have like inlet statues. I don't know what the fuck you call them. They're all just describing this body. The sluttiest, the biggest slut in the history of humankind plus no plumber.
Thursday we always have a great time at the dojo.
The dojo Thursday is with warm-up. A warm-up, which is always, it's a great little room.
Yeah.
You know, everybody has a good time. He puts out food. You know. That's
Mike at the dojo.
Mike Dojo. That's the name of my phone. Mike Dojo. So,
but Friday is what we were talking about. We did Prudential Holiday Day Pack, which
hold on. Sorry. Thursdays is something special.
Stevie Samoa.
Very nice over there. It's going to be hot for summer. You don't get the surgery. For you guys who keep saying, why does Joey have a Band-Aid? Every week I get 3 weeks. Why do you have a Band-Aid? It doesn't fit on my asshole. How's that? I got an extra Band-Aid. I got a fucking thing in my ear. So tomorrow, July 1st, they're going to rip it out, shoot Botox in my ear to kill the hair underneath. That's all effective. Then they're going to fucking take skin off my leg. No, they're going to stitch it. So this side's going to be a little pulled up. So this side's been fucked up. This side, it's going to be like, I'm thinking about it. This side, I haven't written a lot yet. You know what I'm saying? Like,
early stages.
So that's fucking tomorrow. For you people concerned about Uncle Joey and his aging little heart, my heart's fucking breaking. Even the Senate that my resting heartbeat is going down, and my cardiovascular office is what it is. I'll tell you guys later. I can't brag because okay, karate chop me and shit.
That's awesome.
And then next Thursday, they're gonna yank out this tooth, and this cocaine thing. So this is gonna be out of commission for the whole weekend of the 11th. That's why I'm going to see Theo on the 9th in Philadelphia, because that's my last rah-rah night. Then Thursday there's jiu-jitsu guys coming in to do a seminar. So at first I thought it was Thursday the 10th, but it works out it's July the 11th. So they're gonna rip this tooth out, D's, and they're gonna put a set of braces like Jelly Roll for like a month.
Yeah, so
And then in September they're gonna put this row in, and then in like November they're gonna put this row in the teeth, and by December I could eat fucking spare ribs.
Congratulations. Are you looking forward to it?
Oh yeah, count the days. I can't wait till they shoot needles in my mouth and fucking stitches and fucking, blood. And the guy's yanking. This is a 62-year-old movie. This ain't coming out with like a little ding, 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 ding. No, this is like the guy wears a helmet and he's got like a toe drop and they put it on there. They gotta keep numbing it. Pull, and it's like fucking pull. And they what's those two fags in a movie about social media? Facebook.
Oh, the
so they run a little bite, the whatever twins, the Bobsy twins.
Oh, the Bobsy twins.
Pull, that's me. So that's that fool. He's a little Russian guy. He's like 5'2". He's gonna have a hell of a day. I'm gonna put the seatbelt on the bus. He's gonna have his foot on my neck. I cannot do this. Keep pushing, Bruno. Keep pushing, Boris. So that's July 11th. So I got a softball tournament. I don't even think I'm going down. I'm just gonna rest like a fucking thing on my head. And I'm just gonna recuperate for a few weeks, and then we come back in August like herpes. But it'll be nice and hot. We'll do a couple pop-up shows. And then we're ready for fucking Philly at 27. And then we pop on a fucking flight. I talked to some people. I'm talking to some people, you know what I'm saying? They're going to take us right to Fort Lauderdale. They'll drop us off in a helicopter.
No way.
Get dropped off in parachutes.
Am I gonna have like the Israeli flag on my parachute?
He's getting 6 parachutes. One of them is not gonna open. We already know that. You can't kill a Jew in this climate. It's got to be something like an Argentinian, and we got to put somebody else.
Why does someone have to die?
Because why make it fun? It's like Randy Rhodes, you know what I'm saying? Somebody died, now we got to do a comedy show depressed. No, I'm just fucking with you guys. I don't know the exact date for the other gigs. I know it's sometime in November. We have 2 shows. One is like Virginia and Maryland. So I know it's Harris, maybe. Why am I lying to poor people? They're sitting there taking notes. Where are you traveling to? I have no idea. Right now, I got Philadelphia and Fort Lauderdale. That is jacked. I'm happy about that. Oh, yeah, it's great. Listen, man, I'm trying my fucking hardest, and it's so weird. After the show, like on the way home, all the material I forgot just miraculously started blowing out of my ass. Like, it's such a fucking mind fuck. And you and I were talking about this morning, how I was doing great for like 22 minutes, and I was still stepping on my toes. I'm like, God damn it, why am I fucking doing this? This one belongs to this joke. I was rushing. I didn't know what I was doing. And you know what? I still had a great time. I felt the heart from those people. I tried to give it back, And listen, that's all you can do is stand-up comedy.
So, like, you skipped to, like, the end. We didn't talk at all. Like, it was a great fucking... Dude, first of all, Prudential Hall was beautiful. And, like, the whole, like...
It's a Prudential Hall?
Yeah.
NJ Pack.
The NJ Pack is, like, and there's rooms within the NJ Pack, and the room we were in was called Prudential Hall. And so it was a 2860 something.
I mean, I didn't expect to see all those people. I ain't gonna lie.
Dude, I didn't
Those tiers of people going up and up.
I didn't even see that.
Nobody jumps off this motherfucker. Yeah, there were 4 tiers. That's a lot of fucking seats. I'm fortunate. It was in my backyard. There was a lot of New Jersey supporting it. I had a love for Jersey people. And I fucking thank them with all my heart. My daughter got to watch it. That picture you sent me, that's a great picture.
Of her watching it?
Yeah, her like confused watching. I looked at it, I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Dude, I can't tell you, knowing you for so long, knowing her since she was a kid, like how cool it was just this, and Terry being there too, but even just like to know what you've done with Mercy, and like because she's come to a few shows, and she always has a lot of fun, and so like, I like, when she came on stage, I grabbed her, like, you can stand right here, and she just loved it.
I was a kid. My mama at that bar. And when I first got to Kinley, I was like one of the only Cuban kids. On Fridays, we were supposed to do the ecology club. After the school was supposed to go to the ecology club, and the other half would have to go to George, a place in Union City that he wanted me to play across from the four-star diner. But what's the Catholic school that's back there? It's like a Catholic something back there. There was a church, and I think they had Larry Neal's father there. But behind there was a catechism. So you got to go to that or ecology class. What are we talking about? Yeah, so on Fridays, I would go to my mother's bar after catechism, and I would always bring 3 kids. And my mother would always go, let them sit at the bar, give them a Coke with a cherry in it. I still talk to 2 of those kids today, and every time at the end of the conversation, they're like, dog, I strip a ball up here, mother's bar, and sit at the table at the bar with grown people and feel like an adult for fucking 10 minutes. I remember walking out there and going home, the priest told me when home, he used to go home and beat up his brother because he was just out of fucking principle. I would go home and light him up because I felt like a man. And that's the same thing. You give them that little window of them feeling like an adult. That not even an adult. She knows she's a young woman. She knows it. They give her that feeling just for 2 or 3 hours, then we take it back from her. But she remembers that. She's like, oh, I was out, people were drinking. I smell reefer. She's not fucking stupid. I don't want to be raised. I want to know what this shit is.
Right. And there's a part of that, but I also think like she was just so proud of you. She just liked seeing you do your shit. She feels like an adult, but I think she is like also like,
she's my daughter.
Yeah.
I didn't want to hide anything from her. Listen, I shoot from your fucking kids. Because you're going to pay for it later on. They're going to come at you and go, why you ever tell me? And okay, you're going to lose the relationship with them. There's someone along the line. Why would you tell me about something like that? Right. Were you scared? Were you ashamed? Were you... So I want to know the truth.
All these guys are like,
not the truth. When she told me she was talking to a girl on the phone, and she whipped out my book and read the first paragraph to a little 12-year-old friend. They both started fucking crying. They had to close the book up. That's, I don't mind. I don't mind. She knows. She's so retarded, though. We got home that night. She said something to my wife, we're eating the muffins. She said to my wife, when I get home, I'm not going to drink cocaine.
Just out of nowhere? That's fantastic.
She's like, when I get old, I'm never going to drink cocaine. Drink cocaine, you know what I'm saying?
What do you say to that?
They took something from it.
From what?
They just... I'll tell you the creepiest story, guys. I never told any motherfuckers. I went to PS 166, but around the corner, when I was growing up, was PA. Right on 88th Street in Amsterdam. And you signed up, and some of them told you how to box. You shot pool, they told you how to smoke cigarettes. It didn't matter if you were 5 or 6. But one of the earliest things they did was they took us to a trip to the police station. This is when they cared about the kids in the precinct. And what they did was they showed you what a cop did, so as you got older, you were their friend. Why don't they do that to them? To save fucking $10.
Do they not do that anymore?
No! Why would they bring a kid to the police station and show them what happened when you go to jail and let them get fingerprints?
Yeah.
Put them in the fucking holding tank, give them a holding lunch with the old salami when they're 6 or 7, and then let them ask them questions. You don't want to scare them straight, but we were so young and the world was different. They let you shoot at 22.
No, they did not.
They threw a fucking target. You took a target with you. I'm not forgetting this shit. They also gave you like a junior G-Man badge. They also did a thing about drugs. At the time, I knew my godfather smoked weed. And they're like, if you don't even smokes pot, turn them in. I'm like, I'm fucking turning my godfather. Fucking get him. So I went home with my mom. I showed my mom the fingerprints and shit. She goes, what they teach you? Like when I talking about drugs, pot. She goes, you say it? No. I just, and like 2 days later, that bitch showed up with fucking baggage. And she had gold, she had weed, she had pills, and a little bit of brown heroin. And she goes, this is what they look like if you want to know, just so you know. Just so nobody else can tell you otherwise. This is what it looks like. If you have any questions, ask them now. And I was like, no. I took them away. So that was it. But it hit that, because I was going to be at a bar all the time. She owned the bar. So she didn't want you sitting there fucking like a goofball. You know, because you hear things. Unless you're that as a child, right? You hear things. You hear, little things. As you get older, they talk without the door being closed. They do certain things. And now you hear things now you can't explain them in your head.
Especially with like the internet these days, you can't really hide anything from kids.
No, and you gotta listen. When that little girl told me that she knew about my other daughter, when she told my wife fucking ran upstairs and walked around. And she said she'd known for 3 or 4 years, 5 years. And never said nothing.
Did you just save it for like the right moment?
That's even the creepiest thing I've ever heard in my life.
That's fantastic.
And I asked her. She said, I heard you on the phone one time. And I went online and looked it up. And there she was. And I've been to places where people pop up the picture. Because look, oh, is that person? And I just looked at them. No. Like the little girl I bumped into 20 years ago. And she would sit there and see that picture for her not to say nothing. So she knows, and I wanted her to know. Why are you hiding this shit from your kids for? I can't tell everything. Like, I'm not going to show her a fucking dildo. She's 12. I mean, on the way home, after she went to the strip club.
On the way home from what, the show?
Yeah, I've asked her both nights. She went, listen, I know the bartender, I'll give her $50. Just go in there, look around, look at the women, and decide right now what you want to do in your life. And she was like, I already know what they do in a strip club. That's what kids remember. They're not going to remember all the other shit. They remember shit like that when they're at a bar and their stupid friends like my dad once smoked a paper. Listen, you know what I'm saying? Let me tell you about this motherfucker I live with. And that's where they, talk their shit. Yeah, nobody wants a dad that's a fact. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants a dad that's a fact. What'd your dad do? He played with Legos? Yeah. He was a dad. Did you ever bang mom? Did you ever see your mom come out of the bedroom with a wig on? I told Mercy like 2 years ago, Mercy, do you think I should give mommy some love tonight? She goes, as long as I don't have a sibling the next day.
Oh my God. That's wild.
Yeah, dog, I'm not in that because the world is quick. And you don't want your kid getting fought. I remember being a kid, people told me, do you come yet? And I'm like 7. And they're like, you don't come yet? And I'm like, no, what is that? And they're like, stuff comes out of your dick. You can write your name on it for years. That's fucking me. I'm like, I can't wait to be 13 to write and cut my name on the wall. I couldn't even write a letter. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, disgusting. But this is the shit older kids tell you. And now you believe that shit.
Oh, yeah. Especially
now you gotta say it one day in front of me at 13. Yeah, I came from the wall and been listening to shut the fuck up, you idiot. And now next thing you know, you're on the B team. You know what I'm saying? Right. That movie that listen, you can hang out. Let's go. Till you get your shit together.
Sit down to the minors.
That's it.
Holy shit.
It's tough, man, but
and do you see her like not falling for shit her friends are falling for? Like, do you see like the fruits of your labors?
Yes, no. Yes, she won't listen to me. Like when I start going off, like she watches Friends, and she knows I hate that fucking show. So anytime I can piss on Friends, I'll do it, and she just shakes her head. But she won't quit watching Friends, and I respect her for that. She won't go, yeah, Dad, it sucks. Fuck no, she's in there. And when I knock on the door, she's like, what are you doing, Friends? I'm like, Jesus Christ, close the door, Dad. That's it. That's That's it. Yeah, like I say shit to her. She knows, man. They all know. We all know. Our parents did creepy things. We might not even remember. You know your dad was a creepy son. That motherfucker had Playboys in the basement. He had inside pizza cans and shit.
But I didn't know back then. But like now, I like looking back. I remember smelling weed through the heating vents.
That's it. You didn't see none of his pornography collection, none of his little boy collection, and nothing. You didn't see it. His little Diddy collection.
There was no Diddy collection. But yeah, there was some VHS tapes.
Yeah, everybody. That's it. You're popular.
Of course, I would rewind it back to where it was.
Did you get a Woody and stuff? Your face get all red and shit.
The red face probably, but my face is usually red. But I have no idea. Yeah, it was my introduction to it was VHS tapes.
That's why I don't like. I'm always home when she gets home from school. I watch her come in. I sit outside or I sit close and I watch her come in so I see what she looks like when she comes in. And then I feed her and she does whatever the fuck she wants. But I always thought that my worst times when I would come home and look around the shit you found. That's the worst thing for a kid. I used to find the creepiest things. You know, they go, what the fuck? And then it's your fault for looking.
But like, do you also monitor like what she does online? Like, do you see her history and stuff?
Mother does all the monitoring. Mother does all. I don't know what I'm doing.
Right, but someone's looking at it.
Well, I fucking talked to her a lot. And I talked to her about the video games. Has anybody spoken to you? She's already told me about a situation that happened to her. So we're good. We're good. We're good. You know, I don't know what I'm doing on there. I don't even know if she plays Roblox.
Yeah, that can get creepy.
One of those. I don't know. I don't even know if it's Roblox. Yeah. That's one of them. And they're all creepy, but we don't got me. You met the guy in LA that make games. So before she downloads the game, my wife calls him. And he'll tell my wife whether the game is good for her to watch or shitty for her to watch. It's a fucking great deal. So.
Nice.
Understanding. And
that's awesome. It was great. It was great to see Terry too. She was so happy. And yeah, the show was awesome. It took me like a minute, because I've heard from comments on podcasts talk about like in bigger rooms like that like the sound comes back to you in a way, and it was like I've done theaters with you. I like the sound just came back like echoed a little bit, and it took me a few minutes in my set, and then like towards the middle, I really started to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, to see a lot of people like that. It's like when you walk into a club. You're parked in New York City. You're like, oh my God, let's get to the club, Mickey. And you walk in, all of a sudden you turn, and there's a fucking line of 800 people. You're like, you take your breath away. Just the energy there going, and you go, oh my God. And you're like, what do you want to do? Yeah, and all of a sudden you get irritated, right? Don't you get irritated right away? What do you want to do? You want to wait on this one? No. Where's my friend Sebastian? Sebastian is nowhere to be found.
But to be honest with you, I don't know if it was just because we came in the back. I didn't see anybody. A couple people beeped at me as I was walking up, but that's it. I don't think I looked up because I don't normally look up at like a comedy show. Nick put up an Instagram story today of like the 4 tiers. I swear to God, my mother's life, I didn't know there were 4 tiers. I didn't look.
I didn't fucking know. Were you there when the guy came in? He goes, would you like to look at our theater? I'm like, I wanted to. You didn't put all this grass in this shit. He goes, you want all this grass in this shit? And I go, I don't want to shit my pants. If I go out right now, I start judging. And what's that called? When you right? You don't need to see shit. It's gotta be fun. Right. You want to see something? Like Cuba said, man up.
But it was so like everyone there was so cool.
All that. Listen, when I spoke to you this morning, we spoke about 9:30. I had an appointment at 10:30. And we spoke about all the variables. We spoke about, I forgot the material, the sound, the feedback. There was was some other thing we discussed. At the end of the day, I just wasn't prepared. You know what I'm saying? Like it was 2 weeks. I thought it said the night before. I was still going to come up with like 20 minutes of material. Obviously, it didn't fucking work. I had to substitute for B shit. But at the end of the day, it's, I hate when comments say that. Well, the echo, it goes back. There's a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Just do your shit.
No, yeah, I got used to it. I think, great. Well, thank you. It was a great show. Aaron Burke killed. He's so fucking
Did you go out there and look at the theater before you went out there?
No.
Beautiful. And I wouldn't let you. We're from that old school. I didn't see nothing.
No.
Like the Cuban said, no way now, ass. That means don't see nothing. Look at your ass. You want to see something? Look at your ass. Don't see nothing.
But I know what you're saying. I'm not mad because I hate when you think you didn't have a good show. People try to convince you did. But it looked like you were having a lot of fun out there for the whole time.
Leaving the house, saying to myself that like 3-5 years ago before the pandemic, what was fucking me up so much was I was going up there and saying I can't fail. That was the wrong attitude. It was go up there, have fun, then fuck him in the ear. Then fuck him in the other ear. What movie is that? Fuck him in the ear, fuck him in the other ear. Goodfellas or one of those stupid movies. My point is that stand up is about going up there, eating an edible, smoking some dope. Whatever sets you loose. If it's a cocktail, if it's what?
That's really a line from Goodfellas. I thought that was a joke.
You know, I mean, guys, stand up at the end of the day. You're supposed to go up there. You know, like, I mean, the true attitude is if you're getting more than $100 a show for doing that, right? Let's say you get $300 a show for doing that. Your attitude is you're going up there and you're like, some idiot. I mean, that's the joke. That's why as you walk into the stage, there should be nothing on your mind. You gotta say two things to yourself. And it's funny. Some people gotta take it the wrong way because they take everything right. But like when you get $500 a show on a Tuesday, or whatever, you're like, this fucking idiot. You know, they're paying me $5 to do something I would do for free. I'm paid to do. When you understand, basically, they're paying you for the gas, the tolls, that's what they're paying for. When you get there, you're like, they want to pay me how much to do this stupid shit? I'll go up there and fucking flip around and blow bottle rockets out of my head. As long as you're having fun, the audience is going to have fun. Right. Now, at a different level, I'm walking out there going, I can't believe there's 2,000 people showing up. They actually paid. Like, you have to, like, be happy on the way up there. Like, somebody's finally paying you. For 18 years, trying to bring 4 people, an organ player, go up at midnight, wait a year for a jacket. You know what I'm saying? And now, for once, what do you have to be fucking sad about? And I think that sometimes with comedy or life, it's how you look at the situation. Because I was the king of that shit. It's how you, I used to go to the doctor scared. I only got a needle in my arm. The whole way there, you're just building up fear and anxiety. By the time I get there, my hands will be, they would put fucking paper towels in both my hands. Now I go to the doctor, like, I'm going to torture the fucking chick who takes blood out of me. Or something. But it's not the fear. You know, like before I go on stage, I told Nick a joke before I went up. I did the joke. The dumbest joke in the world about Carvel. Mr. Salty is my neighborhood is so boring. Mr. Salty, stop coming. That's what you're supposed to be doing. You know why? Because I was high. Right? And I was giggling at myself. I'm looking at you with Auschwitz feet. And I'm fucking dying laughing. But that's what it is. Right? It's the attitude. It's not like, I'm like up there and my sound is going to ricochet. Who gives a fuck? I don't need to hear shit. I just need to fucking watch him laugh. I don't need to hear nothing. Right? I want to hear my boring jokes. What do I want to hear that for? I can talk to myself all day. Right.
But that's why it's like, and you have to be hard on yourself, but you're being people had a really good time at the show.
And that's all that matters. Yeah, on the way home, I thought about that also. Like I saw those people. I saw the people that came in the back. There was a lot of people in the back I never met before. Gino's daughters, I never knew them before. They were like, your nephew just went to meet with my dad. And I'm like, he's here. They showed him to them. I don't know if you saw him. I never met these people before, but I could see the look on their face. My friend Gabby, her niece came. I thought the ticket was for her. And she goes, no, I have to give her my license. So she gave the niece her license. They let her in. I didn't know a lot of those people. But I could see that they were happy. Gabby's called me 3 fucking times. I said, she went backstage. So you let her in. I go, yeah, we'll do it past this. You know, so that's what you look at.
And dude, it's like, because even if you have like a good set, like a B or B plus, A minus, there's always gonna be like a better set or a better. It could have gone better. But that doesn't mean that that it wasn't good or people that, because but you also said you wanted to do jokes you didn't do. You say that every time you go on stage. You also always say I have nothing. I don't know what I'm saying.
Until I get up there, start milking the van. I don't know shit.
And
there's times I have to watch you guys and go, oh fuck. Like thank God Aaron Burr goes up before me sometimes. Oh, he'll say something about his kid, and I go, let you go. Oh, I did not remember that. And I do that at the dojo on purpose to get my memory going. It's an exercise to get your coconut fucking thinking. But when I'm in front of 28 other people, there's no exercise. There's executing. Right. Big fucking difference. You see what I'm saying? So that's what I meant. I'm mad that I got stuck.
Do you think you went to something you were more confident? Like, like the jokes you did were jokes, but like
I forgot everything, mate. I forgot shit that I could go to. That's very like New Jersey-ish. I forgot a ton of shit, man.
Happens all the time.
I know. And, people go, well, you need to stop smoking reefer. No, I'm not smoking fucking reefer from now on. So you guys, where are you this week anyway for the 4th of July? What are you going to do?
No, for the 4th, it's my uncle's 80th birthday. I'm going back to Boston for a couple of days. No, I reached out for another week, but not this week.
Oh, say, can you see? When you got any fireworks? What are we doing for 4th?
Yeah, we're going to watch
those Israeli fireworks. They go boom, boom. They go, what's this boom? They go boom, boom. Go boom 2 times. You gotta get any of those.
Not yet. Not
the face of it. Yeah, right.
No Netanyahu bombs.
I have no idea what I'm doing for the 4th of July. We're gonna go to the city, but there's too many Jews in the city for the 4th. That's gotta scare you a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I'm leaving.
Yeah. Who knows? I don't want to be in a building we get bombed. Or a fucking helicopter goes into it or something. And then,
you're a glass half full kind of guy.
What?
Glass half full. Why is all this terrible things gonna happen?
It's a 4th of July. People go crazy. People are angry. New York's got that new primary mayor. People mad about that. If you got property in New Jersey, kick your mother out because you're about to make millions. If your mother lives in the basement, tell her bitch it's time to go, Jack. You know what I'm saying? We're making millions. I'll buy you a little hut in South Jersey just to smoke clears. We're making big money in North Jersey now.
Why?
Because that guy, if he wins, all those people, really, Jack Ciattarelli, Republican, wins his government. All those people will move to northern New Jersey. Damn, big money, you know what I'm saying? Everybody will be doing a podcast. We'll open up an office. Some bitches.
What are the bitches gonna do?
Whatever you want to do. I'll be your girlfriend with a muffin. Listen, who would you eat a muffin from the top of this chicken gave you a muffin? Or some scotch out of from Starbucks with sunglasses and green hair. You know what I'm saying? That's what you need in your life.
It's a real easy choice.
Would you like soy milk? Yeah, in my ass. That's what I want, soy milk, all right? No fucking soy milk. I want the real McCoy.
But who goes to a topless place to get a muffin?
Well, that's what we're going to find out. Would you like to go to a topless muffin coffee place no more? They got them in Florida, topless coffee.
Do they have coffee?
Yeah.
That seems like it's way too hot to be topless around.
What?
What if they spill on themselves?
Who gives a fuck? The titties. You know what I'm saying? You take them to Texas and you got to rebrand it. That's when the fake tit was invented. They got all cheesy companies, like the boot company in Nashville, Italians. They got one down there for your titties.
Really?
Remember, titties were invented at the University of Texas.
I didn't know that.
Who invented titties? Right?
This is a real thing?
Yeah. What, you know Austin or Dallas? Yes. Big money, Dallas. Big titties. Big money, big titties. They went nuts. Everybody in the club getting tipsy. So that's when the fake tip was invented.
I learned something every week on this podcast.
That's what these podcasts and comedy routines are about. You always go home with a hee and fucking a mental note. Like I should know that titties were whatever. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do for the 4th. I don't want to sit at home. I don't feel like driving 3.5 hours here. I have to drive back on fucking Sunday morning. Please stop at Celia Cruz. Fucking, that's my favorite. I want to get the Nathan's hot dog with the fucking French fries. They have the coconut ice. They pop the whole thing, right? Tremendous.
But like that, I was just gonna ask that you don't want to do like a grill, hot dogs and hamburgers.
How old will we now? How many followers have burgers and hot dogs? We just had the best hot dogs we have. I'm gonna sit there at somebody's house and some half fucking shitty hot dog. They're both like, oh, I'm fucking excited. And I Georgie dog, you know what I'm saying? Because you ain't got that type of class.
That's true.
You know, they want to make you those scotchard meatballs, those scotchard fucking hamburgers. They don't put no seasoning in it. I don't want to do that again. That potato salad. Well, happy 4th of July, everybody. It's a good Friday. Now I'm bored Saturday, Sunday, scratching my balls. I don't want to do that shit.
Would you ever bring your own food to a barbecue? Like if you knew someone's food
Oh, yeah. If I knew somebody's an anti-professional, you show up with your own shit. You know what I'm saying? If I know George's going to be there with American cheese slices, crap, right? You got to show up with something. George thinks I'm a... That's going to be on his tombstone. Roy showed up to a barbecue in Long Island Italians with Kraft slices, the ones that you remove one, and he wonders why they don't invite him back.
And those aren't bad though.
If you're a communist, if you're in prison, not if you're in liberty, not if you believe in freedom. You know what I'm saying?
And let me ask you this, Joey. What year was this cheese transgression? Like
about 5 years ago, 6 years.
Oh, okay. I thought it was when you were in your 20s.
That's why I got dumped.
5 or 6 years.
Shut up an American cheese and put out family, that old school Italian, that's it. They pulled their sides. You gotta get walking papers. They need days. They love it.
For cheese. That's fucked up.
They've got people go for lunch. Old school Italian people don't fuck around. There's some shit you just can't show up with. That's what I'm trying to always watch.
Could you get like let's say you went to the deli and got like a nice sliced American cheese, like they sliced it for him.
First of all, he should have showed up with nice, fresh sliced cheese, and also, he knows he should have showed up with without. And some nice pepperoni bread or whatever the fuck. But they don't have to have that. Yeah. So you bring a little chunk of cheese, but you dope it up a little bit, puts it out. Nice with the ball with the salt water. Right. What's your own pickle water?
Right. You can't. I love you, George, but you can't bring. This is making more sense like a package of American cheese slices instead of like a bowl of mozzarella. Okay, I thought you were making burgers.
Unless your neighbor's friend is Chad. Fucking, you know. True team. Yeah.
I don't even know that's a knife, George. That's.
Yeah, I'll throw you off the list. I swear to God. You got no gigs this week? We got tomorrow.
I have tonight, yeah.
Tonight?
All the months come down.
Where you at tonight?
The comic strip at 8 o'clock. Yes.
Go down there and support Lisa at tomorrow night at the comic strip. Let me tell you something else, ladies and gentlemen. This week is the 4th of July. With what tune going on lately in the fucking world, make it the best 4th of July, you know, put your fucking Nazi helmet on and get ready. Some deep shit might happen. But then again, something might not happen. But the only thing that's supposed to happen is we're supposed to be the best Americans that we can fucking ever be. And that's what you can do. Me, I don't vote, but I pay taxes. I pay taxes on reef. I do all the right things. I don't jaywalk. You know, I do all the right things. I did my crime. I did my time. I paid my debt to society. And what do you want from me? I got a warrant in Seattle, but fuck that. That was 30 years ago, and I've never got in trouble again. So who won that fucking dog fight? Hello? Anyway, happy 4th of July to you and your families. Appreciate the liberties that you have. While you at home watching stupid fucking games, getting ready for the Jets, who gives a fuck? Go out there and be a fucking American. That's it. Trump is helping. He's cleaning up the country. He's helping you now. You got no more excuses. Why would I want to mow a lawn? Mexicans are going to mow a lawn. White people are going to be in demand again. Thank God to Trump. That's it. But do you really want the job? That's next week's podcast. Do you really want the fucking job? After Trump gets rid of it, are you going to learn how to bake? Are you going to learn how to clean a bathroom? No! Anyway, I love you guys. Have a happy 4th of July with your families. Stay black. Don't forget to support Lee tonight at the comic strip on Street. Lee, you're sitting there like you don't even know it yet. Look at you.
I don't know what street it's on. It's the comic strip in the Upper East Side.
Comic strip on the Upper East Side. I love you, motherfuckers. Stay great week. Hey, what's going on? Uncle Joey here. Listen, it's 4th of July. Some Blue Chew, Jack. Blue Chew is the brand you know and love for offering chewable tablets for better sex. Now they're launching something new. You ready? Blue Chew Max combines the active ingredients of Viagra and Cialis into one chewable. You're about to be unstoppable. Listen, if you thought Blue Chew was good, wait till you get the Blue Chew Max. You'll get started even without leaving the couch. Sign up at BlueChew.com. Chat with one of the licensed medical providers, and if you're approved, you'll get a prescription within days, delivered to your house. Nobody knows nothing, not even the mailman. And get ready to polish that helmet and swing it, Jack. Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. If you want a medium hard, or fucking bang my head off the stove on, Blue Chew got you covered. And we got a special deal for our listeners. Try your first month of Blue Chew free. You're sitting there, Joey, listen. I want the bang I had on the pipe one. Yeah, you sure I get it for free? Free! When you press it, promo code Joey, Joey, just pay a fee for shipping. That's $5. That's it. Nobody knows nothing. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Like don't eat two of them because you might sink the fucking ship. You know what I'm saying? You might have to drive on the 4th of July. Shit's hanging out. You don't want to do that. But anyway, that's a complete different type of party. I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast and for giving this tremendous offer. So that's promo code Joey. When you visit BlueChew.com, right now, go look at yourself in the mirror and go, beep, 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 beep. I'm ready to sling some dick. Have a great 4th of July. What's happening, beautiful people? It's Tuesday, the 24th of June. It's a beautiful day to be alive. The Church New Testament is in session, Jack. Let's get this party started. What's happening? Uncle Joey here. Listen, your gut is the cornerstone of your health. It affects your hormone levels, energy, and weight management. So if you've been having issues, it's time to get your gut under control with Bioma. Bioma is gut supplement with a blend of prebiotics, probiotics, and postbiotics that help you microbe back on track. Just take 2 capsules before breakfast and you're good to go. If your gut's out of whack from stress, diet, or anything else, you could be having mood swings, anxiety, or even brain fog. Bioma is here to help with all that. Listen, I've been taking this for about 2 months, and it is tremendous. It's the best probiotic I've ever taken, again, because it has a pre, post, and whatever, has 3 different levels. It's not just about being able to relieve yourself easily. A healthy gut is the beginning of a healthy you. So do yourself a favor. Feel like hell? Bioma's got your back. To get started, just click the link in the show notes and press in code CHURCH, CHURCH, and get 15% off your guts comeback. That's 15% off your first order when you use code CHURCH. Just press the link in our show notes. I want to thank Bioma for sponsoring the show. Hey! What's up, you beautiful people? Here we are for another fantastic Tuesday podcast. You got my main man, Lee Sayat. We're going to bring a guest, but you motherfuckers don't like him. Fuck the guest. It's just us talking shit, the world events, what happened last week, and what's going to happen next week. What's up, Negro?
I'm happy to be here. It's just, dude, you don't sweat that much, which is crazy as a big dude. You don't seem like you sweat that much.
I don't try to go outside. I don't try to put myself in a bad position. You sweat when you go to the gym. That's it.
Oh my God! I don't know how. Even you walk into a store in the city and they don't have air conditioning on.
No, nobody's got air conditioning.
Fuck that. Are you serious?
They're saving. Prices went up on electric. That's it. You got to pass the savings down. So
I bought.
Nobody's got air conditioning.
I know for a fact you're gonna make fun of me, but I don't care. I love this little fan that he put around my neck, so I can walk around with it.
You're gonna get mugged.
I don't give a shit. If they mug me for the fan, I bought 2 fans so I can have one in the backup in case the other one dies.
That fucking fan away.
Never. I brought one here that's a little.
That little white one?
No, there's a little black one. George brought the little one. I brought one that you hook into your pants and it goes up your shirt. But the problem is I'm too fat, so I can't. Putting something in your belt when you're fat is not gonna work. Dude, I love fans. I don't know how people do it. If you like. I always think about Florida. If I lived in Florida and didn't have air conditioning, I'd kill myself.
Well, not have air conditioning in Florida.
There's plenty of people.
Only a homeless person.
Oh, even that. I'd rather be homeless because at least you're outside with some breeze. So, like, a lot of these homes, a lot of people don't have air conditioning.
Come on. I know there's a lot of people open the windows up and go, oh my God, you don't need air conditioning. Go fuck yourself. I ain't coming home. You need air conditioning. There's some times in the summer we need fucking air. I don't like being uncomfortable. No. And that's what he makes you uncomfortable. Like something ain't right. You're sitting there, baseball games in July. Fuck you. Fuck you. August, the heat of fucking August. Sit there and get burned by the sun. That's not for me, man. You make all those mistakes, and then you go, that's it. It's not for me. I don't want to sit out there. It's like going to a Jet game in November. It's not bad enough. They're going to lose. But they're going to lose my ass off.
I know.
The other day, one of Florentine brothers, fucking June. This motherfucker's already got tickets for December 13th against the Jets. Are you going? Not at all. Look at the date. Look at the fucking date. There's no way I'm going there. And I'm not sitting in the stands at a fucking Jet or fucking Giant or whatever game. I gotta sit somewhere where I'm not gonna be bothered. If not, it's gonna be a fucking nightmare. So,
dude, do you remember? I remember when I was a kid, I went to the Patriots play, and they had like the bleachers used to be just like metal benches, like long metal benches. Those in the summer, fuck you. And I don't know because we have a lot of chubby listeners, so like I know they get it. But like I hate whenever a skinny person tells me that they're fine. That's why you know me. I don't really get angry that much. That's when I get fucking angry.
What did you do last week? You did anything good? You did some comedy?
I did a little comedy in Mass. I had to go home. My mom I had to do something medical with her.
How's she doing?
Great. She's doing much better. But it made me think about you when you were in the hospital earlier this year. Just like it's amazing. I'm down on people a little bit, but doctors and nurses are like heroes. I don't know how it's so cool to see actual good people. So it was a scary week. Everything's fine, thank God. But it was just when you gotta go through tests. She ended up having to spend the night. But it was a real good experience.
I was getting the set list ready. And I was just writing shit down, like the Thursday and Friday, whenever up there. And I threw up at the hospital. I did some hospital joke.
Right.
And I was like, fucking That was a long time ago.
I know.
March, April, May, June. That was 4 months. Which one? Sit down, please. Sit down. You're making me nervous.
And you were like you said, every once a month for a week, and it was like you weren't even really feeling better when you got out of the hospital.
No, I was feeling good enough to go home, but not. And I thought I would get better over the days, but it was fucked up when I look at it. Fucked up when I think about it. Fucked up what happened, and it happens in life. I can't get angry. No, it could have been a lot worse. I could have been in the hospital for 3 months. Thank God it was just 14, 15 days divided by 3 fucking minutes. And I made the best of it. I mean, in my mind, I went in there and I was having a good time. I was eating cereal. I was fucking staying up late, drinking fucking fresh orange juice at night, having a good time. But it got old on me and it weighed on me. It's like my ears weighed on me. This has been since last fucking October. And they're still not, So now, thank God, I got one of the girls on my daughter's softball team. He's a plastic surgeon, and he asked me, "What's wrong with your fucking ear?" And I showed him. He goes, "Why did they do this, this?" And I said, "I don't know. I don't fucking know." And he's like, "All right, come in to see me next week. I'm gonna do all this shit, and then I want you to." He goes, "I'm gonna be working at the hospital, and I want you to come into emergency room, and I'm gonna take care of you there with different insurance. I mean, the guys, they're Russian."
That's the only way. It's like you have to know somebody. You have to know somebody.
And, I'm happy that I feel a lot better now. I have worked very fucking hard since April. I mean, since I got out of the hospital. I wrote some shit down. I made my decisions about some stuff. And I have stuck very tight to that plan. Like just to the T. Like I've hit the goals every week that I want to, food-wise, weight-wise, workout-wise, So you only can wish for the best.
You can, but it's also like, as you get older, it's going to happen no matter what you do.
Listen, we were having a talk before the podcast started about stand-up. And you get frustrated with stand-up. When you get frustrated, when you pop your head up, like what comes out on February 3rd? What's that animal that comes out?
Oh, the groundhog, yeah.
The groundhog. The only time you get depressed in comedy is when you pop your head up to look around. Think about that. When your head is under that, when you're barreling through a tunnel, you're not depressed because you're working. You're making the best of it. Okay? You put your head down. When you have a situation in your life, whether it's stand-up, health, whatever, you put your head down and go, this is what needs to be done. I can't stay up till 2 in the morning watching a movie I already watched 8 times. Right? That's what I do. That's all I do. I'll wait till 11 and then something's coming on at midnight. I'll go, oh shit, midnight. So now I go upstairs, drink coffee, smoke 18 bong heads, and wait for midnight to come. Then I'm up till 2. Watching a movie I've seen 80 fucking times already. Right. And I stopped all that shit. Like George and I were talking this morning. I went to bed at 10 last night. I had like 8 missed calls last night from like 10:30 to 12:54. People called me last night. I'm like, wow. I went upstairs at 10 to fucking 10.
And you have to go to sleep?
Went to sleep. Grabbed the cat. Fuck my wife even goes, where you going? I'm going up. You want to come here? Welcome. Nobody has to get up this week. There's no 6:30, no camp, there's no school. So there ain't shit going on.
That's great. And do you notice a difference? Are you feeling better with this week?
Yeah. But I take a nap in the afternoon too. I work so hard in the morning that when I go home at 1:30, I fuck around, I take a shower. And by 3:30, I gotta go down. I gotta go down for a fucking hour, an hour and a half. Sometimes 1:30, sometimes. Yeah, I went to bed at 3:30. I got up at 6:15 at night.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm jealous. But you seem a lot calmer, and you seem like at peace, which is nice.
Why? I don't have anything to fucking. I don't let nothing break my balls like I used to.
Why do you think you used to?
I answer back now, and I go, no, I'm not doing that shit. Because I was putting everything before your health. Not really everything. But if some motherfucker calls me and and says, we need to talk at 11:30, I'll cancel jiu-jitsu over that. And then it's a 10-minute call. It's a waste of my time. So nobody cancels my working session stuff. There's a program. I got to do something from Monday to Friday. Saturday, Sunday, I take the fuck off. I eat what I want. I drink. I still drink a lot of water. Down there, fucking eat water, sleep, rest, and I have a, as funny as it is, I have a stress thing on my whoop. Okay? And it tells you throughout the day when you have stress.
Does it like alert you?
Yeah. Okay. It has a high, medium, and low alert. And it's weird. When I feel something, I'll look and it's medium. Like today, I was alone, and my daughter goes, I want to go ride the bike. Listen, she could ride a great bike. I just don't like her riding around the neighborhood by herself. 2 weeks ago she went to Starbucks on the fucking bike, which I wasn't mad at her. We all did the same stupid shit. But for some reason, when she tells me she's gonna ride the bike, my levels go up right away. I worry, she's gonna fall, she got shorts on, she's gonna scrape her knee. And then I go, fuck it. That's how I learn.
I know, it's just, I was shocked.
Scrape your fucking knee, And little things, like when people call me to go to New York City for something, that puts my stress level high.
Just the fact that they invite you?
No, they'll just call me, hey, you want to do a podcast? I'm like, not really, but I tell them this will be like the 18th time. I go, no. But it's because why would I want to do a podcast right now? What is the sense of me doing a podcast? Right. I have no reason to do a fucking podcast. I come up, I'm happy that we get to do our podcast. We get to chit chat, eat some food, and we go home. That's it. I don't want to drive into the city and start doing 15 podcasts a week for no reason. For no reason. I'm not promoting anything. I got nothing new to say. Nothing has happened except I'm getting older. What the fuck is happening? So for me to go on a podcast, so how long did you do in prison? I don't want to hear these questions no more. I don't want to hear these no more. Right,
No, I get it. And it's interesting for me to watch you because I like something that I feel like I've been doing wrong. And I'm trying to avoid, but I feel like I've been a little bit too desperate with some of the comedy stuff that I'm doing. And I know why I'm desperate. It's because I just want to do spots. So I'm taking things because I just say yes to every spot.
You have to.
Okay, I've been trying to go over in my head what am I doing wrong.
Okay. For years, I did every fucking spot I could. From 91 to 2003, I did every spot I did until one day. My girlfriend at the time sat me down and she goes, what are we doing here? What are we doing here? Right. You're losing money on every venture you do. You're the only comedian that loses money on every venture. Right. You were laughing at me last week. I figured out in my head that if I took a bus to local gigs, I saved $300, $200. That's more money for me to snort coke. And party and get fucked up. I figured all these things out. You have a budget. You have what they're paying you $600 for 6 shows. You got to get there. That's always, back in this shit started about 8 years ago. Before that, everything was $200, $240, $280. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Everything was $280, $249. Every once in a while, I got a $311. But so right there, you get $400 and $250 is out the way. You're left with $350. Unless you fucking eat sardines out of a can with crackers and live in a corner, with a heater or no heater or whatever the fuck you're gonna do. Doing comedy is very fucking rough on the mind. You're not making any money. Your friends that are 30 have Lamborghinis or whatever the fuck they got, and you're still driving a little Toyota with a missing bumper. And you have a dream. You have a dream and you believe in yourself. So that belief has to take you all the way to the top. You gotta believe that the reason you don't do, look, man, the biggest thing about stand-up or any other thing, when you become a doctor, you go to fucking 4 years of college, 3 years of medical school, a year residency, another 6 months here. You're doing all this shit, but when the smoke clears, you make $400,000 a year. Right. When the smoke clears. When those kids go out to become a doctor, they're fucking scared. That's hard. That's harder than what we do, studying, emergency room, and taking a pencil out of the kid's eye. You know, all this shit's scary, right?
Right.
But there's a payoff. So in your mind, there's so many things you could do. Like I remember one towards the end. This was like one of the only arguments I ever got with Ralphie, man. There was a couple of weeks there that he would tell you something, he'll see you in an hour, and it's 6 hours later. And one day I said something to him, well, Ralphie, you got a knock on it. At that time, I had nothing going on compared to him. And I said, dog, when you tell me 1 o'clock, 1:30, that works. But this 5-hour late shit, that doesn't work. And I told him, I go, I got time. You know, my time is valuable. It was not as valuable as mine. I go, but if you're sitting on your fucking ass for 4 hours, then you got no time.
Right.
Your time is nothing. And, you know, it was like a little argument. We made up, whatever. But he told me 2 weeks later, but you were right. Time is important. So if you're wasting your fucking time and your sacrifice, that's why I said that to you a couple of weeks ago. I love you to death. You ain't got time to go to movies on a Saturday night. I don't give a fuck if it's Mission Impossible. And that's the big thing with your situation, the relationship. Now you're in a relationship. And now you got to give us some and give yourself some and maintain your fucking sanity. Because they're going to come at you every night. You're going to go out again? But there's a sporting event. I don't give a fuck because they don't understand it. You don't give a fuck. Like I did not give a fuck about what was on TV. I did not give a fuck about your fucking family. I didn't give a fuck. I gave a fuck about making something out of my life.
Right.
So I don't have time. I don't have that time.
And then that's what I did this weekend because I
don't have that time that you're looking for.
Right.
And people, you know, Thursday night I went out with some friends of mine, and I bumped into this friend of mine. And she was there with a boyfriend, and we were talking. And she goes, you know, when you got divorced, how long did it take you to get remarried? And I go, it took me 9 years to get a girlfriend, and 9 years to marry her. And she goes, why did you do that? I go, because I didn't want to push my luggage on people. I had tons of luggage, A, and B, my principles were not going to be the same as yours. You know, I had an affair with somebody that came over, we fucked. The next day they're gone. I got comedy to do. I don't give a fuck about what's on your mind or what's on your friend's mind. And there's people that can't handle it around you. It's very rough on the people around you. Okay? One of the reasons I got into comedy was not to go to weddings. Straight up. I don't have 6 hours to waste at a fucking wedding. I don't want to go to a fucking wedding. And if you call me with a wedding, I'm going to tell you it's not going to work. And now I live like trickle because all these people are going to get married. And they're like, well, are you going to come? Not really. And they think I'm goofing. Right. Like they think I'm joking around. Like I'm not joking. I'll send you 500, 1,000. Whatever number you tell me, I'll send you. I have to sit there for 3 hours and bang on the glass and all that dumb shit. I just don't like it. Right. I sacrificed a lot. Now, in my heart, I like weddings. But I had to convince myself I didn't like weddings. I had to convince myself I didn't like half the shit that people were doing. So I didn't involve myself in it. I only had one thing to do. 2 things. 3 things. Smoke coke, do comedy, and get my dick sucked. That was on my list for every month. That was my list. Smoke coke, get your dick up, try, whatever. That was on the agenda on the fucking road. I didn't give a fuck about your problems. I don't care about your fucking cat. It's a fucking state of mind.
And that, yeah, it's hard. It's hard, and it's hard to like get out of, like, for me, it's very hard to get out of my comfort zone. And I know, like, on Saturday night, I didn't have anything booked, and I went to 2 clubs. And there's nothing I hate more than hanging out. I feel like such an asshole. I feel like no one wants me there. Not because I'm not funny, but like if I don't have I'm just gonna sit around like with my just clap and watch it. Yeah, that's what I did.
You sit there, you get a beer, and you watch. And you don't have to say a word as long as somebody sees you. Walk in and walk out, so you're not out of mind. You're never out of mind. You're always there. And on Monday, they all get a fucking text or whatever. with your avails. Monday at 9 o'clock. I don't wake up till 11. It's Monday in my world. You're waking up when I send you that fucking text.
Right.
Or that email. That's how your mentality is, you know. This is your life. This is your career. I look, people have careers and then I'm going to Bimini for a week. Where'd that come from? What are you talking about? Right. You just got this started. Yeah, but I planned this way before we canceled. People don't think like that. They don't want to think like that. Then they'll cry to you a year later. They don't have money. They don't know what's going on. Wait, you went to Bimini? Fucking Bimini now. Go jump up and down the fucking Bimini.
Do you ever think about like, because it might be weird for you. Like, let's say you didn't have that coke problem. Do you think you would have done more in comedy?
Oh, probably.
Because it's all like, but also like a lot of the coke stories turned into like a lot of funny material.
You know, because I turned them into funny material, but they weren't fucking funny. They weren't fucking funny. Okay, these stories aren't funny. Really, they're sad. But we know how to make them funny. They're sad. You're telling people about stories about your addiction, this crazy shit that you did to get high, whether it was going in the toilet and scraping the sides and licking it. You know, it's tough. Listen, man, it's very tough to podcast and it's very tough to be normal on the people. You know, like for years I didn't talk about doing coke on stage. And no one there said, fuck it, why not? Right, and I started fooling a different audience. Now I knew, you know what I'm saying? When I did that thing with my mouth, nobody did that before. Yeah, nobody did that before. Nobody. I never seen anybody do that shit on stage. Not even Richard Pryor. So I'll talk about joint, you know, right, your jaw effect. There was just so many fucking things that I did not want to talk about. But to become a good comic, you needed to talk about those things. You need to let people know you're like them.
Why didn't you want to talk about it?
I was embarrassed. Why wouldn't I want to tell these stories? You think it's somebody's got a yeast infection, your hands smell like Newark for a month. You know, who wants to hear this shit? Nobody wants to hear this shit, but it's what made you. It's what made you who you are today. Right. I'm out of my tits. Everybody knows that I'm fucking crazy. I'm fucking crazy. I control it, but I'm out of my fucking. You know what I'm saying?
It's funny that you know that, like, at least
listen, if you don't know you're crazy, you got mental problems. When you parade yourself and you're like, there's nothing wrong with me, what I do is absolutely normal. No, it's not. No, it's not. So, we already know it. Like, no crazy person would have kidnapped somebody. No sane person would have got into comedy. What sane person gets into fucking comedy? We're all on the fucking mental edge struggle, like we're on a thin line. And after a while, when you don't become successful, that shit starts to come out. And you start to see the mental health issues. And sometimes, when you become successful, the mental health issues come out right in front of you. Can't control it.
That's how it comes out, like, late in life. I don't think you'd be crazy for life. But no, like, you think it comes out, like, 40s or 50s, some people just go nuts?
Listen, you always have something in you. There's always something in you. And you have things that you know, that you feel like this doesn't happen to anybody else, but it happens a lot more than what you think. You know, like, you ever come in a minute when you're on a date?
Yeah.
And you're like, nobody else does this. This chick's gonna go home depressed. Every guy she's with comes in a minute. Maybe a minute and a half. She's got great pussy. She's got big titties. What do you think, man? Right. Every once in a while, she'll get lucky. She goes out with guys that are drunks. You know, they get that dick when they drink. It's all. So, you think that you're the only person this is happening to, right? But it happens to other people until you bring it out. You're not going to know. Everything that happens to you, oh, should I do the same thing too?
And you know what's weird? I'm not, like, one thing I love about podcasts, and I like about our relationship, is, like, there's a lot that I won't say in, like, normal life. But on a podcast or on stage, I'll say, like, or like even with you, like I feel comfortable. I don't think people talk about the shit that they feel like no one else goes through.
No, they're scared. And we're scared as comics. We're scared to unveil ourselves. It's not when you unveil yourself that shit starts to move. Shit starts to move. Okay, I can relate to that. This motherfucker does this. This motherfucker does that. I can relate to this. I understand what he's doing.
That's because honestly, like up until now, I've just been trying to be funny, but that's kind of what my goal, like what I've been working on the last year.
Funny is funny.
It is, but okay.
Okay, always remember funny is funny. If you could fucking harmonica fart, if you could play a fart out of a harmonica,
that's pretty great.
People will laugh. Yeah, you know, club owners will go, that's not the comedy we want to hear. You're paying me a fee to go out there and make them laugh. Doesn't matter how I make them laugh. If I take my shoe off and let my fungus go on fire and it keeps turning off, people laugh. That's funny.
Right.
That's fucking funny.
Yeah.
And that's what we forget. Listen, there's some below the line shit you can't say. That's kind of whatever, but funny is funny. And then once you get your mind in, and you and I have had discussions about comedy minds, and I told you that I have a hard time writing because it's not something I do every night. When you get on stage every night for like 6 months, oh my God, your fucking engines are, you're burning through that fucking feather. Right? You know what I'm saying? You're burning through that feather. That chicken's out of blood because you're always queuing, turning, you know. But when you're not, it's very rough. I didn't figure out how to write it home. It's not funny. It's just stories, right? I mean, there's nothing funny about what's going on to translate it to the audience. There is. There's a lot of shit that's going on that's funny. But we live in such a pussy fucking society today, I know, that you can't bend to any of them. I don't give a fuck. I'll go up there and talk about my views. I don't give a fuck.
I love it.
I'm not going to slip because the biggest way you can kill yourself right now is going politics on the stage. That's the biggest way because it's 50-50 across the fucking world. And it gets worse, and every day it gets better or worse. They're either against them, they're with them, he did this, he did that, you know. Michael Corleone did this, Michael Corleone did that.
But the fun thing with like the way you do like any sort of like political jokes, because I don't even know, but like I don't even know what you believe about what you're saying. A lot of the things that you like, I love when you call me about like something that went on in the news, and you say some wild shit. I'm just dying. Wild shit. I don't think like I never even really thought about it, but now that I'm thinking, I don't think like it's an actual like political belief that you have. You're just a comic. You're like, what's the funniest thing I could say here?
You know, it's you just look at shit for what it is. Like I don't even look at it. I don't even get into it right now.
I don't play it.
Where you get your comedy from? Like, listen, comedy definition is my world against the regular world, all right? And that's comedy, and there's a lot of news. But there's shit that I see on the news that I just want to die of laughter. I think the news is one of the funniest programs on TV with hypocrisy and everything else. Like the other night I got home. What was that? No, Saturday night I didn't go out. I went home and I went to CVS and I went home and I ate at home. And all night I talked to George, and all night it was, you know, it was the bombing. You know, he had just bombed him, right? And it was hysterical because I put CNN on and they were kind of weird. And then I put Fox on 26, right? It's like 25 and 26 on my cable box. And they were just saying Donald J. Trump. I hate when they call him Donald. That's such a fucking faggy name. Just call him Trump. Just call him Trump. When they say Donald J. Trump, good history claim. I mean, they were all on there just sucking the Trump dick, and I was laughing my ass off because there's people that are burning right now. You know, like half the other side was furious that he dropped those bombs, and they didn't really comprehend. Like, it doesn't matter who you bomb. Right. Doesn't fucking matter. Whether you bomb babies, whether you bomb fucking old ladies, he bombed the fucking nuclear facility plant, wherever they make nukes. Right. Okay? And people are still getting up the right to do that. So you're living in a world that nobody's going to be happy with what you do.
And I love on both sides, like the people watching Fox, a lot of them like saluting. They were pumped.
You know. And then you got the people hating the Jews, you know?
Oh, yeah.
And it's so fucking crazy. You know, it's so funny that Jews are going to start, a lot of them. I'm giving you some inside info here.
Are you allowed to say this?
Yeah, in a couple of weeks, maybe a couple months after this dies down, a bunch of people are going to start getting sniped and killed. One by one. One of them is going to be Roger Waters from Pink Floyd. Israel's going to start taking people out individually, one at a shot. They're just going to start taking people out. They've had it. Netanyahu's had it. You know, I mean, the world, whatever. I don't want to talk about this the right way. People say, oh, you're Jew lovers, you're Jew haters. I'm just telling you what I see. Right. Netanyahu's on a fucking roll now. So anybody who's talking shit is going to get fucking shot bad.
How do you think they're going to do it? After the
using blow darts. You know, they just blew people up with pages. You don't fucking know. You don't know. The CIA is still trying to blow Fidel Castro with a cigar. With a fucking cigar. And the Jews figure out how to kill people with a fucking page. You know, so I don't know how they're going to do it, but you figure it's going to get a lot worse before it gets better. We were going to New York the 4th of July. I don't think we're doing that.
No.
Who knows what's going to happen? Who knows what idiot's going to be running out there, jumping up and down in New York? You know, there's fireworks that day, so you can't hear shit. Right. Oh, you can't hear shit. So there's a bombing that might bomb Lincoln Tunnel. Who knows? Like we said, New York is a haven for fucking Jews. Oh, yeah. There's a million Jews in New York, and it's one stop shop. They already have like cells that are getting together. And what these people do, I watched on 60 Minutes last night. What these people do is they just gather information about structure, buildings, places to hit, holiday.
Jews are doing this, or people against Jews?
People against Jews. Yes.
Probably.
Yeah,
like intel.
Okay. Yeah. Like I said, I don't like talking politics. I just repeat what I hear because I'm a fucking idiot. But I know as of this afternoon, they bombed.
They tried to bomb American Air Force Base.
Whatever. So he said, everybody said if they retaliate, it's all over. They're going to become a parking lot.
Well, I would love to hear from any soldiers. I don't know if you've seen, I've heard like a rumor that when they feed the army like steak and lobster, that means we're going to war. And all people were posting like in the last 2 weeks were like, oh, the army's getting steak and lobster, like at the cafeteria. That means it's about to go down.
I don't know what's going down. I just know that you got to get your helmets ready. Get that iodine ready.
What's the iodine?
To put in your ears like Russian people. They put iodine in their ears, cotton balls, something. When there's nuclear, something bomb. Just one of the Russians told me.
Would you really try to survive?
What?
Would you try to survive?
I don't know if I would. I don't know. Just did you see the pictures of Iran? I told you, just a turban, smoke coming out of it, a little cape on the bottom. It's just zapped me. People just disappear. And every fucking little hood's got a little bit of smoke coming out of it. You see it? It's like when they like when they do like a genie, like when the genie blinks, right, and the clothes would just fall. That's what it is. They just zap the body. They just zapped it. They got 1,000 turbans. Smoke coming out of it right now. They just zap the body. There's maybe an eyeball on fire on the floor, or a fingernail, or fungi toenail.
That's what I'm looking for. I don't want to struggle. I don't want to survive an atomic bomb going on.
Listen, who knows? Don't worry about it.
I'm not worried about it. They come out, so I'll go right outside and wait for it. I'd love to be one of the ones who are zapped. That's the best way to go. You're not scared. You just zapped.
So you were told
a little bit, but you don't think so.
You can't do comedy. I don't want to get zapped.
But what kind of comedy's gonna happen after the atomic bomb goes off? Who's doing shows
or something like that? Who knows?
Exactly. That's zapped.
It's gonna be like Road Warrior.
You think I'm gonna do well in Road Warrior? You think I'm gonna do well in the Road Warrior? I'm gonna die or get like assaulted immediately. That's really when I get monkey.
Keep putting that fucking air fan in your head. You're gonna get assaulted.
Oh, I'm so excited.
Oh, they're gonna beat you around the spot. I can't wait. They're gonna actually beat you with that fucking fan. They're gonna take it off beat you, take the wall off your pocket, kick you in the stomach, and take off.
Don't you get one of like the Chinese fans, like go like that? Remember when Eric got us the gay ones in LA? That was like Pride Month. That's the one I should get.
You should get a gay fan.
That would have been the move.
You should get your dicks up too. Get a little gay fan. Listen, we're gonna be right back and talk about our two sponsors. Don't go nowhere. Yo, Uncle Joey here. Listen, stop sneaking out of your kids' basketball games for a nicotine fix. Pop in a Lucy Breaker and get a mental break without needing to go anywhere. Lucy Breakers are 100% pure nicotine pouches. That's tobacco-free with the flavor of a capsule inside. Break the capsule and you'll get the wave of hydration. Listen, these things are tremendous. My favorite fruit, I think it's fruit, isn't it the fruity one? Mango, delicious. You can choose between 4 and 8 milligrams of nicotine to get the exact kick that you need when you need it. Listen, let's level up your nicotine routine with Lucy. Go to lucy.co/church and press in promo code CHURCH to get 20% off your first order of Lucy. Lucy has a 30-day refund policy if you change your mind. Again, that's lucy.co/church and use code CHURCH, CHURCH, to get 20% off. And here comes the fine print. Lucy products only for adults of legal age, and every order is age verified. Warning, this product contains nicotine, and nicotine is an addictive chemical. Hey, when you're ready to seriously unwind, it's time for Cornbread Hemp. Cornbread Hemp's CBD gummies are created to help you feel better, whether it's stress, discomfort, or you just need to relax. Cornbread Hemp only uses the best part of the hemp plant, the flower, so you're getting the purest, most potent CBD. I love these things. All their products are third-party tested, so you know you can trust them. Everything is USDA organic to ensure safety and purity. Right now, church fans can get 30% off your first order. Just head to cornbreadhemp.com/church and use code CHURCH, CHURCH at checkout. That's cornbreadhemp.com/church. Use code CHURCH, CHURCH, and I'm going to welcome Cornbread Hemp to the podcast. We're back, beautiful people. Lee, did you watch the fucking NBA finals last night?
I didn't watch. I heard about it, but I didn't watch it.
The NBA was on fire last week. You know, Indiana was a great team. I bet them to win the series. I lost. It was just $25 to win 100 or 150. I really liked him, but the way that kid went down last night was fucking sad.
I heard he blew his Achilles or something.
Yeah, and I was just telling my wife, I didn't know it was his Achilles. But I sat there last night, I'm like, it's June fucking 22nd, and these motherfuckers are still playing basketball. That's absurd.
When did it used to end?
Huh?
When did it used to end?
Like June 7th, May 31st.
Oh, wow.
They're extending, and then today I saw a bunch of people going. 2 20-year-olds ripped their fucking Achilles tendon. It said the season is too long. And I believe that. Fucking October to June. All right, the other team stopped in fucking May. But 2 months of fucking playoffs, man, that's a lot. And then, you know, it's just a long fucking season. I read a book once that George gave me, the one about The Punch, by Rudy Tomjanovich, when Kermit Washington punched him. And it was really weird. After that, they never had, after that punch, they stopped, the NBA stopped doing certain things. Like there was no back-to-back road games. Okay. You're on the road, you can only play 1 game a night, like every other night, you know, because they felt that the players were getting burned out. They did a lot of reform. But in this age of greed,
yeah.
That's all I don't think. And that's, you know, I was talking to my wife last night, and I'm like, we were talking about, I was watching something. And I go, you know, I'm 62. And one thing you never hear from people, like when you go to school, you read a history book, you know, and it tells you about 1861, Kennedy, whatever, you know. The Germany thing, it tells you about all this shit.
The Germany?
No, you know, Auschwitz.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
It tells you you all this shit, but you know what's really weird? And you won't get it yet, George will, because he's my age. We've seen so much change. We've seen so much change. It could have stayed the way it was, and it wouldn't hurt nobody. But we always tried to improve, and in the meantime, you made it worse. Like automated phones at the doctor's office, automated phones, and anything like that. We want to talk to the people. Right away, they send you on the computer. You want to make an appointment, go on the computer, then you get there, and the appointment's wrong. You know, it's just so many things. You know, we were talking about the garden a few weeks ago. I went to do that show, and there was nobody outside because somewhere in America they decided no more scalping tickets. The scalpers were out there having a great time. Having a great time with scalpers, busting their balls, trying to beat them, trading tickets. No. So they took away the scalper, and now we get double charged on fucking the computer. You know, right? We can't even negotiate. We don't even know who to negotiate with. Right? So many things got so, like, I saw things change that. Why'd they change? They were just great the way they were.
Is there like a time period that if the world could just stop right there, you'd be happy? Like the 80s, 70s, 90s. I think the 90s were great.
I think I would have stopped in 1990.
Yep.
With grunge and everything. Look what music is. Now, yeah, I went to my daughter's softball game. They were playing teams from Virginia. I never heard more redneck music in all my life. But it's not rednecks. It's people faking an accent. It's like they really fake the accent for country. Yeah, got a guitar. You know, no, get the fuck off. This ain't even country no more. It's just, you know, listen to rap music. It's god awful. It's a guy with a fucking thing. Just a box. That's it. Yeah. You know, Billie Eilish. I listened to her when my daughter's in the car. But I saw a live tape of her. I wouldn't pay for that shit. It's her with a fucking DJ. There's not a musical instrument out there. She's lip syncing to a degree.
I think people have figured out what you need to do to be popular.
Oh no!
I think that's what it is.
I had this talk with Mercy about 3 months ago. We're living in a world now. It's like she likes that chaperone. Okay? That chaperone is the ugliest fucking monster lookingest thing I've ever seen in my life. And she's all bullshit. It's all bullshit. They know how to twist the strings. They act independent to be like cool, but they're really not. Because we all answer to somebody. So knock the fucking shit off. Especially if you got a record company. You gotta answer to that record company. And she's out there. The record labels should put away money for starving artists. Better yet, since you're concerned about starving artists, go into your fucking kitchen. Go into your kitchen. They never do they? Why would they? So then shut the fuck up. You know, now comedian girls, they gotta marry a guy that's autistic. That's the new thing. If they don't marry an autistic retard, they can't buy, and then they sell it. Like, oh yeah, my husband's autistic. You know. Are you fucking retarded? Why would you marry him? Your child's gonna be fucking autistic. He's not gonna know how to put a square in a circle or a circle in a square.
Everyone's autistic now.
Yeah, everybody's got a fucking thing now. And then they have the fake charities. I like those people, the fake people. Yeah, I'm really concerned. I'm like, no, you're not. No, you're fucking not. No, you're not. They just say this shit. You know, it's like all these movie stars. They all talk shit. Well, go into your pocket. Where's your fucking suffering? Where is it? No, you're just there fucking pointing people at other things that you don't even really believe. That's the problem with those Hollywood actors today. Do you think Charles Bronson would have raised his hand and said, I support the LGBTQ community? Clint Eastwood or one of those motherfuckers? No. Because they hated those things. That wasn't in the repertoire. Charles Bronson. Do you believe in LGBTQ? Yeah, oh yeah. I believe in a man with a wig. I knock him out. That's but now movie stars go, I support LGBTQ just to be cool, just so people go, oh my God, he really cares.
Well, did you see? Even like I don't even honestly really know who she is. Sydney Sweeney. She's like a hot actor.
Yeah.
She's selling her bathwater.
Yeah. Like, what should buy and drink it? I don't fucking know. There's people that do that. Like, listen, we got so many sick fucking people. Look at look at all these female celebrity movie stars and musicians. The other, and that poor girl, the football player's girlfriend, with the skinny legs and no ass, what's her name?
Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift. She had a fucking guy that was moving into a house or some shit. You know, all these fucking broads. You know, what part in your mind lets you think that they're talking to you?
Oh, the stars, the stalkers? They're just insane.
They're insane. How many? There was a comedian at the store that had a stalker. He couldn't put on the lineup that she was going to the store. They had to put a name. I would go to the store and I go, "Who the fuck is this broad?" It was somebody else. And I go, "Oh, okay." Yeah, they got stalkers. What part of your mind do you think that person's gonna fall in love with you by you showing up at their house with fucking chocolates and candy? They're rich and they want chocolate, they'll go buy it themselves. They don't need you to buy fucking chocolate.
And then there's people now like scamming you. Like there's this one I keep seeing stories of like this older lady. Someone took Matt Rife's picture and has been like texting her, being like, "Hey, I'm Matt Rife. I need some money. We'll get married. Come to my show." And this like 60-something-year-old lady believed it and like gave him money.
Well, some lady just gave somebody Brad Pitt. Remember Brad Pitt called her up and borrowed money from me? $800,000 got the voice on it.
Yeah.
What makes you fucking think Brad Pitt is gonna call you for a fucking envelope? Listen, there's some scams out there now that if you get caught, you should just get put in jail. You should just get caught.
So if you get scammed?
Yeah, you gotta go to jail. You cannot be this stupid. I don't want you in society. You're gonna spread your stupidity to people by fucking, you know, guys. The thing I want for my daughter is not to be a sucker. Yeah, that's why I talk to her about chaperones. Whenever fake people come on TV, I'll show them. I'll point them and go, "Look at this guy. This Pablo fucking dude. This dude from Last of Us."
Oh, yeah.
That was great on. He was great on Narcos. When he became a half a fag. He became a half a fag. He put glasses on. When they put the glasses on, you lost. When they put the intelligent glasses, like I read a book at night, you lost.
You hate glasses.
I don't hate glasses for people who need glasses. I need glasses at night. I can't see the fucking TV. My fucking TV knows. I need glasses and I won't fucking put them on because it's such a stigma in my fucking life. I started putting on sunglasses.
Okay.
Again, that $2 sunglasses, I got them from the weed store. I'm not gonna pay $800 for a Ray-Ban. Look at Ray-Ban. Then you lose those fucking things.
I know.
You know, so you buy $2 glasses and you put them on. But I'm not gonna go to the store and buy, look at me, intelligent glasses and put them on at night to look like fucking Dr. Doolittle. That's never gonna fucking happen in my world.
What do you? I'd love to hear
Tom Segura, all those motherfuckers with their glasses. Once you put glasses on, you lose yourself. You lost who you were. You didn't even. You just wanted to go for the intelligent look, like I need them. No, you don't need them. There's 1,000 pair of glasses you can get. You ever see a Japanese guy with stupid fucking glasses on? No, they wear the coolest motherfucking yakuzas, thin shades and shit. But you gotta be fucking Johnny. What they do is they get the weirdest looking glasses to put it on so they stand out. Right. Like God forbid, there's one guy that's got like the colored one, the big frame, like the bag that he is. You know.
So how, like, what would your sentence be? Like, if you saw someone wearing those glasses, how long do they have to go to stupid jail for?
Depends on what they were.
What if they don't even have the lenses? It's just glass, just like it's a faction statement.
Yeah, they need to get put under the jail and beat up. That's what half these people need. They need to go to prison or county jail. And for some guy to walk up and go with something with glasses, and for them just to get smacked, and the glasses fall off, and the one lens breaks, and you hold on to your eye. You'll never put those glasses on again. No, because finally somebody had. But in LA, you put those glasses on, and people are like, "Oh, we love your glasses." Oh yeah. I kind of want to sale. No, you didn't. You paid $800 for you fucking sucker.
I love when they have, like, you can tell they have 40 pairs, like they match the glasses with the shoes, with the shirt. That's my favorite. I think I broke you.
You know, man, I'm happy Trump's in office because I know we had a weak bread. I was a country. It would take me a week to get through these fucking assholes. It would take me a week to get through all these assholes we got walking around. Between the tattooed, bald-headed guys on steroids that think they're fucking, you know, to the faggies with the tight fucking pants, to the other sets of faggies with the blue suits and the brown shoes, like brown and blue ever fucking matched before. You know, there's just so many people that live for an identity.
I took the bus.
Everybody's dying for an identity. You could go anywhere now on a Friday and Saturday. What do they got at the restaurant? A board for you to take pictures.
Oh yeah.
For you to take, like, you're at a VIP dance. So you could actually take a, and like, look at me, we're on the walkway. What do they call that? The red carpet or whatever, the blue carpet or whatever the fuck, you know. Everybody wants to celebrity. And it's fucking, because I'm a half a pseudo fucking felon celebrity. I fucking hate it. I fucking hate it.
Dude, there's places in New York that are just open for you to go take selfies in, and you can pay for by the picture. I don't. It's in the Lower East Side. There's a couple places that if you walk by, I do mics and shows down there. It's just like they have like little sets and props you can use, and then like there's lines out the door.
Because that's the new world. People want to take selfies in front of, God forbid, they can't take a selfie in front of the theater. They just sold out. Right? On Sunday mornings, look at Instagram.
Right. With the flashlights behind
the lights. We know. Right, we know already. Show me you saving a cat, giving it mouth to mouth on the street. I'll love you more.
What do they say in sports? Act like you've been there before or something?
Yeah. It's you know, it is social media. But I can put on so many skull caps and get so many tattoos on my neck and get black nail polish and smoke and do videos all day long. And people are buying the image. Oh man, he looks cool. Let's go see him. He's got a tattoo of a dragon on his neck. Then I can't buy you material. No. So yeah, social media, the image thing. People buy into image now. They don't buy into character. They don't look at that person. Look at that person trying just a little bit too hard. I'm gonna stay away from that motherfucker. There's something that's not right. He's trying just a little too hard. It's really. I have no clothes. Do you know that? What do you mean? I'm not ashamed to say that. I have no clothes. I have 3 pair of Levi's, black, blue jeans. I got a pair of black jeans, and I got a pair of Levi carpenter beige pants. Okay, I have an array of t-shirts. Some people give it to me. Some I buy. The sneakers I buy. I don't buy anything like to be cool. I don't like jeans with a rip in the knee. I'm too old for that. You're just too fucking old for that. You just look like a fucking idiot. You know, I just saw a video of Jay-Z. He's worth, what, $200 billion fucking dollars. Still has the fucking Timberland boots with the jeans with a hood on. Nobody's cold. You're in France. Everybody's out there with a t-shirt on. You got a black hood on. There's so many things that people get impressed by. And it's fucking pathetic. Who's the best basketball player on the team, George? The guy without the knee braces on and the elbow braces. Give me the guy with the knee braces and the leg warmers and the black. This one is black, this one is red, and he sucks.
And then he goes into the
He sucks. He's Portalita. That's what Cubans call Portalita.
What's that mean?
That means like everything to get attention, but what he needs to be doing to get attention, he ain't doing. He's hiding it with all this smoke. That's why I always say, who are you once all this gets taken out? Okay, like when I tell people, when I look in the mirror at night, there's no stand-ups, there's no people doing standing ovations, the blowing smoke in my head. It's just me with my ugly face in that mirror going, damn. You gotta do something. You gotta do something, okay? And then none of those things, if I said, well, maybe I'll dye my hair jet black and put a white streak like Tulsi Gabbard, or maybe I'll put a fucking tattoo on my neck and get the goatee and gray it up and put a little chef hat on so I look kind of cool, like, look at Joey with a hat on. I don't need that. No, I never thought I needed that. One thing I grabbed Hudson County when I was growing up was, look at the kids I grew up with. I'll bring you 15 of the kids I grew up with, including George. George is probably the only one with a tattoo.
Right. Yeah, well, that was not big for you guys.
But
We didn't need anything for attention.
he was just like, I guess that.
You know, an earring, fucking all that shit was not necessary in my world. It was not necessary.
Whenever I see
We
someone,
showed up with dick and heart. And that's it. When you show up with dick and heart, you don't need all those fake accessories.
right?
They're just to get attention from little fags. You know, oh my God, I love your shirt. It's so cool. You know, it's like when you wear that fucking Mickey shirt on.
What shirt?
That Whitney shirt on. That
Oh, the
fucking-
Buc-ee's?
Yeah, and people come up and you go, that's cool. Yeah, like, how old are you? If you're 12 and you tell me I have a Spider-Man shirt on, you tell me it's cool. But now adults are saying that. I like that shit. It looks cool. It's a fucking Minnie Mouse. And you're too much of an adult. Yeah, dad was wrestling with a kid in jiu-jitsu, and I looked at his foot. He had a Mickey Mouse on his foot. I stopped him. I go, you're a fucking cop. How do you have Mickey Mouse on your fucking foot? Tattooed on your foot. If you're a cop and you're arresting me with sandals on, I'm fucking punching you in the head. You got a fucking Mickey Mouse tattoo on your fucking foot.
What tattoos are allowed?
None.
Not really about
Not even like
Show up with big dick and heart and character, a set of balls that sling dick. The only tattoo that you should have is one on your chest that says something like dick. That's the only tattoo that's acceptable in my world.
Have you told Mercy that? Like no tattoos?
No, she's not gonna get it.
You don't think so?
She would, then I told her you can't be buried in Giuseppe.
Everyone who knows that.
I told her if she curses, she can't get into college. She believed me so.
She still believes you?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fantastic. That's that's awesome. What else do you have? I love the lies parents tell their kids. Like, do you have anything else? That's fantastic.
Yesterday we talked about me smoking pot.
Really?
Yeah. She goes, I knew before you told me that in the old house you would open the door and smoke would be coming out of your lips.
And like you thought like you were hiding it the whole time?
We were driving back from Mount Holly. And I said, oh, that's the weed store I was supposed to go to. I missed it today. She's like, only my dad would tell me what weed store he goes to. I go, yeah, I was going to buy weed for somebody else. Not for me. She's like, Dad. I'm all honesty in that. I go, you never seen me smoke. He was so good. Dad, I smell it. It made me drink rough to smoke pot in the fucking room. I got to talk to him.
Right.
You know, maybe I'm gonna, she's got a black boyfriend.
Oh, they're actually going out? Oh, shit.
Tried to break into me, attic. Just to have a chair downstairs, you know. And the couch, you know. But over here, I have a footstool that I don't use as a footstool. I just use it as the remote holders, maybe to hold like a toenail cutter, and my remotes and waters. When she sits on that thing, it's gonna get good.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, it's gonna get good. So the other night she sat there. At first she was telling me that one of her girlfriends is very racist. That's how we got into the conversation. And I go, is she racist towards black people? She goes, Dad, everybody. She says stuff about Arabs and stuff all the time, and Jews. I go, well. And she goes, I'm friends with all of them. I'm tight with Jews, I'm tight with Arabs, and I'm tight with fucking black people. And I go, really, you know black? And she goes, yeah, you know, Aubrey, this. She started telling me, I go, that's a lot of African Americans in your school. And she goes, Devin. And I go, you really like Devin? She goes, well, I've been talking to him lately. And she goes, he got catfished in Oak Ridge by some girl. And he came back running to me. She goes, I was supposed to call him 2 nights in a row, and I never called him. She goes, I had a fucking wing. Oh, Jesus Christ. And I'm like, that's it, sweat about, baby. He's black. Make him walk through the fucking field. You know what I'm saying? Make him walk through that fucking field. Oh my God. Today when I was leaving, she came down to give me a kiss. And she goes, Dad, I gotta go upstairs. I'm talking to Devin. Devin was on the phone. Okay. And I go, send Devin my love. And she goes, he loves you too.
Holy, that is gonna be. What do you think about her starting a date?
Well, let me 12, okay? He won't even come over to the house. She asked me today if she'd go to the county mom and fair with her. They only want a date for the county fair.
Oh, shit.
Yeah.
We have to go and watch.
No.
No, what if we meet with a little fan on? I'll hide. You don't want to watch it all?
No, she'll kill you. She's blood.
Oh, I know.
She'll kill you. Listen, man. Then the neighbor said to me, you know, She likes that black kid. Now, my first off, he's mixed. He's Irish and black. That's not just called a fucking guy, you know. Denzel, he's black and Irish. His dad's cool. Mom is really dynamite, good looking. And kids. What do you want me to tell them? You can't date a black guy. What do you want me to tell them? She's 12. So you want me to let my asshole beliefs interfere with her beliefs? I can't do that either.
I didn't think you had anything issue with him being black, but just a dude dating your daughter. I know they're 12.
They're not dating. They're talking on the phone. If they meet at the mall, my wife goes.
Okay.
Like last week, a bunch of little boys and little girls went Friday. They went to Point Pleasant to check concerns. My wife went, and a bunch of moms, and his mom was there.
Wow.
They're fucking 12.
You're so much calm. I'm nervous. I want to go spy on.
Want me to do?
I don't scare the kid a little bit.
No. Come see me again when she's 16.
Okay.
And then I'll tell you the other side of that.
Okay.
But for right now, I can't get no way. She's just a young kid. And she's just getting to learn all this shit. And, you know, it's interesting. Listen, this is the best thing I've ever done in my life.
Being dad.
Yeah, I'm having the best time. Listen, you told me that I've lightened up a lot lately. There's two reasons. I'm enjoying my life for the first time in a long time. And I went back to jiu-jitsu. That always keeps my powder dry. As soon as I go back to jiu-jitsu, my whole demeanor changes. Because it's such a challenge for me. But if I go twice or 3 times a week, I'm like, thank God.
Why?
Because it's such a challenge. And especially at my age, especially getting into shape and all that. And I like it. I just like the guys there. I like talking to the people there. You know, I talk to a lot of people from there. In fact, I went out to dinner with 2 guys from there last week and I had a fucking great time. They've been inviting me to dinner for 2 fucking years. And I'm always like, nah. And that night I went out to see Mercy's school. They had like an end of the year little party for the parents and fucking lemonade with no sugar in it and all that. We got out there about 8:30 and they kept calling me and I said, I'm over here. But if I get a minute, when I left, it was Thursday night, it was raining. I was going to come up to North Bergen. Pedro's show. But it was just coming down. I had to do that school thing. And then I went over to this restaurant, Mescal in Old Bridge.
Nice.
It was fucking great. To drink, I didn't drink alcohol. I just ate shrimp cocktail and the Angry Lobster, like an appetizer.
But like, how was that different than like other nights that you've gone out? Like, what was it about it that like you liked so much? Was it just the people?
I just got out. Sometimes, listen, man. Let's get something straight. I was involved in comedy for 29 fucking years. I don't have to tell you that comedy dominates 80% of my conversation. Right? When I was doing coke, it was 70%. Once I stopped doing coke, it was 80% of the conversation. Now it's like 40%. And I have things that I have needs now that regular people have. But now I'm not doing comedy. I have regular needs now. But it's kind of nice to go out with people every once in a while that stand-up doesn't get brought up for 2 hours. Right? They give a fuck.
And they don't ask you about like Rogan or weird stuff like that?
No.
That's awesome.
And I don't put myself in those positions. A lot of people must think I'm weird, you know, and I am. Because when I go to George's house to watch Indiana against the Knicks, or I come to your house to watch a Bruce Lee movie, I don't want people bugging me.
No.
Real people.
Yeah, you know, when somebody sits close to you, they want to ask you something, that wears on you. That wears on you. As a human being, you're trying to watch something. There's a guy over here, and
I saw something the other night that I wanted to stop the young comic, but I didn't know what to do. So I was just quiet. I was at a show, and this young comic wrote a note on his phone and showed it to another comic who was on the show. The other comic on the show was big, and said, I have a question about Patrice O'Neal. Just like in the middle of the show. And the older comic was super nice. So like, you want to go over here and ask him, like, and he was nice about it. But I just imagined, like, me doing that to you, like, there's no way that would, like, that's gonna, no one's gonna want to talk to you after that. It's so strange to see people do stuff like that.
People do the weirdest things now, and you don't know where they're going. You just don't. You just fucking don't. I was having a great time going to that strip club by my house. I wouldn't go every night. I wouldn't go every week. I would go once every month.
Right.
The last time I went, I said, I can't come up here.
Oh, people found out you were going?
It was insane. And I'm looking at these guys going, guys, there's pussy right there. They would come up to me like, do you go to Texas a lot? See Joe? I'm like, guys, not gonna. Another guy came up to me, hey man, I met you last 420. Okay. So now what do you want me to fucking do?
Right. Just the fact that he said 420, that means I already know you don't like him.
This year, so I had to be last year, the year before. So what do you want me to do at 10:30 at night at a strip club? I'm watching this girl. You're not even new. You're not like that. The reason I go to this strip club is the bartender. That's the only reason. I love her to death. I know her boyfriend, but I love her to death. So when I go there, since I know her boyfriend, she talks to me. Right? Because she knows it. So I have a great time. Once it starts getting, I just leave. Sometimes I got a lap dance. Most of the times I don't.
You're just there to have like.
I'm just there to get the fuck out of the house and to kill some fucking time. But I went there the first 2 times and nobody said nothing to you. Even the black guy next to me, we were talking at the end of the night, he goes, I know who you are. And that was great because he didn't bring it up the whole night. But when you're in one of those places, guys, say hello from a distance. Don't even come over. I'm looking at pussy. I'm talking to this fucking girl. Nothing burns me up more than rule number 1.
What's that?
If you see a man talking to a woman, I don't know what's going on. So I'm not going to go over there and say shit.
That's an important rule.
I don't say shit. I don't care if I grew up with you. If I don't know who you're with, I'm not going to go up to you and say nothing. Nothing. Because anything I say is going to be wrong. That's common fucking sense. You're with a woman. You're talking to a woman. Nothing I say could be more important to George.
What if it's like, because I had someone do this one time in LA after one of your shows. I had some guy who liked the show come up to me, like, try to like hype me up to the girl I was talking. Like, this guy's awesome, and it was like, it was weird. Like, even something positive is like kind of creepy.
Shut the fuck up, this is my sister. Then they turned red in person. No, you should have said nothing. Weak is as good as a knife with a clean horse. Like this. That's it. You go like this or go like that with your glass. I get it. Right. But there's no reason for you to come over here. Go talk to the fucking girls. I'm a fat 62-year-old guy. They ain't nothing here for you. I'm not giving out hand jobs, nothing like that. Why are you talking to me? It is. You do not. I cannot comprehend that. This shit. It's hard to comprehend. And you sit there and go, wow. Like, I'm the other day, I'm in a restaurant with my daughter and my wife eating, and some lady sat at the table. And she goes, I see you here a lot. And today is not the day. It's not the fucking day. Never. Can you call my friend? Not really. Not right now. You have to wait till I get out of here. And I'll eat one piece an hour. Until you leave. I'll tell you now on the way out, I'll take a picture of you. Not even a million fucking years. I'll take one bite a minute. Put the fork down, look around, make a call. So you're sweating me out. I'm not doing it. I'm not in the mood. No.
And you would never do that to someone else.
No. If I walked into a fucking bar, a strip club anywhere, and I saw you, George, Nick, any of my friends talking to a woman, if you look at me, I'll wait. Keep walking. That's it. There's nothing to say.
Now, let me ask you this. What if Eric was talking to a dude? Does that same thing?
I wouldn't go over to him either. I don't know the dude or how he's going to fuck him. I don't give a fuck to him. I'm 62. The guy's going to go, why are you talking to an old man? Right. You fuck old man. I'm not doing shit.
Right.
I'm the same way about everybody. You're talking to a woman that's nothing to me. Like that. If you want to come over, that's your prerogative.
Right.
But I'm never going to go over to you and interrupt you. I just want to say hi. Don't say anything.
Right.
What, do you think my life's going to change? Did you say fucking I don't give a fuck. It's like if I knock on your door, well, hi. I came over to say hi. Who cares? So you fucking milk a cow somewhere, you fuck.
And are there any exceptions? Like, what if you walked in and you saw me? Like, even if it was me, or like if I saw you?
If I saw you talking to your girlfriend,
Right.
absolutely I'd come over and give you a kiss.
Got it, okay.
But a foreign woman that you want to buy, I'm assuming you're telling her your life story.
Right.
If not, I'm wrong. If you come over later and go, my bad.
Right.
At least I didn't come over. Hey, what's going on here? You know, people that come up there, hey, George, you want to do a line of coke? Are you fucking retarded right here in front of everybody? Yeah, you get those people. You're going to get those that have no proof, that nobody raised them, their mother didn't talk to them. It's like they lived on the barn and they came in for breakfast and showers or something like that. It's not your fault to fucking, I'm not doing it.
No.
I'm not doing it.
And that seems like something I'm obsessed with your social jails that you want to put people in. Like, I want to come up with like a list of things that would send people to jail. Like, what about, because I was on the Greyhound, we were talking about earlier, I was on the Greyhound, and like people tried to like sit next to me and talk. I pulled your trick. I looked real fat and I put myself on the seat next to me. Like, I didn't want anyone.
No, you paid for 2 seats, you said.
On the first one, on the way back I didn't. On the way back it was expensive. But like, people, like, they want to chat. I don't want to talk to anyone.
That's why you put earphones on.
But even then,
you don't know nothing. I don't know nothing. I'm talking on the phone to Europe. Meanwhile, you listen to the cars. You know,
right.
Europe. I go to a gym. There's 2 retards there. And they torture you. Me and Jimmy had to stop going to the gym when they're there. Monday, Wednesdays, and Fridays. They're nice people. But it doesn't end, guys. Right? It's retard talk for an hour. I went to see the movies this week. They're 30 years old. Put the kids out right there. And they go to movies every week. And we go see Kilo and Tylo. What they go see this week?
Lilo and Stitch.
Lilo and Stitch. It was great. Oh my God. She had a good time. You know, I can't. So when I go there, I put the earphones on. I don't know nothing.
That's it.
That's the retarded couple that the lady was sitting next to me on the bike one day. And there was another retard, not a husband, but there was another guy that's half retarded on the treadmill. He puts a treadmill like the 14, he runs on it, and he listens to music and he sings along. So one day he was running and he's like, and he was like, miss you. You know, like he's singing there. I've been what? Miss you. And every time he'd say that, she'd be on the bike looking around. And all of a sudden she'd go, Ma! And he would say, like, without even saying nothing, he would just go, yeah. And she would go, and they started a conversation like 20 minutes. I watched it, and the guy didn't know. He had earphones on.
Oh, she really
He's singing, and she's going, making bird noises to him, like, hey. And she goes, this is fun. And I go, you gotta go, lady. You gotta go. She got the little hoof hand. It's the cutest thing in the world, him and her. So I just wear the earphones. I don't let them talk to me no more. I'm a Christian, but enough. Enough. There's one day, even Jesus said, fuck this. One day Jesus got out of the cave and he's like, you know what, I can keep doing this shit. They ain't gonna change. These motherfuckers are never gonna change. They're gonna kill me again and again and again. And I gotta go through this shit every week. Fuck it. I'm going up to heaven. And don't think I'm coming back. They've been waiting 8,000 years for Jesus to come back. Oh, he ain't coming. Why would he? Fuck, especially now. All these fucking good gooches running around. I love you, motherfuckers. This week we got Thursday, the dojo sold out. And Friday, tell them, Lee.
And J-Pack, Newark,
like a motherfucker. And you got a Saturday show.
Saturday I got 2 shows. One at the Stand at 6, 8 p.m. Beer City Comedy Club.
There you go, motherfuckers. A full lineup. If you go to the dojo, I'll see you Thursday night. If you go to Newark, I'll let you know right now. It's going to be a fucking great Friday night. It's going to rain. Bring your scuba gear. I'm doing time until I get electrocuted. I don't give a fuck, Jack. How about you, Lily?
Oh, dude, you keep telling me that there's special items for Newark.
Oh, yeah.
So I can't.
Special
You told me to get a hotel room, but it's like 30 minutes.
Toenail dust. I got one of those fucking drills that go under like that bomb, the bunker bomb. It goes goes under the nail now, and it scrapes it out. And I take my nail over, and a bunch of powder comes out now. It's perfect. I don't have to do nothing. So now I just drill the nail, right? And then my wife holds the baggie, and I just turn my toe over, and the dust falls. I'm gonna shake them up with the edibles. It's gonna be fun. We're gonna glitter on it. We got some new mushrooms coming in. They should be in on Thursday. We're ready to go. It's gonna be a hell of a night. Don't drive. George's gonna drive you anyway. Perfect. That's it. George's gonna drive you and drop you right up. There's a hotel right across the street. From where? From NJ Back. Okay. You just do I have a room or it's just there? It's just there. You go in and ask for a room. Go in there and stay in the bathroom. You do what you want. It's like the hotel by your house where the first time I went to your house, Steve Simone brought pizza. You got me so high, I went back and I offered the front desk lady the pizza and everything. I couldn't go back there. That lady at your hotel hated me. So now I'm gonna go into this hotel in Newark, fucked up out of my head, room for Lee, and there's not gonna be any rooms. Gives a fuck. It's all about a good time, cocksuckers. I love you. Have a great week, and we'll see you next Tuesday. Tip top, motherfucking Magoo. Stay black. Love you. What's happening? Uncle Joey here. Listen, your gut is the cornerstone of your health. It affects your hormone levels, energy, and weight management. So if you've been having issues, it's time to get your gut under control with Bioma. Bioma is gut supplement with a blend of prebiotics, probiotics, and postbiotics that help you micro back on track. Just take 2 capsules before breakfast and you're good to go. If your gut's out of whack from stress, diet, or anything else, you could be having mood swings, anxiety, or even brain fog. Bioma is here to help with all that. Listen, I've been taking this for about 2 months, and it is tremendous. It's the best probiotic I've ever taken, again, because it has a pre, post, and whatever. It has 3 different levels. It's not just about being able to relieve yourself easily. A healthy gut is the beginning of a healthy you. So do yourself a favor. Feel like hell? Bioma's got your back. To get started, just click the link in the show notes and press in code CHURCH, CHURCH, and get 15% off your guts comeback. That's 15% off your first order when you use code CHURCH. Just press the link in our show notes. I want to thank Bioma for sponsoring the show. What's happening, beautiful people? Uncle Joey here, my main man Lee Sayat. Tuesday, the 17th of June. Holy shit, the year is on fire. What's happening, beautiful people? It's a Tuesday morning. I'm feeling good. I'm looking good. What's up with you there? I'm good. I'm happy. Anytime I can, there's someone with you and you get annoyed real easy, I'm like, oh, it's going to be a fun night. Oh, yeah. When you get annoyed, I'm like, oh, this is going to be a good one. Oh, yeah. I'm always fucking annoyed. They torch me with Barkley Rod, fucking $10,000 tickets, and, I'm going to put this shit on Monday now. I'm trying to relax and look at that statue of Google that's been on there. It's been on fucking Google for 2 fucking hours. Okay? Because I've been getting email. I set up that computer. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I got 8 emails from Google. Like, we got your email. We discussed. You know what? I wasn't even looking for that fucking email. I just Beauty and the Beast, I give a fuck if it disappears. Oh, yeah. And the old church on Google, that can disappear too at this point. Well, I disappeared. They all disappeared. They don't disappear. They just get logged out and they have to log back in. Yeah, I get the login, so fuck it. Once I forget the login, don't get done. I don't even know how to put my Twitter and my Facebook on the big computer because I don't have a login information. What do you mean? I don't even know how that's possible. Like, I had to get logged back into YouTube. So that's your wife and I were going back and forth for like an hour today trying to figure it out. That's probably all the emails you got. But like, I don't understand how you lose. I forget my password. When I set up a password, I get high. Yeah. Okay. I'm setting up all that shit. I'm high. So just hit forgot password. And I get what? So just hit forgot password. And then it starts a whole new thing. And then you gotta send your email. They send it back. You click it. I gotta click it back now. I'm not. I can't. You just start a new email address every time? What's that? You just start like a new email address every time? I just start everything new. I don't touch it. Once it disappears, I start a new one. Then I go back. And they're like, you already have like 9 accounts. I got like 3 IMDb accounts. I probably got, I don't know. these to these. It used to send me a note like, hey, you got 30 days to pay. They just gave up. What do you do? SAG disappeared. SAG disappeared on my computer. Disappeared. And then I tried to put it on my laptop, and I went through all that shit. Send us this. What's your firstborn? What's your favorite ice cream? They must have asked me, tell them my fucking secret code. They asked you like your favorite ice cream. What was your first dog's name? And I put the dog's name and it's wrong. And I'm like, God damn it. That's the only dog I had. We came from Cuba. Hercules. Nah, wrong. And then you're sitting there scratching your head. I got nobody to call. I got no mother. I got no father. I got no grandfather. That's what the name of that fucking dog was. So I'm fucked. I just lose the account.
That's amazing.
I know not. They throw you with pick the 6 trailers. Now I gotta pick fucking 6 bicycles. That shit never works. And I gotta go back again. I hit the trailer, it zips out. And then I hit you with a different one. Pick the flower pots. Okay. I picked the fucking flower pots again. I'm done. I don't have the patience for this shit. No. Now I post them on Instagram and a thing comes up. You want to post it on Facebook? Listen, if I want to go to Facebook, I want to be on Facebook. I don't want to post this on Facebook. I want to post this on Instagram. I got all different shit I work on Facebook. Because Facebook and Instagram are different to me. Right. Oh, yeah. I got idiots from grammar school calling me on Facebook. And family people and like fucking retards. On Instagram, they're all retards. They go off. It's a different form of retard. Yeah. It's a different form of retard. But I'm like, Facebook, I got goofy people, like, you know, just goofy for people, like, from grammar school and high school, and they ask me stupid questions from time to time. I don't mind, but it's too different. Twitter, I don't know what they are.
It's X.
Whatever the fuck. I don't even know what Twitter is. Who's on Twitter? What's on? You know what? Terrible people.
She's still on Twitter? Good for her.
Yeah, she's still on Twitter, but I don't know the rest of these people fucking crazy all over. Listen, something happened to the internet during the pandemic. The pandemic hit us March 17th. They closed everything down around by May. Something has happened on the internet. I think people being at home for 2 months, something happened and we've never recovered. There's just a lot of people on there. Just, I don't know, like just fucking talking stupidity. And you see it and you go, you know what? I don't know what's going on. I go on there in the morning, the first stupid thing I do, I shut it down and go on draft views. That's it. I swear to God.
How long is that? Like 8 minutes? Like not even?
15. I told you, bro. My record this week, I spent 46 minutes a day on the computer.
Damn.
That's my all-time lowest record. I'm done. I got no pages to look at. That's why. I got nothing to look at.
You can look at Google.
Yeah, I go to YouTube. I look at what happened with the Gambinos, the club. Joe Rogan is hiding fucking this. It's you know, it's just YouTube is garbage. The front, it's I don't even know. Then you click on the podcast, there's a guy in his basement, and you're like, what the fuck, guy? The picture looks good. When I click on the guy, I'm coming to you with a fucking bowl haircut. Oh, yeah, the mouth guy with a bowl haircut. Hi, I'm in my living room. No shit, I can tell you on the Empire State Building.
Oh my God.
You know, it's fucking insane. And every day there's on the front page of YouTube, they're either torturing her, they just hate her, her just going away at this point. When they start making videos about you daily, that's a problem.
Well, yeah, for both of them. Because like it must be because you're clicking on them and thinks you want to see like comedy, TMZ stuff.
No, I don't want to see anything. I click on the music. I click on the music. So I go on that front page because maybe there's something that I haven't listened to. Maybe there's just a couple days ago I fucking put on Santana. Oh yeah, I saw Santana practicing on it. Because I have a playlist. It just develops a playlist on YouTube of all the shit you listen to over the years. So once in a while I'm like, I gotta listen to something else. I go to the front and I'll find like a live concert or something. I'll go on that and I break up the monotony. But I don't read nothing. Right. I don't read anything. Okay, there's no reason to read shit. I read messages. If you send me a message and it's halfway decent, I'll read it. If it's, I was getting these messages of these people that they have proof that what's his name got killed. And I'm sitting there every morning like, who cares? What can I do? The guy from Nirvana got killed. it's about to bust. The truth is going to come out. We want you to be a part of this. Listen. Why? What am I, a historian? I don't need to be a part of this shit. Joe Diaz broke the news. I don't need that in my life. I really don't want it. I don't need it.
No,
I get shit, guys, that would. This day, my wife comes down and she knows. She's like, what's going on? I go, you have no idea. You just have no idea the shit people send you. What I'm forced to read because I have to give you the benefit of the doubt. I got a lot of listeners. I don't know what to do. That's fine. But you got people that I think they forget that I'm a fucking old geezer. They got no teeth. I think they forget that I'm at home.
Yeah, I don't think they forget. I just think they like. I don't know if they're crazy or what it is. But like, I had some guy today who was very nice, but he was real sweaty and just came up and just started talking. It was like, it freaks you out sometimes.
Look, I had a guy yesterday at the weed store. I went to the weed store. No, I ain't going to this weed store. They have different weed. So I go there. Like, I didn't go in January. I stopped going. I got sick in January. I don't need to go up there. Because every time you go up there, it's fucking craziness. It's a freehold. I like the weed store. The weed store is phenomenal. What I have noticed the last 3 times I've been there is that business is terrible.
Yeah.
Business is terrible. There used to be lines in there. 3 fucking lines. The last 3 times I've been in there, I've been the first one in line when I get in there. That's not good. But even with the lower amount of people, you still got fucking lunatics that go. When I had a woman who came up to me there, maybe like a month, and just talked this crazy shit like I know her. Like she's like, hi Joey. She goes, you know, I just got to rehab. Well, what the fuck are you doing in the weed store?
It's like that woman who at the haha that time with the bandage around her head that you abandoned me with.
Oh yeah, no, but this is even crazy. Really, this lady came up to me. She's like, hi Joey, I've seen you on Rogan. Nice to meet you. Where do you live? Marlboro. I live in whatever, blah blah blah. And right into it, she goes, I just got out of rehab on Thursday. I go, what you going to rehab for? She was alcohol and pills. Like, all right. And she's like, I gotta go home and deal with a husband I don't love.
Nice to meet you.
And I'm like, okay. And she just went up, man, took it like I was a therapist.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm sitting there going, what did I do? Like, do I have a fucking white jacket on? Like, and this went on for 15 minutes.
You let it go?
Huh?
I bring up chewing gum or something, and you let me go for like 8 seconds. You let this woman go for like 15 minutes?
I was trying to be nice. She got out of rehab. She had glasses. I could smack her. I just, you gotta be nice to some people, listen to them, and hear them out. Some people might tell you something that's interesting. But this lady was telling me everything about her fucking life. And at night, he treats me like a hooker. And I'm like, oh, well, that's... He goes, he treats me like a hooker. It's not even up to me. I'll never forget the conversation. It's not even up to me. I got out of rehab. He was all over me. I'm like, okay. Can I take your number so I can call you from time to time? Yo, listen, I'm married, my wife, yeah, a fucking animal. Okay, I'll fucking kill you. I'll see you again. Okay, that was it. But Sunday was brutal because it was raining. This motherfucker pulled up with like a white beater and like a shirt unbuttoned. Okay, he's like, Joey Diaz, how you doing? And he's just, listen, man, what you talk about is deep. I can relate to you. You know the Jersey Strong? Like, what? And he's like, Jersey Strong with the 79 and the 18. Like, I don't know. He was coming there. I'm the mayor of that place. I'll introduce you to anybody you need to know him. He goes, I know everybody there. Bon Jovi, everybody. You come in there and I'll introduce you. So I'm looking at him and he went into something else. My father was into psychedelics and he went into that shit. And the fucking phone rang.
Thank God.
And it was Nicky Porkchops. And I'm like, I'm going to give this motherfucker a bonus. This guy just saved my life. And he's like, oh, you can take that. No shit, I just zipped the window in his face. My whole arm was drenched. From the fucking car was drenched. If you wasn't done. It's fucking raining out. He's out there with drops on his head. And then my neighbor called me the other day. He's like, "Can I talk to you for a second?" He goes, "I didn't know you were political." I go, "I'm not." He goes, "What's that picture I saw on there?" I go, "My nephew's helping me out with the campaign. I took a picture because have you read the comments? They hate you for it." I go, "I don't give a fuck." I go, "First of all, what were we talking about before? You can sit here every night. You can tell I'm not political. I don't have Trump on here. I don't even know what the vice president's name is. I don't know anything. Neither does Trump." And these guys were like, he goes, "Oh, they were going off Democrat because they're idiots." Yeah, because they're idiots. Because they. And I'll do this to them once a year. Last year I came up and went to the project and took a picture. They went nuts. They went nuts. And they think it bothers me. For me, it's just me fucking with them.
You should make like a fake campaign sign for like someone who's not even running, just to fuck with them. Because like, dude, who can? And your nephew was working for him. I'm sure he's a great guy, but like you say, who cares who the president wins? Who cares who the sheriff is? And how is that going to change your life at all?
With a different Billy time. I'm saying he's going to hit you with a rubber one and a wood one. You know, it's just people have nothing in their lives.
You have to turn into a troll. You have to start trolling people online. That would be so great.
For what?
Just putting up pictures that you know are going to piss people off.
I can do that every day.
I know.
I can do that to the cows because I know what gets them. I know what usually gets them round up.
Oh yeah.
When I play Bush, they lose their mind. I play Bush, they lose their mind. You know, Bush, there's a couple things that they just hate, fucking hate. And I'll do it just because I don't give a fuck. Yeah. It's what I'm listening to that morning. It's not what they're listening to. It's what I listen to.
Oh my God. Have you ever yelled at someone? Because I don't say anything to anybody. But like a year or so ago, I was in line at like CVS on Friday, like 8 p.m. And this woman was yelling at the cashier about the COVID vaccine, that they were testing it on kids and doing things. And there was a line, and I was like, "Miss, it's 7 o'clock on a Friday. Give this guy a break." She was like, "They're doing it, and they're making
been home all day." And she watched World News Tonight. That took it to a CNN, and that took it to a different dilemma. You know, it's between the TV. Think about it. You go from one extreme to the other. If you're not reading a book, you're just reading shit that's manufactured. If you're not reading a book at this point, if you go online, you got to assume it's 50% real. But you got to go in there like that. You have to go in going, what I'm about to read, 50% of the bullshit.
At least.
Okay, and then if you watch TV, if you put on, like I know that, I don't know what network it is. I laugh every night. I laugh because my wife tells me this stupid shit. Like, I'm 62 years old. I don't know what the far right is or the far left. You know what? I don't want to know.
Yeah,
like, I don't need to know. And then I know there's one. CNN is anti-Trump.
Yeah.
And Fox is Trumpy.
Yeah.
Like, really?
CNN and
so the news is going to be right there.
Oh, it's a
right there. Just those two channels. The news is going to come out a little different. So again, if you watch those two channels, you're in for 50%. Yeah, 50%, maybe even 40% at best, because they're doing it from a different perspective. It's like when I went on road and I was talking about why I like to sing Judas Priest as much as I did always, because he wrote all those lyrics about fucking and sucking. But while you're thinking about women, he was writing those lyrics thinking about a man.
Oh yeah,
that's brilliant. That's brilliant, right? And that's what you're getting now. But he was doing it because he was slinging dick. Right, bro. You got to read his book. His book is fucking brutal.
What did he do? Just fuck everybody?
Oh, and he would take you to the cleaners. He busted a guy's ovary.
What?
He busted a guy's ovary in Chicago, a designer.
Oh wow.
Guy had to go to the hospital with a busted fucking ovary. His asshole looked like fucking.
The singer was pretty proud of it. Oh my God. I was gonna say that's my favorite. My favorite news is what's happening in Israel today with Joey Diaz. He's coming like, have you seen what Israel's been doing? I'm like, no. They're ready to fuck people up.
You know, it's like you look at even the other day they have my call is blind. I call this blind. Nikki told me that 9 people escaped from the ice thing. Right? And I'm sitting there going, 9 people escaped from Newark. Okay? 2-3 hours later, I spoke my numbers, I eat my little Eddies, I go for my 7 o'clock ride, and I come back home and my wife has 12, New Jersey 12. She was waiting for the weather, and all of a sudden, like breaking news, 4 people escaped, and there's a protest going on right now. And without even looking at it, I go, let's see where the chubby chick is. Dog, the first one, a fat bald one with a lesbian Nazi thing on her arm, pushing the, like she was gonna push it. Dog, she caught a beat that was so ferocious.
Was it the red truck? I think I saw that. Ran her over?
Yeah, ran her over. They picked her back up, punched her in the head. She came running back. Julio.
Oh my God.
They're punching her. She's like, Julio. Why is there always a fat chick that hasn't got dick in 8 years at those protests? That's when they was chubby, yeah? They always got fucking blue hair. They always want to be like, it's always something, I don't know what it is with lesbians or chubby chicks that run down there to get beat up. I don't know what it is. To get beat up.
Listen, I'm not ready to get beat up, but if you stand in front of my car, I'm allowed to hit the gas.
The people in Florida, they did not fuck around. That sheriff said, I'll hit you with the fucking car. If you drove something, we're going to shoot. Your family's gonna get notified to when I'm picking up the fucking remains.
Jesus.
And you know what? Nobody threw nothing.
Yeah.
Nobody threw a fucking thing.
They had a big protest in Albany. I got stuck in traffic.
Bro, they had a big mall. They had a protest everywhere this weekend. Every fucking 2,000 cities. Everybody had a protest. You see them in LA? All our neighbors around. Half the Studio City was down there. Yeah. This can't happen. No King's Day. How about no cock day? You wouldn't be a King's Day.
Yeah, that's every day for them.
That's every day.
But I would love to see you. Like, what if you walked in and them writing their signs? Like, them, because they color their signs.
Write their signs. They have those people that pay whoever fucking running these fake campaigns.
Oh, they just give them signs.
Go to these fucking things. They can't even write. They can't, half of them. The ones in LA, you can tell the guy with the flag and the whole thing. He can't fucking write, though. Those people can't write. Okay, so it's just a shame what's going on. It's a shame that every fucking June in this country we have to fucking get into this shit now. Every fucking June. 3 years ago, Floyd. 3 years ago, well, Floyd was 5 years ago. But now you have, last year was the Palestinians. Before that, it was the Jews saying that the way the fuck are our hostages. Now it's about us. Every week is something different. And in New York, they come out. Yeah. I mean, the other night I'm watching an ICE fucking thing where people dressed as Palestinians. I'm like, how confused are you? Like, the ICE people, now you're down there with the towel around their head, fucking yelling and screaming. It's just, it's not.
Do you ever protest anything?
Never.
You ever had an urge? Like nothing Cuban ever got you?
Not even an urge. One time I went home with a half a fag thing, and my mom shut it down, and she explained why you don't do that. And I never went back out there again. There's no reason. You're only protesting to get a girl, right? Or to get accepted into your little coffee group. The whole they cry and shit, like the first night at ICE I saw when they were in LA, they beat up a white chick. That chick is a fucking hero. She had yoga. When she went to yoga the next day with that black eye, I'm like, what happened to the neck brace? I'm not gonna believe it. I got beat up and oh my God, you're so brave. They eat that shit up. That's what they do. That's what they do. Listen, man, some people smoke pot to be accepted. Some people act like idiots to be accepted. That's what they do. Make believe that they care. The babies. The babies. If you want something done, there's no baby. You have your own baby. Right. You have your own fucking baby. Holy shit. Hold on 1 second. We're going to take a breather. We got so into this conversation, we didn't even talk to you about Blue Chew. Here we come. We'll be right back. Hey, beautiful people. Uncle Joe here. Listen, the summer's coming. I got to talk to you about something. If you're having trouble getting it up and getting it on when you want to, listen, you need Blue Chew. All right? Blue Chew sends you chewable tablets that tastes like mint and will make you God in the mental. You'll be throwing people up in the air with the bat of love. It's going to be tremendous. Now, they even have Blue Chew Match, which contains the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis into one tablet that works fast. Listen, I'm an old man. At the time things happen, I pop a Blue Chew. It's all over the shout. Even the cat runs out of the room. Just sign up at BlueChew.com. Consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and if you're approved, you'll get your prescription in just days. Listen, make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for the church family. You ready? Your first month of Blue Chew is free. It's like that. Free. When you press the promo code Joey, Joey, just pay a $5 to get in. That's $5 shipping. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. Uncle Joey here, let me talk to you about something. You know what's not in your summer budget? Overpaying for your wireless phone bill while you're planning beach trips and backyard barbecues or swinging by the beach. Mint Mobile is so inexpensive, you never have to choose between fun or your cell phone bill. You can do both with cell phone plans starting at just $15 a month. That's right, $15 a month. Mint Mobile gives you premium wireless service on the nation's largest 5G network with unlimited talk and text. My wife has Mint Mobile. She loves it. For $15 a month, you can't go wrong. It's time to switch. This year, skip breaking the sweat and breaking the bank. Get your summer savings and shop premium wireless plans at mintmobile.com/church. CHURCH. That's mintmobile.com/church. Upfront payment of $45 for 3 months. 5 gigabyte plan required, equivalent to $15 a month. New customer offer for first 3 months only. Then full price plan options available. But hey, $15 a month for the summer. Who's better than you? Mint Mobile. Taxes and fees are extra. See Mint Mobile for details and get your life together. Sign up with Mint Mobile. We're back, bitches. What's up, dog? How you feeling?
I'm feeling good. I didn't even tell you what happened in Florida. I was going to tell you last week, but we didn't have time. One of our friends down there, I've never done fireworks. Like, I was petrified of it as a kid. I did it for the first time. Within 30 seconds, there were 2 cop cars. I got in trouble. Like, I have like a warning in like wherever I was in like Paradise in Tampa or something. They got real upset. They didn't like it at all. Who gave you the fireworks? One of our friends down there. Steve Simone. Allegedly. May have found, but they sell it at Target, so I don't really get what the fuck happened. And then they sell them at Target. I got fucking like sparkler things. He's like, all right, let me give you these. You're gonna be fine. And then, dude, I have a video. It blew off and like the cardboard on the top hit me, and I thought I was getting like set on fire. So I didn't see one firework that went off. I didn't see one in the sky. 30 seconds later, there were 2 cop cars driving on the beach, and like, I thought I was going to get arrested.
What they give you a warning for?
For fireworks, but they're not, apparently. They say they're for agricultural purposes. And I don't know what the fuck, I don't know how you use fireworks in farming. But they're legal, but they're not. So I don't know what the fuck happened. But yeah, I forgot about that. It was the quickest. Dude, in New York, I see people doing crazy shit. There's no cops to be found. On the beach, I lit off 1 firework for the first time ever, and they treated it like I wasn't going to shoot the president.
So you never lit a firework?
No, it was illegal in Massachusetts. And then in California, every Mexican had them. You didn't need to like buy your own. That was awesome. But yeah,
Chinese people went up to your neighborhood and sold fireworks out of there.
I didn't let Chinese people in my neighborhood. They didn't know. It was all shit.
But Chinese people that come into your neighborhood sell you a fucking, what you call those things, George? Mats. A mat was when you got 144
fireworks.
Fuck yeah, 144 packs like a fucking. And when you got froggy, you lit the whole thing on fire.
Oh yeah.
If you had balls, they were like $90. You're like, fucking no, friend. Because you buy a mat just to sell them.
Oh, okay.
Like you could probably sell them, half of them, and keep them.
Probably you could like rip it or something, or like take part pieces of it. Oh, okay.
No, because it's like a kilo of coke, but when you cut it open, it's got all the packages individual, like 5 packs, 20 packs, whatever the fuck it is.
Oh yeah, I've never done it. Do you remember that football player, Jason Pierre-Paul, has like a fucked up crab hand now because he blew up his hand doing like that's. I've been scared of fireworks my whole life.
Not me.
No, you like them? I never knew you did fireworks.
Yeah, I do fireworks. I go to a fucking,
you have a backyard where you do fireworks?
I go to what do you call it? Alcoholics and I go to fireworks anonymous meeting. You did fireworks? No, it's a kid's thing. They come to your neighborhood, you buy a pack of firecrackers, you light them. And then you like other shit. You like the bottle rockets.
I never did those either. Like just shooting them at people?
Oh yeah, you put them in a bottle and you're shooting at people, or you break the stick.
Okay.
And those form something completely different color, which you can't say anything. You light them on fire, they just spin around in circles.
Oh damn.
They would bounce off a wall. Without the stick, the thing goes crazy. There's no navigation system.
Never get hit?
No, but we shot them at people. And then you had Roman candles, which you would shoot at people. And they were like $40. We were kids for a stick. They were expensive. They were in the 80s. Now like $80 for a stick of dynamite, right?
Is that the stuff like people would put into like mailboxes and blow them up?
Boom, my frogs found this shit.
Oh, you put them in a frog's mouth?
I don't know. I never done that stupid shit with kids doing.
Yeah.
Like in resident, places where there's not much to do. Right. Except blow up a frog.
Oh, I don't want to blow up a frog, but I do. I like lighting shit on fire. I do.
Oh, me, I'm an arson by fucking nature. I love all that shit.
They have places like where you can shoot guns or stuff. I'd like to go to like an abandoned house and just light it on fire and get to watch. Are you mad?
That's a living.
What's the living? Lighting houses on fire?
Yeah, from the lighthouse on fire. You saw the end, fucking what burns, what doesn't burn, how they still get the insurance.
I think I'd get on immediately.
No, you can wear like a black suit like that.
Can you imagine? But it ends up it's just gonna be a little chubby me with like 8 feet of fire behind me. They're gonna see me a mile away.
It'll be fine. You run fast when the fire's behind you. Fire always makes you run faster.
Yeah.
So you choose. Black people don't like fireworks. It's just
I had no
fire. Black people don't like fire either.
I don't think anyone who likes fire.
I can live with a light of fire, but that's what I'm saying to you.
I would love that.
So you got trouble in Florida with the cops getting the niggas a warning. Your name's out down there, look at you fucking
I know, I'm a
fucking fireworks. I should kill you. Fireworks.
Dude, that is always, whenever anything goes wrong, my first thought is I hope there's no issue, because if Joey finds out about this in the wrong way, if I came back with a firework burn on my head, he would have never let me live it down. Oh my god. And that's why, because I freaked out, because the cardboard on top of the fireworks flew off and hit me. So I was like, oh no. So that's why I dove. I didn't see one thing. I'm like, God, if I have a fucking burn on the side of my head, you're never gonna let me live it down. It's not like you'd be worried about me, but what the fuck are you doing?
A little gunpowder never hurt nobody. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
You take the firecrackers and you break them. You take the gunpowder. You can make like a line.
Oh yeah.
Like the gunpowder goes all the way down like a crow.
Yeah. I would love to do that.
Fireworks are a lot of fucking fun until you blow your finger off or somebody loses an eye. Right. It's like a party ain't a party until somebody breaks something.
Right. So fireworks are not fireworks until you lose your finger.
It's not until somebody cries, somebody burnt their hand. But when I was a kid, they came around with the picture of the guy with his hand and the skin got blown off his fingers. Really? You could see the bones in his hand and shit.
Oh shit.
And I'm like, sign me up. Sign me up, motherfucker. I'm gonna like some of those. They're just fun, kids like them. I mean, I don't like them. Then they have to do things that you like. It's like a helicopter. Because my neighbor had those. You light them on fire and they roll up. Yeah, like 8 feet in the air. Whooping.
Are you gonna go on the 4th of July to see fireworks?
Oh my God, I can't wait. That's my favorite part of the year. When I sit there and I hug my family and I get a guitar. Yeah, get the fuck out of here. I like 3 fucking firecrackers. I go inside of my business. I want to go, wow. Ooh. Fucking like fucking idiot. Like I watch fucking, it's like a parade. How many times can you go to a parade? The chick flies off with a sword. Okay, we can leave now.
That's my problem with fireworks, is they're the same every year.
Yeah, that's it. It's like, we're going to go to the Hudson and look at the Hudson at the fireworks. Okay.
Is there anything that you do like to do?
Not really. I like to eat.
Yeah.
Smoke dope. Listen to music. Read a book.
Yeah.
Shit like that.
I did see something pretty interesting. I forget if he was talking about on Rogan, or I saw a clip of Rick Rubin talking about the Johnny Cash song that he did, like his last song that he ever did. It was like another rock song. He did a cover of it, but he was like 73. He was in his house. He was like dying. It was pretty interesting. Like, I don't know if you don't seem like a Johnny Cash fan.
I like Johnny Cash wrote a song called Rusty Cage.
Okay.
And then Soundgarden redid it.
Oh, I think it's the other way around, actually.
Yeah.
And Soundgarden did it first, and then he did it. It was like 73. It's pretty, like, that was pretty interesting. Oh, 9 Inch Nails song? Oh, okay. Okay. Yeah, that was badass.
You'll show up here with fucked up facts. You're worse than
You tell me
fucking CNN and
fucked up, and then I am supposed to keep facts in my head. I have no idea.
I had a good fucking Father's Day.
Oh, yeah?
Well, I guess the
I had a good week with her. When you're a dad, you have good weeks and you have fucking good weeks and you have bad weeks, whatever. I don't know. I just had a really good week with her. And Father's Day, like, what happened? I don't know. She's getting to that. She's done. She's done. That's it. 6th grade is done.
Wow. 7th grade.
Jimmy fucking Florentine's kid graduates 8th grade. When I moved here, he was in the 3rd grade or something like that.
Wow. Yeah.
These kids were the fucking young kids, man. So it's just really weird. I'm watching her, like she grew again. Not size-wise. She's not growing size-wise, even though she is. What I'm trying to say, like, when I talk to her now, I can see that she's older, and it's kind of getting a little bit more fun. She makes me laugh a little bit more. Yeah, she does. I mean, I swear to God, I can't believe the shit she comes up with.
Oh, I love when she's basically doing stand-up without knowing she's doing stand-up. I love when you get her going, and then you let her go, and then you tell her, you're like, relax.
That's it.
Because she'll go off on you.
She'll go off for fucking 20 minutes and sit in the car without you give ice cream or something. That fucking shit's like liquid cocaine. They go off. They go off. And if you have 3 girls in the car and they have something sweet, they go off. It's like Chinese people behind it. You see a fucking blah, 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 and you're like, wow, I can't even keep up with this shit. But it's funny, this morning when I spoke to you, you were talking about how, you haven't spoken to your dad in a while. How long has it been now?
I think it'll be 4 years.
Has anybody heard from him?
Not that I know of. No. Yeah, no. It's very. I was thinking about it this weekend because it was just Father's Day, and yeah, it's. My dad and I were really close. He was on the podcast, and I'm not. He was unhappy with me because I had spent like a bunch of birthdays with him in a row, and then my girlfriend in Massachusetts. It was our first Valentine's Day, so I was going to spend Valentine's Day with her, and his birthday is like the 18th, so I was going to go down like the 16th, and he wanted me to come down on that Sunday and spend like Valentine's and the whole week with him. I said, I'm going to spend it with my, and then that was it, blocked and everything. It was you know what, it's sad, but it's something that I've come to terms with, but it's, I brought it up to you today because, what you have with Mercy's beautiful, but I know that there's a lot of people who are going through stuff like that, who cut parents off or the kids. There's a lot of people going through it, I think.
Oh, it's funny that, listen, man, before I left LA, I used to call a lot of people, when I moved here. I didn't feel good. So I stopped calling a few people. I even forgot. I had to call. Like, that's how fucked up I was when I got off the plane. And now it's going to be 5 years. There's like 4 people I haven't called. And now I can't call because I'm too embarrassed to call. Because they're gonna go, what the fuck happened? And I gotta explain to them, you know.
I think it happens. I mean, like, did you stop answering their calls, or you just?
No, they didn't call either. I mean, one guy called one time, and I called him back, and we spoke a little bit. And he invited me to his house. He was only here for like 2 days. And he invited me to his house. He was like, I'm down some shore. It was like an hour and 48 fucking minutes away. And this guy's like, you gotta come down here before I leave. And you came over.
Okay, yeah.
I'm like, you wanna go down there? You're like, I don't know. I'm like, this motherfucker just drove an hour and a half. I'm not gonna put you back in the car to drive an hour 40 and then an hour 40 back.
Right.
And when I called him, I could tell he was pissed off, so I like moved on. And now it's been fucking 5 years, like 4 years I haven't spoken to him. And I feel embarrassed, so maybe that's it.
Right.
After a while, you just get into a groove and you're like, I'll call him tomorrow. I'll call him. When people text me sometimes, I save the text. Just to remind me to call me.
Okay.
And there's text on there that I still haven't called. Number 2, they're in a different time zone.
Right.
And that's always a pain in the ass for me because I go, okay, I gotta call that person at this time. My time. And then something happens, you don't call that person, like, fuck. Now the day's gonna, you know, by the time, I don't like talking to people in my daughter's room. Right, you know, I have a lot of people when I call you in the morning, and you call me back in the afternoon when I'm surrounded by people. Right. I don't want to do that. I don't pick up the call. Right. I won't even pick it up.
And that, but there's like a, you know, sometimes you just get busy and you don't call people back. Like, have you ever, I know your parents aren't here, but like, you know, sometimes you have to decide, like, okay, no, this person's not supposed to be in my life. Like that, it sounds like you just, you know, you get busy and things happen. It doesn't sound like you're like cutting people out.
No, not at all. I love them dealing. It's my old neighbor from Boulder. It's one of my teachers from Bergen. Haven't spoken to Mal. Really? It's fucking December, maybe. I speak to my cousins. I speak to all my cousins, but I don't speak to my uncle. Because I call him now, he doesn't answer the phone at night. He used to be a late night guy, but now he's 86, he ain't that late no more. So I would try to call him like 11 o'clock here, 8 o'clock. I could catch him. Like last night, I thought about calling him during the baseball game. I know he watches Giants all the time.
Okay.
He went places showing they won last night against the Dodgers. But I got busy. Right. It was Father's Day. I got busy with the girls. So that's what happened there. But it's just nothing. I don't pick them. Right. It's just, you just fall into the cracks sometimes with people. So you go, I'm embarrassed to even call him.
I get that for sure. There's a guy, the guy who gave me my first job in LA. One of the sweetest guys in the world, created America's Funniest Home Videos. And I fucked up when I got my next job. They had like a board that you could post at the college I went to, and I posted it. And this guy is like a trustee at this college, and he found out I was leaving his company before I had to tell him. And I could tell that it hurt his feelings, and I just haven't. Like for years, I should have written him a letter, and it was cute because he was great to me. But like, yeah, the more time goes, you get like self-conscious about it.
You really fucking go, what the fuck am I doing? And you feel bad. And then some people hit me up on Facebook and I'll ask that number right away. And I'll call them shit like that. I like to get, like, I haven't spoken to Rick Ramos.
No.
6 months. And I'm like, fuck. I gotta call that motherfucker. We're gonna talk about the Nero. Oh, yeah. We gotta talk about shit every time I see Midnight Run. I'm like, motherfucker. But I know he goes to bed early. He's in Arizona. So if it's 7 here, it's 5 over there. Right. I don't know what the fuck. Like, I'll call him now. Like now is when I'll call Rick, you know, like now. But there's just people. I didn't talk to Simone for a long fucking time. Wow. And then they call me in the afternoon and I'm surrounded. And again, you make a mental note, call them later. But you got no peace of mind till fucking 7:30, and then your agent calls you from LA because they're on a different time zone. So when I leave the house at 7 at night when Jeopardy's on, it's to call them back. Because they're calling me while I'm watching World News or talking to my daughter or eating dinner. I'm like, I'm gonna pick up the phone now, call them, and then I make all my calls back to back. So
I'm surprised to hear you say that, like, because like I get in my own head, like, oh, they don't want to hear from me. It's been too long. Like I wouldn't have expected you to be like that, to worry or like doubt it.
I like to check on people.
Yeah.
I like to keep people on their toes and say, hey, how you doing? What's going on? You know, and they're like, I didn't expect to hear from you. Oh, nobody ever does. That's the way you do it, you know. But Dame and I still talk. I still talk to a lot of people. Like I still talk to a lot of fucking people. I just talked to my buddy from Colorado. I've known him since 1984. Two of them yesterday. Steve Schiavone texted me, and then Mike Roper, I called.
Oh, he was on the podcast, right?
Yeah, he's been on the podcast a couple times. Yeah. So those guys, you know, it's just sometimes. But I won't talk to Mike for a year.
Right.
Then he'll call me out of the blue one night, and I'll call him a month later when I can talk more. But I gotta call him at night. He's a wrestling coach.
It's life really goes by. I mean, so like, what was great about your week with Mercy? Like, what was going on?
Just, man, I say it on the stage, and I fucking talk about it in life that I didn't like LA because I didn't think the parents talked to these fucking kids. There's no way. There's no fucking way that there was a gap in life there where parents for 20 years didn't say nothing to their kids about what's right or what's wrong, and they all ended up in LA. It's like I said on stage the other night. That LA has like a pass to go in. Have you spoken to your dad recently? Not 20 years. Get in there. You know? You speak to your dad, yeah, every day. You're not what meant for fucking California or Hollywood. You're meant for fucking Seattle. Yeah. So I wanted to just, that's why I walked away from so many fucking things. Like, people call me every day to do a fucking, I just got an email from my agent to do a podcast. They don't get it. Hey, you should do this. All right, motherfucker, you come over here. You get in the car and drive an hour, and it's $60 for me to do a podcast.
Yeah.
60, 70 bucks, no matter what. Oh, blah, blah, blah. To do a podcast that I'm not really promoting in July or anything.
Right.
I don't want to go over there. I'd rather go to fucking work out. I get more from hitting the fucking throwing hand punches than driving for an hour, talking for 2 hours, and getting back in the car. And then it's an hour and a half of traffic. I really do. I had to simplify my life. I'm not young anymore. I don't have 3 hours to throw away. I could die at any fucking minute. I'm 62 years old. I could die at any fucking minute.
It's okay to anyone, though.
You know? Yeah. But no, your chances of dying and my chances of dying are slim and none. Unless you go back to Tel Aviv.
I didn't tell you I'm going next week.
Yeah, good. Have a good trip.
Oh my God.
No, but you know, the odds are you. So now with my time, like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I don't have 3 hours to go up there and talk to you about. Somehow it was prison. Prison was great. It was great. That's it.
Right.
I wrote a book.
Right.
Read the book and do the podcast.
Right.
I just don't see it.
Do the podcast with the book.
Yeah, do the podcast with the book. Ask the book question. Same shit you're gonna ask me.
Right. Yeah. I can see that.
But it's not going around the corner from my house anymore.
No.
It's 3 fucking hours. $80 later. And, you know, 4 hours of my fucking time. It got like that towards the end of LA. Oh, we opened up a studio. Marina Del Rey. Well, I'm not going down there. We do a podcast at 3. That's great to know.
I don't leave at 11 a.m.
You got to get back on that 10 and that 405 at 4 o'clock. I would wish down there. I wouldn't do that to anybody.
No.
I would never. So, oh, yeah, I do a podcast at 3 at Marina Del Rey. Oh, don't worry about the 10 and the 405. I wouldn't do that to people.
No, but you have common decency.
Yeah, common, you know. I'd have you come down at 8.
Yeah, when there's no traffic, yeah.
When there's no traffic. I'm not going to make you come down that grand. That's what we're doing. You know, everybody started getting studios at Marina Del Rey. Call me up, man. We need to get a podcast. It ain't going to happen. If it's not 11 o'clock, it ain't going to happen. Even then, you got a problem.
No.
You might get a call with a cancellation. Because if I get up, if I stay up till 2 or something, this night I fucking, last night I went to bed at 9:50.
Did you really?
Yeah, so I'm walking around at 4:15 in the morning. Me and the cat, she's looking at me, I'm looking at her for fucking mental support. I go downstairs, I drink a nice tea, I fucking smoke some dope, I watched Godfather Harlem for a fucking episode, and I went back up at 6 in the morning.
Oh, you went back up to bed?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I was gonna think, what are you doing all day from 4 o'clock?
I died. Listen, by 8 o'clock, I'd be passed out from the reefer. Because when you get up at 6, I hit the fucking When I get up at 4:35, I don't have to wait till 7:15 to get high. I just go downstairs, drink some water, and do 2 shots of that lung thing to open up your lungs in the morning.
Oh, the asthma inhaler?
Yeah, and I go right to the shit. I don't even fucking.
You do an inhaler before you get the
fuck yeah, open up the airwaves. What do you think? I'm stupid? Why should I do it after I get high?
I guess you're right.
Yeah.
Does it help?
Yeah, I see the devil in the morning.
Okay. They just gave me an inhaler. Maybe I should try it.
You should try everything. You got look, you did how many milligrams tonight?
You tell me. I have no idea.
Last week I hit you later.
Oh, it's gonna hit me later today. Luckily, George made a cheeseburger today to save me.
To save me.
Because if I do that shit with nothing in my stomach,
that's why I said get something to eat. The fucking doctor when it comes to shit like you to kill you.
Yes, you are. You're trying to do the delayed kill.
I'm just trying to take you to a different level of life, brother.
I love it.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I'll get high as soon as I get up. At 4:30 in the morning when I get up, that means I'm tired, but something woke me up, a train of thought. Maybe I had to pee and I didn't pee, and then I got to pee even more, and then fuck. It's always something.
The one, and I will give you credit, the one thing that I think you're absolutely right is because a lot of comics get like freaked out. Because I'll go to a show and I'll smoke a joint before, because you have me on that, and no one will do it. But I think getting high after, it's gonna change it. Because I had a great weekend in Albany, and I got high after my show, and I went back and watched. I got a camera, and I watched my sets, and I wrote 15 new minutes just getting high after the set. Was crazy. It was awesome.
Listen, we get high before, during, and after.
That's true.
We rewrite the fucking.
Who's rewriting?
I didn't write the story. I didn't write it.
What story?
I'm just a soldier. What they told me to do.
No one told you to do this.
Lenny Bruce got high.
You did heroin.
Yeah. You want to do heroin before you go on stage?
Yeah, kinda.
Okay, I'll get some.
I probably already done heroin.
I'll give you a little fucking tape. You get a little pukey.
Oh.
And then you go on stage and crack all your Jewish stuff.
Just that?
Tell them all about the missiles and shit.
I can't tell them about that. They're gonna, Israel would kill me. That's fucking wild.
Well, anyway, back to your conversation about your father. How we got off this fucking thing here.
Well, yeah, it's,
Do you want to call him?
You know what? I'm gonna be honest, and you can probably see this. When he blocked me, I was like, you know what? No. We should. People like Steve Simone gets mad at me sometimes. He's like, you got to do it. I don't know, and it's because I thought about you with your other daughter, and it's it would be real shitty if he was gone and that was the last time we spoke. But to have like someone who is important to you just block you out of nowhere for something stupid, if I would understand if we got into a fight. It was just like, I'm going to spend Valentine's Day with my girlfriend. I'll see you on Tuesday. And then I didn't find out he blocked me. I got an email. He took me off of his HBO. And then, oh yeah. That way, I was like, what's going on here? And I looked, I tried to give him a call, went to voicemail, left him a voicemail, and for 6 months I didn't block him. And then I think 6 months to a year, I just blocked him, and we'll find out. I'm sure I'm out of the will. Who knows? But
there's nothing left.
It's fucking crazy in Florida. But I mean, it's
I always liked him. He was a nice guy, but he was old. He was lonely, And he was another version of me. He's never going to be sober.
Right.
He's always up to something. They're all the guys like that. They're always eating something. Always.
Oh, he loved your edibles. That was
no, but he's always.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, he's always eating something.
But the edible, yeah.
But the edibles is just, So I don't know anymore. Listen, I don't know. I haven't spoken to those people now. I haven't spoken to my daughter. It's got to be 20-something years. And I haven't spoken to my ex-wife since, before Mercy was born. Yeah, no, Mercy was born already, so it's been 12 years. I called, I pled my case. She laughed at me. I was like, this fucking bitch. I was like, this motherfucker,
Yeah.
This is crazy.
Because you have both sides of it. Like you just said, you had a great week with Mercy. Everything is going perfect. But then, does it still get to you? Or at this point, are you like, you know what?
Doesn't even fucking matter anymore. and they want me to lie to you. It took me down for so long, and now I'm on the other side of the spectrum. Like, I hope she's healthy. I hope she's good, but that's it. There's nothing. What do you want me to do? What do you want to do here? Right? Even if I go over there or she comes over here, I gotta be honest with you, it's not gonna work.
You don't think so?
No. And sometimes you should just leave well enough alone. Right? Because no matter how close we get, I'm still a man and I still have feelings. At one point, I'm going to say, what made you just not talk to me for fucking 25 years? And all of a sudden, you show up now. So, I'm, like you got to, and I have to make up. I have to not make up. I have to tell her my story. Right? And if I tell her my story, that's a truth she never knew. And she'll understand, but I don't want to do that. It's not important for me to do that. We're both set in our ways, both set in our lives. Good luck to her. I hope she never gets hit by a truck, and I hope that she doesn't hate me or doesn't want me to get hit by a truck. That's all I can wish for right now. Right. Whatever pain I had, you know what? God threw me a 20 spot. And once in a while, God throws you a 20 spot, and they cover the fucking damage, and you're good. And it's like it never fucking happened.
It is, and it's like, because like the first couple of years was rough. Like the first like 6 months to a year was really rough, and then it just, I've been very lucky with a bunch of like great people in my life, and it's like, why am I'm not like as stoned as, like, not stoned, but like as like confident as you are about it, but I'm like this far, and it's like, why am I gonna, like, what are we can't just go back to normal now. No, that's not gonna be possible.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So you're just gonna slip in there like nothing happened. Listen, let me get this out of the way right now. In my world, in the world I grew up in the way I grew up, I gotta be honest with you. And I know a lot of people are gonna be mad at me for saying this. Family's fucking overrated. Families sometimes fucking overrated. Sometimes they can help you blossom, or sometimes they can bring you the fuck down. And we all know that. We've all seen both sides of the fucking coin. I'm sorry to say that. As I was growing up, I saw how my family treated my mother. I saw how my father's family treated my mother. And she would tell me they could all suck my dick. Like, I don't give a fuck about none of these peasants. And she was serious. Like, I know she loved her brother. That's the only motherfucker I know my mother loved. I know she wasn't too, I know she was crazy about that on her mother. The father, I wasn't too sure about. But the brothers and the sisters, my mother did something. She stuck up for her sister. My sister, my aunt, got raped. My mom stabbed the guy. And half the family turned on it. And for years, they talked shit about it. So my mom said, really? No, you motherfuckers go fuck yourselves. Yeah. And then when she came to the States and started making money, they lit her up. And she would tell them right now, go fuck yourself. And hang up the fucking phone. So she kind of taught me that as we were growing up. And I still remember her going off on my father's mother. Why? Right in the fucking house in New York. I must have been 7. And when we were walking out, she's like, you're not going to see this lady again. I go, I hope not. That was the end of my grandmother. I never saw my grandmother after that. She died maybe 10 years later. I never went back over there. Wow. I went over there when she started going off with my mom. And I was like, oh shit. I'm like, my mom's going to deck this bitch. Oh shit. And sure enough, my mom started calling her a fucking cunt. And then a fucking pussy husband, a pussy son was dead. Oh my God. She's like, you're not going to pussify my son. Because they always, they make my mom move in with them so she can learn the recipes he liked. And my mother was not that type of bitch. You know what I'm saying? Like, he eats what I cook. You know what I'm saying? So when I went over there, my mother put my jeans on me or something. As soon as I walked in the door, they're from Spain. They think their shit don't stink. She was from Spain. She wasn't Cuban. Oh, she started with the sneakers, the pants. You look dirty. My mom said, time out. You little fucking cunt fuck. And I looked on her. We walked out together. She's like, you want to come back over? And I'm like, not really. And that was the other way around. That was how quick that went down.
Well, yeah.
And then my mother died. And then I realized something. I was born in your blood family. It's the street family. Because I look at all you guys as blood. I don't look at you guys as fucking, he's my friend. You guys are blood. That's why I get mad when you ask me about Papa Rob. Okay? That's why. If it was some guy already gone that pushed it on me, but it's you. Some Papa Rob is so good for you. It's Italian nutrients. Leave me the fuck alone. But that's why I get so angry at it.
I can see that.
That's why I get so angry at people. So for me, my street brothers have been, and I have street brothers that'll say, hey man, I gotta tell you something. You're one brother to me than my own blood brothers. And it feels different. And that's the thing with me. I have a lot of people that they should have told them. I have like 10 friends that should have told their family to go fuck themselves all the time.
Yeah. And it feels good when it sucks, but it feels good.
Tell your family to go fuck themselves. Tell them to go fuck themselves. This ain't gonna work no more. Because once you tell your family to go fuck themselves, they know you're not playing. It's very important that you look at all of them, and include your mother from time to time. Because they'll take you to the cleaners too. They'll drive you crazy. Oh, not your mom or your dad, but like cousins or whatever. You gotta pull them aside and let the deal. No. Right? No, you're gonna take me down with this stupidity.
I mean, honestly, there's so many people. It's so weird. The craziest thing that I've for dating for me, for like all my girlfriends, the way that a lot of parents talk to their daughters is fucking wild. Like they talk almost every girlfriend I've had, their parents like make comments about their weight. Like it's like, but then they'll feed them as they're giving them like the dish. They'll be like they call her Gorda or like crazy shit. And it's like family. I don't know. You ever work at a place and you start at the bottom, and even though you move up, they still see you as the bottom. I feel like that's how family is. Like they remember you as that dumb kid who shit the bed, or like whatever they did.
On the other side of the spectrum, I know people who have great families.
Oh, amazing! Yeah, part of my family great.
I know people who have fucking great families. I know people got, but after a while, as you start getting old, you gotta look at your family and go, what's gonna happen when there's money involved? Because what tears up a family more than that shit? Some stupid fucking envelope. And that's what you have to start looking at as you get old. Like, what am I gonna do? That's why all these musicians wait. They sell their rights. $500 million. You think they want to sell them? No. But they don't want the bullshit that comes afterward when they die. And everybody's gonna go to war with that money. Now we know what we're getting. There's no more bullshit. Can you see Quincy Jones? He's giving them each $81 million. Damn, to his 8 kids, $81 million fucking dollars. So everybody knows there's no fucking drama. And there's always something with family. There's always something with them. And for me, I didn't have to. Like for me, I just didn't have. Like when my mother died, I had my uncle in California. He's like, "You come live with me in California, right? I'm going up here. What good to me is fucking California." Yeah, the fucking Miami. That's what I want to do is move down to fucking Miami. I'm just getting fucking hot and bothered in North Bergen. Right. The worst thing in your life happened, you have to move across the country. And then, I remember like 84. My mother was dead 5 fucking years. And I'm in California. My uncle goes, "Let's call Cuba." And they're all yelling at me on the phone. For what? Like, what happened to you? You never called us. For what? I'm out here fighting these motherfucking demons by myself. What are you bitches gonna do for me? 300 miles away. Not a thing. Right. Not a thing. What am I gonna talk to you for? About what? What do you want to talk about? My strategy for the day? Survive. What the fuck do you want to talk about? Right. Dude, this is the first time I think ever that I even heard about your dad's side of the family. Like your dad's mom. I mean, I don't remember a lot of the church, so it's possible. But no, I don't remember ever hearing about her. No, it was done when it started. Wow. No reason to tolerate that shit. I'm not taking it from friends. I'm not taking it from family. And now, like, I don't even. Like, a couple of years ago, fucking some idiot popped up on Facebook saying that he was my half brother. And so that other idiot from North Bergen actually believed it and gave him my number. Oh no. Without calling me. I'm at Jimmy Florentine's watching a football game. And this my phone rings. I think it's my sister or my fucking good cousins. And it's my half stepbrother.
I didn't even know you had a half stepbrother.
You think I did? It was a fucking surprise to me too.
Oh no. Gee, how did you get rid of him?
I told him I was watching the Jets. No, he called and I'm like, hey man. He's like, I don't know if you know about me. My dad, our dad was married to my mom first, and then something happened. They broke up. And then my dad met your mom. They had you, and I never saw him again. You know, all this shit. You know, I went to prison in Cuba. I have the same story as you. And he was calling around to see if he could get sponsored. Because they had a new sponsor system out of Cuba.
Oh, okay.
Where you have to put your bank account up, money up. No.
That's pretty ballsy.
You need 500 to get up here, I'll give it to you.
Yeah.
You need a basement, I'll put you on this couch right here. But yeah, I'm not sponsoring nobody. I don't need none of you fucking Cuban criminals coming up here stabbing somebody that I gotta do time at 64. No.
Oh, like it's that serious? Like that you're basically signing up bail for him? Like
Well, he called me first to feel me out. And I was like, listen, this is all great, Danny. Can we talk about this during the weekend Sunday at 2 o'clock?
Right.
You know, first I'm hearing Sunday at fucking 2 o'clock. I'm like, you know. And then he never called me. And then my uncle called me like a week later. He goes, listen, all your cousins are calling now because they want to get this new type of sponsorship. They tried to get me to do it. They asked me for my bank account. And I told them, listen, I'm going to stay in Cuba. I'll send you money. I'll send you a lifeline. But I'm not giving you my fucking bank account.
No, you can't risk. You have too much going on.
No, I'm not doing any of that stuff. I have done. That's all I give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I can't. I just can't. So,
did having mercy like make you change your mindset? Is that when like your mindset started to change? About like all these other people, like a family had called, 20 years ago, and you had a little bit of money. Like, it's like the fact that you have like a family that.
Listen, if you know anything about me, I'll help anybody. But there's a difference between helping and conning. Okay? That's it. If any of my friends call me and say, listen, I got hit by a call last night. My fucking engine flew out or something like that. I'm more prone to helping than. Oops. What a coincidence. We're cousins now. You know what I'm saying? Like,
my name's Diaz.
What a coincidence, He didn't ask for money. He just wanted to see if I think the papers, the sponsorship. And I told him, I have my own problems. I don't have no fucking passport.
Right.
I'm not really legal as I'm legal. I told you, I went to that UFC last week. I didn't tell you guys the whole fucking story of what I went through mentally. No, because I went to the UFC and I fucking ate the edibles. And I sat there and I went to my pocket. I had a little baggie with maybe a gram. Did I tell you this last week? Maybe a gram of mushrooms. Right. Maybe. It was the bottom of the liquid. And I took half and I ate it as I was eating it. I realized I'm in the fucking front row on camera with a baggie in my fucking and I'm like, they're gonna throw me under the fucking jail. And finally I started getting high on everything, and I noticed when I was sitting back that there was a fucking agent looking at me, just at me, like locked eyes. And she's another agent that was just looking. It was a woman with white hair that was cute, and another partner that was a white dude. And they were looking at me like, and so now, in my THC paranoia and the mushroom paranoia, I'm thinking I fucked up. They saw the mushroom bag, but not only that, I gave them my social security number and my background information. Why? Because that's what I needed to give them before I went to the UFC, because Trump was the president. Oh shit, they did that? Yes. Holy shit. So now I'm sitting there going, I'm going to fucking jail tonight. Everybody thought I was looking at Kyle Harris's ass. I'm like, I'm going to fucking jail. They just waiting for me to get up. Oh. And then one time I asked the guy, I got to go to the bathroom. He goes, you don't want to go over there. Come to the back. Oh, no. And he told me that I had to walk past those people. So they did everything but sniff me. They knew I was on something. They were like looking at me the whole way. I'm like, God damn it. They're going to fucking arrest me. And he's like, no. Because was Rogan's handler.
Oh, okay.
He's fucking whatever the fuck he is. He's like, no, I know that lady. She's not gonna do nothing. I was scared the whole night. I was gonna get up and leave him. Mr. Diaz, we need to talk to you.
Did you even know you had them? Like, did you bring mushrooms to the UFC, or did you just forget that you had mushrooms?
No, I brought them. I brought them to have a good time. I'm going to have a good time. Listen, I didn't bring mushrooms to purposely take.
Okay.
I took them just in case I bump into somebody. And the party's starting, I want to be there.
Yeah, but then you didn't bump into anybody. You took all of them.
No, I took like half the bag and it hit me a little bit.
Yeah, that's it. Did the mushrooms get you anxious? Is that why you were freaking out? Or?
I think it was both my anxiety and my paranoia. But I sat there half the night going, I'm fucked up. These motherfuckers are gonna arrest me. They got me. Yeah.
I don't think it would have mattered on pay-per-view. On like ESPN, maybe they would have been upset.
No, everything. It's not pay-per-view. It's not ESPN. I'm worried about it's mushrooms. It's a half a gram. They're gonna give me a ticket and smack it. That's not what I'm worried about. I'm worried about them taking my real Social Security fucking number.
Okay.
That's what I'm worried about. I'm not worried about the mushrooms, you fuck. I'm worried about them picking me up with ice. I told you. Last week I didn't take the garbage out. I took it today for the first time, okay? I don't need this shit in my life. They don't know. I don't fucking know.
Right.
Listen, one day I went snooping upstairs. And when we lived in Given that Terrace, I don't know nothing about nothing. I'm maybe 9. I go snooping upstairs. And there's this little fucking box that you open up, and it's got it's supposed to be perfumes. And my mother used it for pictures. And I went in one of the things, and I took it out. There was this piece of black paper. Black paper, it was like this black paper with white lettering. So it was my birth certificate from Cuba. Okay, and they said, Jose Antonio Diaz and all this shit. Blah, 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 blah. My father was a waiter, which he wasn't. Otherwise, it said waiter on that. And something else, and a bunch of bullshit from Cuba. And I took that birth certificate as a kid, and I had it. And then I think when I went to get my driver's license, a little after that, I lost it. So that's 1980, 81, my fucking birth certificate. I don't have a birth certificate. And then throughout the years, I lose my fucking driver's license. I just lost the card. I had no ID. In those days, you didn't need a fucking ID to fly. Now, when I got to Colorado, I went to get a job. They're like, you need a license, social security card, and a birth certificate. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? And my friend goes, you get your birth certificate. Just call, send it, whatever it is. Box 25, what is it, zip code 10002. You send it and they send your birth certificate. Right. I'm like, how would they have my Cuban birth certificate? I'm like, I'm going to let them go in. Joey, we don't have a birth certificate. Came in the mail. And it was brand new and completely different than what was said on the other one. There was no lettering, there was no waiters, there was nothing. It just said Jose Antonio Diaz, born February 1963, some hospital, and it was a seal and everything. New York, I go, I'll take it.
And I'm not gonna start nothing.
Then I make a copy of that, send it back to my social security card. Yep. I got my license, but that's how I did it. But I never knew, so I don't really know.
So you don't want to fuck around.
When I was a kid, all my mother told me was, yeah, you born in Cuba. When I went to LA in '85, my uncle's like, oh, you're born in New York. I'm like, what the fuck?
So you're not even really sure?
I don't know.
Damn. Why would your mom? Who do you think is right?
She drank Heineken vegan breakfast.
Every day?
And if she mixed breakfast, she put a raw egg in it.
Oh. And a beer with an orange juice, tomato juice? That's fucked up. Yeah, I might believe your uncle. Fuck.
I don't fucking know. So I don't know. It's Secret Service. When they look you up, they don't look you up for fucking jaywalking.
Yeah, but I don't. The Secret Service was there. They don't like let you wait. Like they
attack me to you. They're gonna come over and say we need to have a word with you. Like outside the gazebo. Walk out there with 2 other cars. Listen, we found some problems in your birth certificate. and we like to take you to whatever. That's what I thought was going to happen in my mind.
Yeah.
That's how I live. I live like that.
Like the worst is gonna happen.
No, that fucking ICE is gonna come get me any fucking day now. I'll be out that day. You have to get yourself a chubby white chick to come out there and save me. And bang on the bus. Osan Dawn. Osan Dawn. Wear a flag, a Cuban flag out there. Half Jew, half Cuban.
I'll get Israel on the case. Oh my God.
The case, forget about it.
That would suck if that happened.
I'm scared to pieces every fucking day. It's funny, I was just telling him, George and I went to a party on Saturday, and Dave the cop was there, and I was talking to Dave, and I was telling Dave, he asked me a question about something. I go, Dave, well, that's right, Rob Kenbella, rest in peace. Right after I robbed Kenbella, maybe like 2 months ago, I was watching the show. I'm out on bail. I'm watching a stupid show at night about a guy that went to a dance in high school and got to an argument with another guy. The guy hit him with a bottle, but he took the guy and been his fucking hero. Damn. Like in 1950 fucking 9 at a dance. He lived in like somewhere close to like Idaho. And he went home and he told his parents, and his parents were scared for him. So they flew to an aunt's house in Lake Cleveland. And he went to Cleveland. He finished high school. He went to college, got his high school, his college degree, married his high school sweetheart, fucking had kids, became a pillar in his community, lived under an alias. 35 fucking years. And one day he was cooking, he cut his hand. And he went to the hospital, they ran a background check. And they threw him in fucking jail. They really fucking threw him in jail for 20 years. But then the big argument was, hey, he's been in the community for 35 fucking years without even getting a chain ticket, fucking jaywalking ticket. Right. So he ended up doing like 3 years, you know. I always remember that story. Of course. When I got in trouble, the guy at the Hertz kept saying, my buddy owns the Costa Rica one. We'll get you down there. You get the management program. We'll change your number. You change your name. And I'm like, man, I can never come back to the United States. No. Like, I can never, you know.
Thank God he didn't do it. Did you feel the urge to do it at all? Where you're like, oh man, you know what, maybe?
No, because I knew the deal. And I'm lucky I didn't, because I got sentenced in August. That September, America's Most Wanted came out.
I don't know if you would have been on America's Most Wanted.
I'm just saying, you dumb fuck. No, you don't have to kill somebody. You don't have to kill somebody to be an America's Most Wanted.
Right, they could have always caught you.
If it's a fucking fraudulent check and you keep doing it, right? And if they have a hard time catching somebody, they'll put you on America's Most Wanted, even if it's for fucking selling drugs. If they have like 4 or 5 years and they can't, you're fucking with them. Like in and out of the neighborhood and shit, they're gonna go fucking. Right. If they know you're around, they get reports. They'll put you on America's Most Wanted or local stations. America's Most Wanted. The bootleg ones, because now most towns have them.
They do? I haven't seen
you watch the news. Also, there's like, have you seen this man? And it's like, you know, wanted for burglary, halitosis, you know, whatever else he's got.
And it would have, like, cause you know, me, I'm a pussy. I would have, like, jail would freak me out. But I can imagine, like, if you, let's say you did bail and like run away before your case, like, it's not like you would have had a relaxing life at the Hertz and the Dominican Republic. You would have been like a fuck. You would have been depressed.
No, I know a guy now that can't come to Jersey. He's been gone for 30 years. He left a little before me, maybe 35 years.
Is he still in the country?
Oh yeah. Okay. He just can't come back to Jersey. Just Jersey.
Does it fuck with him?
Yeah. You gotta turn it into something else to make it easier. Right. You know, you not wanting to go back to Jersey is one thing. You're not allowed to go back to Jersey. That's another thing. That's fucking crazy. I can say to you, I hate Jersey. I'm sick of the tolls. I'm sick of fucking, you know, not having money at the tolls. Now they want to send me a fucking bill. You know, you can do whatever the fuck you want, but when they don't let you in, that's completely different. Who doesn't want to come back home when you're 65 years old to see your friends? You know, I think only like 1 friend, 2 friends have visited in 30 years. I've seen him because he comes to my shows. You horse to Houston and shit, but it's weird. That's a weird fucking thing, man. You know, but in the contrast to that, I'm asking you about this now. What about a person without a warrant that comes from another country like the people in LA last week? And again, I'm not political, but I want you to think about this. What if you came to this country, you're hard working, you didn't rape nobody, you didn't sell drugs, you're not in violation of the cartel, and you get a job, your wife works, you raise your kids, maybe they got a scholarship to UFC. They came and scooped your ass up last week just for being illegal. Right? What's the argument there if you're a politician? Because, again, you haven't done it in 37 years, so what the fuck? You didn't have 1 week to go get your American citizen.
They make it hard. That's like...
Oh, they make it really fucking hard.
And it's like, for someone who's not, like, too dumb to be political, like the criminals and stuff, yeah, get them out of here. And even then also, like you're right, they're all do it the right way. And you should do it the right way. But if you've been here and, you know, trying to do things, or even if you're not trying to be a citizen, but you have a job at a farm, you have, who really cares? Like that, it is, I see both sides. And like, to hear, and I know you're being funny, but like, to hear that you're like scared, you don't suck. Like
oh no, that's funny.
Right.
But you really got to think about it.
Yeah.
Like they could make mistakes.
Oh yeah. It's so big.
I mean, listen, one of the big ones. I see them on Joe Rogan. He's okay. One of them, I hope.
Right.
No, that's not the guy. I've seen him on Joe Rogan. Let's call the police. Let's make sure. Let's double check this.
But it seems like they're grabbing everybody, which is like.
But here's the funny thing. I don't know if anybody of you guys saw this. The New York Times put a thing on the other day about Rubio's father.
No.
And he was here illegally, the whole thing. And now Rubio's part of it. Let me tell you something. Okay? There's two Cubans here. Right where we go eat. Right down there. That have been here 40 years. And they're still walking around.
Do you think they're nervous? Or they're so hidden?
Maybe not. Maybe we don't take them back to Cuba. They're 90 already. They don't give a fuck.
And the thing like that would freak me out, and because I follow 2 people on Instagram right now, Alfred Robles and Jesus Trejo. Jesus was going to shoot a special. He had to delay it, and it's like it does like the part that would scare me. And it's like, this is like white privilege. Is like, what if you're 100% a citizen or you have like a green card and like you are trying to do things the right way? And like, I would feel nervous as like a Spanish person that they're just going to come grab me no matter what.
No matter what. Like,
that might be a shitty way to
You have to have a little bit of fear. If you have brown skin right now, you could be walking down the street going to buy fucking pastelito. You know, so the guy pulls up with a car with a hook. And these motherfuckers, no, it's like when you bomb on stage, they have that hook and they pull you and you're like, wait, what joke? No.
Right.
Nah, and they come up with Subarus.
Oh no.
They're pulling up with lesbian cars.
They're tricking with the Subarus.
They're not those black cars. They're not anything. They're fucking slick, quick, and bad to the bone. They execute those things. You don't even know what it is. You're like, no saying. They're walking into the car. Okay. But it doesn't matter. Yeah, we'll go down to the station and sort it out. Down to the judge, motherfucker.
Dude, it's getting crazy out there. For like listen, we joke about the bombs and Israel, but on both sides. Imagine throwing rockets.
Oh, Iran was fucking them up this afternoon. Fucking them up. Israel was like, we don't, but Israel's roping open them right now. Israel's about to drop the big one. Like Red Fox used to always say, I got the big one, Elizabeth.
Yeah.
It's coming, Elizabeth. Did I feel the big one? They just roping them right now. I don't take a little punches. Yeah, you blew up Tel Aviv. Okay. I mean, listen, if you think the pager plot was brilliant, did you see how they did this last one? They did a commotion and got them all together. And within a split fucking second, they bombed them when they were all there. That's fucking intelligence to the fucking max. They know everything. They got you, man. They got you. I mean, if you thought the major was brilliant, they tested the pager to make sure that if you blew up, the person next to you would blow up. The kindness of the Jews never ceased.
Often overlooked. Yeah.
Often overlooked.
The kindness of the Jews.
But this blow up when they got everybody together and just fucking pulled the trigger. When they were all together yelling and screaming, what are we gonna do? He got the nuclear people, he got the fucking heads of the thing. I mean, at least not crying. There was no baby in that room. You know what I'm saying? White people would have been, oh, there was a baby in the room.
But it does. Again, I didn't. Sometimes when I get high, I get freaked out. Like just even being in the city now. Like if I would say, like if anyone's gonna drop a bomb anywhere in the country, New York is top 3. Like kind of between DC, New York, and LA, there's a good chance of a bomb getting dropped. Like it's just it's something we have to live with now.
Nobody dropped a bomb in LA. It was called that fire.
Oh, yeah.
Nobody has said a word about that fire ever again. It's like the riots as soon as Israel bombed Iran. We'll leave it at like, it's just that one Mexican with the flag bothering people. That one back, the flag was bigger than him. He was out there. He was like one of Columbus's guys on the boat that was pushing the sails. You never saw that guy.
Oh, yeah.
But anyway, it's nice to see you, Lee.
Nice to see you, buddy.
I guess the last 2 weeks, the whole thing, where you at this week?
This week on Thursday the 19th, I'm at the Shortstop Bar and Grill in Westfield, and I got shows coming up at the end of the month.
I'm doing a surprise show on the 19th. West Damn, so.
Oh, yeah?
Thursday night, you better kiss yourself.
Fuck yeah. Do you know when you want to announce where? It's going to be surprise.
I'm announce it Thursday morning. Not even. I'm going to announce it Thursday at 6.
Oh, that's badass.
Like Prince of the Revolution. You know what I'm saying?
That's so
I don't
cool.
care if 3 people show up.
Oh, they'll be running. It'll
I
be
can
like a...
smoke weed then too, so I can.
Oh, yeah? Oh, man.
That's what I'm looking to do now, a show. We can smoke a joint, the whole audience. Fucking Uncle Joey, not everybody's joint. Your own joint, bring your own fucking shit.
Oh, my God.
You're not touching my joint with your fucking flu COVID lip. You know what I'm saying?
That's so cool. I'm mad I'm going to be gone now.
We're gonna be.
I have to go back to Boston for a couple days.
We'll take care of Mom. And the following week, we're at the fucking dojo on Thursday.
Oh, yeah.
And straight to NJ back on Friday night.
That's crap. I'm getting ready for it.
Hell yeah. I'm gonna get my tooth. You won't see me in July. That's my fucking.
Oh, is that when they're fixing everything?
Everything.
Nice.
The other side. They put braces on for a few weeks. Looks like I have teeth.
Okay.
It'll be a lot of fun. You know what I'm saying?
NJ Pack is going to be pretty fucking cool.
You know what's gonna be cool? The dojo. I love you motherfuckers.
I love the dojo.
With all my heart. So we will see you next Tuesday.
Yes, sir.
Tip top motherfucking Magoo. Stay black. Hey, beautiful people, Uncle Joey here. Listen, the summer's coming. I gotta talk to you about something. If you're having trouble getting it up and getting it on when you want it, listen, you need Blue Chew, all right? Blue Chew sends you chewable tablets that taste like mint and will make you God in the bedroom. You'll be throwing people up in the air, hitting them with the bat of love. It's going to be tremendous. Now, they even have Blue Chew Max, which contains the same active ingredients as Viagra and Cialis into one tablet that works fast. Listen, I'm an old man. Time to time, things happen. I pop a Blue Chew. It's all over the shower. Even the cat runs out of the room. Just sign up at BlueChew.com. Consult with one of their licensed medical providers. And if you're approved, you'll get your prescription in just days. Listen, make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. And we got a special deal for the church family. You ready? Your first month of Blue Chew is free, just like that. Free when you press the promo code Joey, Joey. Just pay a fin to get in. That's $5 shipping. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important information. And I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. What's happening, you bad motherfuckers? Tuesday morning, June the 10th. It's Frank Scolari Day in Hudson County. Anyway, we're here with the church, New Testament, coming at you on a beautiful day to be alive. Kick it, Lee. Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, making money should be easy. That's why there's Cash App. Cash App is fast and safe. No extra hoops to jump through. No extra stress. All the tools are right there in front of you to help you cash in. It's very easy to get started. You don't even need a bank account. All you need is your phone number or an email address. I love Cash App. My wife uses it for everything. It's secure, and they're about to send money to a sketchy account. They'll let you. The other big guys don't do that. Listen, for a limited time only, new Cash App users can use my exclusive code to earn some additional cash. For real, there's no catch. Just download Cash App and sign up. Use my exclusive referral code, Church, CHURCH, in your profile. Send $5 to a friend, and within 2 weeks, 14 days, you'll get $10 dropped right into your account. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App. We're back. Like herpes, what's happening? It's a beautiful Tuesday morning. What's up, Lee? How was your weekend?
Oh, one of the best weeks ever. Dude, I gotta be honest, Side Splitters, I think, is my number one club.
I love it.
It's and I'm sure you remember, but like, it's the first club that really took a chance on me. So like, to me, I would do anything. It was like a 7-show week. It was the best. It was like one of the best weeks I've ever had. So 7 shows, not all of them went well. Not all of them. I'm not saying all of them were great.
They're not supposed to.
But it was like, I learned a lot. I got to see Greg Fitzsimmons, which was awesome. I got to do the radio 2 days in a row, which was really cool. It was like a little mini training camp. It was awesome. It was, and like, people came out. Some people came to 2 shows, which was really cool. It was just I got heckled by a little person, which was really fun. It was like, oh, I did. I fell going on stage. Oh, they had these edible drinks. And I was running up. It was the headlining show on Saturday, the early show, and I just, for the first time ever, just like I put my foot down, and it just didn't really, and I ate it. And then, you know what's funny? I just saw last week. There's a clip of Ralphie doing some sort of late night set, and he eats it, and he goes, as soon as he stands up, he goes, that was the funniest thing that's happened on the show in a long goddamn time. And then immediately I do it. So, yeah, it was anything that could have happened did happen. It was awesome.
Well, for me, I got to be honest with you. This podcast is called The Church of What's Happening Now, or Next Generation, or the Next Chapter, whatever the fuck we call it. But this podcast is basically, should be called The Education of Lee. And as a fucking guy that watches everything, I think last week, your behavior, the way you looked at it, everything, I'm very proud of you. You went A to fucking Z across the board. You made the video coming out of the ocean with those fucking hairy shoulders. You're like a Jewish fuck man.
I know.
I turned down like 200,000 ads last week. You're going to send a chick to come in here. Sandblast your shoulders.
Why would you turn that down?
Wants to shave your shoulders and make you a wig. It's we
the
got
only
so
good
many
one,
fucking offers for your shoulders. You gotta knock it off. You gotta have the chick double time and shave your shoulders.
Dude, it doesn't work. It doesn't work.
It is everywhere. My friend bumped into you in the ocean. He thought he was getting fucking grabbed by a sea reef. Like one of those, when I go to I love the beach, right? Any beach, California, New Jersey. But the first time one of those vines wraps around my leg, see, I'm done. I just turn around and run out of that's it. That's my day at the fucking beach. And they said you have like tentacles coming out of your shoulders and shit, grabbing people by the neck.
Dude, I have hair everywhere but my head, and it's fucking. And you probably never saw that Tim Allen movie when he was with Santa Claus. Like, he turned into Santa and he tried to shave and immediately grew back. If I shave my back today, by Thursday, it's worse.
Well, keep shaving until you turn into the Jew movement. I'm done with you right now.
The Jew movement.
That's the name of this. Eric, that's the script to write. The Jew movement. He only comes out between 11:30 and a quarter and 12. He comes out, they got a coupon. That's it. And he fucking goes back home. Tremendous.
That would be amazing.
In all honesty, you sat in those rooms with all those comments. I think 2 weeks ago I said on the podcast that you learned some good things from some bad people. Some of them it's very tough to digest. But you're like, the guy had 3 good qualities, and I took one of them. Like, I learned from one of his qualities.
Right.
You got a lot of good comedians and a lot of bad comedians, but everybody laid an opinion down and you grasp it. And I'm just really proud of you. It took 10 years, whatever, 8 years, whatever the fuck it's been. But it's been great to see you grow as a human being. I mean, these people don't know that you were like a fucking deaf mute when I met you. You wouldn't even talk. I gave you that can with the hash and that was it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, people always blaming on the drug. Sometimes drug open a motherfucker up. And Lee needed the fucking hit that hash on that Coca-Cola can. And I just been, his face is ready. He was holding on like fucking.
My lungs have never recovered from
like one hit. Cleveland last holding on to his throat. That was Lee's. My wife was patting him in the back. The cat was holding him. But it's been a real pleasure to watch you grow. I always like watching people grow, man. I love catching somebody early and going, that motherfucker. Watch his smoke. And it's not the people at the industry thing. It's never the people that are the 28 up and coming. Those guys losing. They're weak and white. They just fall apart. I'm going to read an article. I'm headed to Saturday Night Live. And then when they don't make Saturday Night Live, they crinkle. That's it, you know. And you just did great, man. And, you know, I'm sure you're up for great things if you keep this pace up. It's been a little slow for you, but this shit doesn't happen overnight. Because if it did, everybody would do it. Right. It's about the time when your wife tells you you're a loser. You're about 48, your wife's like, you know what? If you would have played the harmonica, you would have been in the orchestra right now. You still want to fucking crack stupid jokes with a bunch of drunk people and go to the corner. And it's just about when you're looking for a job, when you're fucking up going full time, and you start looking and you get that call, and you never know when that call or what that's gonna be, so you better be prepared.
Right, and
you better be prepared. That's it.
It just means the world to me. I was talking to the owner of Side Splitters, and it's just for comments at my level, features and like stuff. It's almost impossible unless someone takes a chance on me. And you took a chance on me. Josh takes me out, takes a chance on me. But it's such a struggle right now to like get that opportunity. And I'm a lot luckier than most. So this is my second time at this club, and it's just. I've heard you talk about it. Like when people aren't giving you the chance, but someone finally does. Like I would, if the owner of Side Splitters asked me to kill a guy, I probably would. Like it means a lot.
You know, listen. This is what people don't know. I'm not taking the chance with you when I take you out at all. Comedy is not a funny business. Comedy is not a movie business. Comedy is none of the above. People don't know comedy is a karma business. And how many people said to me, hey, I remember people calling me that were fucking stars. And going, you got 30 minutes? And I'm like, really? I got about 16 of that. But I'll fucking give them my best. And they didn't take a chance on me. They just said, come on, I worked with worse people. Come on down there. And that's what comedy's about. It's not about the funniest guy. That's great. It's the guy, it's a karma business. It's a universal business. The universe watches. So just when you're ready to hang yourself, that's when that club calls you. Hey, and they call you in a bad situation, but you don't give a fuck. Because if they would have called you, and any other time in your life, you tell them to go suck your dick, but don't call you like Friday or 2. You already got plans with mama, but this is your chance. Right? Oh, you got a headlining at whatever, Gotham, whatever. And this is what I tell people. Answer that fucking phone. Answer that fucking phone. Because that could be Paramount. You don't even know. That could be anybody. Answer that phone. But I'm really proud of you. I'm really proud that you stuck with it, And you have a direction. A lot of people just run around like a fucking crazy Indian. Not you. You have a direction. You ask questions. You ask a lot of questions. Amen. Yeah, you ask a lot of questions. I try. Yeah. Listen, you gotta ask questions. It's like when you're a feature actor. They say, hey, you're gonna work with Attell this weekend. And like you remember a joke that Attell had in one of his specials. And like the second night you get comfortable, now you can ask him repeat questions. How'd you write that joke? I heard he's got a fucking new joke.
Oh, really?
That he says, listen, I know you're not going to like me after I say this. But he goes, there's times you got to use the N-word. He goes, I know that people are going to get mad at me for using the N-word, but I'm not going to say it. Newark Airport. People fucking buy it.
Oh, he's the best.
Yeah, but it's like, Nobody takes a chance on you. It's a karma business. We've all been there. Unless you're an insensitive fuck. You don't remember that you bombed for 8 years. George, how many times you bombed? That's what it is. Yeah, and nobody remembers the bomb 20 years ago. Nobody's going to remember. Who gives a fuck? Keep going, keep going, keep going. And some people can't handle it. Some people got to get therapy. Some people, fucking, they can't handle rejection. And that's fine. That's when you put your fireman helmet on and you fucking go to battle. And you did it. And I'm proud of you. How long is it? 9 years?
I'm in my 8th year right now. 8 years. I'm trying.
It's really 6 years. Right. Because for 2 years you walked around like a fucking idiot anyway. I did. Yeah. First 2 years I walked around like an idiot. Then I made a plan. Then I attacked. And here we are fucking 90 years later. But it doesn't matter how long the journey took. Because the journey's all when I'm in that casket, that's all I'm going to remember. Is that fucking journey and how great it was. My car breaking down, having to sleep with some chick with one eye, gas money, you gotta do all this crazy shit, but that's part of the fucking journey. And that's why I signed up for this. After I read the one fucking crazy guy's book that he lived in the hotel in the city, Lenny Bruce, he fucking wound up with strippers at night, the shit, he shot heroin. I'm in. What's the alternative? I'm going to carry a suitcase to New York every day with a little bag and an apple in it. I'm going to fucking shoot myself. I'll jump off that fucking bridge. Oh, I don't blame you. This is how we did it. This is how we do it, cocksuckers. You got to go for broke every goddamn day. Give me a minute. We'll be right back with my main man, Mr. Eric Alessandro. Hey, Uncle Joey here. If you're looking for a complete meal without a sink full of dishes, Yule is your answer. It's a perfectly balanced meal that tastes like a milkshake, bottled up and ready to go wherever you go. Their black edition ready to drink has a whopping 35 grams of protein, 27 vitamins and minerals, lots of fiber and low sugar so you can stay fueled up. I love the iced coffee. I love the chocolate. My wife likes the iced coffee more than me. She puts it on ice, and what do you got? You got yourself 7 grams of protein. So start saving time and money without compromising your nutrition today with this exclusive offer for new customers. Ready for this? 15% off by pressing in my exclusive code church at Yule.com. That's 15% off for all new customers with code church, CHURCH, at Yule.com. See show descriptions for the terms and conditions. Skip the stress, not the nutrition. Try Yule today for a complete nutrition bottle. And it comes in a lot of flavors. Again, Yule. It's tremendous. We're back. Anyway, we got my main man, Mr. Eric Alessandro, Staten Island Zone. What's happening, buddy?
Dude, there's a D in the beginning of that.
Which one?
Delisandro.
Okay, what did I say? Alessandro, I don't fuck.
I gotta bust balls, everybody does it.
Eric, sir, Staten Island. You know he likes you when he gets your name. People still come up to me and tell me I'm the director from Israel. I'm not a director. I'm not from Israel. We have a friend named Agostino. He calls him D. Agostino. Yeah, that's how we know. That's how you know he likes you. Is when the name was wrong.
I don't know. Part of that was
maybe I don't have a friend Alessandro. That's why.
It's fine. No one cares. What's up, man? Thank you so much for having me. I have to tell you, last year you said something really nice about me on your podcast that I was blown away, man. That was really sweet of you. Thank you so much.
I never heard of you till I moved to Jersey. You know,
that sounds about right, man.
I moved here. My neighbors who were from
Staten Island.
What part?
Staten Island?
No, the part where you're from. Not where.
Oh, the North Shore.
North Shore.
North Shore.
Where's the bakery at?
That's in the North Shore.
Malone.
Yeah, Paul Richmond.
Malone. All right, so they're from that area. And they asked me if I had seen you. I go, no. And at that time, I just moved here. Come out here. I just left Comedyville. You know what I'm saying? Like, I just left LA. We were surrounded in your neighborhood. And I'm like, no, I don't know who that is. And then one day you popped up, and it was an interesting video, and you were selling it. You know, you were like, listen, come to my show. But it just wasn't you in front of a fucking brick wall. Like I told Lydia that these guys are all doing these videos. All right, I'm in whatever. Well, they try to come at you like, yeah, I'm sitting here at the park. Don't forget to come take a talk. Nobody wants to see that shit. Yeah, you gotta grab me. You gotta fucking grab me. You gotta sit on the toilet with a newspaper, smoking a joint. Hey, what are you doing this weekend? I'm at that factory. People remember. And you were actually doing that. You were doing all these videos. You did one where you called somebody and it was Tony Soprano on the other line.
Oh yeah.
Fucking dying. I'm like, holy shit. And I said it. This is what I said on this podcast. I go, I'm happy that you're doing comedy and I hope you like it and everything. But I don't think this is where you're gonna end up.
Oh man,
I just don't think you're gonna end up in comedy. You might do comedy for 8 or 9 years and then something big's gonna come your way. You're a director.
Oh, thank you, man.
You're a big time director. I know these videos, you know, I know what I see. But I can't shoot videos like that. Not even that thought. Like you just have something that's very creative. I can tell that you take your time.
Oh yeah,
take your time with stuff, and you're always prepared because you're always shooting a video for that next week.
Yeah.
Or something. Not even that day pulling up with the baby. You know, it's always something different. And comedy, listen, I love comedy because you can do whatever the fuck you want.
Yeah.
You can act, you can direct it, you can produce, you can do it all.
Yeah.
Like I always look to the comic like people like you're a comedian, right? I went on a corner, cracking jokes, so people walk by, you say stupid things. I wonder what her ass smells like. You say stupid shit, and your friends fucking laugh, and you know that's it. Now you're doing it in a big fucking spectrum, and you're like, these fucking idiots too. Yeah, I didn't go to this no training for stand up. It's just a bunch of jerk off talking shit in the morning. And all of a sudden, like I know what I can't do and what I can do. But one night I was watching Roseanne Barr on Larry King, and she had thrown out the writers from her show, the Christmas party, when she had #1. And he asked her, why did you throw us? You don't have to write. She dropped the staff of ABC, not allowing it to a party. Like most people get fired for that. She was like, out. Because you guys are just a bunch of bad idea motherfuckers and all this shit. And she goes, what the networks forget is that we've been doing what they've been doing better. Oh, we produce, direct, we write, we script, choreograph, every move is planned. It looks untrained to the consumer. They're like, oh my God, no, we planned that movie. From touching my nose to fucking grabbing my knee, everything is fucking, you already have it planned. And you're on your way. Like I started doing comedy, I was a comedian. Nowhere in my life did I ever go, well, we're going to direct now. Put a little hat on a fucking thing and try to get financing. Come on, give me a break, but you're my friend. You're young, you got the world by the balls, you're doing it perfectly. You know, like wide open. You know, you're not living in LA, you're right here. Taking your time, brewing, waiting for that Italian bomb. just pull back grenades and fucking weapons. So
yeah, I mean, I tried the LA thing. It was all right. I think that like I just really saw the wide open road that was the internet. You know, like it's one of those things. I tried to get out of the Comedy Store, tried to do the Laugh Factory when I was living out there. I noticed that it was all politics. It was all like this thing where you had to play their specific game, and I was just like, I've never done that. So like, I just figured a different way to do it, you know. And I think I'm like an editor at heart. I love editing, and so I guess I just went with like what I was good at, you know. And then stand-up actually came after that. But yeah, man, I definitely want to do a lot of shit. I think that might have held me back though, because I've always wanted to do too many things. Like I like making music. I like doing serious stuff. I like doing silly stuff. And it was kind of I have a lot of generals back in the day with like agents or people, casting directors. Like, what do you want to do? What's the one thing? And I'd be like, I have no fucking idea. I can't pick one thing. I'm all over the place, kind of. And so yeah, I'm a little older than people might think I am, but I'm not. No, not that old.
You look like you're 28 to me.
I can still play though.
So that fucking works for me. You know.
Yeah,
but listen, man, this is a journey.
Oh yeah, I've been enjoying it.
Anything can happen along the way. You pick up a little dough. Mom is happy, the baby's happy, but then you're allowed because of your freedom. We have so much fucking freedom today. You come up with whatever the fuck.
Dude, I was thinking about that today. I was like, man, because I'm always stressed about my career because, like, you know, it's not where I come from. Everybody's a cop, garbage man, something secure, right, with the pension benefits, and I got none of that shit. You know, I fucking pay $2,000 a month for health insurance, and it's dog shit. I don't even have dental, so it's scary. But like, I was playing with my son today with my wife in my living room, and I was like, man, it's fucking 9 in the morning. We're just playing around. Like, even if it wasn't like that financially rewarding, which it is, even if it wasn't, I'm like, I would trade this. Dave Chappelle once said, when his dad asked him, like, when he wanted to be a comedian, he was like, well, Dad, if I can make as much money as a teacher doing comedy, that sounds pretty good. So I was like, that's a great way to look at that. If I could do what if I could make what my friends make, working fucking, not even a quarter, I don't even know what the hell compared, I don't know how many hours a year do I work, I have no idea, it's low. So, like, it's such a blessing. And yeah, like you said, man, it's a journey. And even in the dark times, you look back and it's like, fuck it, that was worth it because of X, Y, Z, or you got an idea from it, you know. And like living a regular life is so important. When I lived in LA, man, it was so many, like, my wife, she worked at this place in West Hollywood, and all of her friends wanted to be actors, directors, and stuff, and I never did shit. I never went out. I never got drunk. I only wrote. All I did, morning to night, I wrote constantly. And I would see them out, like, I want to direct. And I'm like, why the fuck are you here? Why are you here? Why are you hanging out here? You should be working on it. And I think in LA, it's easy to get, like, lost in everybody just up each other's ass and trying to, like, pretend they're doing something, rather than, like, I like going to TJ Maxx with my wife. I'll hear someone on Staten Island say something crazy. I'm like, oh, that's fucking hysterical. Man, that's real life that we all live, you know? Like, we were in Target one time, and this lady was arguing with her wife, and the dad just goes, can you fucking shut the fuck up for 2 seconds? And I was just like, this is incredible. This is a real person. It was amazing. So, like, yeah, man, it's hard, but it's the fucking greatest.
It's so weird how you can't get into any of the 3 clubs in Hollywood without your manager.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like, that's the main thing. Like, your manager's why, you know, what if it's such for Smith and Glenda? I want to see if we get Lisa at a showcase or how it works, you know. And that's a big one. Now, when I got to LA, you could just call the town director and go, I want them to put me on the list. You have 2 references? Yeah, this guy and that guy. Yeah. Okay, you're on the list. I'll see you in fucking 2 years. So now at least it worked now.
Oh, wow, really? It was like a waiting list?
Oh, when I got to the Laugh Factory, I got booked. I did the store the first night. I got in town like at 6. Took a shower, went to Acapulco, all you could eat. And went right to the fucking store. And then the next morning I got up, it was Tuesday, and I went to the Laugh Factory and stood on the line outside. You have to wait out there until what's his name brings you waters and shit. And I remember going in there, and he's like, I'm not going to showcase you. Call the receptionist in the morning. It was January of '97. My showcase was in October.
Wow. Holy shit.
Oh, and that was good. I don't even know what it would be like now.
Now that doesn't exist.
So now you have to go there, have like a recommendation.
Yeah.
You know, maybe your agent calls if you're with like one of the big 3 or the big 4, and then you get put in. That's where it's very political, I think. That somebody that's just a hustler, that's a fucking funny motherfucker, can't just call and go, hey man, give me a shot.
I saw when I went for the two things pissed me off. One being, like, I guess a New Yorker who's just like impatient, and the other thing was, like, there's a potluck. They do that for the Comedy Store. You put your name in a hat. But then, like, the same 7 names are always on the list. Right. So it's like, well, that's not really random. And they also make you leave. Oh, I'm sorry, you can't leave. So it's like, you gotta sign up at 5. They don't put out the list till 7:30. So if I'm like a bartender or a waitress or something, I have to now either leave twice or wait around for 2.5 hours or whatever it is, an hour and a half, and wait to see if I'm picked, where they can have a text message list. It could be like, I can run in, put my name in that, and then run back to work, continue my shift, and if I get a text like, you were selected, then it's like, all right, I can leave. But, like, it was just like a weird, like, unnecessary thing. I remember being like, I have all these jokes I want to do, but, like, I can either do them maybe, I don't know, once every 6 months if they pick me, or I could just fucking say them to my phone, and 20,000 people will see it. And that's kind of how I just, like, hustled that way, you know. Like, I was constantly writing, but I was really writing bits that I would do at, like, open mics and shit, and then I would try to figure out a way, because other than that, I don't know how people would do it. Like you said, I don't know if you can have your manager call. I don't know if you can have your agent. I don't know how the hell it works.
Yeah, that's how the best way is to have somebody with Simon's comic, like Bill Burr or something like that. That was funny. And I'm gonna tell you something. Those 2 hours they make you wait are the fucking worst 2 hours of your life because you're sitting around with mental health patients.
Exactly.
They're all mental health people, dog. Chakalaka come up with a shopping cart and he give you an allow me to out the garbage. Dog, Sunday nights at the store. That's mental health, Bill. That's right there. Listen, I need mental health issues. Like my man said, if you're a comedian, a musician, you're always teetering on the mental health thing. The people who go to those open mics on Sunday, there used to be a girl that used to go there every week, change her wig. And sometimes when she was there, she would change wigs. And I asked her, why do you change wigs? She's like, it's whatever I feel.
And because LA has the combination of crazy and also American Idol. So like here, it's just some guy outside of 7-Eleven like, oh, you get $1. There, it's I'm gonna be a star and I'm fucking crazy. So you'll see somebody like I saw a guy riding a bicycle playing a tuba in LA. A homeless guy. One of the funniest things outside of Trader Joe's on Vine, I think. He was just playing a guitar with like a box asking for change, and there was one string on the guitar. He wasn't even playing, he was just strumming it. Just a crazy fucking guy. So like, but now though, man, like at the Comedy Store too, like it's so like I don't want to say corporate, because that's a bad word. That actually
it is corporate.
But like, so many people are there that it's like Disney World. Versus when you went, it was just like a comedy club.
It was a comedy.
Now it's like
comedy.
Yes.
By the inmates.
Yes. Now it has like a
from 97 to 2006. It was us. You went behind the bar. Right. I'd be on the outside line, make long distance calls. You know, it was fucking, it was like fucking. There was a guy who sold coke there. Everything was there for you, one-stop shopping. And then it got cleaned up. Even before I left, it was a great club. There was still a little, because of so many lunatics were there at that time, there was still a little, now,
it was still a little dirty.
It was still a little dirty. Yeah, you know, it's a very, you have to appease to a lot of different people.
Oh, yeah.
You have to, because if not, they feel like they're not part of it, and then they'll fucking call like somebody on you. We live in a world that if anybody doesn't get a chance, and listen, when you're in that business, chances come few and far between. So, but these people put themselves in a bad position, then they go, then they expect something. And now, you know, it's like you asked me a question if I had gone to the Comedy Cellar, and I said, no, nothing against the Comedy Cellar. It's a great club. But A, I don't want to start over again. And B, it's a different type of club.
Oh, yeah,
for sure. They have to make people happy, especially down there. I'm not here to make people happy. I'm here to make people laugh. Oh, yeah. So when you want to get a brick wall and some pot smoke and maybe a mouse to go by, you call me. Call me.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And put funny on stage, whether they're midgets, white, black, green, purple. I don't care what color they are, but they better be funny. Don't put them on because you feel I have to put these people on to make everybody. It's I don't know what they call that shit. They call it. They give it to the African Americans years ago. What is it?
Affirmative action.
Affirmative action. Comedy now. Now, wait a second. I can't put 4 funny guys now. I gotta put a lesbian up front. I gotta put a lesbian up front. I gotta put a Chinese guy that's missing an eye. Number 2, because
gotta look like a college textbook.
Right. The Disabilities Act. They're not there. I gotta put a black guy. God forbid I don't put a Latino guy. John Leguizamo will be going off on the Instagram, right? You know, and that's what you have. I just want 15 funniest people called tonight. When you go back to that format, call me. Call me.
It's also guys who are constantly there. People who don't go home and like live at the club, they also get good spots because they don't.
Yeah, that was me. That was us. We all hung out at a fucking comedy club at one point. That was your life. What are you gonna go home for? To watch a black and white TV's little neighbor. So the landlord knocks on your door and tell you the rent is due 3 weeks ago. I'm not going home. I'm gonna go home when he goes to bed at 10 o'clock. Then I go home. But no, it's just listen. You're always gonna have your favorites. You're always gonna have these things, and I can take that, but I'm not gonna take that I'm losing the spot because you got to put somebody in there to appease the audience. I'm not doing that. I don't want to be a part of that. I came up. If you're funny, you belong. If you're not funny, go somewhere else. Go to sequence. Go to a mental institution. They'll fucking love you. Yeah. And I think that the cities have gotten very. The cities have gotten very. What is that?
Politically correct.
Politically correct.
Yeah.
If you go anywhere under 20th Street, I'm gonna get fooled. First of all, I'm a fucking dinosaur. I don't belong in those clubs, those colleges. I fucking love you, Joe. Come on. But no, it's a young man's game. I'm gonna go there with white hair, missing dude, and try to be funny.
Yeah, but they love you. They love you.
These new kids don't love anybody. They love knock-knock jokes. You say fag. I can't. Why don't they talk in your house? Did they all fucking just wear fucking slippers? And, that's what you have now. These kids, listen, dog, I have nieces. And they tell me, like, when I say fucking off-color shit, they make believe they don't hear because they love me. That's not even in their world anymore. It's not even in their fucking realm the way we smoke. You can't speak like this now anymore. These kids have a heart attack. All they'll go, you remember my Uncle Louie? Then I'm in. My Uncle Louie smoked like that. He went to jail for 80 years. Then I'm in. But besides that, it's just...
I think I will push back a little bit. I think it depends. Like I go to New York Comic Club all the time. I've been really happy with the audiences. Like I think people want comedy. I think that shit is. I think it's dying a little bit. Yes, for sure. And I think that you would fucking crush, man. They because you're joking. I think that's been up. People are aware of that again. For some weird time between like 2015, obviously during like the crazy shit of like COVID, people started to believe the shit people were saying as if like it wasn't a joke. I'm good friends with Brian Holtzman, and like how could you not? This guy's just screaming just the craziest shit. How could you not realize he's the sweetest guy in the world? Like how do you not know he's joking? I think that people are like, I don't know, at least comedy fans for sure, man. If you look at all the top comedians, it's real comics. It's not many like corporate people who are like really appeasing the shit that you were talking about. Like, Kill Tony's bigger than ever. And, I don't know. Shane Gill is a great example of like people not giving a fuck anymore. Even SNL was like, we fucked up. Like maybe we were a little too hard on this kid, and he like is like an open door policy there. So
everybody fucked up when they got on that board because you let me know you're fucking scared. And listen,
that's true.
Trying to run a business. I appreciate that.
Yeah,
I understand that, but you have to make a decision. I still remember 20. When did I start going to Utah? Utah. Okay. That club is great. In fact, the weed.
Are you talking about Wise Guys? Oh, yeah, I love that club.
Okay, let me tell you what happened to Wise Guys. In 1997, Doug Stanhope went to Wise Guys when they just had one club, and the owner was struggling, and he needed help. Doug Stanhope went to that town. And that's when he was on fire. And he went to that town and fucking buried him. He buried him so hard that they wrote letters to the Department of the Better Business Bureau in fucking Utah's Commerce. Doug Stanhope had all the letters on his wall.
I think about like he killed. No, he just went after them.
No, he destroyed the room. And that time he was a killer.
Oh, yeah.
And when they robbed his car, he still went on stage and won the San Francisco Comedy Competition weekday. Doug Stanhope was a fucking killer. Wow. When Doug Stanhope went on stage in 96, 7, 8, he wouldn't. One person would have a hard time following him. 3 people, he would destroy the environment. Oh my God, I would just go to watch his sets. Me and like 4 guys, he would destroy those comics. There would the one night there was a benefit for a burn victim, and he didn't know the burn victim was in the front row with with a fucking sailor hat on. Oh my God. Doug went into them, they banned them for a month. This is fucking classic shit. I was in Boston with him, there was a priest walking by, and he goes, Father, where you going? He goes, I gotta go to back. I got a tit fuck joke. It's gonna knock your socks off. Dog, he was on fire back then. He went to fucking Utah and did one of those hours, and they wrote a bunch of fucking letters, and the guy was, what's his name? Nelson? What's the owner?
Is it Keith?
Keith does. I kept sending him the letters, and he's like, never again. Well, I have an R-rated comic out here from 1997. Finally, like 2012. I just fucking sent him a note, and I go, Keith, how long we know each other? He goes, pick up the phone, I call him, I go, Keith, when are you gonna start putting fucking crazy people out there again? He goes, well, you remember what happened? That shit's done with. People want this, and you're running with these fucking ukulele players. That's when they used to have guitar acts. Got the one-man band for New Year's. Come on, you kill it. Just watching your schedule, I'm falling apart. Let's take a chance. He goes, I'll tell you. When you want to come, I'll give you a fucking good deal, man. But you're not going to sell no tickets. I fucking sold that motherfucker out, and he got greedy. And he put the other kid in there, and he bumped me to the little room. The other kid sold 4 tickets. And he was trying to get me back in the big room. I'm like, fuck you, man. And he's like, stay sad there. I'm like, fuck you. They showed up with pounds of weed. Utah. They showed up with pounds of weed. Some kid showed up with a bag of edibles to give everybody on. It was insane. I was like, I'm coming back here, man. Then he brought the town. Oh, wow. There's a couple of chains. I got them. You know, and they brought it down. They brought the crazy lady. Now look at the schedule. He ain't got a fucking clean act in that bitch. He's got all the crazy people on that. And he owns up really. Yeah. He's got Vegas or something else. So who was right? Who was fucking wrong? You know, you can go to Grand Rapids.
No, not yet.
Oh, wait till you get there. Oh, we got the most churches per capita. What are you talking about? I saw a bunch of black people selling crack on the corner. What church? They tell you, they're like, yeah, we gotta be careful here. We got the most churches per capita. This is a church grumpy. We're not gonna book you. And they booked Jay Leno for the Grand Rapids Comedy Festival. They sold 13 tickets. They said, wow, bro, they paid him $1 million. I fucking came back with 3 tickets or something. No Christians. So they used to be booked by this guy that's been, he's booking Michigan, Ohio since I started. He had great clubs when I started. He wouldn't book me though, but he had great clubs. Now his sons are running it, and they're like 2 fucking women. So I walk in and they're like, they look at me. I'm like, what's up, bro? You're not gonna sell no tickets this weekend. Okay. And there was a 90% door deal, one of those guys. And the tickets just kept, when they paid me on Saturday, I had tears in their eyes. They didn't even give me my extra back. They were like, God damn it. I told you, there's a market to this. But if you're scared, they won't put a dirty act on. Like that. His mother goes to the shows. So she watches the first show on, so you gotta perform for his mother in the first row. And she has no laughs till 1922. She just stands and you're like, I'm done. I need this shit. What if I want to do a cock joke in front of you? I'll fire you.
Which way do I helium?
No.
Helium's good.
Helium's great.
Yeah.
That's the only place I eat ranch dressing. They have spicy ranch.
Food, you're right. They have really good background on that. That was hilarious.
This club was called Harvey's. It's still there. They pay for the room. It's a nightmare. He's still living on fucking. He's probably got the guy with the tube. Like he's another guy for New Year's. Got like, well, I'm not. This is comedy.
Oh Jesus!
Fucking comedy. Why do you have a one-man band? The guy with the.
Yeah. That's what they want to see. I guess they like that stuff.
Where's the first place you got on stage?
First place was in the Laughing Buddha in the city. It's an open mic. Yeah, there was probably, I don't know, it was in 2014. There was probably 7 other comics in there, left. The open mics are just...
Was Grandpa still around when you started?
Nah, that's been closed for a while. That's a comedy club on Staten Island. That was, I don't even know when that closed. I was a kid when that closed. I wished. My first 10, 15 minutes was in this place that's not there anymore either. What the fuck was it called? The Looney Bin. It was on Staten Island. for a small time.
That was a comedy club chain. That was the chain.
No, it was next to a bowling alley. Pete Davidson also started there. Like it was a disaster. I don't think it's there anymore. Staten Island's not really a place you want to start doing comedy. Right? So like anywhere. I would do really anywhere in Manhattan. I did Broadway, random ass places, bars, anywhere that I could go really. But my first was in Laughing Buddha, which isn't there anymore.
Yeah, well, it's a group now. They do. Oh, I do their shows. I'm doing.
Where it was one by the cellar. What was the?
Oh well, if it's the same group, they do open mics at every club. I'm doing a show at the Stand on the 28th that they're running.
Oh, they had like their own location.
Oh, they had their own location. I don't think they have that anymore, but they have like a group of shows that they run all the time.
It was great, man. It was really awesome. It was very helpful. Like, you know, I mean, I don't know where else. Open mics are tough because it's just a bunch of comics who are just not paying attention to you because they're nervous about going on. So like, I was always thinking like, I wonder how I'll even know if these are funny. If no one's even paying. They've got like a random. Well, that's it.
That's you're killing it at open mic.
Yeah.
I got like the best advice I got from open mics was we have a friend named Johnny Rock, and he said like you can't go expecting like any sort of feedback because sometimes if you kill it at open mic, it's bad. Sometimes if you go into an open mic and everyone thinks they're Doug Stanhope and they're like all the comics are laughing, that's never gonna work at the Improv or whatever.
Very true.
So, like the open mics, like you were talking about open mics. There was an open mic last night at Side Splitters after my show. This like 80-year-old dude, it looked like someone took a bite out of his nose. He had a bloody Band-Aid on his nose. He had like 2 teeth in his mouth, and I was just talking to him about all the foursomes and fivesomes he had when he was in his 30s. There are people it doesn't matter what city you're in. Open mics, I did an open mic here where you know the Naked Cowboy in Times Square? There's the Naked Cowgirl, but she's about 70 years old and took her tits out in an open mic. And it was one of the it's insanity.
You can't really do that on the show.
No, you can't.
Like I said, you have to know.
Yeah.
There's a thin line. And listen, I enjoy open mics. But in today's world, you have to do a background check. Like, you have to have like a fucking thing at the door. Hold on for your fingerprint in it. Let me check your wrist for bracelets or sliders. They're fucking crazy, man. And listen, that's what makes you funny.
Oh, yeah.
You know, being a little off your loop. I mean, I don't do what I do because I'm fucking off. There's a problem. Something's wrong with the wiring. So a little bit of crazy is good, but there's one level that's past that you're like 100%. This is not, and that's why open mics are brutal. Listen, man, I went to an open mic last week in Fremont at a hotel. It's like a collaborative flight open mic. They have a headliner and the first 8 guys, you know, they were funny. They all have a chance. You know, I'm not there. I'm not guilty on it. But I was like, I don't miss these days at all. Like this shit. Doing 3 of these a night and getting tortured. I don't miss these at all. I would go back. I'd get so... Listen, I was a coke fiend when I was starting doing comedy, but it didn't matter because I get so depressed. I needed to stop coming. I needed it. I was like, how long is this going to last? How am I going to ever move forward?
It's kind of amazing thinking that people keep going, right? For how long it's like that for? Isn't that fucking like crazy? That
here's the deal. It's that long for as long as you let me that long. That long for as long as you let it. One day you have to make the decision, go, you know what, I'm not doing these no more. But I also came up at a different time. I came up at a time where George, me, you, and Lee, we did comedy. We're all about the same range, 5, 6, 7 years. But guess what? You got a room on Tuesdays, and he gives you a $400 budget. He's got a room on Mondays that gives him a $250 budget. I got a room that gives me $500 every other Thursday, and he's got a room on Wednesdays. And it was more of that. When I went back, I started comedy. I won a contest, and I got the house on the sea job, and that helped. So I didn't have to go to the open mic in Denver at the Comedy Works. I would just do that on Tuesdays. Then I left and I came here. Holy shit. That was brutal. I had to sell tickets to the comic strip. I had to there was no parking in those days. They would give you 40 tickets, you sold 20 and you kept the money, whatever. I sold all and didn't give nothing to the company. I blew off my fucking audition. Fuck you. You got me out here selling tickets like a pimp. And everybody you had to bring 4 people.
Yeah.
8 people, 6 people. I would do it every once in a while. I have no people. You can't keep all these people.
I know. Seriously, how many are they going to come to?
You know, how many shows are they going to come to? They put you on 11:40. These people got to stay out till 11:40. They got kids and shit. Just 10 more minutes and I'll be up. If you leave, it won't put me on me. Come on, man. So when I went back to Denver, I was very lucky because the people I hung out with each had a role. So you never, ever ended up, and even the open mics that they always hired a headliner to give it, you know, so the guy does 40, 2 guys performed up 15, and everybody else does 10, then 3 open micers do 5, you know, give the show some balance. I was very fortunate there. So I left those things in 93. I never did one of those things ever again. And then I had another scam. When I would do the contest to invite my friends, I would get drugs, and they would call me for the drugs. And I said, "No, you got to come to the comedy show."
Oh my God, that's brilliant.
Oh my God,
that's fucking brilliant.
And they would get pissed the fuck off. They would give me $50 for that. And go, that's 20 for the ticket. No, you don't 20 there for the ticket. That's completely different. You just got to come down here because there's no cops in here. And they would go, "What are you talking about? The feds are watching." We go, "No, man." And they would fucking buy into it. If you come in here, there's a certified hotel room coming in. It's fucking hilarious. Yeah, that's how I won the contest. Come on, what Xanax? Come on down. I'll show you all the Xanax you got. What time is it? No. 8:30 at the broker. Why the broker? I got my reason. Connections there. Noriega's an ace.
Well, if you don't laugh, you're not getting the drugs.
Yeah, you don't get the drugs.
I was gonna say, are they a good audience? All like just feed me.
Yeah. Give me a bunch of junkies that want to laugh. All I gotta say is fucking coke. I was killing it. That's how I won that contest. I just had my friends there. Fucking. That's American ingenuity, right?
Yeah, bro, that's fucking amazing. I mean, barking is crazy. That's crazy. I never had to do that.
You like it? And here's the I haven't done it in the city. There's a club in Saratoga, New York that they don't do the show unless there's like 9 people. So I had to do it a bunch for that. For like an hour, it's fun. I have a bunch of friends who do it like on a nightly basis for clubs. I actually kind of, but see, like for someone at my level, it's like one of the few ways you can actually get into places. So I'm actually thinking about doing it. But I do like it because it's like kind of like crowd work in real life. Sure. You get to tease people.
Yeah. And you get beat up. You don't want to fucking bark around.
I don't want to do shit, but I gotta do something.
You don't want to be barking and beating. Like I think when I started teaching or something.
What?
Because like you land like in Wyoming, you know. Yeah, I'm not doing it. All right, that's not gonna fucking happen.
Yeah, I mean, there's a fine line between like
what you're gonna do. You have to write down what you're gonna do.
For sure, no, for sure.
They take you as a suckers. You gotta start saying no.
Yeah, and I think that like there are some like purists out there, I think, that believe like well, that's just what you have to do for comedy, and I disagree with like a lot of them, especially because I came up in a time where the impact of the internet was just too goddamn strong, you know. Like, I always saw that as just like, if I can get you to come because you like something, if I suck as a stand-up, that you'll find out immediately. Like, I think it's almost kind of hard, not harder, but like, you know, in the NBA now, a 7-footer shoots a fucking 3-pointer. Like, that didn't happen when I was growing up. No, it didn't happen. Pitchers didn't throw 103 miles an hour when I was growing up. Now you have to like, I feel like you almost have to be better, quicker, because if you do have a good following online, because they're gonna come like, oh, that guy sucks, he's just funny on Instagram, you know. But if you can capitalize off that, if you have the chops, if you have like the background, it can speed the process up. What used to take 10 years, it could take a year. You know, as long as you're getting up as much as you possibly can and writing the jokes. But I feel like there's a lot of people, I think, who get famous off of like shit, like a skit or TikTok or something. and then they start doing stand-up. It doesn't translate. No, it's a completely different thing. You have to already be doing that. But I think, do you post stand-up clips?
A little bit. It's something that I haven't. I struggle a lot with if it's not perfect, I don't post it.
Yeah, that's bad. I'm too down. It's never even perfect. No clip I've ever posted I thought was good.
None?
Yeah, I'm always like, I wish I would have said this differently. Because when I'm editing it in my house, of course, I can make it right. But somebody fucking stood up in front of the camera in the wrong time.
Oh, I know.
Coughed. Or whatever, but I think just throw shit out.
I have 2 up there, and I need to have more, and I'm gonna start. I need to do a lot. It's my biggest weakness right now.
Yeah.
You were talking about the internet. Listen, the internet saved you from this. You ever go somewhere, you see somebody posted a sign, party Friday night at 8 o'clock, be there or be supposed to. Who puts a flyer on a car when I could buy an ad? Hit one button. I love what the internet did for content, because I'll tell you what, without the internet, I wouldn't be in this chair.
Dude,
I would not have gone anywhere. But I tell you what, it wasn't just the internet, it was the 20 years experience.
Oh, of course.
So they all met at the same time. Okay, they all met at the same time. This was strong. This was strong. I don't know if anybody's watched it. I don't know if you even like Led Zeppelin. They're on Netflix now. The documentary I was talking about on Netflix. Watch it. It shows 4 fucking guys that just were lurking around, and they just got together. And the rest was fucking history. And that's what it is. People don't understand. It's like I was really upset when I did The Longest Shot. 2 years. I'm like, I didn't get shit. Everybody else got something. Fucking the guy got Everybody Loves Raymond. This guy got that. Fucking I didn't get anything. And then the producer said to me, goes, all that shit grows in cultures. Okay, nobody's watching that right now, but someday you're gonna have an HBO special. And then people are gonna go, what else has he been in? Oh, well, you did Mad TV in 2001 when nobody knew you were. Bam.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, all that shit, just so you don't know what you're doing.
Definitely do.
You don't know what the fuck you're doing. You could do a fucking movie with De Niro and Pacino, count the money, call your cousin in Staten Island and tell them I'm buying a house on Cotton Hill. You know what I'm saying? I'm swinging dick, get some Asians. It's over. And that movie don't do dick. I just watched Alto Nights. Did you watch it yet?
No.
De Niro and Alto Nights. Not bad, but they expected De Niro to win an Oscar. And the movie did $3. And that happens. That fucking happens where you're like, oh, when this movie comes out, bitches, they'll be sticky. And the movie does $3. And now what? You fucking have to sit in your house with the shades drawn for a year.
Nah, totally.
You have to sit in the house. So it's not, even if the achievement is bad, it's going to come back later. And it'll come back in a positive way, because somebody always go, you can't blame Eric. He was just early then. That was 20 years, Eric. You can't blame me for that bad movie. No, you can't blame me for a bad movie. But you know what I'm saying. Now, everything has to be. As far as the internet today, man, you're absolutely right, Eric, and you're very good at it. You're very good at it. I know if you got good ticket sales, you built that also.
Dude, I've been doing this a lot longer.
Shit. You got to build those videos. The problem with video is the difference between you and what's going on in LA. You ready? These fucking idiots. They go to NYU, film. And then they go out, they're going to go work in their father's company for a year. But they tell Dad, just give me 1 year in LA. I want to go out and join Groundlings or whatever the fuck you join. Yeah. Because their junior year, they started watching Saturday Night Live. And this is what happened in 2008, 2009. Because I was a victim of that, so that's why I love it. You get lucky in life. Back in 2008 and 9, if you shot a video and it got if it got 500,000 fucking views, you got a call from YouTube. Like YouTube would send you an email, and then they used to have trending videos and all this shit. Oh, yeah. And those Joey Karates used to rock and roll, so people started calling me in for meetings. and go, can you make more of those videos? And I'm like, yeah. Can you make them for us? Yeah, we'll give you 10 grand. Give me the 10 grand. And then they forget. They never even contact you for the videos. You have no idea. Shit. But what was happening with these kids were, these Saturday Night Live kids were getting a video, we've been to 1 million downloads. They get to LA, they meet with everybody, they get money and make more. When you step on shit, you step on shit.
Oh, yeah.
Just shut your fucking mouth.
100%.
Because now you got everybody watching you for that next video. That next video is gonna suck dick. It's gonna be a fucking sunset. Yeah. It's gonna take another 100 shoots for you to get another fucking video. And then you just quit. You know, I can't make a hit so I'm getting the other video. That's the fucking problem with videos. But you've done that. And even Vic, like after a while, you have to know when to place your videos because now you just become annoying. Now I'm gonna turn on, all right, what's he gonna have for me? So like when I wake up every morning, I look at Gabby for you. That's a girl from Miami that swims in a bikini. And she does bikini fucking modeling. She's just a cute girl. She's not doing about great X or nothing. But I like her because she's up early. She drinks orange juice. She's always positive and shit.
That's a pretty low bar.
She's always out there doing something at 7:30 in the morning. Whether it's jogging, she's lifting weights. I'm like, what the fuck can Gabby for you today? If Gabby for you could do it, I could do it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
There's always somebody who motivates you.
Yeah.
So maybe make exercise videos, whatever the fuck. I don't know. But that's what I look at. I always look at Gabby for you, and then second, what the Siamese family's doing. The two little Siamese twins, they grew up in front of me now. I play with them on the screen when I get high in the morning. My little gato.
He's looking around. You guys know what I'm talking about, right?
You don't know what I'm talking about. Nobody knows what I'm talking about. There's two Siamese lovers. They're Siamese lovers. It's a page.
Were they connected?
No, they're just Siamese cats.
Cats.
Two little evil fox. And then there's another one. Then there's another lady that does Bruno's. When she adopted Bruno the cat, Bruno was scratching her and killing her and shit. They had to come get him and put him like in a straitjacket, Bruno. But over the years, Bruno has matured into a beautiful little cat.
How much is just cats?
Huh?
Do you just see a lot of cats?
Just go kill it. I don't want to see none of your shit. I don't want to see one more stand-up sketch. I don't want to see nothing. I just want to see cats. Anybody who inspired Bruce Lee, I follow Bruce Lee on that. Every day he drops something on, even though he's been dead for 50 years. Every day Bruce Lee drops something on you. Life is breath, whatever.
Yeah. I know, it's crazy how like there's literally everything at all times.
Everything.
Telling my wife about that with something, I'm like, is that how did we trade? Because they always said like movies are like not as popular as they were, and it's like how do we trade? You know, movies like Superbad for power washing a driveway. Like that's literally what people will watch sometimes. Like, and I guess I don't know. I guess we are just monkeys at the end of the day.
I'm not gonna watch fucking political shit.
Oh no, I'm so
racism and Julio wasn't allowed in the fucking banjo store. That's not for me, man. I just want to see cats. That's it. I just want to see cats. If you got a dog, really, I want a dog too. I got nothing against dogs. I follow a friend of mine who's got a German Shepherd. I gotta see his ugly face, and I don't want to put up with him. His ugly family. But the German Shepherd's beautiful.
That's why I think it's thank God that like. At the end of the day, like if I'm feeling like shit sometimes, or if I like, because posting is also like it's incredibly relentless. But like that's when I feel good about going to do a spot. I'm like fuck yeah, this is a new bit working. I didn't really know have it together this like a week ago. Now I found a way to unlock it, and like it feels good to have like a viable, real skill because it does feel like anybody can do internet videos now. Like you said, a fucking cat, right? It's like how the hell am I supposed to? Like, yeah, sometimes like you put in all this work. A good friend of mine will do an incredible skit, and like they wrote it, they shot it, nobody gives a fuck. And then something filmed with a fucking baked potato gets 50 million views because it was something silly that happened at the gym or whatever. So it's like it's kind of hard. That feels so good to be able to like actually go, and because stand-up is still difficult to do. There's never going to be a way that's going to make it like, oh, anybody can do this. That's never going to happen. Where like AI it's coming for all entertainment. It's coming for fucking everything, but it can't replace in-person real connections, which stand-up. I mean, the other night there was a packed show. I showed up. I was hoping that like I did like 15 minutes. and it was a packed show. It was so much fucking fun, you know, and it makes up for all the shitty ones you had during that week, right? And it was just like, man, this is what I'm talking about. People are just there's an energy to that, and it's just the fucking greatest, man. Like, so I think that's like you always say, everything always comes around. I've been doing this shit for a long time, man, and like you also, like, Louis C.K. had something great about this. He said, like, when you shave enough of yourself down to fit the algorithm, you're not really making it for anybody anymore. You're making it for an algorithm.
You're making it for
you're not making it for people. And I think that's always like,
well, that's exactly you're a funny
that's a good point.
You're a funny motherfucker. You get to LA because I've seen this happen. And all of a sudden you're raging bullshit side. A guy who has no idea about anything and tells you that you're not going to sell a TV show with that material.
Yeah.
That you got to write material for your TV show. And you just killed yourself. Yeah. You just killed yourself. You're like, well, now you got to write these Mickey Mouse jokes that are definitely against your fucking will. That's why, to be really funny, you have to tap into yourself.
Yeah.
You have to say something that's sometimes going to be rubbish, but it's your truth. Stand up is your truth.
Yeah.
That's all it is. It's your truth. And it's not people go, well, you know, if you, like, that's why I hate politics and stand up. I hate it because in today's, there's nothing you can say. I'm not politically felon, so I'm never going to drop no political jargon on you. But at the same time, I see people, no matter what way they go, you're going to be hated. You know? Oh, yeah. It's no matter what, so shut your fucking mouth. Even if you bring Trump up as a joke, somebody's going to. I've seen people get fucking furious and leave shows. Yeah, leave shows over political shit. Like I said, they said your mother has a wooden leg. You know, something stupid, but no. They just, I don't want to hear it. And that's what sucks. That I never really, that's why I love the Comedy Store. Because I always said what was in my heart. I didn't give a fuck. And the Laugh Factory didn't want to hear it, fine. You go there and you want to see people jump up and down and be cute. That's good. The Improv, I would go there and always light them up because it's not that type of club. So when you go off a little bit, I would go off knowing that we're going to like me. So if you're not going to like me, take this. Yeah. Take this, motherfucker. And then they would end up liking you because it's your attitude.
Yeah.
They don't like it. It's all your attitude. They don't like it. I know you're not going to like it. I know you guys like Zach Galifianakis, who I got nothing against. He's a great guy. But I'm not doing what he's doing. He's clean. He's crazy. And you go in there and drop your knowledge. How the fuck you got to drop it? And they'll go, if they know you're real. Yeah. If you're up there with your cocktail, sipping and trying to be cool, they're like, fuck, no, dude. Fuck this punk.
Yeah. I learned a lesson like that in Austin. I moved to Austin after LA, and that's when I was really into stand-up. And that was before Rogan opened the mothership, so we were doing a lot of shows. Did you go to the Vulcan at all?
No.
Yeah, but you know they were doing it there, right?
Yeah.
And it's a music venue. It's not really made for comedy. And like, dude, I would do the Death Squads with Red Band, and dude, they hated my guts. I had my man bun and my fucking tight jeans. They were like, they were ready to throw fucking chairs at me. They hated me so much. I'd go home and I'd be so depressed. I'm like, my God, how the fuck can I just get better at this? And like, I need to like change what I'm doing or whatever. And I think once I got on stage, I just tried to be who I was. They would get on board because I wasn't trying to like win them over from this superficial kind of way. It was more of just like, you got like, I would go like, I know you guys aren't gonna like me. I know you think I look gay. I know yada yada yada. And like they would like, all right, I fuck with that. Like Jim Brewer told me that actually when I opened for him once. But yeah, as long as you, there is this weird energy that took me a while to start shows that weren't mine, where I'd be like, the first 20 seconds, how you get on stage is really fucking important.
Very.
Yeah, like how you take the mic stand, I take the mic out of this thing, how you introduce yourself.
Very important.
Yeah.
It's the whole get.
It's crazy. You can start off real shitty, and then no matter how good your material is, like, fuck this guy.
The walk.
Yeah.
Pick up that mic.
Right?
You know, the way you talk to the MC, everything. Yeah. So crucial. And you got to be real.
Yeah.
These guys that come out giggling with a drink. And
I know.
And they hug the MC and they, I love you so much. Fuck you. Fuck you. Go out there, keep it going for Lee and just open ass. Just go. Because then they'll go, what the fuck is this? Yeah. This guy, that's what I learned in the open mic last week. Because you always learn something in open mic. And not that I learned something, but I remembered how you went up earlier. Your first line was so rehearsed. Something happened to me the other day on the way to the store. Now, Nick, if I walk in the house, I'm not going to walk in, slam the door, and go, something happened. On the way to Hudson County Park the other day, no. I'm going to walk in the house and go, what's up, motherfucker? What's for breakfast, right? What's for dinner? What's going on here? Get that fucking dog away from me. That's how people walk in the house. They don't walk in the house like, man, you know, I want to cross the street. I got a piece of corn and I noticed that. And I've had that because I watched the Young Comedian special with Lenny Clark. If you watch that special, he says one of the funniest things ever. He comes out from the jump and he goes, how you guys doing? Something funny happened to me today. He goes, something funny happened to me today. But in reality, nothing fucking no. Most comics come out and say, something funny happened to me today, but nothing fucking funny happened with me. And he just grabbed me. I got up at 6 in the morning. My wife is yelling. I had some girlfriend. And he just going, and you're like, what the fuck is he talking about? And you're like, oh. And he's already fucking in it. Holy wow, yeah. Fuck, okay. Wow. That's the way to fucking. Hell yeah. Damn. That's the way to do it. Can you find that clip up there?
Yeah, well, Nick has it. What, Lenny Clark on the Young Comedian special?
Lenny, Lenny Clark, C-A-R-A-K.
Yep.
Say yes, C.
Young Comedian special.
He just did the mothership.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Dude, he still does comedy like every weekend in Boston.
Yeah. He's the real fucking deal. Yeah.
Damn, man, I wish I was around for fucking the remote 60.
I wasn't around for this either, but this is what I rented when I got into comedy. Before I got on stage, this is what I used to rent. These Young Comedian specials. Who's this ugly person?
It's a wonderful reflection on a couple Disney cruises.
I was given such great people, Boston. People like Paul Revere, John Hancock, the Boston String Band.
And I also wore a suit because of him. But that didn't work.
All right, real quickly before we go to break, lawmakers are slamming the Trump administration's decision to
thank you very, very much. How's everyone doing? Okay?
They say
my day sucks, so it's okay. I'm like all these guys just on TV. Hi, how am I doing? Nice looking crowd. Funny thing happened to me today. Nothing fucking funny happened to me today.
Right there.
I get around 6:55, so I'm going to sleep. Wife goes, oh, I'm scared of bitches. Come on, Lee, tonight. What's wrong with Blair? Because she likes that. She's young. She's 15.
See, so you can say shit like that. You can't say this shit today. Kill it. But that's an opening.
Yeah, that's great, man.
That's an opening.
Yeah.
And he wasn't thinking, you know, I even put the suit up out there. I went out, I borrowed money, I bought a suit like Mom beat me on. So I stopped wearing the suits. Because well, it is the first 3 or 4 years. It's experimentation. So it work for you. And when you bomb a lot, you start shaving your head, dude. Then you get like a phony fucking mustache. Yeah. Like, this ain't gonna work.
I tried changing the hair. I'm still fucking crazy. And he's a star. I'm not saying anything against him, but like, do you think any of that had to do with like Rodney was there, and like Rodney's crowd gets it? Rodney's crowd would be okay with it. No, you think that would have got the same response anywhere?
Anywhere.
Okay.
He came out and he said, most guys come out and say, I had a great day, blah, blah, blah. Nothing fucking funny happened to me today. Just that stupid line.
That also is, I always, if you can take the curse word out and the joke isn't as funny, I understand when comedians say that, like when you need the curse, but that was a perfectly placed fuck because you thought he was like this, white bread guy, and that was his way of telling you I have an edge. He looks like Danny Tanner, but he fucking talks like a real guy. I like that a lot because it was like he came like, hey, you guys are like a nice audience, and I was like, fuck you guys. It was like a nice term. I think that's why that worked for him too, because it was telling people that he was real.
And just watching that stayed with me. Yeah, for 28 years. I was like, why am I gonna come out? I had a ride here. Fuck no.
Yeah.
You take that Superman cape and go out there and jump on him. It's like anything else. When's the last time you saw a fight? That fucking black guy comes out and throws 55 punches at you with a straight. That's tough to recover from. Even if he connects or he doesn't. You just got 55 punches thrown at you. Whether he got you in the face or got you in the stomach doesn't matter.
Oh, that's a pretty good analogy.
Well, he still got your attention. You got my fucking attention. And even if the first 55 jokes don't work, you got 3 minutes left. You know what I'm saying? You fucking got 3 minutes to bail out. I love it. I love the mechanics of it. I love how you fucking, like now I'm trying to write. It is the worst. Very worst. And going to the worst writer's block. And I write, I get ideas and break it down, and all that shit is going against my core. This is what I'm starting to think. I'm thinking too much into it. Oh, hell yeah. And for years. Put music on smoke pot and see what life brings. That's it. And that's right. But now I'm thinking too much. Like I'm breaking it down like fucking Gene Perret. You ever hear one of them? Gene Perret's comedy writing. He used to write for like Lucille Ball. So these ideas are like
you ever just do like a stream of consciousness? That's like just right.
Yes.
Not even trying to be funny.
When I get up in the morning.
Yeah,
that's what I just let it go. And then you look at it after the shower and you're like, I got problems.
Yeah. What the fuck was this?
What the fuck is this? I spelled house wrong. Because you're just writing. You just But then I like to write in the afternoon and then think about it. I'll just ride up. It's like when I go home, everybody's asleep. So I go downstairs, I smoke my pot, I put my sandals on, and I can fucking tap out on that. And then the next morning, I look at it. There's something I like, I keep it. If there's something I don't like, I get rid of it. I get high in the morning and see if it makes me giggle. If it passes the giggle test, then it keeps stays. I like to fucking break down when you know when you got that joke, when you start laughing like a fucking fag by yourself, and your wife has to come and go, what the fuck are you laughing about? And you're like, you're not gonna believe it.
Yeah, well, my wife, I love coming out of my office. I'll say something. She's like, I don't really get it. And I'm like, you don't fucking know anything. I go,
that's the worst. They shoot you.
Of course, my wife's always
shut your fucking
my wife's always like, I don't get it. I'm like, I'll never fucking say anything to you again.
I don't get it. No, you're not gonna get it. Watching fucking go over here entertain with this fucking limey show.
I just interrupted her from making fucking eggs. Of course, I'm gonna laugh. Do you write on stage ever? Yeah, that's where most of you can shine. Right? Yeah. What is that about? I don't get it. Like, there'd be a
about you got a gun to your fucking head. You do your best work. You know, you go out there and there's 400 something eyeballs looking at you, and they're like this. You're like,
that's so true.
To freeze up. That's the best way to fucking write with a gun to your head.
I was doing this bit. I was practicing it, rehearsing, seeing how I was gonna say it perfectly. Did it a couple of times, then randomly, I did it over the weekend, and I had it tagged, and I was like, where the fuck did that come from? You know, like I sat there with the material, this didn't come to me, but in the moment, that always happens to me. Like I can try, but you have to. Right? It's one of those things that you had. I don't know, whether they bring it out of you or you get into a flow state or whatever. Like, yeah.
I did one of Harvey's things. The one with the nun. I did a thing about a story that I beat up a nun in the 4th grade and stuff. A couple weeks ago, I was just stuck for material. I put it on. I kept it low. I didn't watch, but I listened as I wrote, just to see if something came out. And I listened to it, and I thought, I'll listen to this again. 5 to 6 things I came up with that night on stage. I didn't even have it. I wrote the blueprint to it before I left the house, but I didn't really tag it. I just wrote the story out and said, let God put whatever he feels. He'll figure it out. And that's exactly what I did. And one of the funniest things I said on that came up that night. Like, I did not think that out at all.
Yeah.
But when you have 100 eyeballs looking at your shit,
yeah, that's so funny. I hate to be too weird or hippy dippy, but there is an energy that you tap into when there's that.
You make better love when she's not staring at you, and when they're just looking at you in the bottom. Like, what are you doing? You're trying to fucking look around because you're a wild man, right? You ever get looked at when you're making love? It ain't good. It ain't good, right?
Derek posted as a great joke. He said he was having sex with his wife. In the middle, she scratched her face. Look at him, she's just like in the middle of it.
People scratching your face and shit. But it's really weird. I think that's when you let. That's what I think is going on with me. I just got a block, and I'm trying to write differently. Like I'm trying to write like.
Yeah, I think you're doing
John Mulaney. Oh, and that's not gonna fucking work for me. I'm not John Mulaney. You know what I'm saying?
I was doing cocaine the other day. And
oh my god! When I found out that motherfucker did coke and cheat on his wife, I'm like, oh, that dude is crazy.
Maybe I am John Mulaney.
Crazy motherfucker, because he looks like the nicest Catholic kid in America.
He got plastic surgery though.
That's okay. He's cool with the
No, I'm just saying it's funny that like that kind of guy. He looks like he wouldn't be into that, right? I don't know. Looks like an accountant.
Coke and cheating. I thought he was like a nice kid that went to church and was like, hung out with nice white people. And they went to museums and looked at ducks.
I think they do coke too, though. I think people who like ducks do coke too.
I thought they did coke. I'm like, Jesus Christ. These stand-ups have no shame.
Yeah, man.
No shame in their fucking game. Where are you at this weekend?
I'm June 28th. I'm at Westbury Music Fair, Westbury, New York. Long Island. It's a big place. And then AC after that. I have some time off. I have a new baby, so I'm trying to be home. He's 10 months old. Yesterday. I haven't told anybody his name. I can tell you.
What do you call him?
I call him Zozie because his name is Enzo. Okay. But yeah, I don't know. I'm just weird about like nobody knows that I'm not fucking famous, but like a lot of people in Staten Island know who I am, and I don't want to like know his face or his name or anything.
Do you miss Staten Island?
I live there now. Yeah.
You went back?
I did. Yeah. Okay. I don't know if we're gonna end up there. We're renting a place, but we'll see. My wife wants to go to Jersey. She wants land. I don't know. She thinks she's gonna be a farmer or something. I don't know what the fuck she's doing with all this land. But so we'll see. So I got past the Comedy Cellar.
Okay.
Then I was like, I gotta move back to New York, and then I did it because I was like, we'll test out Staten Island. I don't know if we can go back to be that close to my family. I was like, because we lived in LA, then we lived in Austin, and we loved our freedom. And then when I moved back, she just we were married for a year, so she wasn't gonna wait longer, so we have to have a child. So I'm glad we're there because like when I like you mentioned Comedy Works, I was in Denver like 2 months ago, and then I went to like Salt Lake and I did Vegas, and I was gone for like 6 days. And it was great. She got to go for walks with my sister and my nieces, and she could hang out with her mom. Whereas if she was in Austin, she would have just been alone. So like, yeah. So yeah. I mean, I still love Staten Island. I know that it has a bad reputation, but I'm from there, so I see it differently. It's like the uncle that molested you. It's like, but he's still my uncle. At the end of the day. So
New Jersey.
Yeah.
I still love it.
Yeah, no, I mean,
I still love it. I had a choice to move anywhere when I left LA. I could move anywhere, and I was like, it's time to go back home.
Oh, dude.
Like, I want my daughter to experience this. I want her to see the shit. She's not going to do what I did, mugging people, fucking around North Bergen, but I wanted to see what we saw growing up. You know, I'm real close to the city there. You can throw a fucking rock.
Yeah. Don't you feel, too, that, like, when you, I don't know, what people who, I don't want to judge anyone, but, like, when you meet people who are from the middle of fucking nowhere and they, like, their whole personality is how much they hate their hometown. I don't know. I feel bad for them, but like I feel like it's a privilege to not despise where you're from. Now I understand if you're gay or if you're in a interracial relationship and you're from somewhere super like oppressive. I understand that and never wanted to go back, but like it's become like a thing to like hate where you're from, and I think that it's more normal to like I love my childhood. I loved growing up there. I loved how Staten Island made you had to be street smart. You had to be tough. You couldn't be a pussy. People would smell that out of you, and you would fucking get. I grew up fighting, and it teaches you real lessons. And I don't hate it the way that like you're supposed to. I think people, what the fuck you still doing there? It's like, well, I grew up there. Everything I know is there. I love the food there, and I don't know. I think that that's more normal I had friends in LA that never went home for Christmas or anything. It was like, I kind of felt bad.
I didn't go home, but I had nowhere to go. I got no parents. So it's either my family or my wife's family in Tennessee. No, that's not happening for Christmas.
You in Tennessee,
that's not happening for Christmas. Listen, man, I don't agree with a lot of views that people in North Bergen have. I don't.
Of course.
But it's who made me. The reason why I got on stage, the reason why I didn't take shit from people out there was because what I learned on those fucking streets, I could never hate it. I love the East Coast. I mean, Manhattan's a little fucking weird now. You know, it's not my favorite place. Like, it's never going to be the same as it was in the 80s and the 70s. Yeah. But it is what it is. This over here, like this side, this North Jersey, this is my world. I love it. Yeah. Where I live now, it's not bad. But if it wasn't for Staten Island people, they'd still be macaroni and cheese down there and fish sticks.
Yeah, you live in Staten Island, the seaport.
I live in the seaport. Okay, and I'm very happy that they're there. Yeah. My best friend is Chris and Steve Murdo. I mean, they're like the mother. They went to more. You know, I hear all the stories. My neighbors on this side of the fucking Staten Island. After people I play volleyball with, bocce, volleyball. I'm thinking about Gabby for you. She plays volleyball this morning too. You know, and I used to go down there in 1998. That was a Chinese place, Crown Palace down there. Not your Crown Palace, the bakery, but it's a Chinese joint. But when I went back, all those fucking places, the Staten Island, and Butchie's, fucking all those places. And those people made that area. That's Marlboro. That's all farms down there. That's all fucking farms. So if it wasn't for these Staten Island people bringing their food and their flavor, these motherfuckers would still be fucking fish sticks. It would just be Wawa. Yeah, it's all Wawa. Man, this Wawa's good. Let's go on the list of Bruce Springsteen. You know what I'm saying? Like,
this is Bruce Springsteen, and I realize that he's a liberal.
Yeah, now Staten Island food, just the attitude, it keeps me together. He's my power drive.
Yeah, dude, they're regular people.
And I love it. I'm doing Staten Island January 31st.
You just here? I'll be there.
Fuck yeah, I'm doing it. I'm excited.
Oh, dude, that's gonna be great.
I'm gonna call these fucking people. Everybody bring shit.
I'll be there.
50 of the fattest people I know in fucking Staten Island. I'm bringing them up from Texas. I'm bringing them up on a barge. Like those Puerto Ricans and Mexicans that hit the bridge. That'll be me with a ship full of fat people from fucking Dallas and Houston, the two fattest cities in the country. 800 or more. Nobody less than 800. Even Lee won't be invited. You know
everyone who got like denied by Dr. Now.
Yeah, everybody who got denied by the Armenian.
Yeah.
What's his name?
Dr. Now. Yeah.
Whatever's fucking.
Oh, dude, that's gonna be great. That's a great theater.
That's alright. It's fucking beautiful.
Oh, dude, I do it every year. It's incredible.
Once a year you do? You should have residency there fucking once a month.
I did two. I think I want to push it a little to next year this time because it's like I'm trying to get special. I'm there every December.
No, I'm just teasing. Fuck Staten Island. That thing. I did a book signing with Staten Island. Yeah. And it was great.
Yeah.
It was great.
I mean, you could be from you basically.
Oh yeah, I'm a Staten Island white trash, fucking Italian myself. You know what I'm saying? Fuck yeah. When I went to Staten Island, and the mothers that were showing up, mothers in Staten Island, they don't give a fuck.
They don't give a fuck.
Titties in your face. They don't give a fuck. They get divorced. They shoot their lips and their back. They put some size 8 on the size 8.5 with the fat hangs over the heels. And there you are. And they bring food, which, you know, that's a class act. When a woman shows up with a cake she made or something. Yeah. They were very good. We had a good time. Eric, it's been a fucking pleasure. I wish you nothing but luck. I know in 10 years from now, if I'm still alive, I'll see you directing fucking movies like one of these guys, and hopefully you'll think of me and put it on there so I get insurance for 2 years. Give me like 70 grand, just insurance for 2 years. I love you, man.
Thank you so much, man.
What's the soonest date?
The soonest date, Westbury, New York. It's Westbury Music Fair, June 28th.
So come see me on the 27th and go see him on the 28th.
Fuck yeah.
Lee, what's up? Where you at this week?
The 12th, I'm at Gap West in New York. And then the 13th and 14th, I'm for Josh. Albany, funny.
Oh, so you in New York this week?
I am.
Ain't that nice? How far was that? Oh, that's not.
No, it's gonna be great. It's gonna be awesome. Take a club.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the bread.
Of course, please.
And thank you for your nice. He's like, what do you want? What should I bring? Just bring your personality. That's it. Your teeth. That's it. I love you, motherfuckers. Have a great week. We'll see you next Tuesday. Stay black. Hey, Uncle Joey here. Listen, making money move should be easy. That's why there's Cash App. Cash App is fast and safe. No extra hoops to jump through, no extra stress. All the tools are right there in front of you to help you cash in. It's very easy to get started. You don't even need a bank account. All you need is your phone number or an email address. I love Cash App. My wife uses it for everything. It's secure, and they're about to send money to a sketchy account. They'll let you. The other big guys don't do that. Listen, for a limited time only, new Cash App users can use my exclusive code to earn some additional cash. For real, little catch. Just download Cash App and sign up. Use my exclusive referral code, Church, CHURCH, in your profile. Send $5 to a friend, and within 2 weeks, 14 days, you'll get $10 dropped right into your account. Terms apply. That's money. That's Cash App.
Absolutely copied ours, even though they had possibly not scientists, Russian scientists, really hurt. They were without warning. Russians, but the intelligence chief said, "Look, this doesn't work. It's supposed to be my neck and your neck. So we know the American weapons
Blasting off.
do that." So the first atomic bomb, the Russians detonated.
Wondering if that media
But they stole yes. And my hat is off to them. Every celebrity, they have redundancy. So you have to respect it.
When it comes to cybersecurity and cyber intelligence, like spying on phones and different kinds of software that are being used, from what I understand, Saab is number one when it comes to it.
Well, I've read the same thing with some of these spy tools.
When's the last time you took a
Not
chat?
so much Mossad itself, but out of very designers, cyber designers. They have some of the best software hacking tools.
I'm Francesca Street, CNN travel journalist, and this is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling.
Countries probably should have this kind of things. But you're right.
Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades-spanning friendship, and
Travel to
ultimately
different countries,
change your life forever.
overseas,
Join us
and
wherever you get your
other
podcasts.
countries,
Just search for
you
Chance
have to,
Encounters.
the
Me,
agency or the
Francesca
government has
Street.
to declare you
It's a friendly government.
if it's a friendly government. They would typically declare you.
Even though the title is supposed to say Secretary of the State Department.
Virginia's top
CIA. So there were certain governments
is about to attempt the impossible, recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours.
I may have liaison responsibilities when working for the service, intelligence service.
They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences, each grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison during their 20s.
Or they may be working in the
I'm
commercial
Jamie Petrus, music and culture editor.
Out of all the
For the
agencies,
past 5 years, I've been
which
talking to the band's
agency
3 surviving members,
do you think has
Jamal
the
Jahanubi,
most
Neil Cave, and
widespread
Harry Cupcake Coleman.
covert in the United States or other countries?
The state penal system.
Called them the Chinese, but the Russians would be called Soviet.
Really?
And the Chinese simply like numbers. And they're the intelligence collection.
They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past behind them. But they also have some unfinished business.
But if you're Monsanto, you develop a certain very disease-resistant plant. But they never got that opportunity. Millions and millions but they never stopped dreaming. Developing different seed variety. Let's get full incarcerated on the iHeartRadio. Listen on America's #1 podcast network. It's not a military secret, but it's a food. It's food that's worth a lot of money. So they will penetrate any schools all over. Incredible resources. Russians do too. I think the Russians probably more interested in their traditional military subjects.
Yeah, I'm sure you're familiar with the story about Huawei installing their equipment cell towers. What did you think of that story?
Well,
that's super realistic. Because you sort of explain like their overview.
Well, they're a dominant designer and routers and things like that. But you can put a backdoor in this thing. Allow the host country that came from China to get access to
His favorite year happening with
computers.
is taking the day off today and tomorrow, but the morning crew is here and we're happy to be hanging out with you guys for
And they're extremely successful.
be back to him on the news. He fires 18th victim that's been identified. This is a bummer. I mean, this since January continues to take.
Right. Yeah. It was wild to learn that they installed their equipment in cell towers that were in the proximity of ICBM sites.
Right. Coincidentally? I don't think so.
Wow. Yeah. Could you imagine it being the other way around? Could you imagine China using our equipment on the 900 block of Boston Street? It seems like, I mean, pardon my general ignorance to international politics, but it seems like China, if you look at the world as the biggest countries, it seems like China.
How many schools
It's gaining ground, whether it's winning. You know, it's
semester
interesting.
system instead of just doing
Nobel
the
Prize
semesters. So apparently,
a number of them.
this all started 60 years ago.
None of them.
The University of California switched its campuses from semesters to quarters. They were trying to make space for more students by packing a calendar with a larger number of shorter classes. Well, now, a lot of universities no longer use this program. Only 50 campuses nationwide use the quarter system. And
I'm not saying they don't develop.
so I guess there is a study that's going to be happening with a group of UC working group. They're looking to see if they switch to semesters, what effects that will have on student success and the financial cost of the registration and class schedule.
How much upgrade they take the system. They take it.
You're
In
right.
fact, they add some features to it. And use it a lot cheaper than we can.
This is a
Are you familiar with the social media app TikTok?
Right.
Right. And so TikTok in China has regulations on it for people under a certain age where they turn it off after a certain time at night. It's only educational content.
Those rules don't apply to computers in this way. So,
Right.
Lord knows what their second.
Comes from the coroner's office. They try
Well,
to
again,
get
they're
you.
using their economic mind and influence.
That's a hard comeback.
Colleagues who serve in
So
total
during break, Heather was talking.
So the Chinese and others are trying
It just happened not too long ago. And she thought it was Costco. She looked it up.
just gain
Walmart employee
ages, roads, just to gain more influence.
was looking for her
It's
daughter.
not that the Africans were right.
And ended up finding they both must
They
have
don't have a
worked
choice
for Walmart, finding her charged names in the stores walking
Building airport, bridges, highways.
And we were
So
thinking,
they're
you know,
buying influence.
I like to be manufactured.
How that
Sorry,
affect
sizable.
the global checking that they're, what do you think their perspective is on doing that? Are they just not to diversify their investments, or do they have other goals? Obviously,
Big up.
I think to
like
project
yourself
influence,
out.
yes.
Even a truck nowadays
I
has
think
that little glow in the
that
dark handle.
Chinese-dominated
If those
world,
glow in the dark handles in there, because kids were getting
but they
stuck
have
in,
come from a position
they say 58.
30
I
or
guess
40
people
years
assume no one's going to
ago. Now
eat
they
in
are
the oven
Well, you can't assume
never
on
want to
the
be treated
inside of the
as sick.
oven.
that makes an ass out of you, Heather.
Where British and Americans, especially British,
Because
dominated.
so what a horrible story, but you would think, because I think even the walk-in refrigerators and freezers and all those things have something.
Of course, the Japanese,
Anything you can walk into should have a way to be able to walk out of it. So, a horrible story there, and this stuff does happen every now and again, but horrific to think about.
50 years
down. Have you ever been?
Everything's going down.
I know this is a strange question. Have you ever been locked anywhere, Heather?
No, I would freak out. I would be kind of claustrophobic. So I would be like,
Well, if you weren't, you would be very quickly unlocked. What about you, Connor? You strike me as someone that was locked in purposely somewhere, or
The evolution of warfare. During the Cold
yeah,
War,
that's why I'm saying.
before that, World War II, it was boots on the ground, bullets, tanks, whatever. It seems like with China doing with things like TikTok or with what's going on in Mexico with shipping fentanyl in Mexico, training the cartels to distribute fentanyl, put fentanyl on heroin, distribute that only in the United States, having a dramatic effect on young people in the U.S. It seems like they are taking another route to try to dismantle what's going on in our
There are
country.
these
I don't know if the
giant
Chinese
refrigerators at SoFi. So when I go in March to grab waters for some of the staff I'm working with, I prop that door open, I pull
there
things
are
over,
elements of the
trash
Chinese
cans,
government
bins,
that are aware of
prop
what's
that
going
door
on
open.
with these
I do
Chinese
not.
governments.
That
They
freaks
probably
me
work
out.
more closely.
It doesn't lock.
Wouldn't surprise
Like if you were to shut the door, it just opens. It just slides open. There's nothing latching it. So I'm just extra, just in case. There's just no way possible that I can be somewhere.
just so we don't end up on the news.
And well,
hooked on stuff. That's a crime.
you're well.
Yeah.
Again, maybe some government awareness.
In a place
Couldn't
get out.
I think the Chinese have.
I missed the first part of the question.
Yeah, it's fascinating how long China has been around. An ancient civilization. They have mills there, fabric mills that are old in our country. I want to get into a little bit of what you were doing in counter-proliferation. For people who aren't familiar with that, give us a definition.
You're right. It's so there's non-proliferation. And there's another term.
I mean, yeah.
Actually, said
Just kidding. All right, bunch more shows to come. Go nowhere. Border agents, what they can do, what they can't do. I think you might be very surprised by this one. So go nowhere. This is KFI.
and then also you can sign up for real access.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
I got into that.
Time to evacuate. We've had a worker alive by 24-hour newsroom. Evacuation orders and warnings have been issued for Santa Barbara and San Luis Obispo counties because of a wildfire that's burned more than 35,000 acres. It started yesterday afternoon about halfway between Santa Maria and Guayama. I'm saying that right. And by evening had grown to about 10,000 acres. It just got bigger overnight and was burning into the area of Carrizo Plains National Monument.
Are you able to
California's
tell
expansion
what
of the
specific part
film
of the
and
world
TV
you're
tax
working in?
credit has been
Well,
celebrated.
initially it
Correct?
started out in
Governor
Europe.
and other state and local officials say increasing tax incentives of $330 million each year, $750 million that will help save the industry. But Ellie Mayor Bass says she
I think
understands
this is
there's
what
more work to
projecting your book living live is absolutely fascinating. You claim it to be fiction.
How should I show them?
Yeah, absolutely. Fascinating.
Hollywood in California.
Is the reason you call it fiction because you have to keep certain secrets secret?
Kershaw has become the only pitcher in Major League Baseball history to get 3,000
Yeah,
strikeouts.
sorry, hold up. There you go. Perfect.
You get this on Amazon or Barnes and Noble.
I bet that was fun to watch.
Perfect. I'll
He reached the milestone last night in a game
It
against the White
was
Sox at Dodger Stadium.
I didn't want to do real
Fans,
guys.
their reaction more than anything. That was so special to me. I think, you know, before the game, I see all the energy of the crowd, and it was overwhelming to feel that. And, yeah, it's
a
just,
lifetime commitment.
I don't have a lot of great words on it, so it's just really special.
Kershaw struck out former teammate Miguel Vargas in the third inning, Sosa in the fifth, and Capra in the sixth. The Dodgers went on to win the game 5-4. And of course, you can catch all the Dodgers games on our sister station, AM 570 Daily Sports. A crash in Malibu has caused an ATV to roll down a cliff and killed the rider. It happened late yesterday morning. Video shows the overturned off-road vehicle at the base of the cliff. Several older rust-out vehicles are also visible in the vision. A federal judge has denied bail for Sean Combs following the verdicts in Combs' extradition and racketeering trial.
There are some
Combs was
episodes
acquitted yesterday of more serious federal charges he was facing. ABC's Karina Roy reports Combs' lawyers asked to have him let out of jail until the
really minor.
Prosecutor Maureen Kirby said he's extremely violent with an extraordinary temper who has shown no remorse and no regret. She said his brazenness is unmatched.
Combs was convicted of federal prostitution charges, but found not guilty of racketeering and sex trafficking. He faces 20 years in prison. To answer Dr. Phil's own trademark question, how's that working for you? Well, not so great.
So I just said, fine. So I took food.
Dr. Jill McGraw's television network, Merritt Street Media, is filing for bankruptcy. In addition, its Chapter 11 declaration, it's suing Christian television companies Trinity Broadcasting and TCT Ministries for allegedly hurting its business and backing out of their obligations. The suit claims Trinity failed to provide agreed-upon national distribution and is seeking damages plus the cost of legal fees. As another Dr. Phil saying goes, no matter how flat you make a pancake, it's still got two sides. Mark Ron, KFI News.
The man charged with murdering 4 University of Idaho students has pleaded guilty as part of a plea deal.
Are you pleading guilty because you are? Yes.
Ryan Koberger agreed to the deal just weeks before his trial was in order to avoid the death penalty. He's set to be sentenced later this month to 4 consecutive life sentences.
Sounds terrifying.
The father of one of the girls killed was in court yesterday, but left before Koberger entered the courtroom. Stephen Gonsalves told reporters outside, "I'm just getting out of this news." The family had previously said in a Facebook post that they were beyond furious at the state of Idaho for offering Koberger a plea deal. Southland weather from high in the mid-70s to around 80s in Metro, LA, and OC. Highs will be in the low to mid-70s at the beaches, the upper 70s to mid-80s in the valleys, and the mid-80s to low 90s in the inland empire. It's going to get up to around 100 in the high desert today, so stay cool, everybody. Right now it's 66 in Brea, 64 in Newport Beach, 65 in Garden Grove, and 65 in Round Ridge. Let's take a look at your drive. It's 60 in Ontario.
63 right there in Left Lane.
Science.
Traffic's building up south of the back towards Maryland Avenue. Near Riverside, for crash there on the 91 freeway eastbound before the 215. It's in the number 2 lane county left. It involves down motorcycles. Serious injuries there. In Glendora, flatbed truck just blocking the off-ramp.
It's out there.
Right there.
Kind of stunned. More biological stuff.
And in Eastvale.
How much of those?
How much of those are fiction? Limonite, right there. Limonite is actually.
Well, there's nothing in there. I can see living lies. I come up with this physics principle.
Our iHeartRadio Music Festival presented by Capital One is back in Vegas Arena, September 19th and 20th, streaming live only on Hulu. 15 artists, 2 nights, 1 stage. Get tickets now at AXS.com.
There's a
Yeah,
lot of
one
truth
is
there.
the proud presenting partner of iHeartRadio
And the
Music
second one, in
Festival,
the Twinkling
bringing
Eye,
great products,
got that as
rewards,
well.
and services to its customers. What's in your wallet?
It is all about this weapon. You can see it's a biohazard symbol per eye. And the Russian scientist, his father was in Chernobyl, was one of the fire chiefs who lost his life. Chernobyl was very and he's treated well. He's sent to the best institutes, but he finds out that his father and the others didn't have to do themselves. A huge mess up. What happened to the Russians? And then free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview. Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this podcast. This is what it actually says on the Los Angeles Police Department website. The site states that the adult missing persons unit investigates 3,200 cases a month, and 70% of those missing people are found or returned voluntarily. It's actually based on some people I know. In fact, I based characters on here. Since being a missing person is not a crime, I get their permission. If they're given a very limited role while conducting these types of investigations. If they're the bad guys, that's top secret.
Right.
It's more disturbing.
So what is going on with Iran?
Up until 2016, we had this joint services of a private investigator, JCCO. If you can't afford to PI, please elaborate. Another option would be to contact the Salvation Army, which has a missing persons locator program. We're allowed to eventually up to 3.67 missing persons. Right in which the police would properly investigate it. What the LAPD is basically saying is not to see that because when you get up into the 90%, they'll probably do something unless they don't. In which case you should get someone besides the police to look at something. So all this is my way of saying
I didn't know they used to hide it in different
seriously as they do, say bank robberies. One to have to do some podcast in the first place and end up chasing a violent halfway around the country. I'm Neil Strauss, and you can hear the full story of live and die sources. Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Number one on your car radio preset and the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Free every episode that's over KFRD 647. You are listening to The Bill Handle Show.
We were very concerned. They've actually enriched a substantial quantity of uranium explorer up to 60%. Go from 60% of weapons grade.
Happy Thursday morning to you. It is July 3rd. Neil Spedra here with the morning crew. And
So
Sunday
that's a
tomorrow,
trouble.
I will be with you.
Other troubling facts are that there's a sunset clause that's already existing for years. In the meantime, we will take out all the financial sanctions against Iran up to billions of dollars for the knows what we do as far as terrorism.
We'll just
But at the end of that 89 years, they can do whatever they damn well please. No longer within the terms
I don't know about you, but
joint comprehensive plan of action.
I kind of feel like it's not asking for a friend.
Deceased person, actually, damned if you do, damned if you don't. If you have the agreement, and the Iranians achieve that, which is basically
Then I have first one.
we haven't reached the agreement.
So we're going to be on this.
Neil, what was your first name?
But if we don't do the agreement, then we
I
could
should say everything, but so that was just
a lot of people are concerned if Iran has a nuclear weapon. I'm concerned as well. My bigger concern is not that Iran per se will have a nuclear weapon, but certainly all of their neighbors, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, United Arab Emirates, everybody
Revealed this morning.
they have different religions. The Iranians are predominantly Muslim, whereas they're surrounded by Sunni Muslims. All those
Well, I'm sure
so
that
it's a very
all right, border
point I'm trying to make.
So,
You know, war countries
not to care about laws
Mm.
unless they pertain to us as human nature. It's not really possible. But there's all kinds of weird laws out there that we don't know. Did you know that, and I don't know if it still is way, but if you put a note, like you're sending a package to someone and you put a letter inside, you're supposed to put a stamp on that. At least at one point you were supposed to put a stamp on that. Like you gotta pay for that letter inside the box.
When we have, or
There's
there's
all
all
kinds of weird
stuff
stuff
like saying, what are you going to say
used
to
to or still
have
Mm.
us and unfortunately Russia, but no one else can have
border
I
control.
know that sounds so
Border
incredible.
control
I
agents
think I'd rather
think
us
about
have.
that much because
And
Mm.
some of my friends, good friends,
we're American.
would like us
But
the whole
now
world to
there
totally
is
eliminate
focus
nuclear
on it
weapons.
because
That's
we're
like,
separate from
Mm.
administration. They have
it's a
their
lot of
sweeping
people
directive to increase national
how
security
could you ever create
by
Russia?
way
Mm.
of checking who's coming in to our
You
country.
Mm.
I guarantee.
And this
Is
puts
it true that
the
the
onus on U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
Mm.
Their
I didn't know
security
that.
is increasing.
I don't know that.
Mm.
They're
I don't know if
having
President
more
Biden
scrutiny
is able
over
by
their
himself. I
Mm.
think
Now, what happens with that in a modern
some
Mm.
general
age
what is this
is
all about? I
Mm.
think there's
for information on
I
their
know
phone.
there was
And
Mm.
things that we think as Americans, well,
Mm.
actually ordered a strike.
when you're coming back into this country or you're coming
They
into
thought they
this
saw
country,
him coming to U.S.
there's a
IC.
lot they can do.
Turned out it was something else. It
They
was
can search your
totally
electronic
Mm.
devices,
just one
including
very
social
same
media,
Mm.
when you're at a
pragmatic
border crossing.
Russian commander.
So,
No, we're not going to launch.
for us, it might be a little different, but if you're like a visa,
Yeah, I was under the impression the U.S. president had the power to hit the nuclear weapons,
required to
but
have
in Russia it's different because people say that
Mm.
Putin, he looks like he has cancer, he's going crazy, he's a rabid, a mad dog backed into a corner right now in the United States. He can press the button because he's going crazy, but apparently he has a bunch of commanders, generals, who have the ultimate decision to make that call.
Visa fraud, these are things they're looking at. But you've got a lot of lawyers coming out now and saying, oh no.
What is your view on what's happening in Ukraine, Russia, and with us? We just wrote a $13 billion check.
Be seen more and more.
Well, I'm a strong supporter of
I think, you watch the social media where you're
which I consider
seeing
absolutely
yourself
Russian
take
aggression.
away from anymore.
I actually think that
There's this
the
one dude that who
transcends
says he's a
political
constitutional lawyer.
parties.
You guys ever seen
That I
him
think
where
the
he's
groups are political
he'll
parties.
rattle off something and a cop will be arresting somebody that he doesn't even know, and he'll walk out. I'm a constitutional lawyer. He's actually, I think, been arrested or something.
There's this type of
I guess he's not
just
as
turned our
good
head
of
be
an
like
attorney as he thinks he is or something like that. But anyway, there's a lot of people that do can't do that. You can't do that. I know my rights. I don't know that most of us do. We think we do. But depending on the situation, it may be different. So if you have a border agents locate your social media account, yeah.
September of 1939. That's when the Western Alliance.
For the average traveler, you should be aware that you could be subject to searches when you're coming back into the country. Now, I have been to countries like my wife and I
Well,
traveled
okay, to a certain extent. And guess what? Got the Soviets out.
and part of that
And we
was
gave them
wanting to
standards.
go to the third world countries and things like that
North
because
and
I knew I had kidney disease. It's genetic expanded. So I knew my kidneys were going to get bad and I was going to
And I don't
most
have
likely
heard any
really
Afghan
have a
troops.
transplant
By
and
and
my
large,
system would be down and be
folks
hard
in
to travel.
Afghanistan were terribly
So
divided.
the thought was we travel to the harder places first and then
The Taliban,
you got a kidney, you go to Europe,
elements
you
in the
go to
south,
whatever places where medical advancements are.
they had vast differences.
So
Religion.
we have been to places where they pulled
Whereas
us
the
aside
Iranians
and
are
you're going,
basically westernized.
the badge is crooked and the shirts are dirty and they pull you into a room.
I guess I can
One time they actually, my wife and I, they said,
different
kind of broke English, stand up and come with us. And we both split up and he goes, no, to my wife.
don't fault the administration
Just
of
us.
Afghanistan, but I do fault them for
Yeah,
crazy.
so it's, I'm referred to as the international boss at the house. My wife is the international boss. Okay, just the bus today.
I guess maybe it's because my son lost
intimidating
my
to
son.
say the
My
least.
son was
You don't know if you're good at it, either you want money or whatever. So, do you have to make your social media account public across the U.S. borders? And yes, it also depends on your immigration status. So, basic search, which is most common, they can only look what's on the traveler's physical device, not stored in the cloud. There's also no requirements of social media on your phone. So, lawful residents or U.S. citizens are very well just clean up your profiles, turn to private, log out, that type of thing. But if you're not in that category, if you're a visa applicant,
if you look at it from Russia's perspective,
and since 2019,
we're using Ukraine as sort of this as to taunt Russia, and we're using this like this tug of war. They're just this pawn in this big tug of war between the U.S. and Russia. And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe from you saw Oliver Stone's coup interview, where he did the, I don't know if you saw that, it was a long form interview where it was like a couple hours long interviews with one-on-one. But in a lot of the NATO countries, the U.S. has been installing intercontinental launch sites, or they call them defensive. They're defensive missile sites, but those things in mind was that within a couple hours, they did transition offensive launch sites.
A lot of those countries enjoy
much more to come. Let's get the latest now.
Here is the latest. A church in Torrance has been vandalized at least 8 times in recent weeks, with rocks and bricks shattering stained glass windows and cryptic messages left behind. The damage is about $50,000. The pastor says the suspected vandal was arrested and released, but may return. Jurassic World Rebirth is roaring at the box office. It's on track to $127 million in the U.S. and over $250 million worldwide. From the Voodoo.com Weather Center, Voodoo, the only business software you need. 5 billion 7 days in Metro LA and OC. This report is brought to you by Albertsons in Bond. Let's go to a stall on the 405 in Inglewood.
Getting all upset because you want to have a car.
Financial chokehold that we put on the sanctions. From what I understand is Russia actually has the ability to pay off their debts. However, they've been cut off from the ability to access that.
That's right. Because the Russian oil is typically
Trying to get to Ontario address on the 60 freeway, so eastbound just approaching Fulton Avenue.
I think the sanctions are starting to occur.
The U.S. Riverside is
I think what's more is the fact that thousands of young Russian boys
what's Southern California most accurate traffic enforcement? I was hoping
eventually that filters back.
It's a cave. Dear
15,
God,
20,000 estimated dead.
that's not good.
Russians. We lost 60,000.
You take care of Selman's, CEL, Selman's, Minty Mountain. This is more than a bit. This is a spectacular creation. Got mint on the outside, you enjoy that. But it's a functional resort because after you enjoy the mint, you swallow the capsule on the inside. And that has,
I think, what is the city south that's on the Black Sea, Russia? No, Odessa, I'm sorry, Odessa, yeah.
been around for
That's, I think, one of their goals, right, is taking Odessa.
Oh, I'd love
and it's incredible freshness. It's indescribable. We haven't it works. It's
So I
just,
took Crimea, we just
I don't know. Which now it's
6 years.
But let me tell you about something. This is for you.
We wanted, in essence, if not politically, at least de facto, parts of the
They found out that their best selling pack was a 5-pack.
Now again, they're like
What they
to
give
do
you for some
Russian
cruise
speakers
travel, whatever, is 20% off their best selling.
towards us.
Huge saving. Never done this before. All you need to do to claim this offer is visit Zelman, CELMINS.com/fort, Zelmans.com/20% discount.
Obviously, I claim this as a general
CELMINS.com/fort.
Mr. Fans, iHeartRadio
with bringing all this blood
History Podcast.
Yeah.
American History Hotline, where you ask the question, what is political technology?
If we had today, we would have
American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked this question. This is such a ridiculous story that we do ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Open your free iHeartRadio search on American History Hotline and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Almost every drug investigation in America is based on a confidential informant. People with their own troubles.
In addition to that, there was reports of U.S. veterans going to Ukraine and fighting it. What if one of those United States veterans that went over there on their own command to fight got killed?
because we can't control.
And I'm going to bring you inside this secret.
The Russians might think
The
we can
story
control
you
it.
once seen.
This is not the CIA infiltrating plans surreptitiously. I don't look like something they're on team. And I think actually a lot of them are like that. Not around here. Really? Yeah, I think so.
This
is
Snitch Tragic, an investigative series from the Boston Globe.
Listen on
Do you think
America's
Putin
#1
would drop
podcast
a nuke?
network.
Or what,
iHeart.
if so, what do you think would actually push him to do that? Like, what do you think his mindset is? He would drop a small.
I think
I'm not going to be here,
there's a
but
little chance of that. It's not a secret.
work this tail off. I'm putting together the best stuff for the last 6 months.
Well, because he
And you're going
knows
to like
that
what we put together today at 4 p.m. Right
set
here on the
nature
Conflict
law.
No One
You
Can.
have to deal with the limitations of right now, the Chinese and others are trying to stay inside.
That is disturbing. KFI AM 645 everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Good Thursday morning to you. Neil Spacer here with the morning crew handles on today tomorrow. Because these
China is probably sitting gleefully on the
all
side
of us have great work to do.
because you don't want a real strong Russian. You certainly don't want a real strong Chinese. But they'll try to use the Russian
next 2 weeks, right?
things like that. I'm sure they depend on the Russian.
Stuck with me for a while, sorry.
Unfortunately, China does not have a lot of
Well, we love our, say that as a joke, but even working for KFI as long as I have,
I'm sure. Yeah.
So
There's only like 2 of us that work in the news department now, so it's either
the
George.
Chinese try to
and I've
along,
never seen the two of you
but they
in the
aren't
same
coming
place
out
at the same
well
time,
Russia.
so
It's just
We might get saved.
just change the
That's
app.
pretty
You're an
rigorous
alien
conversation.
shifter or something.
What do you think happened
You need a female voice, well.
is we flew Nancy Pelosi to Taiwan? So what do you think happened when we start to intervene in Taiwan and what we're doing in
Flesh-eating larva.
I don't think it has to be China. It's pretty
I hear so much is in Texas and Mexico, but
Russians are on the board.
science,
It's kind of cross.
science is coming to the aid once again. What can we do without science? We love science. The U.S. government, they're preparing right now, breeding millions of flies. So this is, they're going to dump these flies out of Chile, Mexico, and southern Texas.
Watching.
And there's flying, no joke, I'm sorry. It's 7:22 Earth's time. Just to fight these flesh-eating maggots.
When it comes to
Which was my
if that
prison, by the way. I never
unfortunately were to happen,
that was.
what are your feelings
So
on
it sounds like a
mutually
national
assured destruction?
cell.
Is that still a thing, or is that
The crazy thing is, this
During the Cold War, we had
They're
this
trying to
concept
get their
of mutually
defender
assured destruction. If the Russians launched strategic weapons at us, we would
devastate
pretty soon. Not only Russia and the United States, but most of the world.
decimate wildlife,
Decimate places.
even kill
So,
household
It was
pets.
called MAD, which is ours.
Right, a bunch of years after that.
You know, a tactical move means we're talking order maybe hundreds of tons, thousands
But
of
how
tons.
crazy is that? It's
The
called
problem
the
is where a
Newport
little
screw
word
fly.
Hiroshima
No
was a
joke.
14 kiloton weapon.
So their
14,000
larva
tons
eats
of
fresh
TNT. I killed 140,000. Yeah. The amount of
So the U.S. Department of Agriculture plans to ramp up its breeding and distribution of silk snail flies. They sterilize them with radiation before releasing them.
so multiply 10.5 by 1,000.
With the Danes in the wild, the
Their
eggs
idea
laid
of
by the female are fertilized.
tactically,
They don't hatch.
probably not even kiloton.
So there's several larvae, and over time the
but it would still be
fly
like
population dies out. You just, I mean, you can't breed.
I think there may
No
be
seed,
a later
no breed,
chance you might use
no
chemical
larva,
weapons.
no flesh.
So most fly multiple chemical weapons facilities. That's why you see maggots. I remember that lady Victoria was being
that stuff. You watch movies
about
on dives or CSI or something like that. They walk up and the body's been there for a while. It's actually one of the things they use to determine how long something's been because the sucker will fly. By a certain amount of time, the body's decomposed. They look at larvae, so okay, we take this much time to lay
Their
the eggs.
scientists to
All
convert
that stuff makes it kind of fascinating, right? So those fly larvae feed on dead flesh. We know that. We see that. But in the squirrels,
So maybe you can find a video on this on YouTube. But I'm pretty sure I saw a video of Victoria Nuland being questioned about biological weapons facilities, multiple.
and they were former.
you know, those can cause problems with dead flesh like beef industry. So you're dealing with, you know, brown meat, steak, that's a serious threat. Any of that. But females lay their eggs in wounds, sometimes even
the difference between
mucus
plants
polyps.
manufacturers vaccines or
Such a
manufacturers
story.
devastating.
But, you know, 1,000-pound bovine can be dead
Bacteria
from this in
very
2
slight.
weeks.
There's a lot of the same.
Yeah,
With
very scary nutrients. Whose faces contorted in a way I've never seen before. It really is sad
They have
because
vast
it doesn't
crops.
cripple the
They're one of the
animal.
biggest meat producers in the world.
Science,
One way they need
science
like
is
fertilizers,
using the fly's biology basically against its by
everything.
genetically creating the ability to keep it from the eggs.
Biological labs there. They're designed
So
to
the tropical species is unable to survive in midwestern or, you know, like Great Plains winters and things like that. It's different seasonal type scourges, right?
What do you think would happen
in
in
the U.S. and
United
Mexico?
States? Our continent actually got hit
And release
by
94 billion snare flies.
What happened? If Russia actually got around
From
somewhere.
1962 through 1975 to eradicate
The same.
the
I
pest.
think it's possible that we wouldn't
We
retaliate. Instead,
know that we can
go in,
put this together,
take
make
out
this
the
happen.
regime, and claim Russia for ourselves, for our own.
And then there's a couple of humans that I think
I think we would probably cover story. In fact, I'm sure they have some orders. If something says you have to take out the local Russians.
I don't strong handle.
What scares the Russians
You know, if we could, I'm just saying, might be something we should look at. So it takes a lot. Raising large colony of these flies, it's easy in the most basic sense.
if we took all the nukes in the world
You've got
here,
to give the female the cues that she needs to lay her eggs. Larvae have to have enough nutrients. It's all these
people are much
weird
better.
things that they have to do in the science.
Military, our military is set
Together and
to have as much power downwards as
takes
possible.
time first,
They
and then
can
it
that's
doesn't
a lot of authority.
fertilize, and then they slowly die out.
There's top down.
We should
Take out a Russian
hate
colonel
the
or
fight
general.
that see these things adapt
Then
to
the
different
rest of
climates
them,
and come closer to its benefit for Southern California. Texas has a lot. That's what you get when you're that big. You're going to get a
Wouldn't
lot of
the United States rather just claim Russia rather than put a crater into it and just respond by killing more people?
Stick around.
Because wouldn't,
we have plans to Russian
but if hypothetically there was a crater in Washington from Russia, would any other country blame us for going in and just taking Russia for our own? If the only other option is murdering thousands, hundreds of thousands of people in another country.
I would assume that on counter strike could be against certain military facilities. Yeah, they released some contracts. And I think they totally strike Russian military facilities. So they
Local and Hollywood leaders have celebrated the expansion of California's TV and film tax credit program. Ellen Bass says the city's signature industry has needed a shot in the arm.
We're going through times in our city now, and so to know that this will keep the industry here and that wide economic impact will be spread all over the region.
The tax credits have been increased from $330 million a year to $750 million. Hollywood and California have been losing out on productions as other states and countries have offered more lucrative incentives to producers. A judge in Sacramento has denied requests to block the state attorney general from releasing a legal opinion that could make it all online fantasy sports platforms illegal in California. Agent Rob Bonta is expected to release the opinion today. Underdog Fantasy sued this week, but the judge said they had plenty of time to challenge the opinion since it's been under review for over a year. A company that's been around for almost 140 years has filed bankruptcy.
Del Monte Foods is best known for its canned fruits and vegetables, which has seen sales slide as U.S. consumers seek out healthier and cheaper options. The company says the bankruptcy filing is part of a planned sale of the company's assets. It has secured $912.5 million in debtor-in-possession financing that will allow it to operate normally during the sale process. Deborah Mark, KFI News.
House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries has been speaking on the floor for hours ahead of a vote on President Trump's spending bill.
Take my sweet time. On behalf of the American people, on behalf of their health care, on behalf of their Medicaid, on behalf of their
Are there any CIA spies in North Korea?
He's been speaking for well over 5 hours at this point.
That would
A
be,
final vote on the bill would
hardest
happen
job to
soon.
do spy.
Republicans worked through the night to get members of their party to support the big beautiful bill.
That's a place
Democrats
where it's,
are against it. Final debate begins
just
early this
stories I've
morning.
heard of people that have visited
Don't
that
play
place
weather from Camp By. It is going to be hot today. Highs are
as a
going to be
Westerner
in
to fit
the
in.
mid-70s to low 80s across much of Metro LA and OC. Right now it's 68 in Santa Ana, 65 in Garden Grove. Little crash 60 in Ontario.
It's hard target, not just hard to preach about.
Approach Cayman Avenue, 2 left lanes, crash there.
Can you explain Con is and what their involvement was in this financial program?
So just expect the place on the eastbound side. Inglewood, Soul, Airport, northbound, and 4 Manchester. It's in the middle of the slow back from the 105. Also, the overturn. This is overturn. The 10 freeway eastbound at White Avenue. The block me up. There's a block of traffic slowing back. Airplexes. So we're trying to clear that. So watch out for that. Listen, California is the most active traffic reports.
Interesting fan, iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast. It's called American History Hotline, where you ask the question, what is political technology?
Did George Washington really cut down the church? Did JFK and Marilyn Monroe have an affair?
And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you asked this question. This is such a ridiculous story that we tell ourselves because we don't want to know the real story.
Your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now. Taking them on their first real roller coaster.
Just one up.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
And then we were able to
The
get
free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles.
That was all
Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I didn't know at the time
is that he also reached out on April 4th, 1968. And offered to basically make a Lynch chainsaws rifles and to supply clients and spend the rest of his life in prison. And he was coalition in the 80s and 90s. In the 2000s, was the state's auction of terror parties before the late all the United States program that was able to recover this
problem that came out when I got the case almost some of the evidence, as far as I was concerned, did not match the circumstances. The first two episodes were
stop.
Radio app.
Here's what we're working on. The KLA's all
A strike has been averted for over 45 grocery workers at Rothschild and Pavilions has reached a tentative contract deal. Davey may have dodged life in prison, but he was denied bond after being convicted of prostitution-related charges. 7 people are missing after a fireworks warehouse explosion in Yolo County sparked an 80-acre wildfire.
KFI AM 640, your number one preset for breaking news in Southern California. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk.
Khan basically reactivated the United States. It was very charismatic and very popular. I used to jokingly say very popular. It was kind of a combination of
everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Happy Thursday. Robert
Here, Bill was out today. Tomorrow, and it's also out.
So popular.
Next couple of weeks, and we have a local and talented Heather Worker with us for the next couple of weeks as well. That's today and tomorrow. Let's see what's going on in the world trending today. 4th of July is tomorrow. It's almost here knocking on the big door. Americans are eager to get out and about, but we're looking at 61 million people are expected to hit the road this year. Another 50 or 5.8 million rather are headed.
Can you imagine? I mean, that just goes to show
that we're seeing more and more people
the sum of
driving
that it takes to do a job like you did.
I know.
You say it took 10 years to accomplish one mission, or to the Supreme Court
also recently weighed on the growing controversy over transgender athletes. They're going to decide if federal law bars transgender girls from women's
Did you ever come in contact personally with them?
A tough one indeed, and something that is top of mind.
So a lot of people were recruiting people in and around him that were involved directly.
That are in sports. The physiology is just different.
What have been the implications of taking out that network and just managing a WMD program?
Emerging science.
Well, President Bashar,
nobody likes cuts. And especially when we get used to this, there is a psychology that takes place when you have something.
we also assisted the governments because the network is not single network.
Sometimes you think, oh, this is what I'm going to use it for.
Provided the U.S. government.
That's not what I put to do with that. Or one that we do a lot is you're in a parking area and you think that's my parking spot. I saw that. It's not your parking spot. Nobody's parking spot until somebody parks in it. Even then, it's not your parking spot. You're just using it. But we get upset. Someone just took my parking spot. It's not your parking spot. Now, if you might have had your letter on, you're there and in a polite society, and they should go. That person was here first. We wait for that. But it's not your parking. It's nobody's parking spot. So this kind of ties in. This deals with emerging science. And you've got the Trump administration just like it's like in a movie when someone gets mad and they just knock everything off the shelves and off the desktop and everything. You're going, whoa, wait. We're not gonna go through that to say, okay, this is the involved. This is really important. This is the person that's running onto that.
The threat of actual nuclear bombs explosion is going to last forever. Or do you think that we're going to evolve into some sort of super advanced
all kinds of stuff right now, and we're sitting fat. Does that mean everything needs to be cut? No. But we're sitting fat. I think we can all agree that we're sitting fat and we should be cutting things. But what gets cut and the unintended consequences of those things, I think, is what makes us all nervous, right? So when it comes to hurricane science, clouds are involved. You can't just take a photograph, look down, take a photograph, and say, okay, there's a hurricane coming. Clouds block that. So there is, think of it this way, like an X-ray. There is a science that allows forecasters to see through the clouds and to see the weather that's really taking place. It creates this very high resolution, three-dimensional image.
I don't foresee war.
It's just one of those pieces of science that's fine that you can see these things. Not only does it help with being able to see what's going on and forecasting these hurricanes,
which leads me
but
to
also
another
helps
subject I wanted to discuss, which I think these two are very
related.
related. I'm not sure if you're aware, but there are, you probably are aware, there are a number of officers who are in charge of nuclear sites in the U.S. and abroad who have claimed to see UFOs hovering above nuclear silos. I mean, there's a whole book written about it, documenting all these different cases in Europe, here. What do you make of UFO phenomena? What do you believe? And what do you not believe?
So it's called a special sensor microwave imager sounder, or SSMIS. Runs on a series of satellites allowing forecasters to see the storm structure that, in all other circumstances would be visible to them. They do have these things called hurricane hunter planes. They fly into storms. They get, all kinds of information, three-dimensional images, things like that. But the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, which is responsible for all that hurricane forecasting, by the way, they only have two loops.
I think it was pretty obvious it was not an advanced design from China or Russia.
The Department of Defense is the one that processes and distributes all this crucial imagery from these sensors that SSMIS, I feel like I'm going to spell Mississippi now. So they're going to pull that and stop giving that crucial imagery at the end of the month.
There's something missing to them, so what are the possibilities?
There are those that are saying this threatens the National Hurricane Center's ability to see what's forming, and we're going to backtrack off of all that gain that we've had in the last years. I know we all worry about these things, and of course, when it comes to this,
then the next possibility is
we don't have hurricanes here, but the concern is that in the areas in the United States that do, and also SSMIS is part of the distance. Meteorological satellite program. That's, I think the Navy that oversees all that. And that all is being slated. That entire satellite program is slated to be discontinued in September 20th. So I guess they've cited cybersecurity concerns and for the closure, but we shall see where this ends up and how this affects.
And the other possibility is
and these are the,
time travel.
One thing to say, we all do this, but so much trying to tweak things here, tweak things there, and say, oh, that's too much. But I will do everything I can to shove money into savings. Especially as I get older, right? So I don't even see it. Take out my paycheck, shove it somewhere I don't see it. I don't want to know about it, right? But then sometimes, you can change that online. So there's nothing here because you cranked everything up and you put it away. So I think that you're going to need to some fine tuning and taking seriously the unintended consequences that I think are going to be the point of contention. Once these things
are covering your missile base.
All right, Neil Schaefer and the morning crew here, and Trill Handel, who is, we're always here. He just goes his like Texas vacations.
There's an amazing documentary that came out called The Phenomenon in 2000, and he correlates. They show there's a brilliant animation done of the world map, and it shows every single nuclear bomb detonation in history since the first one ever. And this shows what date they happened, so the timeline showing all of them happening and how they correlate with UFO sightings. And the uptick in UFO sightings correlate exactly with the uptick in nuclear bomb tests. And
after being taken to area
so the
hospitals
fact
for
that,
exposure to an unknown
one of
substance.
the ideas is that
Emergency crews
these
were called to the hall for a
crafts,
suspected overdose.
being or the
and that
civilization,
hospital
whatever, could just be
So then
making
weather
sure
from
that
KFI
these crazy
from
territorial
the
apes,
O2.com
their weapons
Weather
aren't going
Center.
to blow each other up and destroy the
Only
planet.
business software Isaac Benjamin 70s from Navy and Metro LA.
I find it fascinating.
This report is brought to you by Starbucks. From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Shopping Center, see more at the conference page.
CIA officer.
Looks like we've got some things happening on the 405. It's a little bit slow out there.
Brake light starting just before Mystery Boulevard. Stays all the way down past the 101, gets better around Sunset Boulevard. We're used to this, even though now Topanga Canyon and these things are moving.
I think for maybe the next 50 or 100 years,
So the 405 is still taking extra traffic. The westbound side of town, certainly from the city, Western Avenue, ramp all the way out to Los Angeles. It slows about the people westbound from Century Boulevard. We're going to find some slowdown. We've got a stall on the 405. Northbound Los Angeles. Just Jaguar should be parked there in the middle lanes. Unfortunately, neither are you. Exactly that. We've also got problems still working on 60 freeway.
The fact that Pentagon would come out and talk about this publicly says something.
That's what it's
You've got enough for your music, but what about your favorite morning shows, sports team, or live news and weather?
It's becoming
There's an app for all that too.
I think it's
iHeartRadio.
possible
Download the #1
that
app for radio.
there
The
are
free iHeartRadio app.
organizations funded by the government of the United States, private organizations, Lockheed Martin, Boeing, who have technology, advanced technology that academics around the world, scientists don't know about. That they discovered that could explain some of these things.
In just 5 hours.
possible, yes. Also, I would say something like that.
They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. Unchanged interests, music and culture. For the past 5 years, I've been targeting the band's 3 surviving members: Jamal Shahanusi, Neil K,
Or back in
Aaron
founding
Covey,
back engineer. Be working for a back engineer. Yeah. It's fascinating to see the idea that we could have discovered that technology and trying to engineer it specifically because we're worried about them. We want to think, we don't want this to get in the hands of the Chinese and Russians. We want to figure it out first.
They never got that option, but they never stopped treating me.
Yeah, it'd be like the guy Bob Lazar, the way he described it was, it would be like dropping a nuclear reactor on the street. It's like we're there riding our horses.
You don't have to go that far back. Go back to the 1880s or 1890s.
I'm so excited to talk about women's basketball. There were a professional WNBA player with her own podcast I could listen to. You right?
Yeah. 20 years later, she like brothers.
And this is Mariah Rose. You may know me from Spanish Tea on Providers on TikTok. And we've got a new podcast.
Again,
Every Wednesday, we're catching you up on
we had
what's going on in
agencies
women's
who
basketball.
secretly
And not just in
had
the
this
WNBA, but with Athletes Unlimited,
either
Unrivaled, and college basketball.
super advanced technology crafts that are explained by modern physics be another civilization that exists here, that there's no evidence of it in public. do about it?
We want to share all of the
Hypothetically,
basketball stories
what
that
would
you
be
will see
the implications of disclosure to the public? Would there be national security implications?
I see what you're saying. It's going to create panic and something like that. Let me tell you, as
When
much
was
as
the
I'd like
last
to
time
believe
you took a chat?
something like that could happen, you know,
I was traveling, and a cute girl sat down next to me. Bouncing up your name.
keep a secret from us.
I'm
I
Francesca
think, I don't
Street,
know if the US
CNN
government
travel
or the
journalist,
Russian government or
and
the
this
Chinese
is Chance Encounters, a podcast about the incredible connections we make while traveling.
That'd be so expensive. That someone,
Each week, we'll journey through moving, funny, and heartwarming real-life stories about how travel can lead to lasting love, decades-spanning
Well, there is
friendships,
the story of
and
Bob Lazar.
ultimately change your life forever.
The guy who worked
Join
for
us
Los
wherever you
Alamos
get your
Lab.
podcasts. Just search for Chance
Janet Flight's Area
Encounters,
51.
me,
He worked at a
Francesca
site
Street.
called S4, secret site. He agreed to have his phone tapped because he understood it was a national security. And he essentially talked about this public on it and basically doxed himself to protect himself. The consequences were many people around him, friends and family, got audited by the IRS. There was an attempt to completely wipe out his history, working at the Los Alamos Lab and going to MIT, to which he was able to prove. He literally walked into Los Alamos Lab with a reporter and said, "Hey, what's up?" He knew everybody there, he knew the layout of the building. There was another publication that was published in a newspaper years before that proved he was working there. So there's hard evidence of the government trying to cover up the fact that he worked at Los Alamos and MIT. And he talks about this. So there's people like him. Obviously, the government has gone to an extreme measures to discredit him and prove that this wasn't the case. He's one of the only one I know about it. But his story is awful.
So federal health officials are concerned about this. No illness has been confirmed to date. The executive officials have said, but something you should look out for. If you are an
it's very possible. Keep the story straight for like the 80s, which was compelling. Going back to
TikTok.
I mentioned some private intelligence or some private aerospace contractor companies that have government contracts. How much intelligence is through private contractors, and how much does the CIA or the government rely on private contractors?
Actually, quite a bit, especially
it's a pain to everybody around you, is what it is. 6 million views, whatever. And then it brought up, why are people like, joke about it, blacks and Latinos have even, Samoans and Hawaiian Thai and things like that, brown time, those types of things. The cultural elite, for whatever reason, there's also something referred to as time blindness. Now, this is interesting. A lot of it affects people with ADHD, although it does, you don't have to have ADHD to be
today. Number of people clearances.
I do.
I'd be surprised if contractors far actual federal.
So I get federal blindness. There are times where I try to plan for things and I can sketch pretty good understanding. Like, some people go, oh, it should take 15 minutes. I go, it won't take 15 minutes. 5 minutes to get in the car, 5 minutes to get out of the car.
So
there's going to be stoplights. All these things. So
what is the threat of having some of these companies, either whether it be defense contractors or intelligence contractors, what is the threat of these companies being infiltrated or having
actuarial
so there are studies looking at this. So this viral video goes out on the TikTok app. Speaking out against those
malicious insiders,
and they say, time blindness is an study
If you have
not saying that
100,000, 1%, that means there's
frequently struggles with like this. There might be something going on, and that's where this concept of timelines come in. Because mental health experts say that it's a real thing. It's a legitimate experience for some
I just
people,
wonder
especially
if
for people
it
with
makes
attention
us more vulnerable when
time blindness is a difficulty for
a great example is a company like Palantir.
just doesn't always understand
Companies like this, the private
how much
organizations that have lots of influence would be good at hiring former CIA official. Right, they do that often.
people from doing
I just wonder how that changes the dynamic. There's been obvious manipulation involved.
Or it makes it a much broader target.
So
you have to remember companies like Palantir have highly sophisticated services
how they're going to get
inside
so
the
you have
CIA.
this so-called time blindness. You keep track and estimate time.
We can't just say,
How do we be distracted?
certain things that enhance our national security
Take me in one direction or another. So
The CIA does
some people believe this manifests in a person's brain.
Have people like Peter Thiel
It's responsible
that
for
personality,
personality, judgment,
pushing
self-control, all kinds of
presidential campaigns and being involved so much in government, and also having one of the biggest CIA contracted companies.
It is a
free
schedule.
You know, we're not Russia or China.
What I want to schedule.
Mr.
Busy
Thiel,
scheduling apps.
other people
They're
can
going to
do
be
what
your
they
new
want.
best pal.
It's just you have oligarchs like
on track. One
that
that I
are so
never thought that I did find was fascinating is they say to use an analog clock instead of a digital one. Something about the nature of looking at an old school clock, a minute, hour hand, maybe a second hand as well.
If Elon Musk was born in the United States, I'm not saying
kind of
that's
keep track of how long things take. Just looking at
got
the
to respect what he's done.
like, for instance, the studio here, right in front of me here at KFI, there is, I can see everybody in their studio right now. I can see Tono.
How do you sing
Heather,
from the conception of the CIA through history? How do you think
as well? And you can see
the outside world, outside of the United States, looks at America when you consider
an analog
1933 coup in Iran, the Bay of Pigs, the Iraq War, and our long history of facilitated regime change to support our strategic and business interests.
See how long the signal is going as well. But that analog clock is a focus for me.
I think that all of our projects and operations help
things
improve
are
national interest. Time.
story moving.
I can say this: all the ones you just named, none of
But
them
the fact
are
that it's
simply
different than the digital clock, which we have another big one on the wall that counts down a second. I don't know why, but there is something about watching it move that helps it get to a speed where a digital clock doesn't always do that.
So
Get plenty of sleep, which I'm
we would not
I'd probably get less than 7 hours on those days. I think I'm probably in the 5 to 6 hour range on average. I hate saying that around people like
that's
you,
true. That was true even in the
you know,
50s and
so
60s.
then me, and of course, doing wake up calls, calling all that. These guys can get up much
Isn't it true that
getting sleep is important. And then
Alan
especially
Dulles
if you're
and
struggling
John Kennedy had they butted heads a lot. He had different goals and aspirations as president. And he
well, and I think we're all kind of on a spectrum. I think we all have a lot of these things, like polarity, ADHD,
I'm not sure. I
having
know
more than
Dulles
others.
was fired.
Because it's too
All
right, stick around.
They were butting heads.
Got an hour to
Because, as you
go.
know,
Hanging out today.
the
Before Gary and Shannon come up for special holiday weekend. Of
possibly
course,
could have been a success.
they were off today, probably heading somewhere fun. You can leave us a talkback if you want to get something interesting going on. All you do is on the iHeart Radio app. Register for the might take 30 seconds as to where you're going, but you're not even doing it. This is the iHeart
was
Radio
justified.
app.
Los Angeles, Orange County, or stimulator talk. We got a growing wildfire. Live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A wildfire in San Luis Obispo County has quickly grown to more than 35,000 acres.
Fire was with French staff minister, ambassador, French ambassador, where he says, I don't think I'm charged. I don't have control of what's going on. I think he's just referring to Alan Dulles and his aspirations.
Federal immigration agents have been caught on video allegedly relieving themselves at a school.
And, you know, this also is entrenched in the conversation of conspiracy theories. The JFK assassination is one of the biggest conspiracy theories in America, and I don't even think anybody would consider, like, I hate the term. The term conspiracy theory is a negative term. And I don't even think, I know that the JFK assassination isn't a conspiracy theory. There's so much evidence released, and so much people have dedicated both documentaries and studies to this that no one even disputes some of the evidence, how none of it.
7 people are missing days after a warehouse full of fireworks exploded in Northern California. ABC's Amy Sheinberg says the fire is still burning and not safe to send in search crews.
Now it's like, okay, you guys did fireworks.
At least 2 people were hurt in the explosion and fires
specifically the CIA,
about 40 miles north of Sacramento. Several buildings were damaged or destroyed. A 7-Eleven employee allegedly attacked by her manager in Hollywood has died. Jessica McLaughlin was hurt June 24th and had been on life support at Hollywood Presbyterian Hospital. Her father says she died yesterday morning. Then in person, McLaughlin was finishing her shift when she got a heated argument with the store's assistant manager. They say the manager antagonized McLaughlin and threw a bottle at her, and then the fight escalated from there. The manager was gone when police arrived. CHB is getting ready for its annual 4th of July weekend crackdown on drunk and drug-impaired driving. Officer Roberto Gomez says the maximum enforcement period begins at 6 o'clock tonight and goes through just before midnight on Sunday.
Officers will be on hands on deck.
It's just, it seems like so wacky stories and so many people write off as conspiracy theories.
During last year's Independence Day maximum enforcement period, officers arrested 1,336 drivers statewide on suspicion of DUI. Final debates have started in Washington on the president's so-called Big Beautiful spending bill. House Speaker Mike Johnson says his party put together the votes needed to do a procedural vote at about 3:30 in the morning, which opened the debate ahead of the final debate.
What was that? What was the executive?
When did that articulate this vision? What this bill was intended.
Democrats have vocally opposed the bill. House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries has been speaking against it for several hours this morning on the House floor. The Hollywood Walk of Fame Class 2026 has been announced. The motion picture list includes Emily Blunt, Timothy Chalamet, Gary's Loveland, filmmaker Chris Columbus, Marion Cotillard, David, Rami Malek, Rachel McAdams, and Demi Moore, Italian Django star Franco Nero, Indian actress
under Alan Dulles
to fly and several more. There are also inductees for TV, live theater, and live performance, and one for sports.
Basically, to stage.
Southland weather from KFI. It's going to be hot out there. Highs will be in the low 70s to about the low 80s in Metro LA and OC. Mid-70s at the beaches. The 80s across the valleys and out in the high desert could reach 100 degrees today. Right now it's 68 in Brea, 65 in Seal Beach, 66 in Marina Del Rey, and 70 in San Dimas. The KFI financial report, Dow is up 360, the S&P 500 is up 49, and the Nasdaq is up 200. Let's take a longer drive this morning. Looks like we got a crash. 15.
This is going to be playing out in the desert on your way to Vegas. That's why I mentioned it, because we're heading towards Las Vegas today and tomorrow. Just before Baker Boulevard, we've got a crash there off of Big Rig. There was a fuel spill, and it looks like there's a couple miles of backup as they are trying to finish up. And it's experience on 15 before Baker Boulevard. Just beware, about 2 miles of stopped traffic there as they go through that crash. I want to delay your trip just a little today that way. We were actually in the CIA compared to today. How do you think it's changed, particularly when it comes to how much influence do you think the CIA has in what we see nationally? In the Arcadia area, westbound at Santa Anita has the very tight back from Buena Vista, and some sort of debris in the roadway causing a whole lot of flat tires heading towards San Diego, south outside the fly. In the Just Pennsylvania Maxwell Road, about 15 vehicles on the west side, figuring out trying to figure out what their tires do something. So, for that, and 5 southbound Maxwell Road, with some supposed to add your traffic for 6 vehicles. Hey there, history fans. iHeart Radio brings you a brand new history podcast called American History Hotline, where you ask the question, what is the second George Washington cut down the church? Marilyn Monroe having an affair? And American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it. I'm so glad you asked me this question. This is such a ridiculous story. Tell ourselves. We don't want to know the real story. Open your free iHeart Radio.
Right, but the CIA, particularly the FBI, has influenced today social platforms, correct?
An effort that we have here in the shadows that we don't to conduct influence campaigns construct a media platform or a social platform or something to try and
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. Hey everybody, it's the morning crew. I'm Nielsen Baker hanging out today. Bill Gates last day off. So this evening, she's out on vacation.
Okay, so when it comes to influencing the American CIA,
we can't do it covert. We can come out and, okay, I'll give you an example. One of my best friends, Barry Schroen, a national hero, he's the author of First Counter, describing how he took
the U.S. added 147,000 jobs in June.
incredibly courageous
Estimates and offering a wonderful economy.
3 to 4 weeks ago.
Relatively solid
More
shape.
declarations in the body
Unemployment
of
rate
history
fell
as far as
4.2 to 4.1.
our equivalent.
The Bureau of Labor
The
Statistics
CIA actually asked
came
him
out
to write
today.
that because
We
it
will
was
take
big
that
news.
any news like that.
So
Good news.
CIA to
Just
interrupt
things that are
2
trending
weeks, 15 days.
This story has bummed me out.
And
This
so
is out of
they
the
asked him
Atlantic.
to write that.
This is about one of our childhood
Okay,
pastimes.
but they're not making up stuff.
And I don't know what it is about holidays, but we get a little nostalgic, right, when it comes to holidays, because those were the punctuation of
So
life.
as long as the
Look at a big boss
CIA
doing here
involved,
on everybody's
as long
gun.
as it's the truth.
Somebody, the big boss walks in
I don't know
in
if you got
shorts and
reliable
grid.
sir.
Everybody stood up to salute. I'm like, what are they doing?
It's an open CIA.
Paul Corvino, the president, just walks in casually. And it's just a big deal. Just coming in, checking on things.
It's actually a very good reference.
Well, we're trying. What we
In
can.
any country
Nice
in
to
the
see.
population,
You
it's like
I see that every day.
Wikipedia.
And Starbucks walks in. Starbucks.
The world factor.
So that you know, the thought of nostalgia and
I'm sure
these
Really?
situations
if
are
not,
like that.
go to CIA.gov. It comes out every year. Right.
That's fascinating.
It's
So
a
that
standard.
all those things, those summers are
Well, you've been through all the countries you've been to, all the things I remember, met, all the situations you've been in.
We had bikes.
What are some, if you could boil it down to 2 or 3 of the biggest lessons you took from this life that you've had?
That's my friends.
What
Yeah.
would they be?
Jamie Coda, who unfortunately passed not too long. Way too long. Was a childhood friend. And I remember him giving me advice. You know, I remember distinctly, these moments where, the bikes were a big deal. Talking to the producer Anderson, you always knew where everybody was. Like, that's the party house. That's where all the kids are going to play a game at the end, because all the bikes were in the front yard. And you could tell who was home too. I would walk up and I'd see the bikes in the front yard. My brothers, my sister were home. And that was like a thing. And there was something of freedom in life. And it's dying. You know, you watch Spielberg movies, you watch the Coaches, and then you watch E.T. or the bikes are so prominent in these things. And I remember that, when you walk, you have the freedom to be able to, walk around the block. When you ride a bike, and I like to skateboard and stuff like that back in the days. But it's like, you can propel yourself, you can make decisions which direction you want to go, what path you want to go. You are away from your parents, usually. That's how I remember it. With your buddies, you were flying like lightning through the streets. And when I grew up, we had our track of homes, and there was one more street, and then it was fields. We had a product on everything, like all the stuff that you think about being in maybe, I don't know, middle America or something. Right here in Southern California. And riding my bike, and you just ride it up to the edge of, the fields, and you just leave it there, and then you run down further to go to the product on or whatever.
Experiences that you lived through
And they're saying over the
are
course
incredible,
of
even though
an average of
you'll never
20.5
be able to fully understand what you did.
to 17.
But thank you so much for coming here and sharing your stories and your wisdom with us. Where can people listening and or watching find your books?
Amazon, Barnes and Noble, fast forward. Maybe I can't talk about a lot of what I did, but I can write fiction, I can write spy stories. They say write about what you know. And so I've written these 2 espionage novels. Thinly disguised some of the characters and not so thinly. A couple of my friends, I patterned characters in the book after them. It's a lot easier to pattern after somebody you know. It's like a portrait artist. They don't just stand there and do a portrait. They look at you and expect well, I found out it's a lot easier rather than paint a character. I should walk. If I based it on somebody else, if they were a good guy, I'd give them permission. Sometimes I don't know what to pick out the name. I would describe interesting.
It's almost like you took real life people and you painted in the skies.
For whatever reason, balance, stuff like that.
I did acknowledge them. They acknowledged if they were one of the good guys.
My wife put him on a bike, and it's good.
They were just
took to, of course, we all break codes.
You find it hard to
earlier or certain codes.
Sort of
that was one of it.
Find the thrill in normal everyday life now that you're not on these clandestine operations.
That balance.
I can really
go to park. Park, it's a big park. Trail, things like that. Patrol out on the streets. Now, before our son was born, my wife and I were around LA.
And it's amazing. We talked about it in Chinatown. You're a runner, right? Incredible physical fitness series. And it's I look up to that. It's rare to find.
But as a kid,
I started before I was married in 1975. Unfortunately, I couldn't continue that and the marriage to 47 years. So it was a stress reliever, a way to think about things.
The fight, of cardiovascular disease, diabetes, it's not just the food, it's everybody points to the food. We're getting fat into the food. Yeah, there's a problem with uber processed foods and all that we don't understands fats properly, some think fats are bad, and low fat foods in the 70s or 80s that caused all kinds of, there's a lot of
You got some strong legs, especially after living through that dog attack on your calf. Cool, man. Well, thank you so much, Jim. I very much appreciate it. And
going out, hanging out with your friends.
so that's all, folks.
And it's dying. It's a trainer for kids. Being solo, being independent, thinking differently, making decisions for the space you're in, understanding your surroundings, troubleshooting, problem solving, all in one.
The title of
understanding
DEA
those
statement
genes flapping
was Operation Cybertime. Very great fucking name. So for me and for the people listening, give me just a brief background on how you got into this whole world of testosterone, growth hormone, and that stuff.
It started when I was younger, probably about 13. I was underdeveloped.
That's going on, and part of it is us.
And I started to get picked on for being so stupid and small.
Of kids going out about fear of kids
and I never went
not
back.
being within reach.
But I was still behind all
And
that.
again, unintended consequences.
No matter how much work I did, it seemed like I could force the amount of work.
I don't know what this will be in a
So where my
generation.
peers were, my peers
What will
did
continue
any kind of work that surpassed me.
But what
So at 23, I did my first testosterone
and Bill Eagles off today.
1 milliliter of testosterone a week. Everybody
Giving us the updates. CBCFI 24-hour news.
Here is the latest. 7 people are missing after a fireworks warehouse explosion in Yolo County sparked an 80-acre wildfire. The blast destroyed the building and forced evacuation. Crews are still searching the area by land and air. The Supreme Court has agreed to hear a case about transgender students in school sports. The case involves transgender athletes in Idaho and West Virginia. More than 24 states have enacted laws for transgender women and girls from participating in certain sports. From the Oakview.com Weather Center, the only business software you need. Highs will be in the mid-70s to around 80 in Metro LA and OC. This report is brought to you by
now I would walk into a bar and everybody's having a turn.
Overground traffic. Hey, Will, things are slow. 101 in Hollywood.
Yeah, they sure are.
I was in college, I was in the corner. As soon as I started taking steroids, I was just
to the one team freeway, so allow a little extra time to
gave me a race for no
and you'll
reason.
other day on that freeway. Northbound side of the one
The
team
world
freeway
around
in
me
South LA.
everybody treated it
We had a crash right there, Adams Boulevard, 3 vehicle crash there. Yeah, slow lanes, right lane. And that's northbound 110 stop all the way back.
So that's what led to the crash.
Florence, and even before that,
I've
you
always
start
thought,
seeing red lights right Manchester.
I've never tried it stuff, but my first experience was that too young at stuff after life fucks up the biology of your body, develop back your body, natural testosterone.
And the southbound side of 405, it's
That's
not
interesting.
too
The popular
right now.
form
We're getting to Victory Boulevard all the way down to the Silver Pass. It's better past
say
Sunset.
that and
That's Southern California's most accurate traffic.
Now,
Northside will pulse right now.
if people started
Goes
to
down about 5 to
form the
driving these beasts everywhere. Calm cars. Going to and
that's
fro, getting to work.
it's different than using
What if you have a problem with that? Can't just fix the pedal, man. It's a big deal. You got a problem with your 2018
for
to
me,
2025 car,
especially it's
back
getting
and
more
forth to the
and more
shop, can't fix it yourself.
There's a lot of
It's a
people
problem.
hormones
It's going to be a lemon. That's a legal term. That's a
and it has the same effect that it did.
lemon.
Just
Pros
absolutely.
at mylemonlawlawyers.com.
So
They're ready.
to answer your question,
Prepared
when you
and
take
standing
exogenous
right
testosterone,
by your side, you're ready to go. And you don't pay anything. You pay
it
zero.
does shut up.
Manufacturer pays
But
because it's their problem. It's
That
not your
natural
fault.
production can be brought back to baseline.
It's not your fault.
Plenty
Now,
of anecdotal
250 now. Say the keyword lemon lawyer. You're going to be connected to their talented staff. Have
after
the
about
option to receive
a year,
one-time
if you take it for
text
about a
message
year,
from
this is all
Media.
just
They are equipped with better business bureau. The fact is, you just did good. Dial pound 250. Say the keyword lemon lawyer. Go to
then go
mylemonlawlawyer.com.
on a protocol that
iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast.
It's called
American History Hotline.
where you ask the question,
Oh, really?
So the whole idea is
and American History Hotline gets to the bottom of it.
I'm so glad you're asking this question.
This is such a
I'll say
ridiculous
that a lot.
story that we
A
tell
lot of
ourselves because we don't want to know the real stories.
In your free iHeartRadio app, search American History Hotline and listen now. What is dedication?
The thing that drives me every day as a dad is there every day he's hungry for something, whether it's attention, affection, knowledge, and there's this huge responsibility in making sure that when he's no longer under my wing, he's a good person. I want him
The
to
other
make
reason
that
I never really, another one of those
Dedication.
negative
Find out more
effects that
at
I'm always aware
fatherhood.gov.
of
Brought
is
to you by
like
the
the
U.S.
gut,
Department of Health and Human Services and the
steroid gut. Like one of the
free
people that
iHeartRadio
why
app
the
is number one
children
for music,
he
radio,
talks
and
why
podcasts all
openly
in one.
about
Discover a podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Lisa Scott came
we'll talk about that.
I want to
How
know something that really lights me
how
up. I
real
love
is that?
cooking.
Is that where his gut is from? Because I saw
She was
that
excited about her new job.
therapy.
Yeah, so that's an interesting question.
Email that
And
says,
when you do research on it,
let's create the largest networking community
the real
on the planet.
reason
This
that
is
happens
new boss
is a
was
lot
a
of different
6'5"
All the
entrepreneur
bodybuilders
from Israel.
came out of that big bubble gut.
And he had a brand new startup called
but if you notice when the bodybuilders go on the stage, it's
All
gone.
right, I'm on
So when it's sometimes for a show, so is it a function of the calories that they have to have in order to put on the stage so that we showtime? Is it a function of like a lot of people say, oh yeah, it's such a organ.
Your part truck, I have a friend who does it. He says he has to always go get his part X-ray.
Abusive levels of vegetable it gets abusive, but if it's moderate levels, it's really right. Then it doesn't. So there's a complete, and that's where among the naysayers of testosterone, people who try to say that it's really abuse that it actually is. There's not a distinction between abuse and testosterone and safety.
Welcome to How We Made Your Mother.
Anything taken in high doses is bad.
I said, let's our new podcast. We watched 208 episodes of How I Met Your Mother. I'm Josh Radner, and I played Ted Mosby on the show for 9 seasons. And I am thrilled to be joined by Craig Thomas,
especially
who co-created the show along with Carter Bates. Well, if you're a
Part
super
of the
fan
screen
of
interrupted.
all the secrets,
Why would you speak out
Easter
against
eggs, slash pineapples, general knowledge,
yourself? I'm scared to try it.
and our
Body up, but why would you so?
So, love and art and
And
everything.
it comes down to it took a very similar path to that. Right? So if you look at the history, there was in the 50s, there was something called youth and I don't know, older people will actually remember from the Red that right to all this it's classic. But if people had this, and actually taught people that smoking marijuana, it took how long? 40 years since the 4 decades, over 4 decades to finally debunk those myths.
Personally eats
Just
my
now
wife will
coming.
eat one French fry a day. I'm like, who does that? She'll have one little popcorn.
It has medical use and therapeutic.
Get your hand in there.
It's the same thing with testosterone.
Pull out a big old ball of popcorn.
It was especially when the war on drugs was going on, testosterone
Now you
became
eat popcorn. You gotta teach everybody this.
classified as a
My husband
controlled
makes fun of me
substance.
because that's how I eat popcorn, and all like half of it goes down the front of my
And
head.
it happened at a
That's how
time
you're
when
supposed to do
the
it.
Just
platform
like
that every
Cookie Monster,
president
like,
was running was saying no to drugs and wrong.
Well, that SOB is always,
This was just the platform they used to elect it.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
All right, KFI 640, by the way.
And it just got moved into these
Neil
trucks.
Sabater in the morning crew here handle has the day off, as
And
today
so just
tomorrow, as
a
does
stigma started.
vacation on vacation
Part of the
for
reason
next
why the medical
2 weeks.
community
So
and
we have the pleasure of having Heather Parker with us.
has notoriously poor
Okay.
protocols.
Popcorn buckets. You remember when we used to remember this guy?
You know, that's when it was just kind of
remember, and you were like, wow, this popcorn's expensive.
they just stayed away from it, shied away from it, tried to,
And
you
you
know,
go and
everything.
complain about the popcorn being
More
so
information
expensive.
came
Well,
out of
what we all know now as an adult
led to a negative way,
is that
and it just was stigmatized. So now we have dogma and
concessions is where they really make the money.
stigmatized.
It's expensive to rent those
Testosterone
movies
is
and pay
being realized for
to
the
play.
beneficial.
That system
That has been extinct,
obviously, but
just like it did in the
that's
last
the way
time.
it works. And
So how did you transition
not
from,
making money,
you know,
that you get
personally
sales,
seeing how it changed your life,
the concession. So they got a
relationships, and everything else?
Well,
How did you
those days are over because now it's not about the popcorn, it's what the popcorn is in. This is in movies, this is in just
Shark Tank too? Is that right?
Disneyland has
Shark Tank
custom for these
Hey,
limited
yeah,
edition
there was an article that came
buckets.
out
I know
about myself, Shark
because
Tank,
I
and
am
steroids,
a
which was just incorrect. It had incorrect information. I did almost get on Shark Tank, but it was for my supplement.
Okay.
I had a supplement.
So as a big child man myself, I do get some of the Star Wars ones, and I have a couple Disney ones as well.
Customized
Because
version,
they're
but
big caps, they're neat, they look neat,
with the
they're cool. But now, when you go to a
and
movie
that
theater,
almost made it to Shark Tank. Very close.
you could pay up to 80
But,
bucks.
Okay, so back to
And what happens, you know,
so at the time,
infrequently, you know, we go to
when I was
movies
23 when I
these
was
days,
taking, I
you
was
can watch them at home, they come out more quickly on streaming, and
this passion,
go
passion
you
for
can
characters led me to tailoring
the
my
theater,
research
and
and
you
other
want to
courses.
see he or
So
she
what
is going to see
specifically
their
about
favorite little film, and then all of a sudden they see
and
this
then I did
thing
my
that
own
looks like a
research,
toy, and it's filled with
voracious
popcorn,
research
and
every
it's
day.
$80.
It was just
Now,
fascinating.
I got
So
one
when
recently.
I eventually learned about it, and I was there
on
in Smart
because
as
I
well,
love the way it looked.
other people saw my
was,
transition. They wanted
For Nosferatu, it was his.
And so when I started showing people exactly like, okay, this is how we do this, and this is
So I thought it was cool. I use it to hold stuff in my shop.
This is what we should do.
And then I have a bunch of Star Wars ones from Disney. But I'm looking right now.
People
looking right now on eBay. A Deadpool and Wolverine one is going for $150. Another limited edition Deadpool and Wolverine with popcorn buckets. These were
I also studied law. I was
very rare. $5,000.
So it just led to
$5,000. So, you know, how to train your dragon, $62 on
so it led to an
eBay.
understanding of human behavior and
Superman
like
movie one. This is the pre-sale because the movie opens July 11th. $150.
oxytocin, serotonin.
Fantastic Four.
Those
Galactus. That's the one I'm looking at right here in front of me too. Story. That one's going for $165.
That elicits
I
a
take
dose
notice.
response.
It's from AMC.
Which
A member
is
of
another word
AMC.
for what we call passion or ambition.
I get notices from them when these things go on
So
pre-sale.
when I was able
Say, hey,
to
I want to get this bucket. Now the
start helping
collectibles, you know where it started?
transition their bodies, and I showed them
They've had special things in the past, but
it elicited
this madness, this new
dopamine
wave,
right,
which goes
which
to
drove
Dune.
me to keep going.
Right. Dune.
Right. So
The episode one.
So, and you're going to school for biochemistry?
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
top,
so now
on top of
when I start developing passion now for helping other people, it's not only myself because I'm doing
the sandworm
I
or
start
whatever,
becoming like a leader in the whole city.
but it looks like a miracle.
One personality,
You guys see
and
the
it changed my life.
guillotine?
So,
Yeah,
so
so
then
the
I
first
started.
thing people thought was,
well, I
I don't
got
put myself in that.
So I started
Because that was what people were thinking. So the minute this came out,
to be able to get it
it went
myself.
viral because everybody's like, that looks like
And it was still the, you know, more people came, and then pretty soon I was like, so I also
and so that would, everybody bought those out, and they sold out, and then I think it was
sourcing all products and befriending had were able to get what I needed. And I was always able to just figure out their supply chain, come up with something better, find a way. So I found a Chinese source that had unheard of low prices, and I was able to wrangle that and develop that into one of the best sources. And it turned out
that went on, and now it's
the best sources.
everywhere you go, there's these popular
Most quality
products,
products.
and they're getting more expensive and more elaborate.
Quality in China?
Yeah. So one of the another one of the myths about China is it's still a business structure, even though it's a communist country, like there's still a capitalist quality to the concept that whoever has the best quality products at the best prices will prevail, especially when they do America. So the Chinese so like when I'll get into this, like I find myself all the Chinese trying to help $40. And they're probably hard to get now. But it beats. But I mentioned all I can get from the sea.
So just walk the kids very quickly past the popcorn area, and you won't have to buy.
And find the best ones with the best quality. Really test. I did a lot of testing.
Nielsen Maker here today. A happy 4th of July weekend is releasing into it early. Many of you
top quality.
other than today, maybe
South where was the average Joe?
and all.
Was it? I mean,
Let's get the latest news right now off the version of
Yeah,
California
no.
is facing
That's
charges
part
for
of
being
the problem.
on the hunt for lawmakers.
They released federal documents saying the 24-year-old had a long history that included the lawmaker's photograph on the dress and in some cases photos of their spouse. The man was part of a terrorist group known as the Telegram Collective, which lurks in the shadows of the internet. Defense say the Sacramento County man had cards with politicians, state and local officials, business leaders, advocates, and others listed on them under the Trump's rifle and the reasons why the person needed to be taken out. Jason Campanoni of AFI News.
This is brought to you by Sweet Jane's Accident Attorneys. Contractors are accused of dumping hazardous debris from the wildfires in January in LA County landfills.
State and local record TRT contractors said Trump plans to specialize.
And when did PRT connect first?
Probably, that I don't exactly know.
They weren't around when you were doing it.
When I was doing it, they probably existed, but I didn't know. They certainly at the time were just served because understanding is getting
The Labor Department says U.S. employers added 147,000 jobs in June, despite uncertainty over President Trump's economic policies. The unemployment rate ticked down to 4.1% from 4.2% in May. 4 people have been killed and more than a dozen others were hurt after a drive-by shooting outside a nightclub in Chicago. ABC's Christian Vicos says the shooting happened as people left an event last night hosted by a local rapper.
Silk Road.
right, yeah. To push people inside, healthy way to stigmatize. Suspects still on. First responders rushed to the scene and took victims to multiple hospitals.
Witnesses say some people didn't wait for ambulances to get there and started driving people to the hospital. I should say police officers didn't wait for ambulances to get there and started driving people to hospitals themselves. Something weather from Tampa, it's going to be in the 70s around 80 in Metro LA and OC. Right now it's 64 in Newport Beach, 65 in Placentia. Let's go to a crash in South LA.
Same story.
Still several lanes blocked there because of a crash and severe damage to the vehicles involved in traffic stops. Mansions are on the northbound side. Southbound side of the 101 still pretty slow from Melrose on heading downtown. Northbound side of the 5. That is Lincoln Heights getting away from the 10 freeway. Slow and go all the way over to Far Orange County. That's about Orange County. There's still some problems there on the such a crash being worked on.
Nothing's going to bring
outage, on that eastbound side, and well, 215 northbound. It looks like it's going to be right near the interchange.
So obviously you're getting tons of education studying yourself.
That off-ramp lot is crashed by all day. We're still in California.
We'll start listening to you to find out what that stuff was. You weren't actually big yourself. You were just finding source for
well, because it's not. It's about more than a man.
Yeah, so there's a major market just for doing the work to find the source yourself.
Because they really are superior. They are functional preferential.
Yeah.
These things work. They got mint on the outside. We all get that. I love the pepper.
So that's what
fantastic. We enjoy that. And then inside it is this capsule filled with curly seed oil. You swallow that and it goes to work in your gut. So you get lunch.
That's developing it. So I live in a small city.
And it makes your breath is just incredible freshness. Well, they have found out that most of you end up buying their best-selling body pack. They want to give you a job as a saving. So
when I was in college, I just had jobs in the summer, and then I was just a freelancer.
This weekend, they're offering 20% off their best-selling body pack. Huge savings.
So then I actually looked at
what you do is go to CELMINS.com.
Oh, you would send it twice for it.
So I had a
discount. 20% off goes through 4th of July weekend. Take advantage of this. This claim, I was just 20% discount offer is money 5-pack of Zelmans. Go to Zelmans.com/sport. CELMINS.com/sport. That's how you're going to get it. So that's that definite flavor 5-pack. CELMINS.com/sport.
iHeartRadio brings you a brand new history podcast. It's called American History Hotline, where you ask the question.
Then this time I did it.
American History Hotline gets to the bottom.
How did you understand?
Well, the second time was when
Your free iHeartRadio app. Search American History Hotline and listen now.
Doing this, you create your own website where there's specific online bodybuilding forums you're plugged into. I didn't even know about you. How did you build sort of like an online presence that you trust?
yeah, so I guess that, so I can start doing that. This is how it started. When I went to prison the first time, all this tools.
Android TV,
And you met him out.
device that uses your Google Assistant.
I was just,
Convenience
it
of
was
playing all your favorites hands-free. Just say, okay,
I
Google,
was
play to get your favorite
one of
AM
my
FM
friends
stations from iHeartRadio.
I was getting stuff
Everywhere
from
you
various
want to listen,
sources locally.
including in your home and office through your Google Home, Google Desktop Mini, Nest
And I got a
Mini,
friend
Android TV, and any device that is
who
Google
just said,
Assistant
hey,
powered. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there. Microsoft letting go thousands of employees at the latest round of cuts.
The software company has held several rounds of layoffs already. This started that.
Including in May, when they announced layoffs of around 6,000 workers. Microsoft reportedly is looking to reduce the layers of...
Yo, what's happening, you beautiful savages? Uncle Joey here with my main man Lee Sayat for another episode of the Church New Testament. It's July the 1st. The rent is due. Wash your muffler and let's get out there and make it a beautiful day to be alive. Hey, what's going on? Uncle Joey here. Listen, it's 4th of July weekend. If your dick is malfunctioning, it's time for some Blue Chew, Jack. Blue Chew is the brand you know and love for offering chewable tablets for better sex. Now they're launching something new. You ready? Blue Chew Max combines the active ingredients of Viagra and Cialis into one chewable. You're about to be unstoppable. Listen, if you thought Blue Chew was good, wait till you get the Blue Chew Max. You get started even without leaving the couch. Sign up at BlueChew.com. chat with one of the licensed medical providers, and if you're approved, you'll get a prescription within days, delivered to your house. Nobody knows nothing, not even the mailman. And get ready to polish that helmet and swing it, Jack. Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. If you want a medium hard, or fucking bang my head off the stove hard, Blue Chew got you covered. And we got a special deal for our listeners. Try your first month of Blue Chew free. You're sitting there, Joey, listen, I want the bang my head on the pipe one. Yeah, you sure I can get it for free. When you press it, promo code Joey, Joey, just pay a fin for shipping. That's $5. That's it. Nobody knows nothing. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Like don't eat two of them because you might sink the fucking ship. You know what I'm saying? You might have to drive on the 4th of July. Shit's hanging out. You don't want to do that. But anyway, that's a complete different type of party. I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast and for giving this tremendous offer. So that's promo code Joey. When you visit BlueChew.com, right now, go look at yourself in the mirror and go, beep, 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 beep. I'm ready to swing some dick. Have a great 4th of July. We're back. Don't forget Blue Chew. It's the summertime. If you're going to sling dick, don't forget Blue Chew. That's all I can think. It is Blue Chew, right? Absolutely. All right, always Blue Chew.
Only Blue Chew. Dude, R.I.P. the stairs. This is the last month of the stairs.
That's it.
That's it.
One more month.
That's it.
What are you gonna do with the stuff? Then burn it.
I'm gonna try to sell it. Who knows?
Who's gonna walk up those steps?
I don't know. Nobody. Right? I'm gonna give some stuff to my mom. I'll burn some of it. Who knows? It's the fucking biggest waste of goddamn money. No, I love living here. It was just
you said it the best. It got you here.
Yeah,
it got you here. And your first apartment, nobody moves in. To the Trump Tower was the first time. You know,
no,
you're gonna have rats, shit you didn't see. Because when you're excited, the ether.
Right.
Like, I know that's what happened to you. Like, I'm moving in here at 4 stats. I get to this shit every day. Fuck you. When you told me, I was like, this motherfucker's out of his birth. Well, this never walking those steps. I was correct.
Well, you were correct. But this is the craziest year of my life. Like, I don't know. It's a year anniversary of me breaking up with my last
girlfriend. Here we go. Oh, shit.
What?
There we go. What happened?
What'd I do?
Nothing. Just torturing and shit.
I feel like I'm walking into a conversation that's already going on. There we go. What do you mean? I don't know. And it was. I moved to New York thinking like, oh, I'm gonna get put. Like the apartment that I had like an outdoor space. It was nice. I thought I was gonna get pussy, and then I meet someone 2 weeks in.
That's what happens.
And then so it's fucking crazy.
But it's great.
Oh, it's amazing.
You're in love. She can bake. Oh, she's pretty. You know, she smells good.
Thank you. I
got a nice apartment. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That is my first apartment in New York, dude. It's New York with money is a completely different. Like they spin the rotating door for you at her place. That's someone's job.
Anywhere with money, they take care of you. You know, can you imagine living in New York and struggling right now? Like, you know, 8 people in a 4-bedroom apartment, 2 of them on the couch. You got 1.5 bathroom. That means at all times all your bathrooms stink like shit.
Oh my God.
One in the, you know, your bathroom's always going to smell like a fucking billy goat. Unless somebody sleeps at their girlfriend's or boyfriend's house. Struggling in New York sucks.
Dude, I have a friend who I met in LA who's a comic. He survives out here because he's a golf caddy during the day and they give him a free place to live, like the caddy shack house. He got home last year. His ceiling was like, it was just like raining in his fucking room. Like all the pipes burst. In New York. Like the house that they give him. I met him when we lived in LA. He moved here to do comedy and he's a caddy. He's a great comic, doing great in the city. But he survives because he has a free place to live because he's a caddy. But everything just burst. Like it's
a caddy?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, he's been living for free for a year. Now he's gonna go to free. We'll go to a hotel in about a week. Tell 6 or something, yeah. Oh, man.
Yeah, for fucking $8 million.
No, you tell them it's a weekly rate.
Not in New York.
Well, you can't stay in Manhattan, Lee.
Right.
You know, what the fuck? What are you, crazy? I don't
Fair.
care. New York. No, we're gonna have to go up to fucking the depths of all the way out there, get a fucking Motel 6. Let's see how the airport all matters. It's been
Islip or Iceland?
Islip, yeah. Welcome to Iceland. There's no fucking shortcuts. LA, both of those things struggle. Sucks dick. I still remember having to shoplift cigarettes. And fucking, take a soda from the gas station and shit.
Yeah.
That's what you have to. The checks will come out at 5. At the Comedy Store, I'd be there at 4:30. Like, whistling and shit. Like, can't wait to get that $75 check. I'm gonna go to Wendy's and get the fuck. Yeah.
I love that you knew what time the checks came out.
Yeah, the checks were there up to 2 to 5. And the mailman came every day at 12:35. I was out there at attention at 12:20 in case you got lost. Somebody tried to kidnap.
Oh my God! Did they start to expect you?
Oh my God! I became when I lived on Gardner or Schrader. I don't know wherever Ralphie lived. That same building. The mailman knew us by first name. If I got a check, the mailman wouldn't just put it in my box. He'd knock on Ralphie's door. And say, I'm saving Joey the suspense.
You were getting mail at Ralphie's house?
No, because I was getting mail there at somebody's house. Somebody in that building was getting my mail there.
Right.
For the longest time. For years I was getting my mail there. I can't remember whose box it was. It was either Celine, Gavin's, fucking Jody's. It could have been Ralphie's. Right. So I would be there. I knew the man. He was Filipino. So I knew his schedule.
That's amazing.
You think I'm fucking kidding you? He would tell me when he was going to be there the next week. Like, I'm going on vacation. I will not be here. So the other guy come late. So just to let you know. But I'd be fucking waiting there. It was always this. And people would say to me, you get the check? I don't know. But if you're not out here, you won't get dinged. Right or wrong? If I didn't get a check, then I had to go hustle. Then I had to go put the day to get $1 and we at least get a Chinese lunch. I was waiting for 35. And dog, I'm going to be honest with you guys. A lot of times I wasn't getting the check, and the check would come from something I didn't even expect.
How good does that feel when you get a surprise check?
Oh my God. I still remember being broke and I had to get a plane ticket. And I went downstairs and I guarantee Terry didn't check the mail. This one, me and Terry lived together because I was getting mail in 2 places for a long time. And I'll never forget going downstairs. And we had just gotten married. We were moving to the valley. And I needed money. And I went downstairs. Remember when The Sopranos stopped in 2007 or 9? HBO put a box set out, and in the front they put the Mad TV sketch. So they paid me for that. I'll never forget going downstairs expecting a big day and opening up my thing, and there was like a check for $2,400. Oh shit! Are you fucking kidding me? Like at 9:30. No, I was clean then. I was clean, spotless clean. But I still was going to Celine's after the Comedy Store one night, 10 o'clock at night. And still trying to no money, and Celine going, Joey, go over there, you got a check in your mail. No, you got something in the mail. And I went over and there was a letter that was already open. And it was that dude that became a comedian. They took all his movies away. He used to have a reality show on Fox. And I did episode 4. I played a pizza guy. Yeah, Jamie Kennedy Experiment.
Oh shit, okay.
I did episode 4 or 5 or some stupid shit.
That must have been a while ago. I remember that show.
That was 2001 or 2.
Jesus.
The show was a hit, right? But they couldn't shoot the episodes faster. So they kept re-showing mine. And I'll never forget it. 10 o'clock at night, I'm like, man, the night's done. It looks like I'm going home. Celine's like, go over there. There's something over there for you. They came over. I remember going in there. It was 2 checks for $650 a day's pay. And I ran the fucking check cashing place on my old house in Hollywood. Right? I basically ran up there. Because I thought they closed. They didn't. They were open 24 hours. I was pissed. I had a cat to go dealer. He closed at 1, so I ran over there. But I got my checks cashed. But that's, you know, even now, like my residual checks, like when I look at, my wife doesn't deposit 1 anymore. She waits till I get 10 of them. Okay. And she deposits all 10 of them at once. And I wish I could read you guys the amounts I get. You would die. Like it starts like at 1 penny, 3 pennies, 18 cents, $92. Then it goes back to $4.21, $5.18, $320. 28 cents, 22 cents. Like, so if 10 checks come, 2 will be worth catching. There's 3 of them that my wife will sit there and look at and go, why would they send you a check for this fucking amount?
I was just gonna like the stamp makes it not even worth it. Why not just direct deposit in your account?
Point in my life where I get them every fucking day. Yeah, I get them every day for a show I did 30 fucking years ago. Now they air it in Japan. And they send me like that. Those are the good ones. When you get the white envelope with the red paperwork, that's when you're like, oh shit, the red paperwork. The red paperwork is international shit. Grey Poupon and shit.
Do they pay you even though you're not talking? Like, do they dub over you?
Yeah, they dub over you, but they show
they still pay you?
Those checks are 21 cents. When I open those up, I'm like, what, bitches? You open them up, 21. The other day, I had like, yeah, I'm not lying to you. I must have got 9 checks. My wife deposited them Monday last week. Because I just put them on the thing when I get them. Right. And I go to sag.org. You go to sagafter.org, and they'll tell you what's coming, the date is coming, and what's in process. So, when I had nothing, I lived on that website.
They're sitting refresh all day.
Every Sunday at 6 o'clock, they refreshed it. Okay, so they would start on a Sunday at 6 o'clock, and it would tell you when your checks were going to be there, when they were going to get mailed out. So on those days, I already had that money spent. George, I'm coming over at 1 to pick up an ace. Dog, let's go get some Chinese at 1. All right, then we'll go to, what's his name? We got Nathan Weed, then we'll go to Ricky Cruz, pick him up, and get high.
Did you have it on your calendar? Like, check for $5.
You don't put none in your calendar. It's all in the coconut.
It's all there?
But in those days, the checks were heavy.
Right.
Those checks were like $333, $682, because it was the top of the tier. It was 20 years ago. Right. So I'd be just parked out there like a child. And when he would come, I'd be like, oh, shit. And when I went in there, if that check wasn't there for some reason, there was one chick that didn't come for fucking like a week. I was pissed. I was on the phone with SAG every day. And because of that, till this day, I still have the number you call when you're missing a check. Never got rid of that number. Oh my God. That number's been in his phone since 2002. Because I lost a check for like $500. I had like 9 checks sent to me. That's the funny thing about that. That week was my biggest payoff ever at that time. I had like 9 checks sent to me. All the checks were over $50. But the one I was waiting for was that. In my world, I got every check except for $500. And I had to wait 30 days to file a fucking complaint. Oh, no. And then once you file the complaint, it takes another 120 days to process. So kiss that check goodbye. But what a lot of people don't know, I'm going to drop it on you right now, if you live in, especially if you live in Hollywood, because those motherfuckers are treacherous. Once a year, I would drive down to SAG after SAG. I would go to SAG first, go upstairs and say, can I please get the box of checks that got returned? Oh my God. Oh my God.
It was just checks that never got sent to you or fully delivered?
They got sent to my fucking address. But for some reason, they didn't deliver. We don't live here no more. Shit like that. When they put the arrow going backwards on your shit. Yeah. And I would go, what the fuck? I live there. And then they would have like an address in like Jersey. Like they went online for that, and they come up with like, why would you send this to Fairview, New Jersey? That's the address we had. No, you didn't. I live in LA. Why would I put fucking a North Bergen address? Like that's what they would do to me. So you go down there and come home with like 800. Well, but you had to wait once a year. Like you had to because if you went every other week, you look like a fucking pauper.
Well, I was gonna say.
But the after department always fucked up your checks. And this is what pissed me off about those motherfuckers.
What they do?
They always got the address to bill you correct. Not a fool. All their bills always come back without the hands. Everything else came back. Then another motherfucker, they dig for the computer and look for your old addresses and send them there on purpose. So, because after 90 days, the check is null and void.
You think it's a scam? Dude, I wouldn't be surprised.
What do you think it did with Joy Bananas? I finally had to figure when you're broke. Right, figure that type of shit out. You're like, how come they didn't lose any other check but my big one? Right, for 120 fucking days. Maybe the production company, who the fuck is, but the production company has to send the check to SAG. SAG recuts the check and sends it to you.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Very seldom do you get a check on production. Every once in a while. Those are the mistakes I would get. Checks from production companies that would send them to you. And dog, when you're broke, you know all the protocols. So when you do a commercial, you get a check within 30 days. They suck dick. But if you do a TV or a film, you should be getting your money in 10 days. So now, you signed the paperwork, and you gave the control of your agency to take that check. Well, guess what they're going to do? They're going to deposit it and tell you they never got a dick. I would have the producers on the other line go, listen, before you say what you're going to say, I want you to think about what you're going to say. You better think about what you're going to say. I got, what's your name? Liam. I got Liam from Partners, whatever that's a new company. They just came to New Jersey. Entertainment Partners. Liam, tell my manager when he sent the check. June 1st. It's July fucking 1st. Why don't I have my check? Well, we never got it. Liam, did they get it? They got it. You should see how many people I fought in that. They sent it. And then I found out they were sending the checks after 3 days. Like if you shot it and you caught the fucking pay period right, like if you shot it on Tuesday, you got to check it on Friday. Your agent was sitting for a month and a half. Listen, I'll tell you what, I'll give you an extra 2%. Just mail me the check when I get it, because I'm over your start. 2%? Yeah. Whatever. Why you a lot of percent? What are they gonna make on 6? Oh, yeah, this is $6 check. That's scale.
Yeah, but what about, if you think they're doing this with you, I was just thinking about the
hello, and you have 200 fucking clients.
What about the people who are on like those shows that are on for 10, 20 years? If you're getting these kind of checks, they must be getting 50 checks a day. Like those people who are on movies or shows forever.
Yes.
Holy
shit.
It's
a fucking scam. It's a fucking scam. Yeah. There was a part 15 years ago where I went to this agency, and one day, I would sit on SAG every fucking Sunday. 6 o'clock, I don't give a fuck what's going on. You got a computer? Yeah, okay. 6:01, I'm on SAG. I would see like 20 checks came. I called SAG, and I'm like, hey, my ID number, date of birth, whatever the fuck you need, address. You sent those checks to me, but I haven't got one of them. They're like, hold on. And they were like, no, we sent it to your agent. And I go, why would you do that? And they go, because they have a release. I ran to that agent. They go, Doug, where's my money? And they're like, what money? And I go, let's go to the computer, this money. They're like, oh, yeah, we take that. We take 10%. And I go, you didn't book that. So now, you didn't book that. I'll take you to fucking court right now. You better undo that. Well, you signed the agreement. I don't give a fuck what I signed. How can you take commission on a job? You never fucking booked.
How did they even get a check for something they didn't book? That's crazy.
They took that thing when I signed on with them, right? Whatever I was signing, they took and sent it to fucking SAG.
Jesus.
And I called my lawyer, and he goes, no, they put that in after the paper. Because I always wanted that shit by my lawyer at the time. Always. You know, the guy from Goonies. Fucking Ralphie's lawyer.
Oh, they added something to your contract after you signed it?
They would send that paperwork in. They would forge it. No, this motherfucker, you gotta watch your paper. Like, motherfucker. People think it's just, and you see Jay-Z jumping up and down in Paris. Even that guy's got to watch his money. Yeah, I don't care what level of entertainment you are or whatever. You have to watch your fucking paper constantly.
And that's so sad for a guy like me who's hoping one day to have an agent. Is that like, there's
every fucking year, three agents and two managers go to jail. Every fucking year, if you look closely, we know somebody who threw his manager in fucking jail. Damn, that motherfucker was taking everything. Everything. Because they become your personal manager. They're like, okay, I'll handle everything. And you're like, oh, yeah, the spotlight is great. And meanwhile, they're eating lobster tails.
Yeah. Like, are you talking about like paying their regular bills? I don't understand that at all. How hard is it to
You
set
are
auto
so
pay?
fucking tied up as an entertainer. There's a lot of people who are in comedy or acting or music that listen to this. There's a level that you get to, it's $60,000 a year. People are going to try to rob you at every, you know, it's like I feel bad for like, what about the guy who caught that was my Apple guy? Oh, yeah? Remember with the missing hand? This motherfucker, no wonder he had a missing hand. Somebody cut it off from stealing. Oh, no. We had to take him to court. You know, what he settled for was like, he was just, but I could feel it because when we didn't have the podcast, the numbers were great. And all of a sudden, the podcast booming, everything's selling, except my CDs. Are you fucking stupid? And we kept asking, no. Sales have been down. I do Rogan. I remember those days. That first album I did, live at fucking the Three Aces. Yeah, Three Clubs. I remember. Nobody even fucking talked to me back then. I done the longest show I just do. Talking and doing a CD for his company. I put that thing on Apple. I think I sold 3 of them in 5 minutes. I swear to God. One night, I'm having dinner in Vegas, and my text goes off, but it's that guy. And he goes, I'm sending you a check for $1,900. And I fucking got up and called him. What are you talking about? And the checks are always $9, $8.50. And he goes, I don't know, you did something, and all your CDs sold out or something. Well, I got on Rogan. Oh, okay. Every time early on those shows in those days, they bought everything. And he kept, and so after that, I went on Rogan 25,000 times. And he's telling me, you just sold 3 CDs. So I signed with that dude, and I said, look into that. This motherfucker came back on the door. This motherfucker. No wonder he's got a missing hand. And I could tell because he started dating a young girl. And when I met him, he had like a shitty car. And when I met him the second time, he had a convertible Audi. Right. Don't go from a shitty car to an Audi. Yeah, you don't go from a shitty car to a convertible Audi. So I knew something was not right. And then the chick broke his heart. He went deep. He had to go to psychotherapy and sell the car, reminded him of her and shit. I wish I was lying to you guys. It was not good. Was he stealing the money to pay for stuff for the girl? He was just stealing the money to impress the girl. And you're gonna get that a lot. I was with an agency once that he didn't rob me, but there was an agent that seemed very nice. And one day they took him out of there with handcuffs. He was just, there's 1,000 ways to rob a client. What do you think? Do you think it's just so easy for them that they're never gonna notice? It's just too much temptation. You sign with a manager, right? And the guy sells you on, we take care of everything. We get you plane tickets, hotels, rental cars. You give me a card. 3 years, nothing ever happened. Then one day they get in the system. Right, okay. Now he's got access to your cards. Now you're seeing bowling, $89. You haven't bowled since high school. You know what I'm saying? Like shit like that. That's how it starts. And if they're gonna work bowling once or twice, then they'll take them for dinner. Then they'll take them for another dinner. And then next thing you know, you're financing plane tickets to Alaska. Never happened to me. But it's happened to 3 or 4 comics.
Is that because you have your wife, like, to help you in a lot of ways that maybe that's some other guys,
No, that taught me that I would book my own plane tickets. Even today, I still look at my own plane tickets. Even today, I do all that shit.
And obviously
I don't have the heart to go, please, do me a favor, get me a plane. Then you have to call me back. I go, well, there's a 7:30, a 9:30, and 11:30. All right, what time do we get back? Sunday, and then you call me back. Well, the 7:30 is not a event. I can't do that to the human being. That's right. That's just stupidity.
And is it really?
That's just stupidity. I can't do that. Go back and forth. Fucking stupid place.
It takes longer.
It takes a lot longer.
And like,
it takes too much of my time. That's what people say. You have to be there. We have to sit there. Because by the time I tell you the method, you're going to have a fucking heart attack. Because there's no method. It's just hustle. It's just get on the computer, do this. You look at dates. You got to check the hotel to see if they got a midnight room service. That's the first thing I look at. You got to have something for me to eat. How many times you go back to a hotel? You're starving. They got potato chips.
They know where everything. Even nice hotels have nothing.
Forget it. I want to see the menu. I want to see the late night menu. It's always going to have a stupid fucking cheeseburger. You know that. They're always going to have a warm chocolate chip cookie, which I don't know why. I would just get one cookie. Tell me I got a bag of Chips Ahoy for this $1.20. Bring it up. Bring it up. Why you know what I'm saying? Like, wait till somebody opens up one of those hotels that you fucking pick your own midnight menu, like a prison menu. You send them at 11. You look at your remote, what's coming out of the Twilight Zone. Fucking Eyes Wide Shut. Right up till 4. Fucking okay. Let me get a salami sandwich with bologna and fucking American cheese, lettuce, mustard. Put the mayonnaise under the fucking whatever, because I want the mustard on the salami. You know, and you sit there like Norton eating fucking that. I just had, you know what, guys? I swear to my mercy, 9 out of 10 times I don't eat, but I just want to know. If I can't sleep and I roll a joint and I go downstairs at 2 in the morning, when I go down to smoke that joint, I'm thinking about that. I already looked at the menu. I already know what I'm going to order. This is just kicking up those taste buds a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
Dude, I mean, you haven't been on the road that much in the last year or so, but I've been out and like not at shitty hotels. Even if they have restaurants, they're not usually open all night. There's almost nothing.
That's what I'm fucking saying to you. That's why I'd rather pick a hotel that has a late night.
I know. I
what am I talking to my fucking something?
No, I know that's what you want, but I don't know how many of them you're gonna find. Plus,
you're not gonna find them. When we're talking the Four Seasons,
right?
Maybe a Marriott. But you gotta look at the fine print with the other hotels because they'll throw curveballs at you. What are they? It's like frozen pizza. Shit like that. We have pizza. We have burritos. You're like, then you get them. Let me tell you something. If there's anything I miss from LA, there's a lot of food, but I could go for 2 of those frozen burritos from Bodega. 2 of those bean and cheese motherfuckers.
You mean 7-Eleven? What are you talking about?
Not 7-Eleven, like one of those Mexican places that has those little frozen burritos.
I didn't know they have them.
Yeah, even the fucking fruit, like the little, a little bean, a little fucking, I would never do the pork, I ain't gonna lie to you, but it's so crazy how, as a comic, as an entertainer, you think, wow, once I get up there, my life's gonna ease up. Fuck you! You gotta work harder, you gotta keep your eyes more open, you gotta watch more shit, and that's where the mental stress comes from. It's not just writing jokes anymore, right? You know, when that agent calls you and says, hey, even if you are, how you doing? Good. Listen, I got a great date for you. July 24th, 25th, and 26th. And you're like, okay. And you take it, and you get there, and it's like, man, you should have been here last weekend. People were everywhere. This is Black Biker and Midget Parade weekend.
No one comes out.
You know what I'm saying? Why did I come here? And then you don't know, so you don't even go, hold on 1 second. Let me see if they have a direct flight.
Right.
You don't know. You say, yeah, ready. They sign the thing, and all of a sudden you're like, direct flight. You got to fly to Mongolia, and then back to fucking Newark, and then up to Canada. You know, you don't know these things.
Right.
You get burned like 4 or 5 times. Like, I'm not saying yes, ever. I'll call you back in 5 minutes. I'm at a computer. I'm checking the hotels. I'm checking the late night menu. I'm checking the fucking Ubers. You have to check everything because then they'll get you okay, and then you get there. It's an hour from the hotel. They're only paying you $500.
Right.
It just costs you $75 each way. That's $150 out of $500. You don't know this shit. So there comes a time you have to check everything. You learn, and then one day you make a checklist. Fuck it, I'll call you back in 10 minutes. Right? Why? Because I gotta cover my bases too. I gotta check to see if it's a midget funeral or some shit before I go to the smart. Because if not, that's what they keep saying that shit. Last week, the helicopters were dropping people off. There was people everywhere coming to the shows. And you're like,
meanwhile, you have 10 people at your show or something.
We got 8 people. One of them's a half a midget.
Yeah, and because you were talking about like managers doing it for you. And like, I know you were busy, and I know there's people who are very busy, but do you really think there's someone you're that busy that you can't book a flight? Like, that doesn't make sense to me. Like that I couldn't in the back of an Uber, and I know it's like I can, but I don't want to. But that doesn't make sense.
Am I a control freak for doing that, or I just want to know what I'm walking into? What if, holy shit, if we go back and forth for 2 hours, I get up, I go to Newark, and you're like, no, it was LaGuardia.
Right. Yeah.
Do you follow all this shit? That's why I'm like, you want to do business, you call me. You want to show me your titties? Text me. Okay, you want to say good morning? Text me. Anything business-wise, jump on the fucking call. So there's no misunderstanding. Get on the fucking call. Get on the call.
But then, do you ever worry people are gonna like say that you said something you didn't, or they're gonna say they didn't say something?
Write it down. You have to take notes when you talk to these people. Do I have a hotel? No, confirmed. Okay. How far from the airport to the thing? Oh, it's about 2 hours. Is somebody gonna pick me up? No, don't even ask. Just assume. What time is the club manager going to pick me up? Oh, we don't do that. No. Oh, shit, you don't? Okay. I got to text out and you don't because you want the gig. Right. They don't keep doing that to you. And the word gets out. Now you're half a fact. Now you're driving from airport to airport. So these are things I learned. And I didn't care because I did comedy for 9 years. But after 9 years, I got to the comedy store. Once I got into the comedy store, listen, here's the deal. I'll take the cheap payment, but you gotta take a little fucking care of me. I'm not up here playing a fucking violin or a harmonica or put the fucking wig on. I'm one of the Marines. I may not be a big timer today, but I'm gonna be somebody. So you want to take care of me today. And that's what you have to tell these people. If not, you can sit at home and do the comedy show. Right. Or stay, or Gotham, or whatever your home is. Once you're confident, you're like, what am I losing out of these idiots for?
Was it hard to make the jump from like doing comedy and then like making it a business? Like to change that mindset?
Because how many times can you get fucked in the ass?
A lot.
You've been jealous.
Yes.
How old were you been jealous?
Constantly.
Still till today?
Yeah.
As a Spanish kid, when I was like in the 6th or 7th grade, I used to get so jealous. I'd light curtains on fire and stupid shit like that.
Okay. I never lit anything on fire, but
then I got that Cuban machismo to me. And I knew that wouldn't work in the real world. Like I just knew it. So I had to lose those type of emotions for me to move forward as a man. You know, with comedy, you never really know. You never really know. But then again, I've always been a savage. I became a super savage when I got off the cocaine. And I started looking at life at what the fuck are we doing? what is the most important thing at my age? What is it doing this? Is it doing that? No, it's trying to become a person, trying to get some money. Everybody has money in the bank. At 45, I had no money in the bank. I had $21 one day, it'd be at $112 the next. Then I'd jump it up again to $38.50 because I have to deposit my SAG checks in there. And then one day, my wife, it was about 5 years in, my wife asked me to look at my schedule. And she goes, let me see your schedule. And she goes, why are you doing that game? That one. And she goes, I want you to cancel that. You're just killing yourself to live. It's not worth it. You got the comedy store. You always have the comedy store. You're doing these gigs. Some of them you make money, but you lose money. Right. Between the gas, your time, the drive, the tolls, you're losing money. And then I just applied it to everything. Movies, TV, life. It's a fucking discipline in a way where you, what's the most important thing to you? To me at the time was becoming a great comic. So when you asked me to go to do something stupid, I don't have time for that.
You mean stupid, like
people are wasting my time compared to what I could be doing at night. My daytime, I don't give a fuck what you. I'll do whatever you want in daytime. But if it's between me getting on stage or me going to something that you and your friends are going to the waste time, even though you're a comic, and then I'm just waiting for you to come to me one day and go, man, my career, but you had the time to go to a Yankee game and jump up and down 3 nights in a row. You're for the World Series. Who gives a fuck? You could have watched it at home and done your spots. These guys were there that night, watching the crowd. Now they're not, you know what I'm saying? I'm just saying the Yankees. I mean anything. No, I totally get it. Anything. Like that was, like it becomes a business. You know, I see these comics that think that they're going to go on stage and say something so disgusting or so off-color. They're going to piss the audience off and walk out. Okay, again, what's that expression? You won the war, but you lost the battle.
Other way around.
You won the battle, but you lost the war. That's what you just did. This is a business. So why am I going up there and trying to piss my audience off?
Right. It's crazy when people do that.
Okay, so there's all these things that you start looking at things and going, I'm getting too old for this dumb shit. Hold on, let me cut my beard off and leave side chops and cut the eyebrow off. You could just be funny and write a joke. Right? So after a while, you just learn how to trim the fat off, and then you trim it off for life, and that's when it gets fucking really fun. That's when it gets really fun. Why? Because 2 nights ago, I was talking to George, and I swear to my mother's grave, on the way home I go, I did the show on the 27th, and today's the 29th. I'm 62 years old, no man. The rent is due. 62. I don't even pay rent. But in my mind, in my fucking mentality, it's Saturday night. The rent is due. I swear to God, we could be watching the UFC. That's how my mentality is. Like I got time to watch this shit. I'm like, yeah. I got paid last night. You know what I'm saying? But in my mind, today, I'm like, tomorrow the rent is due. Chop, chop, motherfucker. Because Friday is the 4th. And what do you? That means it's a double banger. It's like Christmas and New Year's. You ain't got time. You ain't got time to bleed, bitch. Do you know what I'm saying? I mean, that's the truth. And George is talking to me about something. I go, rent is due on Tuesday, George, right? And the conversation ended. That's it. That's all we need to talk about. The rent is due. You got the Yankees and that. You got the Red Sox. You got the over. Everything else is nonsense. Everything else is nonsense.
But look, and I'm not saying I disagree with you. But when you say that to people, I know people will say to you, yeah, but you gotta live life. You gotta go to a game.
Yeah, good. Let me know. Let me know when you're playing your minimum payment by your credit card. You could have been doing something. Because there's nothing worse. I'm dealing with somebody right now who had a huge opportunity to do a ton of things. You know, and he's crying. He's crying up because he wasted time. And there's nothing like wasting fucking time. Okay, there's nothing worse than being my age and going, fuck, I should have done that job in 92. Right now I'm starving because I didn't take that job in 92. I made a mistake 30 years ago that I'm suffering from right now. And we all think we're cute. Yeah, I got a couple thousand in the bank. I'm gonna take a couple days off, buy some drinks, get a hat, make believe I'm somebody I'm fucking not. You come back and what happens? Your car explodes. Your fucking car explodes. Or you lose the job. There goes your, and you lost your job because you can't get there. You can't get there unless you got a fucking Chinese guy and you're gonna whip with a rickshaw. Do you know what I'm saying? So now you're like, that shit, bro. I still think this shit. That's why I take these fucking gigs. Because I don't want to be 65 and Mercy can't have a bicycle. And I'm like, fuck. They offered me Atlantic City, but I had an ego. There ain't no ego when you got a kid.
Right.
There ain't no ego.
You'd have to fuck up pretty bad for Mercy not to be able
How many
to
times
play.
you go to a strip club and half those women's are fucking moms? They got a stretch mark, they got a half a titty, the drug dealer father, bastard. They're there, selling that ass. Do you think that's what they want to do? No, they grew up in 18 and got going to college. I want to be a stripper. And some chubby guy named Joe, he stabbed me in the ass. You know, suck dick. No, but they had a kid, they made a mistake. And now they got to make two mistakes. Got it. You're already fucked up with kids. You let some guy, ratio, you know. And now he's nowhere to be found. This little fuck. You know what I'm saying? He went back to Saudi Arabia, wherever the fuck.
Horatius from Saudi Arabia?
I took him. I don't fucking know. When your luck, ICE will take you back. You know, you fall in love and everything is great. You meet in Hudson County Park to eat corn. And all of a sudden, ICE is selling to you and shit over there.
Dude, you have a whole life invented for this couple.
That's ICE selling corn over in Hudson County right now. I drove by. They got a little net. They're hit. Last time I was hiding there, it was when Bernard King was playing basketball at the court. You can see him. They even have a sign now that says, come get the corn. That means that ICE is by that corn machine waiting like a motherfucker. They're in that fucking jungle, that little lake over there like Rambo in part 2 when he came out of the mud and he stabbed the Russian in her neck.
ICE is hiding in the mud.
Dog, you want to make a bonus? That's all you got to do is call ICE. They go to Hudson County Park on Sunday. They're all up there playing soccer. Just bring the big bus. Bring the big bus and shit. No, they don't play no more bocce. They took the court down. No, it's over. They don't play bocce no more. It was on Bergman line. They took it off. Yeah, fucking 15 years ago. Where you been? Across the street from Jan Michael Vincent. From Vincent Bicycles. Get it together, George. Come on. We're here today. We're live. In fucking wherever the fuck we are. But yeah, that's it. They're hiding out in Canada. I saw them today. They had the trees. They got the Subarus down on the headquarters.
Why were you hiding in the park? Why were you hiding in the park?
Different purposes.
I can't believe you're driving around just like I'm reminiscing. I was hiding in that
park. I don't want to go to jail, but I've been driving around looking for ICE. I see where they're going to be this week. They're going to be down by me, so I went for a little ride today looking for them. Why
are you texting ICE?
I'm not texting them.
No, testing.
I want to see them in action. I want to see how they do it.
What if they pulled you over?
A funny disguise. And drive that John. Chad Josiente.
Oh my God. That's crazy.
But you know what, man? We haven't discussed what we experienced Thursday and Friday night. We had a nice... Listen, man, I didn't have the set I wanted to have. But everything else was so fucking great. Our families met. We had 8 different families there, 22 different generations. You know, it was just I would have had food if I would have known. I would have had nice catering afterwards, some ZD. Next time, now we know. What a fucking great theater.
Dude, it was
really great.
one thing I didn't feel like I had to say, because let's back up for people like who don't know. He did Prudential. Well, Thursday we always have a great time at the dojo.
Jay back. We did the dojo Thursday at Walnut with warm-up.
Yeah.
A warm-up, which is always, it's a great little room.
Oh, yeah.
You know, everybody has a good time. He puts out food. You know, his name is always
Mike at the dojo.
Mike Dojo. That's the name of my phone. Mike Dojo.
But Friday is what we were talking about. We did Prudential Holiday Day Pack, which...
Hold on.
I'm sorry.
Thursdays are something special over there.
It was amazing.
Something very nice over there. It's going to be hot this summer. You know, I'm getting the surgery. For you guys who keep saying, why does Joey have a Band-Aid? Every week I get 3 people. Why do you have a Band-Aid? It doesn't fit on my asshole. How's that? I got an extra Band-Aid. I got to no. I got a fucking thing in my ear. So tomorrow, July 1st, they're going to rip it out. Shoot Botox in my ear to kill the hair underneath that's all infected. Then they're gonna fucking take skin off my leg. No, they're gonna stitch it. So this side's gonna be a little pulled up. So this side's been fucked up. This side, it's gonna be like, I'm thinking about suicide, but I haven't written the letter yet. You know what I'm saying? Like,
the early stages.
So that's fucking tomorrow. For you people who are concerned about Uncle Joey and his aging little heart, my heart's in fucking great shape. You know, the sending me message that my resting heartbeat is going down, that my cardiovascular is off the system. It is. I'll tell you guys later. I can't brag here because karate chop me and shit. But that's awesome. And then next Thursday, they're gonna yank out this tooth, and this cocaine fighting. So this is gonna be out of commission for the whole weekend of the 11th. That's why I'm going to see Theo on the 9th in Philadelphia, because that's my last rah-rah night. Then Thursday, there's jiu-jitsu guys coming in to do a seminar. So at first I thought it was Thursday the 10th, but it works out it's July the 11th. So they're gonna rip this tooth out. These braces like jelly roll for like a month. And then in September they're gonna put this roll in, and then in like November they're gonna put this roll in the teeth, and by December I'm gonna eat fucking spare ribs. Are you looking forward to it? Oh yeah, I've been counting the days. I can't wait till they shoot needles in my mouth and fucking stitches, fucking blood, and the guy's yanking. This is a 62-year-old man. This ain't coming out with like a little ding. No, this is like the guy wears a helmet. He's got like a tow truck, and they put it on there. They gotta keep numbing it. Pull, and it's like fucking pull. And what's those two fags in a movie about social media? Facebook. Oh, the little bike, the whatever twins, the Bobsy twins. Oh, the Bobsy twins. Pull. That's me. So that's that pull. He's a little Russian guy. He's like 5'2". He's gonna have a hell of a day. And I'm gonna put the seatbelt on the fucking. He's gonna have his foot on my neck. I cannot do this yet. Keep pushing, Bruno. Keep pushing, Boris. Oh my God. So that's July 11th. So I got a softball tournament that week, but I don't even think I'm going down. I'm just gonna rest like a fucking thing on my head. And then I'm just gonna recuperate for a few weeks, and then we come back in August, like herpes. Man, it'll be nice and hot. We'll do a couple pop-up shows, and then we're ready to fucking Philly the 27th, and then we pop on a fucking flight. I talk to some people. I'm talking to some people. They're gonna take us right before a lot of they'll drop us off in a helicopter. No way. They'll get dropped off in parachutes. Am I gonna have like the Israeli flag on my parachute? He's getting 6 parachutes. One of them is not gonna open. We already know that. You can't kill a Jew with this climate. It's gotta be something like an Argentinian. We gotta bring somebody else. Why does someone have to die? Because why make it fun? It's like Randy Rhodes, you know what I'm saying? Somebody died. No, we got to do a comedy show depressed. No, I'm just fucking with you guys. I know. And I don't know the exact dates for the other gigs. I know it's sometime in November. We have 2 shows in 1 month. It's like Virginia. And it's like, I know it's, I don't know, Harris maybe. Why am I lying to poor people? They're sitting there taking notes going, where are you traveling to? I have no idea. Right now I got Philadelphia and Fort Lauderdale. That is interesting. I'm happy with that. Listen, man, I'm trying my fucking hardest, and it's so weird how after the show, like on the way home, all the material I forgot just miraculously started blowing out of my ass. Like, you know, it's such a fucking mind fuck. And you and I were talking about this morning, how I was doing great for like 22 minutes and I was still stepping on my lines. I'm like, God damn it, why am I fucking doing this? Just like almost for this joke. I was rushing, I didn't know what I was doing. And you know what? But I still had a great time. I felt the heart from those people. I tried to give it back, you know. And listen, that's all you can do is stand-up comedy.
So we like you skipped to like the end. We didn't talk at all. Like it was a great fucking dude. First of all, Prudential Hall was beautiful. And like the whole like.
Is it Prudential Hall or NJ Pack?
The NJ Pack is like the group, and there's rooms within NJ Pack, and the room we were in was called Prudential Hall. It was a 2860 something.
I mean, I didn't expect to see all those people. I ain't gonna lie to you.
Dude, I didn't
those tears of people going up and up.
I didn't even see that.
Oh, nobody jumps off this motherfucker. Yeah, there was 4 tears. That's a lot of fucking seats. And I'm fortunate. It was in my backyard. There was a lot of New Jersey support there that night. A lot of love for Jersey people. And I fucking take them with all my heart. You know, my daughter got to watch it. That picture you sent me. That's a great picture.
Her watching it.
Her like enthused watching it. I looked at it. I'm like, Jesus Christ.
Dude, I can't tell you. Knowing you for so long, knowing her since she was a kid, like how cool it was just to, and Terry being there too, but just like to know what you've done with Mercy, and like because she's come to a few shows, and she always has a lot of fun. And so like, I like, when she came on stage, I grabbed her, like, you can stand right here, and she just loved it.
When I was a kid, my mom had that bar. And when I first got to McKinley, you know, I was like one of the only Cuban kids. On Fridays, we were supposed to do the ecology club.
Okay.
After school was supposed to go to the ecology club, and the other half would have to go to George, the place in Union City that you wanted me to play across from the 4-star diner. But what's the Catholic school was back then? There's like a Catholic something back then. There was a church, and I think they had Larry McNeil's father there. But behind there was a catechism. So either you had to go to that or the college class. The college, what we talking about here? I forgot all. So on Fridays, I would go to my mother's bar after catechism, and I would always bring 3 kids. And my mother would always go, let them sit at the bar and give them a Coke with a cherry in it. I still talk to 2 of those kids today. And every time I get in a conversation, they're like, dog, I still want to go up to your mother's bar and sit at the bar with grown people and feel like an adult for fucking 10 minutes. I remember walking out there and going home. The priest told me he went home. He used to go home and beat up his brother because he just out of fucking principle. I would go home and light him up because I felt like a man. And that's the same thing. You give them that little window of them feeling like an adult. Not even an adult. She knows she's a young woman. She knows it. They give her that feeling. Just for 2 or 3 hours, then we take it back from her. But she remembers that. She's like, no, I was out, people were drinking, I smelled reefer. You know, she's not fucking stupid, and I don't want her to be raised. I want her to know what this shit is.
Right, and there is a part of that, but I also think, like, she was just so proud of you. Like, she just liked seeing you do your shit. Like, and like, yeah, she feels like an adult, but I think it's like also like, you know,
she's my daughter.
Yeah.
I didn't want to hide anything from her. Listen, you don't want to hide shit from your fucking kids because you're gonna pay for it later on. They're gonna come at you, go, "Why you ever tell me?" And okay, you don't lose the relationship with someone. Like, why would you tell me about something like that?
So I started.
Right? Were you scared? Were you ashamed? So I wanted to know the truth. The truth and nothing but the truth. When she told me she was talking to a girl from the phone, and she whipped out my book and read the first paragraph to her little 12-year-old friend, and they both started fucking crying. They had to close the book up. That's, I don't mind. I don't mind. She knows. She's so retarded, though. We got home that night. She goes, she said something to my wife. We eat muffins, and she said to my wife, when I get old, I'm not going to drink cocaine and live out.
Out of nowhere? That's fantastic.
She's like, yeah, when I get old, I'm never going to drink cocaine. And we're like, okay then. Drink cocaine, you know what I'm saying?
What do you say to that?
You just, they took something from it.
From what?
They just, I'm going to tell you the creepiest story, guys. I never told bloody motherfuckers. I went to PS 166, but around the corner, when I was growing up, was PA. Right on 88th Street in Amsterdam. And you signed up, and some of them told you had a box, you shot pool, they told you had to smoke cigarettes. Didn't matter if you were 5 or 6. One of the earliest things they did was they took us to a trip to the police station. This is when they cared about the kids in the precinct. And what they did was they showed you what a cop did. So as you got older, you were their friend. Why don't they do that today? To save fucking $10.
Do they not do that anymore?
No. Why would they bring a kid to a police station and show them what happens when you go to jail and let them get fingerprints?
Yeah.
Put them in the fucking holding tank. Give them a holding lunch with the old salami when they're 6 or 7, and then let them ask stupid fucking questions. You don't want to scare them straight. But we were so young that the whole world was different. They let you shoot at 22.
No, they did not.
They threw a fucking target. They took the target over there. I'm not forgetting this shit. They also gave you like a man badge. They also did a thing about drugs. At the time, I knew my godfather smoked weed. And they're like, if you know anybody who smokes pot, turn him in. And I'm like, I'm fucking turn him in. You fucking get it. So I went home. My mom, I showed my mom the fingerprints and shit. She what they teach you. Like, we're talking about drugs, pot. She would say it. I just, and like 2 days later, that bitch showed up with a fucking baggage. And she had coke, and she had weed, she had pills, and those brown arrows. And she goes, this is what they look like if you want to know, just so you know. Just so nobody else can tell you otherwise. This is what it looks like. If you have any questions, ask them now. I was like, no. And that was it. But if that, because I was going to be in a bar all the time. She owned the bar. So she didn't want you sitting there fucking like a goofball. You know, because you hear things. Unless you're deaf as a child, right? You hear things. You hear, little things. As you get older, they talk without the door being closed. They do certain things, and now you hear things, and now you can't explain it again.
Especially with like the internet these days, you can't really hide anything from kids.
No, and you gotta listen. When that little girl told me that she knew about my other daughter, she told my wife fucking ran upstairs and called me right away. And she said she'd known for 3 or 4 years, 5 years. And never said anything.
Did she just save it for like the right moment?
That's even the creepiest thing I've ever heard in my life.
That's fantastic.
And I asked her. She said, I heard you on the phone all the time. And I went online and looked it up, and there she was. And I've been to places where people pop up the picture. And I'm like, oh, is that Mercy? And I just look at it. No. That's a little girl I moved into 20 years ago. And she would sit there and see that picture. For her not to say nothing. So she knows, and I wanted her to know. Why are you hiding this shit from your kids for? I can't tell her everything. Like, I'm not going to show her a fucking dildo. She's 12. I mean, on the way home, I have to show her a strip club.
No, you get it. On the way home from what, the show?
Yeah, I've asked them both nights. You want to go? Listen, I know the bartender, I'll give her $50. Just go in there, look around, look at the women, and decide right now what you want to do with your life. And she was like, I already know what they do at a strip club. That's what kids remember. They're not going to remember all the other shit. They remember shit like that when they're at a bar and their stupid friends like my dad once smoked a vapor. Listen, you know what I'm saying? Let me tell you about this motherfucker I live with. You know, and that's where they, you know, talk their shit. Yeah, no one's a dad that's a fag. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wants a dad that's a fag. What'd your dad do? He played with Legos? Yeah. You know, he was a dad. Did you ever bang mom? Did you ever see your mom come out of the bedroom with a wig off? I told Mercy like 2 years ago, Mercy, do you think I should give mommy some loving tonight? And she goes, as long as I don't have a sibling next day.
Oh my God. That's wild.
Yeah, dog, I'm not in that because the world is quick. And you don't want your kid getting fought. I remember being a kid, people told me, you come yet? And I'm like 7. And they're like, you don't come yet? And I'm like, no, what is that? And they're like, stuff comes out of your neck. You can write your name on it for years. That fucked me. I'm like, I can't wait to be 13. To write and cut my name on the wall. And I couldn't even write a letter. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, disgusting. But this is the shit older kids tell you. And now you believe that shit.
Oh, yeah.
Especially, and now you gotta say it one day when you're 13. Yeah. I came from the point where listen, like, shut the fuck up, you idiot. And now next thing you know, you're on the B team. You know what I'm saying? Right. They move you down, listen, you can hang out. Let's go more. Till you get your shit together.
Set down in the minors.
That's it. Oh, yeah. It's tough, man, but.
Do you see her, like, not falling for shit her friends are falling for? Like, do you see, like, the fruits of your labors?
Yes and no. Yes, she won't listen to me like when I start going off. Like she watches Friends and she knows I hate that fucking show. So anytime I can piss on Friends, I'll do it and she just shakes her head. But she won't quit watching Friends. And I respect her for that. She will go, yeah, Dad, it sucks. Fuck no, she's in there. And when I knock on the door, she's like, what are you doing, Friends? I'm like, Jesus Christ. Close the door, Dad. That's it. That's it. Yeah, like I say shit to her. She knows, man. They all know. We all knew. Our parents did creepy things. We might not even remember. You know your dad was a creepy son. That motherfucker had Playboys in the basement. He hid them inside pizza cans and shit.
But I didn't know back then. But like now, I like looking back. I remember smelling weed through the heating vents.
That's it. You see those pornography collection, or the little boy collection of them. His little Diddy collection.
There's no Diddy collection. But yeah, there was some VHS tapes.
Yeah, everybody. That's it.
Of course, I would rewind it back to where it was.
Did you get a Woody and stuff? Your face got all red and shit.
The red face probably, but my face is usually red. But I have no idea. Yeah, it was my introduction to it was VHS tapes.
That's why I don't like. I'm always home when she gets home. I watch her come in. I sit outside or I sit closely and watch her come in so I see what she looks like when she comes in. And then I feed her and then she does whatever the fuck she wants. But I always thought that my worst times when I would come home and look around the shit you found. That's the worst thing for a kid. I used to find the creepiest things. You know, and then go, what the fuck? And then it's your fault for looking.
But like, do you also monitor like what she does online? Like, do you see her history and stuff?
Mother does more than mine. Mother does. I don't know what I'm doing.
Right, but someone's looking at
it. Well, I fucking talk to her a lot. And I talk to her about the video games. Has anybody spoken to you? She's already told me about a situation that happened to her. So we're good. We're good. We're good. You know, I don't know what I'm doing up there. I don't even, she plays Roblox.
Yeah, they can get creepy.
One of those. I don't even know if it's Roblox.
Yeah,
that's one of them. And they're all creepy, but we know a guy. We met the guy that likes to make games. So before she downloads the game, my wife calls me. And I'll tell my wife whether the game is good for her to watch or is shitty for her to watch. To fucking great deals.
Thanks. That's awesome. It was great. It was great to see Terry too. She was so happy. And yeah, the show was awesome. It took me like a minute, because I've heard from comics on podcasts talk about like in bigger rooms like that. So like the sound comes back to you in a way, and it was like I've done theaters with you. I like the sound just came back like echoed a little bit. And it took me a few minutes in my set, and then like towards the middle, I really started to have a lot of fun.
Yeah, you see a lot of people like that. It's like when you walk into a club. You're walking in New York City. You're like, oh my God, let's get to the club, Mickey. And you walk in, all of a sudden you turn, and there's a fucking line of 800 people. You're like, it takes your breath away. Just the energy there goes, you go, oh my God. You're like, what do you want to do? And all of a sudden you get irritated, right? You get irritated right away. What do you want to do? You want to wait on this one? I don't know. Where's my friend Sebastian? Sebastian's nowhere to be found.
But to be honest with you, I don't know if it was just because we came in the back. I didn't see anybody. A couple people beat them as I was walking up, but that's it. I don't think I looked up because I don't normally look up at like a comedy show. They put up an Instagram story today of like the 4 tiers. I swear to God, my mother's life, I didn't know there were 4 tiers. I didn't look at shit.
No. Were you there when the guy came in? He goes, would you like to look at our theater? And I'm like, no.
Oh, I wanted to.
You didn't put all this craftsmanship. He goes, you want all this craftsmanship? I don't want to shake my pants. I'm like, well, now I start judging. That breathe, what's that called? Where you breathe. Right. You don't need to see shit. You just gotta be fun.
Right.
You want to see something? Like Cubans say, no era, me hace culo.
But it was so like everyone there was so cool.
All that. Listen, when I spoke to leaders, we spoke about 9:30. I had an appointment at 10:30, and we spoke about all the variables. We spoke about my stereo, the sound, the feedback. There was some other thing we discussed. And at the end of the day, I just wasn't prepared. You know what I'm saying? Like it was 2 weeks. I'd done a set the night before. I was still going to come up with like 22 minutes of material. Obviously, it didn't fucking work. I had to substitute to the beat shit. But at the end of the day, I hate when comics say that. Well, the echo, it goes back. Who gives a fuck? You know what I'm saying? Just do your shit.
No, yeah, I got used to it. I think
you did great.
Well, thank you. It was a great show. Aaron Burke killed. He's so fucking
Did you go out there and look at the theater before you went out there?
No.
Beautiful. But I wouldn't let you. We're from that old school. You didn't see nothing.
No.
Like the Cubans said, no way out. It's cool. I mean, don't see nothing. Look at your ass. You want to see something? Look at your ass. Don't see nothing.
But I know what you're saying. I hate when you think you didn't have a good show. People try to convince you did, but it looked like you were having a lot of fun out there for the whole time.
I'm leaving the house saying to myself that like 3-5 years ago before the pandemic, fucking me up so much was I was going up there and saying I can't fail. That was the wrong attitude. It was go up there, have fun, and fuck him in the ear. We could fuck him in the other ear. What movie? Fuck him in the ear. Fuck him in the other ear. Goodfellas are one of those stupid movies. My point is that stand-up is about going up there, eating an edible, smoking some dope, whatever sets you loose. If it's a cocktail, if it's what? Good.
That's really a line from Goodfellas. I thought that was a
guys, stand up at the end of the day. You're supposed to go up there. You don't go anyway. I mean, the true attitude is if you get more than $100 a show for doing an hour, right? Let's say you get $300 a show for doing an hour. You ran into this, you're going up there, and you're like, some idiot. I mean, that's a joke. That's why as you walk into the stage, there should be nothing on your mind. You gotta say two things to yourself. And it's funny. Some people are gonna take it the wrong way because they take everything. But like when you get 500 a show on a Tuesday or whatever, you're like, this fucking idiot. You know, they're paying me $5 to do something I would do for free. Or pay to do. When you do stand up, basically they're paying you for the gas, the toll, whatever you're paying for. When you get there, you're like, they want to pay me how much to do this stupid shit? I'll go up there and fucking flip around and blow bottle rockets out of my head. As long as you're having fun, the audience is gonna have fun. Right. Right or wrong. Now, at a different level, I'm walking out thinking, I can't believe these 2,000 people showed up. They actually paid. Like, you have to, like, be happy on the way up there. Like, somebody's finally paying you. For 18 years, you had to bring 4 people, an organ player, call by midnight, wait a year for a check. You know what I'm saying? And now, for once, what do you have to be fucking sad about? And I think that sometimes in comedy or in life, it's how you look at the situation. Because I was the king of that shit. It's how you, I used to go to the doctor scared. I'm gonna get a needle in my arm. On the whole way there, you're just building up fear and anxiety. By the time I get there, my hands will be, they will put fucking paper towels in both my hands. Now I go to the doctor like I'm gonna put your fucking chicken take blood out of me. Or something. But it's not the fear, you know, like before I go on stage. I told Nick I could joke before I went up. I did the joke. It's the dumbest joke in the world about Carvel. Mr. Softy, my neighborhood is so boring. Mr. Softy, stop. That's what you're supposed to be doing. You know why? Because I was high. Right. And I was giggling at myself. I'm looking at you with Auschwitz feet. And I'm fucking dying of laughter. But that's what it is. Right. It's the attitude. It's not like I'm gonna go up there and my sound is gonna ricochet. Who gives a fuck? I don't need to hear shit. I just need to fucking watch him laughing. I don't need to hear nothing. Right. I want to hear my boring jokes. What do I want to hear them for? I can talk to myself all day. Right.
But that's why it's like, and you have to be hard on yourself, but you're being. People had a really good time at the show, and
that's all that matters. Yeah, on the way home, I thought about that also. Like I saw those people. I saw the people that came in the back. There were a lot of people in the back I had never met before. Gino's daughter. I never knew them before. They were like, your nephew just went to meet with my dad. And I'm like, he's here. I showed him to him. I don't know if you saw him. I never met these people before, but I could see the look on their face. My friend Gabby, her niece came. I took the ticket for her. And she goes, no, I have to give her my license. So she gave the niece her license and let her in. I didn't know a lot of those people. But I could see that they were happy. Gabby's called me 3 fucking times. I said, she went backstage. So you let her in. I go, yeah, we'll do the bathroom. You know, so that's what you look at.
And dude, it's like, because even if you have like a good set, like a B or B plus, A minus, there's always going to be like a better set or a better, like it could have gone better. But that doesn't mean like, you know, that it wasn't good or people that, because you also, you said you wanted to do jokes you didn't do. You say that every time you go on stage. You also always say, I have nothing, I don't know what I'm saying.
Until I get up there and start milking the vein. I don't know shit. And there's times I have to watch you guys and go, oh, fuck. Like, thank God Aaron Burr goes up before me sometimes. He'll say something about his kid, and I go, that's a joke. I did not remember that. And I do that at the dojo on purpose to get my memory going. It's a discipline, it's an exercise to get you caught in the fucking thing. But when I'm in front of 20 other people, there's no exercise. There's executing. Right. Big fucking difference. Yeah. So that's what I think. I'm mad that I got stuck.
Do you think you went to something you were more confident? Like, I know, like the jokes you did were jokes, but like
I forgot everything, mate. I forgot shit that I could go to. That's very like New Jersey-ish. I forgot a ton of shit. Happens all the time. I know. you know, people go, well, you need to stop smoking reefer. No. Let's smoke more fucking reefer from now on. So you guys, where were you this week anyway for the 4th of July? What are you doing?
No, for the 4th, it's my uncle's 80th birthday. I'm going back to Boston for a couple of days.
Tell me about
No, I reached out for another week, but not this week.
Oh, say, can you see? Wait, you got any fireworks? What are we doing for the 4th?
Yeah, we're going to
Want
watch
to get those Israeli fireworks? They go for boom. They go not one, just boom. They go boom. Go boom 2 times. Can't get any of those.
Not yet. Not
the face of Netanyahu.
No Netanyahu bombs.
I have no idea what I'm doing for the 4th of July. We're going to go to the city, but there's too many Jews in the city for the 4th. That's got to scare you a little bit. You know what I'm saying?
That's why I'm leaving. Huh? Yeah.
Who knows? I don't want to be in a building where you're bombed. Or a fucking helicopter goes into it or something. And then,
you're a glass half full kind of guy.
What?
Glass half full. Why is all this terrible things going to happen?
It's the 4th of July. People go crazy. People are angry. New York's got that new primary mayor. People are mad about that. If you got property in New Jersey, kick your mother out because you're about to make millions. If your mother lives in the basement, tell her bitch it's time to go, okay? You know what I'm saying? We're making millions. I'll buy you a little hut in South Jersey once the smoke clears. Like, big money in North Jersey now.
Why?
Because that guy, if he wins, all those people are going to lead Jack Chitarelli, the Republican, wins his government. All those people are moved to Northern New Jersey. Damn, big money, you know what I'm saying? Everybody want to be doing a podcast. We'll open up an office. Some bitches.
What are the bitches going to do?
Whatever you want to do. Help your girlfriend with the muffins. Listen, who would you eat a muffin from? The top of this chick who gave you a muffin. Or some scotch out of from Starbucks with sunglasses and green in it. You know what I'm saying? That's what you need in your life.
It's a real easy choice.
Would you like soy milk? Yeah, in my ass. That's what I want, soy milk, all right. Well, no fucking soy milk. I want the real McCoy.
But who goes to a topless place to get a muffin?
Well, that's what we'll find out. Would you like to go to a topless muffin coffee place? They got them in Florida, topless coffee.
They really have coffee?
Yeah, we pull
that
up.
seems like it's way too hot to be topless around.
What?
What if they spill it on themselves?
Who gives a fuck? The titties. You know what I'm saying? You take them to Texas and you get them rebranded. That's what a fake tip was invented. They got a little changing company. Like the book company in Nashville, the Italians, they got one down there being titties.
Really?
Remember, titties were invented at the University of Texas.
I didn't know that.
Who
invented titties?
What the great movie.
This is a real thing?
Yeah. What? University Austin or Dallas? Yes. Big money, Dallas. Big titties. Big money, big titties. Everybody went nuts. Everybody in the club getting tipsy. So that's what a fake tip was invented.
I learn something every week on this podcast.
That's what these podcasts and comedy routines are about. You always go home with a hug and a hee and a fucking a mental note. Like I didn't know that titties were whatever. Yeah, I don't know what I'm gonna do for the 4th. I don't want to sit at home. I don't feel like driving 3.5 hours in and have to drive back on fucking Sunday morning. Please stop at Celia Cruz. Fuck it, that's my favorite. I go in there and get the Nathan's hot dog with the fucking french fries there with the coconut ice that you pop in the little thing, right? Tremendous.
But like, I was just gonna ask, then you don't want to do like a grill, hot dogs and hamburgers?
How old are we now? How many fucking hamburgers and hot dogs? We just had the best hot dogs we're gonna have. I'm gonna sit there at somebody's house with some half fucking shitty hot dogs. They both bark. Oh, I'm fucking excited. They're not Georgie dogs, you know what I'm saying? Because you ain't got that type of class.
That's true.
You know, they want to make you those scotchard meatballs, those scotchard fucking hamburgers. They don't put no seasoning in it. I don't want to do that again. That potato salad. Well, happy 4th of July, everybody. It's a Good Friday. Now I'm bored Saturday and Sunday scratching my balls. I won't do that shit.
Would you ever bring your own food to a barbecue? Like if you eat food.
Oh yeah, if I know somebody's an anti-professional, you show up with your own shit. You know what I'm saying? If I know Joy's gonna be there with American cheese slices from Kraft, right? You gotta show up with something. Joy says I'm gonna let him forget that. I just want to be on his tombstone. This motherfucker showed up to a barbecue, Long Island Italian with Kraft slices, the ones that you remove one. Then he wanted his wife to invite him back.
And that's not bad though.
If you're a communist, if you're in prison, not if you're in liberty, not if you believe in freedom. You know what I'm saying?
And let me ask you this, Joey. What year was this cheese transgression? Like
about 5 years ago, 6 years.
Oh, okay. That was when you were in your 20s.
That's why he got dumped.
5 or 6 years.
Showed up with American cheese and put out family. They're old school Italian. That's it. They pulled their sides. They gotta get walking papers. They need that. They love it.
For cheese. That's fucked up.
Well, they've let people go for lunch. Old school Italian people don't fuck around, dog. There's some shit you just can't show up. That's what I'm trying to always watch.
Could you get let's say he went to the deli and got like nice sliced American cheese, like they sliced it for him.
First of all, he should have showed up with nice fresh sliced cheese, and that's he knows he should have showed up what's it out. And some nice pepperoni bread or whatever the fuck. But they don't have that there. Yeah. So you bring a little chunk of cheese, but you open up a little bit, what's it out. Nice with the bowl, with the salt water. Right. What's your own pimple water.
Right. You can't. I love you, George, but you can't bring. This is making more sense. Like a package of American cheese slices instead of like a ball of mozzarella. Okay, I thought you were making burgers.
Unless your neighbor's friend is Chad. Fucking, true tea. You can't.
I don't even know about the knife, George. That's a rough one.
Yeah, I'll throw you out for less. I swear to God. You got no gigs this week, just tomorrow.
I have tonight.
Tonight?
Or when this comes out.
Where you at tonight?
The comic strip at 8 o'clock. Yes.
Go down there and support Lisa Ayat tomorrow night at the comic strip. Let me tell you something else, ladies and gentlemen. This week is the 4th of July. With what's been going on lately in the fucking world, make it the best 4th of July. Put your fucking Nazi helmet on and get ready. Some deep shit might happen. But then again, something might not happen. But the only thing that's supposed to happen is we're supposed to be the best Americans that we can fucking ever be. And that's all you can do. Me, I don't vote, but I pay taxes. I pay taxes on reef. I do all the right things. I don't jaywalk. I do all the right things. I did my crime. I did my time. I paid my debt to society. And what do you want from me? I got a warrant in Seattle, but fuck that. That was 30 years ago, and I've never got in trouble again. So who won that fucking dog fight? Hello? Anyway, happy 4th of July to you and your families. Appreciate the liberties that you have. While you're at home watching stupid fucking games, getting ready for the Jets, who gives a fuck? Go out there and be a fucking American. That's it. Trump is helping. He's cleaning out the country. He's helping you now. You got no more excuses. Why would I want to mow the lawn? Mexicans are going to mow lawns. White people are going to be in demand again. Thank God to Trump. That's it. But do you really want the job? That's next week's podcast. Do you really want the fucking job after Trump gets rid of it? Are you going to learn how to bake? Are you going to learn how to clean a bathroom? No! Anyway, I love you guys. Have a happy 4th of July with your families. Stay black. Don't forget to support Lee tonight at the comic strip. What street? Lee, you're sitting there like you don't even know yet. Look at you.
I don't know what street it's on. It's the comic strip in the
Upper East Side. I love you, motherfuckers. Stay black. Have a great week. Hey, what's going on? Uncle Joe here. Listen, it's 4th of July weekend. If you think it's malfunctioning, it's time for some Blue Chew, Jack. Blue Chew is the brand you've known and loved for offering chewable tablets for better sex. Now they're launching something new. You ready? Blue Chew Max combines the active ingredients of Viagra and Cialis into one chewable. You're about to be unstoppable. Listen, if you thought Blue Chew was good, wait till you get the Blue Chew Max. You get started even without leaving the couch. Sign up at BlueChew.com. Chat with one of the licensed medical providers, and if you approve, you get a prescription within days, delivered to your house. Nobody knows nothing, not even the mailman. And get ready to polish that helmet and swing it, Jack. Make life easier by getting harder and discover your options at BlueChew.com. If you want a medium hard, or fucking bang my head off the stove hard, Blue Chew got you covered. And we got a special deal for our listeners. Try your first month of Blue Chew free. You're sitting there, Joey, listen. I want the bang I had on the pipe one. Yeah, you sure get it for free. Free! When you press it, promo code Joey. Joey. Just pay a fee for shipping. That's $5. That's it. Nobody knows nothing. That's promo code Joey. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. Like don't eat two of them because you might sink the fucking ship. You know what I'm saying? You might have to drive on the 4th of July. Shit's hanging out. You don't want to do that. But anyway, that's a complete different type of party. I want to thank Blue Chew for sponsoring the podcast and for giving this tremendous offer. So that's promo code Joey. When you visit BlueChew.com, right now, go look at yourself in the mirror and go, beep, 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 beep. I'm ready to swing some dick. Have a great 4th of July. What's happening, beautiful people? It's Tuesday, the 24th of June. It's a beautiful day to be alive. The Church New Testament is in session, Jack. Let's get this party started. What's happening? Uncle Joey here. Listen, your gut is the cornerstone of your health. It affects your hormone levels, energy, and weight management. So if you've been having issues, it's time to get your gut under control with Bioma. Bioma is gut supplement with the blend of prebiotics, probiotics, and postbiotics that help you micro back on track. Just take 2 capsules before breakfast and you're good to go. If your gut's out of whack from stress, diet, or anything else, you could be having mood swings, anxiety, or even brain fog. Bioma is here to help with all that. Listen, I've been taking this for about 2 months, and it is tremendous. It's the best probiotic I've ever taken, again, because it has a pre, post, and whatever. It has 3 different levels. It's not just about being able to relieve yourself easily. A healthy gut is the beginning of a healthy you. So do yourself a favor. Feel like hell? Bioma's got your back. To get started, just click the link in the show notes and press in code CHURCH, CHURCH, and get 15% off your guts comeback. That's 15% off your first order when you use code CHURCH. Just press the link in our show notes. I want to thank Bioma for sponsoring the show. Hey! What's up, you beautiful people? Here we are for another fantastic Tuesday podcast. You got my main man, Lee Sayat. We're going to bring a guest, but you motherfuckers don't like him. Fucking guest. It's just us talking shit to world events. What happened last week and what's going to happen next week. What's up, Negro?
I'm happy to be here. So, dude, you don't sweat that much, which is crazy as a big dude. You don't seem like you sweat that much.
I don't try to go outside too much. I don't try to put myself in a bad position. You sweat when you go to the gym. That's it.
Oh my God! I don't know how. Even you walk into a store in the city and they don't have air conditioning on.
No, nobody's got air conditioning.
Fuck that. Are you serious?
It's saving. Prices went up on electric. That's it. You got to back the savings down like a consumer. Nobody's got air conditioning.
I know for a fact you're gonna make fun of me, but I don't care. I bought this little fan that they put around your neck, so I can walk around with it.
You're gonna get mugged.
I don't give a shit. If they mug me for the fan, I bought 2 fans, so I can have one in the backup in case the other one dies. Never. You know, I brought one here that's
that little white one?
No, there's a little black one. George brought the little one. I brought one that you hook into your pants and it goes up your shirt, but the problem is I'm too fat, so I can't. Putting something in your belt loop when you're fat is not gonna work. Dude, I love fans. I don't know how people do it. If you I always think about Florida. If I lived in Florida and didn't have air conditioning, I'd kill myself.
Who would not have air conditioning in Florida?
There's plenty of people.
Only a homeless person.
Oh, even that. I'd rather be homeless because at least you're outside with some breeze. So, like, a lot of these homes, a lot of people don't have air conditioning.
Come on. A lot of people, I know there's a lot of people that open the windows up and go, oh my God, you don't need it. Well, go fuck yourself. You ain't coming home. You need air conditioning. There's some times in the summer. We need fucking air. I don't like being uncomfortable. No. And that's what he makes you uncomfortable. Like something ain't right. You're sitting there, baseball games in July. Fuck you. Fuck you. August. The heat of fucking August. Sit there and get burnt by the sun. That's not for me, man. You make all those mistakes. And then you go, that's not for me. I don't want to sit out there. It's like going to a Jet game in November. It's not bad enough. They're going to lose. And I got to freeze my ass off.
I know.
The other day, one of the Florentine brothers, fucking June. This motherfucker's already got tickets for December 13th, Miami, against the Jets. Are you going? Not at all. Look at the date. Look at the fucking date. There's no way I'm going there. And I'm not sitting in the stands at a fucking Jet or fucking Giant or whatever game. I got to sit somewhere where I'm not going to be bothered. If not, it's going to be a fucking nightmare. So,
dude, do you remember? I remember when I was a kid, I went to where the Patriots play, and they had, like, the bleachers used to be just, like, metal benches, like, long metal benches. Those in the summer, fuck you. Like, and I don't know, because we have a lot of chubby listeners, so, like, I know they get it. But, like, I hate, like, whenever a skinny person tells me that they're fine, that's why you know me. I don't really get angry that much. That's why I get fucking angry.
What'd you do last week? Anything good? You did some comedy?
I did a little comedy in Mass. I had to go home. My mom I had to do something medical with her.
How's she doing?
Great. She's doing much better. But it made me think about you when you were in the hospital earlier this year. Just like, it's amazing. Like the people, like I'm down on people a little bit, but like doctors and nurses are like heroes. I don't know how. It's so cool to see, like, just to see, like, actual good people. So it was a scary week. Everything's fine, thank God. But it was just, when you gotta go through tests, she ended up having to spend the night. But it was a real good experience.
I was getting the set list ready, and I was just writing shit down, like for Thursday and Friday. I want to throw up there, and I threw up the hospital. I put some hospital jokes, right? And I was like, fucking, that was a long time ago.
I know.
March, April, May, June. That was 4 months. But George, sit down, please. Sit down. You're making me nervous.
And you were like you said, every once a month for a week, and it was like you weren't even really feeling better when you got out of the hospital.
No, I was feeling good enough to go home, but not. I thought I would get better over the days, but it was fucking up when I look at it. Fucked up when I think about it. Fucked up what happened, and it happens in life. I can't get angry. No, it could have been a lot worse. I could have been in the hospital for 3 months. Thank God it was just 14, 15 days divided by 3 fucking months, and I made the best of it. I mean, in my mind, I went in there and I was having a good time. I was eating cereal. I was fucking staying up late, drinking fucking fresh orange juice at night, having a good time. But it got old on me and it weighed on me. It's like my ears weighing on me. This has been since last fucking October. And they're still not, so now, thank God, I got one of the girls on my daughter's softball team. He's a plastic surgeon. And he asked me, what's wrong with your fucking ear? And I showed him, he goes, why did they do this, and this? I don't know. I don't fucking know. And he's like, all right, come in to see me next week. I'm going to do all this shit, and then I want you to, he goes, I'm going to be working in the hospital, and I want you to come into emergency room, and I'm going to take care of you there with fucking, different insurance. I mean, the guys, they're Russian.
That's the only way to do it. It's like you have to know somebody.
And, I'm happy that I feel a lot better now. I have worked very fucking hard since I got out of the hospital. I wrote some shit down. I made my decisions about some stuff, and I have stuck very tight to that plan. Like just to the T. Like I've hit the goals every week that I want to, food-wise, weight-wise, workout-wise, So you only could wish for the best.
You can, but it's also like, as you get older, it's gonna happen no matter what you do.
Listen, we were having a talk before we started about stand-up. I can get frustrated with stand-up. You know when you get frustrated? When you pop your head up, like what comes out on February 3rd? What's that? That animal that comes out.
Oh, the groundhog, yeah.
The groundhog. The only time you get depressed in comedy is when you pop your head up to look around. Think about that. When your head is under that, when you're barreling through a tunnel, you're not depressed because you're working. You're making the best of it. Okay? You put your head down. When you have a situation in your life, whether it's stand-up, health, whatever, you put your head down and go, this is what needs to be done. You know, I can't stay up till 2 in the morning watching a movie I already watched 8 times. Right? That's what I do. That's what I do. That's all I do. I'll wait till 11 and then something's coming on at midnight. I'll go, oh shit, midnight. So now I'll go upstairs, drink coffee, smoke 18 bong hits, and wait for midnight to come. Then I'm up till 2 watching a movie I've seen 80 fucking times already. Right. And I stopped all that shit. Like George and I were talking this morning. I went to bed at 10 last night. I had like 8 missed calls last night from like 10:30 to 12:54. People called me last night. I'm like, wow. I went upstairs at 10 to fucking 10.
And you actually go to sleep?
Went to sleep. Grabbed the cat. Fuck my wife even goes, where you going? I'm going up. If you want to come, you're more than welcome to come. You know, nobody has to get up this week. There's no 6:30 in the morning. There's shit. There's no jam. There's no school. So there ain't shit going on.
That's great. And do you notice a difference? Are you feeling better with coffee?
Yeah. But I take a nap in the afternoon too. I work so hard in the morning that when I go home at 1:30, I fuck around, I take a shower, and by 3:30 I gotta go down. I gotta go down for a fucking hour, an hour and a half. Sometimes 1:30, sometimes 2. Yeah, I went to bed at 3:30. I got up at 6:15 at night.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow. I'm jealous. But you seem a lot calmer, and you seem like at peace, which is nice.
Why? I don't have anything to fucking. I don't let nothing break my balls like I used to.
Why do you think you used to?
I answer it. I answer back now, and I go, no, I'm not doing that shit. Because I was putting everything before your health. Not really everything. But if some motherfucker calls me and says, need to talk at 11:30, I'll cancel jiu-jitsu for that. And then it's a 10-minute call. It's a waste of my time. So nobody cancels my working sessions no more. There's a program. I got to do something from Monday to Friday. Saturday and Sunday, I take the fuck off. I eat what I want. I drink. I still drink a lot of water. That's the fucking key. Water, sleep, rest, and I have a, as funny as it is, I have a stress thing on my whoop.
Okay.
And it tells you throughout the day when you have stress.
Does it like alert you?
Yeah. It has a high, medium, and low alert. And it's weird. When I feel something, I'll look and it's medium. Like today, I was alone, and my daughter goes, I want to go ride the bike. Listen, she could ride a great bike. I just don't like her riding around the neighborhood by herself. 2 weeks ago, she went to Starbucks on the fucking bike, which I wasn't mad at her. We all did the same stupid shit. But for some reason, when she tells me she's going to ride the bike, my levels go up right away. I worry, she's going to fall, she's got shorts on, she's going to scrape her knee. And then I go, fuck it. That's how I learned.
I know. I was
shocked. Scrape your fucking knee, And little things, like when people call me to go to New York City for something. That puts my stress level high.
Just the fact that they invite you?
No, they'll just call me, hey, you want to do a podcast? And I'm like, not really, but I tell them this will be like that 18th time. I go, no. But it's because why would I want to do a podcast right now? What is the sense of me doing a podcast? Right. I have no reason to do a fucking podcast. I come up, I'm happy that we get to do our podcast, we get to chit chat, eat some food, and we go home. That's it. I don't want to drive into the city and start doing 15 podcasts a week for no reason. For no reason. I'm not promoting anything. I got nothing new to say. Nothing is happening, except I'm getting older. What the fuck is happening? So for me to go on a podcast, so how long did you do in prison? I don't want to hear these questions no more. I don't want to hear these no more, right?
No, I get it. And it's interesting for me to watch you because I like something that I feel like I've been doing wrong. And I'm trying to avoid, but I feel like I've been a little bit too desperate with some of the comedy stuff that I'm doing. And I know why I'm desperate. It's because like I just want to do spots, so I'm taking things because I just say yes to every spot. You have to. Okay, I've been trying to go over in my head like what am I doing wrong?
Again, for years I did every fucking spot I could. From 91 to 2003, I did every spot I did until one day. My girlfriend at the time sat me down and she goes, "What are we doing here? What are we doing here? Right? You're losing money on every venture you do. You're the only committee that loses money on every venture." Right, you know, you were laughing at me last week. I figured out in my head that if I took a bus to local gigs, I saved $300, $200, and that's more money for me to snort coke. Okay, party and get fucked up. You know, I figured all these things out. You have a budget. They're paying you $600 for 6 shows. You gotta get there. That's always, you know, this shit started about 8 years ago. Before that, everything was $200, $240, $280. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Everything was $280, $249. Every once in a while, I got a $311. Oh. But, you know, so right there, you get $400 and $250 is out the window. You're left with $350. Unless you fucking eat sardines out of a can with crackers and live in a corner, you know, right, with a heater or no heater or whatever the fuck you gotta do. Doing comedy is very fucking rough on the mind. You're not making any money. Your friends in the 30s have Lamborghinis or whatever the fuck they got, and you're still driving a little Toyota with a missing bumper. And you have a dream. You know, you have a dream and you believe in yourself. So that belief has to take you all the way to the top. Like, you gotta believe that the reason you don't do... Listen, man, the biggest thing about stand-up or any other thing, you become a doctor. You go to fucking 4 years of college, 3 years of medical school, a year residency, another 6 months here. You're doing all this shit, but when the smoke clears, you're making $400,000 a year. Right, you know, when the smoke clears. When those kids go out to become a doctor, they're fucking scared. That's hard. That's harder than what we do. Studying, emergency room, and taking a pencil out of the kid's eye. You know, all this shit's scary, right? Right. But there's a payoff. So in your mind, there's so many things you could do. Like, I remember one time, towards the end, this was like one of the only arguments I ever got with Ralphie, man. And there was a couple weeks there that he would tell you something. He'll see you in an hour, and it's 6 hours later. And one day I said something to him, I go, "Ralphie, you gotta knock it on." At that time, I had nothing going on compared to him. And I said, "Dog, when you tell me 1 o'clock, 1:30, that works. But this 5 hour late shit, that doesn't work." And I told him, I go, "I got time. You know, my time is valuable. It's not as valuable as mine. I'm going to be sitting on your fucking ass for 4 hours. Then you got no time." Right. Your time is nothing. And, you know, it was like a little argument. We made up, whatever. But he told me 2 weeks later, he goes, "You were right. Time is important. So you're wasting your fucking time and your sacrifice." That's why I said that to you a couple weeks ago. I love you to death. You ain't got time to go to movies on a Saturday night. I don't give a fuck if it's made impossible. And that's the big thing with your situation, the relationship. Now you're in a relationship. And now you got to give her some and give yourself some. And maintain your fucking sanity. Because they're going to come at you every night. "You're not doing it again?" But there's a sporting event. I don't give a fuck. Because they don't understand that you don't give a fuck. Like, I did not give a fuck about what was on TV. I did not give a fuck about your fucking family. I didn't give a fuck. I gave a fuck about making something out of my life. Right. So I don't have time. I don't have that time.
And then that's what I did this weekend. Because I
don't have that time that you're looking for. Right. And people, you know, Thursday I went out with some friends of mine, and I bumped into this friend of mine, and she was there with her boyfriend, and we were talking, and she goes, "You know, when you got divorced, how long did it take you to get remarried. I go, it took me 9 years to get a girlfriend. And 9 years to marry her. And she goes, why did you do that? I go, because I didn't want to push my luggage on people. I had tons of luggage, A, and B. My principles were not going to be the same as yours. You know, I had an affair with somebody that came home, we did coke, we fucked. The next day they're gone. I got comedy to do. I don't give a fuck about what's on your mind or what's on your friend's mind. And there's people that can't handle it around you. It's very rough on the people around you. Like one of the reasons I got into comedy was not to go to weddings. Straight up. I don't have 6 hours to waste at a fucking wedding. I don't want to go to a fucking wedding. And if you call me with a wedding, I'm going to tell you it's not going to work. And now I live like trickle because all these people are going to get married. And they're like, well, are you going to come? Not really. And they think I'm goofing. Right. Like they think I'm joking around. Like I'm not joking. I'll send you 500, 1,000. Whatever number you tell me, I'll send you. So I have to sit there for 3 hours and bang on the glass and all that dumb shit. I just don't like it. Right. I sacrificed a lot. Now, in my heart, I like weddings. But I had to convince myself I didn't like weddings. I had to convince myself that I didn't like half the shit that people were doing. So I didn't involve myself in it. I only had one thing to do. 2 things. 3 things. Smoke coke, do comedy, and get my dick sucked. That was on my list every morning. That was my list. Do stand-up, smoke coke, get your dick sucked, try, whatever. That was on the agenda on the fucking road. I didn't give a fuck about your problems. I care about your fucking cat. It's a fucking state of mind.
And that, yeah, it's hard. It's hard to like get out of, like, for me, it's very hard to get out of zone. And I know, like on Saturday night, I didn't have anything booked, and I went to 2 clubs, and there's nothing I hate more than hanging out. I feel like such an asshole. I feel like no one wants me there. Not because I'm not funny, but like if I don't have I'm just gonna sit around like with my just clap with people on stage. Yeah, that's right.
You sit there, you get a beer, you watch. And you don't have to say a word. There's somebody sees you walk in and walk out, so you're not out of mind. You're never out of mind. You're always there. And on Monday, they all get a fucking text or whatever it is when you're available. Monday at 9 o'clock. I don't wake up till 11. It's Monday in my world. You're waking up when I send you that fucking text. Right. Or that email. That's how your mentality is, you know. This is your life. This is your career. I love people who have careers. I'm going to Bimini for a week. Where'd that come from? What are you talking about? Right. You just got this started. Yeah, but I planned this way. We'll cancel it. People don't think like that. They don't want to think like that. Then they'll cry to you like they don't have money. They don't know what's going on. Well, you went to Bimini. Fucking Bimini. Go jump up and down fucking Bimini.